Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into third part: what if Harry Potter's life changed after the Dementor attack. Here is short summary. After a Dementor attack nearly destroys Harry's future, Sirius Black takes matters into his own hands, setting in motion events that will change Harry's life forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Hermione stood at the side of the dueling platform, playing with her wand nervously as she waited for her next chance to duel. Fleur had just defeated Alicia Spinnet to move on to the semi-final round, while the next would feature Nigel against Angelina, in what was already being billed as the Battle of the Johnsons. Overall, Hermione was happy with the progress she had made. She had promised herself that she would improve her skills so that she would be able to help Harry, knowing that his propensity to discover trouble would mean that he needed good and competent friends at his back. She was progressing, she thought, though she would not have believed at the start of the tournament that she would be able to best an opponent 2 years her senior, in age, experience, and training. It felt good, though, to succeed and feel as though she was getting better. She wanted to impress Harry and be able to stand with him, and she felt she was making good progress toward that goal. As Nigel and Angelina took their places on the platform, she found herself studying Harry as he initiated the match. He truly was coming into his own, she decided, and his competence and manners were only equaled by his humility. He had stood up to Roger in a dignified manner, never throwing Roger's accusations back into the Git's face. Instead, he had calmly faced his accuser, offering a solution to Roger's concern, and above all, refusing to rise to the bait. In truth, Hermione suspected that Harry, even as a fifth year, was likely superior in defense to anyone here, seventh year or no. Yet Harry was not about to try to aggrandize himself or draw attention to himself. His understated confidence and humility was one of the most appealing traits he could possess. That trait was one of those which made up his character, and one which drew her possibly more than anything else. Well, that and his good looks, his compassion, his willingness to throw himself into danger for others. Not that that particular trait did not give her fits at times, his ability to make her feel good about herself at any time. Who was she kidding? She was in love with her best friend and had been for a long time. She had known it since the summer, but it was becoming more and more obvious that she would never find anyone so compatible with her as Harry was. That, of course, was her dilemma. Harry was taken, and regardless of Fleur's invitation to allow her to have a relationship with Harry too, she was not certain if she could. She had been brought up to believe in the concept of monogamy, and this idea of sharing Harry was alien to her. She had thought about it in the intervening months. At times she did not think she had thought of much else, but the inability to come to a decision was something which was generally not a part of her personality. And yet, she was still at a quandary. Glancing over at Fleur, Hermione noted that the French witch was concentrating on the match, knowing that the winner would be her next challenge. Fleur did not seem to be bothered by the thought of sharing Harry with Hermione, and perhaps for her it was not so much of a difficult concept. She had been brought up to know that it was at the very least possible for her, after all. There were times, however, when she caught the French witch looking at them with an almost wistful expression. Hermione thought that she would not have chosen her course if Hermione had not been so close to Harry. If anything, it made Hermione admire her even more for her unselfishness and her determination to do anything to ensure Harry's happiness. But the fact of the matter was that Hermione still did not know if she could do it. Sharing her husband seemed likely to make her jealous, at the very least, she supposed. It made sense, did it not? Hermione, a hissing whisper at her side jolted her back to awareness of her surroundings. She looked around and saw Ron regarding her closely. Looks like someone's not paying much attention, he jibed, motioning to the contest on the platform. I'm facing George next, Hermione responded lamely, as though that explained everything. Perhaps, was Ron's dubious answer. I just thought I'd give you a little advice. Hermione raised an eyebrow at him. Advice? Yeah. George is my brother, you know. I've been at the business end of his wand more times than I'd care to admit. And, Hermione pressed him, he's devious, but you already knew that. He'll try to lull you to sleep and then catch you with your pants down, and he's good at it. Just remember that George has a tendency to rely on his shielding more than dodging. You may be able to get a spell through if you cast quickly and overwhelm his shield." Nodding, Hermione thanked Ron for his advice, noting that the previous match had ended with Nigel Johnson emerging as the victor. Once the applause had died out and Angelina had been revived from a stunner, Harry announced the next match and smiled at Hermione. "Give it to him, Hermione." "Oh my," George wailed theatrically, "little Harrikins is giving Hermy some pointers." "Whatever shall I do?" "Don't call me Hermy," Hermione growled at the twin, which earned her nothing more than an insolent grin. All right," Harry intervened with a shake of his head. "I don't know how you and your brother can go through life without ever being serious." "It's all in the mindset," was George's gleeful reply. "Perhaps if you concentrated a little, you could manage it yourself." Shaking his head, Harry stepped to the center of the ring. "Now, I want a clean fight," he drawled, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "No cheap shots, dangerous hexes, and whatever you do, be serious," he roared, before his wand lit up with a light spell, indicating the beginning of the match. Hermione immediately went on the offensive, snapping off a stunner and a disarming spell, which George merely grinned at. He allowed them to be absorbed into the shield he quickly cast, while he countered with a body bind curse, which Hermione dodged. She was not about to be caught with the spell with which she had defeated Malfoy. Spinning, Hermione countered with a leg-locking hex, followed up by a jelly legs hex, then ducked out of the way of George's incoming stunning spell. She looked up to see that George had moved to the side, and taken aim at her with a loud disarming spell. Hermione dodged again, almost falling prey to a non-verbal stunning spell which he had slipped in without her noticing. Hastily conjuring a shield, Hermione allowed George's next two stunners to impact it, noting the fact that the more powerful boy had caused her shield to waver, before she shot off a couple more spells to occupy him, before she stepped up and shouted, "Avis!" A noisy blast, followed by a stream of yellow birds shot out of her wand, and then tore across the room directly at George with Hermione's shouted, "Apugno!" George, however, merely grinned at her and dodged the incoming birds, conjured a metal shield and threw it up into the air where it impacted with most of the birds, causing them to explode and disappear. The remaining few birds were neutralized with a quickly yelled, "Finite incantatem." Hermione had not been idle, however, directing several stunners and binding spells while he was occupied, hoping to punch one through his shield. Just as his shield crashed down, however, George dove to the side, evading her last stunner, and coming up firing. Hermione had no time to rue the fact that her spells missed, however, as George immediately came up on a knee and directed 3 spells at her. She realized too late that the first was intended to get her to move, nothing more than a simple stunner, while the other 2 were binders, neatly bracketing his stunner. Understanding came too late, as Hermione dove to her left, right into the incoming spell, which quickly wrapped her up in the conjured ropes. She crashed down to the side of the platform, losing her grip on her wand. Disappointment filled Hermione as she heard Harry declare George the winner of the duel. She lifted her head to see Harry and George approaching her, Harry with a look of sympathy, while George was one of smug satisfaction, mixed with respect. A quick finite had Hermione back up on her feet, and she stood and retrieved her wand, knowing she had done her best, but still unhappy she had come up short. George, however, stepped up to her and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Good match, little sister." Wondering what he was talking about, Hermione raised an eyebrow at him, which he merely responded to with an insolent grin. "Oh come on, Hermione, you're almost like a member of the family. You were brilliant. A couple more years of training and you'll be a nightmare to face on the dueling platform." "He's right," Harry praised, bringing a bit of a blush to Hermione's cheeks. "You did really well up there, Hermione. I'm proud of you." The club was cheering for the victor, and George turned and executed an extravagant courtly bow, which generated no small amount of laughter. Hermione followed him off the platform, and was surprised to be the recipient of so many well-wishers congratulating her for a well-fought duel. Philosophically, Hermione turned her thoughts inward, as the next match got underway. She would not win this tournament, not that she had expected to, but she had still made a good showing, and had even managed to win against a student 2 years older than she was. It was a good showing, she decided. She would not fail. She would always be there for Harry, she decided, with the skills and abilities to help in whatever situation he managed to get himself into. And maybe if she could ever come to a decision, there may be more in her future with Harry as well. In the final duel of the day, Fleur stood up on the platform, looking across at her opponent, one Fred Weasley. In true Weasley twin form, the redhead was smirking across at her with an expression of cocky confidence upon his features. All in all, it had been a good day for Fleur, her presence in the final match a testament to that fact. Her semi-final against the Slytherin Nigel Johnson had not been an easy one, but in the end she had managed to prevail with a flurry of spells, finally catching him with a Levicorpus Jinx before summoning his wand to her to end the match. Nigel had been gracious in defeat, congratulating her, though not warmly, and accepting the fact that he had been beaten squarely. The other semi-final, however, had been more of an exhibition in silliness than a true duel, the combatants being the two Weasley twins, after all. Jelly Legs hexes, some Weasley invented paint spell, along with tickling hexes and the two boys trying to banish each other's clothes had been the order of the day. For all that, they had fought with an almost mindless ferocity, demonstrating extreme competence in their battle, regardless of its rather unorthodox nature. Even George's grumbling at being bested by his closest sibling had been good-natured and funny. They would never change. Standing across from Fleur, however, Fred appeared to be completely focused on the upcoming match, with none of his typical joking nature had been unleashed. It was clear the twin wanted to win. For herself, Fleur was anticipating the upcoming battle with relish. Win or lose, she thought, she had vindicated the faith in her which Harry had expressed at the beginning of the evening. The warmth in his eyes as he had looked at her told her much about the state of their relationship. It was growing into something Fleur had hoped for ever since being bound to this betrothal. Roger, though, was a different story. He stood to one side even now, smirking in a haughty and disdainful manner at the rest of the club, primarily at Harry, unless she missed her guess. Fleur still had not told Harry of her confrontation with the head boy and the way he had tried to get her to cheat on him, partially because she had not found the right moment, and partially because Roger had backed off and left her alone. She supposed it had led her to feel a false sense of security, and had made the necessity of talking to Harry to become less urgent. Now, however, it was clear that she would have to have that discussion with Harry sooner rather than later, as he clearly suspected that something was up. It would have been better had she said something before this had all come to a head. For now it was time to clear her mind. She desperately wanted to completely vindicate Harry for his words supporting her. Victory would do that. Harry stood with his wand held up, just off to the side of the platform, and he glanced at each of the combatants in turn. "Are you both ready?" he queried. Fleur gave him a tight nod and stood in a traditional dueling stance, knees slightly bent, wand extended in front of her, angled toward the floor. When Fred echoed her motion, the tip of Harry's wand lit up, signaling the start of the action. Pivoting neatly to the side, and thereby evading Fred's opening sally of a pair of stunners, Fleur erected a shield in front of her, while slicing her wand down, with a jerk, and a non-verbal glacius. A sudden icy wind sprang up and howled at Fred, but he merely grinned tightly, and sidestepped it, responding by conjuring a bunch of small rocks and banishing them in her direction. Fleur darted to one side, avoiding the rocks as they sped towards her in a wide swath, diving to the platform to avoid the outside edge of the spray. Unfortunately, her momentum carried her outside the protective influence of her shield. Fred, noticing this, immediately went on the attack, barking out, "Incarcerus! Stupefy! Stupefy!" Recognizing the attack as the one George had used against Hermione, Fleur rolled to the side of the binding spell, coming up on one knee while shouting out, "Protega!" The stunner headed her way, impacted the shield and disappeared, while Fleur once again moved back toward the center of the dueling platform. Counting on the fact that she now had dual shields protecting the entire left side of her platform, Fleur positioned herself where she thought they overlapped, ignoring Fred's spellfire for a moment. She used her affinity with fire to raise a wall of flame halfway between them. Then, obscured by the flames, she dove to the right side, rolled, and came up firing, snapping off a quick barrage of stunners and binders, spread out over the width of the platform. A dull thud from the other side of her wall of flame signaled the end of the match, and Fleur pumped a fist into the air, while allowing her wall of flame to die down. On the other side of the platform, the Weasley twin was struggling against the ropes which held him bound. A large roar erupted from the club, and Fleur gratefully accepted the congratulations, including an particularly enthusiastic hug from her betrothed. Disengaging from her, Harry grabbed her hand and held it up in the air, to which the club members cheered even louder. Once the noise began to die down, the generally ebullient mood was heightened even further by Fred's plaintive, "Hey, can someone get me out of here? I think I like him where he is," joked Ron, sending the room into even further fits of laughter. Fred, however, merely pouted at being made sport of, though Fleur sensed his response was good-natured. That likely did not preclude revenge in the way of a prank on his younger sibling, she thought. Taking pity on the redhead, Fleur waved her wand in his direction, dispelling the ropes, and allowing the final Weasley to rise to his feet. Wasting no time at all, Fred rushed up to Fleur and grabbed her up in a great bear hug, lifting her up and twirling her around enthusiastically. "Nice one, Fleur," he exclaimed when he finally let her down. "You really threw me for a loop with that wall of fire." The energetic discussion continued on for several more moments, as Fleur basked in the pleasure of her victory. Clearly, the idea of a tournament had been a complete success, and Fleur did not doubt that it would be repeated again in the future. Finally, however, Harry held up his hands for quiet, and addressed the milling club members who were gathered around. "Thank you, everyone, and great work, Fleur," he shouted, once again inciting the roar of the assembled students. He produced the second trophy, which Hermione discreetly handed to him, and presented it to Fleur, who held it high in the air to the enthusiastic cheers of the club. "It sounds like the idea was a success," Harry said when the applause died down. "Let's talk about it for a few moments. First, I'd like to thank everyone for giving it their best effort. I know that it was difficult for some of you, especially since some of the 5th years had to start out by going up against the 7th years." Fleur noticed a few rueful expressions at that statement, primarily from 5th years such as Parvati and Lavender, who had been ranked quite low. No one seemed to be upset by the way it had turned out, though, in fact, she thought she recognized a determination to do better on most faces. "I think we'll start doing more practice duels in the club," Harry continued, "and everyone can practice against others of their own skill level. And the next time we hold a tournament, maybe we'll have 3 brackets, or just divide everyone up differently." "That would be a relief," grumbled Lavender. "Going up against Fleur for my first match was not a lot of fun." Harry acknowledged Lavender's comment with a smile, and a bit of praise. "Maybe not, but you did well, Lavender. Anyway, I wanted to talk about what we saw in the matches before we break up. Can anyone tell me what you learned from tonight's duels?" "They were all very quick," said Terry Boot. Harry nodded. "Very good. Yes, duels have a tendency to be over very quickly. Throw away any images you have in your mind about epic duelists locked in battle for hours. In practice, a duel is short and decisive. And don't hold back, or you'll give your opponent an opening to finish you off." "Mr. Potter is right," Professor Flitwick said from the side of the room. "Even in a professional dueling arena, where both combatants are supremely talented and evenly matched, a duel typically lasts less than 3 minutes. To the charms professor's side, the headmaster stood, watching the proceedings with some interest, not to mention an unmistakable approval. When he had arrived, Fleur did not know, but she suspected that he had seen the final match, which made her feel unaccountably bashful. "What about Styles?" Harry asked, pulling the attention of the group back to him. "I noticed that a lot of people lost when their shields failed them," said Ron. "Exactly," said Harry, thanking Ron for his insight. "As a respected Auror once told me, the best defense against any spell is to be somewhere else when the spell arrives. I think we'll begin to focus on dodging and techniques for moving around in the field of battle. A shield charm can be used very effectively, but it should not be relied on. Remember, a shield will not stop an unforgivable. I also noticed that a lot of people relied more on spells than transfiguration or other tactics," said Susan. "Very good, Susan," said Harry. "Most of the 7th years used a mix of conjuration, transfiguration, and other tactics in their duels, but the younger students tended to stick to spells. That is partially due to their more advanced work in school, Mr. Potter," said the headmaster. "That does not necessarily mean that the younger students cannot apply such measures to their tactics. They will, of course, have a much smaller repertoire from which to draw, however, until they become more experienced in their studies." "Thank you, Headmaster. This is another area we will start to work on." Most of you were surprised that Hermione was able to defeat Lee. Sorry for picking on you, Lee, Harry added to the 7th year. It's a good object lesson, said the affable Gryffindor. Go right ahead. Grinning, Harry continued, Hermione was one of the few 5th years who used an array of battle tactics. It doesn't hurt at all either, that she knows so many spells. Hermione blushed at the praise yet again, but Harry continued speaking. That is part of the reason why she did so well. We'll work on that in the coming weeks. Just remember that part of dueling, and fighting in a battle, is being aware of your surroundings, but also creativity and mobility will also assist you. A certain amount of raw power doesn't hurt either, Daphne chimed in. True, Harry agreed, but raw power can be overcome by finesse and strategy. Don't assume that simply because you have more available power than another that you will automatically have an edge in a fight. Also consider that there is no way to measure a person's magical ability, Dumbledore once again interjected. We know in a general sense how powerful we all are, but it is also known that a person's power level can fluctuate based on emotion, how rested the person is, and a number of other factors. Cho Chang hesitantly raised her hand, speaking when Harry motioned to her. But wasn't Fleur's wall of fire unfair? She used her Vila talent with fire, I assume. Certainly not. Fred objected. You have to use every advantage in a fight. She disoriented me with that wall, and I never considered the fact that she could fire spells through it. That is correct, said Professor Flitwick. While I would not expect her to make use of some of her other abilities, anyone here could do what she did. She can do it faster and more efficiently. That is an advantage that she should make use of. Appreciating the support, Fleur nodded her head. My affinity to fire is part of my Vila heritage, but it is not dissimilar to what all of you can do. But in a duel, I'd never make use of my allure. If I was fighting against Death Eaters, I'd use any advantage I had. A general murmur of agreement rippled through the ranks of the club, putting to rest any further comment on the fairness of Fleur's tactics. Harry spent the next few moments going over some of the things he saw from the duels, and dishing out a generous measure of praise for the way they had all fought. He specifically dwelt on the fact that both tournaments had been won by girls, and that the boys should not hold back or automatically assume that they would win if facing a member of the fairer say. Fleur was only half paying attention to Harry's words. Instead, she was focused on the side of the room where Roger stood leaning up against the wall, projecting a discontented and angry air. The meeting was about to break up when his voice rang over the room. So, are we going to get on with this, Potter? Or are you afraid to duel me? The instant before Harry turned to face his antagonist, Fleur thought she detected a dangerous glint in his eye. Harry's ire was clearly aroused. No, Davies. I had not forgotten. Turning slowly, Harry faced his accuser, one eyebrow lifted in question. Are you sure you want to do this? Why wouldn't I? Roger scoffed. I just don't see that you have a way to win, said Harry. Roger's intense glare seemed to bore right into Harry. Pretty tough words for a little twerp who has been perched on a pedestal all his life. You've never had to do anything to prove you deserve it, and yet you think you'll beat me without any problem. Harry waved his hand dismissively. That's not what I mean, he said, impatient that Roger kept willfully misunderstanding him. We both know you're a 7th year and I'm only a 5th. What I mean is that I don't see any way for you to come out ahead in this. If you win, well, you're supposed to since I'm only a 5th year. If I win, you get humiliated by losing to a 5th year. Oi! Lee Jordan's voice broke out over the group. I lost to a 5th year too. His attempt at levity fell a little flat, as most of the club was focused on the showdown between their leader and the head boy. A quick glance around him showed very few smiles at Lee's interruption, and that the sentiment appeared to be with him, if the nods and expressions of discontent with Roger's behavior were any indication. Ah, but you're forgetting the whole boy who lived angle, Roger crowed. You're not just some ordinary 5th year. Harry allowed all of his disdain to seep over his features. In 1 minute you decry my fame, and in the next you say you want to profit from it, Roger. Seems to me you want it both ways. I didn't come up with this ridiculous boy who lived nonsense. Neither did I, Harry rejoined. It all happened when I was a baby, in case you've forgotten. Ask Hermione or Ron or any of my other friends. I don't want this fame any more than I want Voldemort after me. You sure don't act like it. Maybe you just don't know me. Harry, Fleur interjected into the argument, you will never to convince him. He has made up his mind. You might as well get on with this, added Hermione. A general murmur of agreement rippled through the club members, and Harry acknowledged the girls' points. All right then. Fleur, will you referee? I will adjudicate the match. Turning, Harry noted the approach of the headmaster and Professor Flitwick, though it was Dumbledore who had spoken. Both were regarding the two combatants with severity, though Harry thought the greater portion of the professor's disapprobation was directed at the head boy. Are you certain you wish to continue with this? Dumbledore asked, looking in turn at both Harry and Roger. Harry shrugged to indicate his complete ambivalence, while Roger, in a softer and much more diffident voice, agreed that they should proceed. Very well, then, said the headmaster. I will allow it in light of your willingness to continue. It's not a bad thing, Professor, Harry assured him. I'm the leader of this club, so it makes sense that I have to prove that I know what I'm talking about. Dumbledore regarded Harry and smiled. I dare say that is a good thing in a leader, Harry. However, I cannot say that I approve of the reasons for this challenge, nor do I believe that it is merely to prove that you know what you are talking about. The headmaster's pointed glance in Roger's direction as he said this was missed by no one, though Roger did a credible job of appearing unaffected by the mild rebuke. For Harry it mattered little, his reasons for accepting the challenge were no more and no less than he had stated, and he did not fear the result. At worst, a loss would seem like an inevitability, easily explained by their relative ages and levels of education. A win, however, would cement his ability to lead the club and do away with any further dissension which might arise in the future. If you will both take your places, I believe we should begin, Dumbledore prompted. It is getting close to curfew and I would like you all to return to your dorms before the remaining time has elapsed. With a glance at the head boy, Harry vaulted up onto the platform and turned to face his adversary. Roger sported a Malfoy-esque sneer, clearly pleased with himself at his success in provoking this confrontation. A glance to the side revealed Fleur's discontented glare at her former date, though when she noticed Harry's gaze, she directed a brilliant smile at him, making him feel warm all over. Harry had always thought that Hermione was his biggest supporter, now it seemed as though she had competition in that role. Harry smiled back at his betrothed, wagging his eyebrows in her direction, to which she responded by rolling her eyes and directing several significant glances at his opponent. Concentrate on him, she mouthed at him, nodding her head in the head boy's direction. Taking the point, Harry grinned and bowed slightly at her, before pivoting and facing Roger. He peered at the head boy for a moment, noting the insolence in his casual stance, which completely belied the expression of anger on his face. Roger had obviously witnessed the exchange and was clearly upset at the feelings the two had conveyed. Are you ready to be exposed for a phony? Roger taunted. Harry, now certain that Roger's dislike was founded in jealousy, nodded tightly in the headmaster's direction. I'm sure the others will judge me for more than what happens in this little fracas. Now let's make this a pleasant affair, shall we? Dumbledore's deceptively mild voice interrupted their conversation and reduced the tension slightly. It is not considered good form to taunt your opponent. On the other hand, concentrating on your opponent is definitely considered to be good form. I suggest you both focus on your spells, Flitwick added. Harry nodded at the charms professor and assumed a dueling stance, which Roger immediately copied. The glare was still present on the head boy's face, but it was now tempered with a sense of determination. Roger clearly wanted to win this match to vindicate his claims. Are you both ready? When Harry and Roger both indicated their willingness to begin, the headmaster's wand lit up with a light spell and the match was on. Shifting instantly to the offensive, Roger snapped off a couple of stunners, and a banishing spell, trying to knock Harry off the platform and win the duel quickly. Harry merely smiled and sidestepped the attacks, responding with a disarming charm, and two stunners of his own, which Roger blocked and dodged. Undeterred, Roger continued to attack, throwing an array of stunners, binders, and other offensive spells at Harry, who continually dodged, throwing up shields to augment his defense. Rolling to the side, Harry unleashed his own attacks, focusing on disarming spells and stunners, which Roger deflected or dodged. The opening attacks thus thwarted, the match settled down into a rhythm of attacks and counter-attacks, largely designed by each to take the measure of his opponent and identify weaknesses and tendencies. In Roger, Harry grudgingly had to admit that he faced a formidable opponent. As a Ravenclaw, it was expected that he would be knowledgeable and clever, with an impressive repertoire of spells and a healthy imagination from which to base his attacks. He was competent and clever, and this was clearly the reason why he was head boy, as Harry could feel the effects of his assaults and his unwavering determination to prove his point. He was not, however, so easy to admire in his other attributes, specifically with respect to his insistence on attacking Harry, which appeared to be based on nothing more than jealousy and petulance. Harry had never really had much contact with Roger before the start of the year, and had never truly become familiar with him. He had always appeared somewhat distant in those few instances in which Harry had witnessed his interactions, and though his behavior of late had been downright nasty, he had never shown himself to be especially vindictive or ignorant in nature. That had all changed with his recent actions towards not only Harry, but to Fleur as well, who truly did not deserve his disdain. Harry was not certain if Roger had simply hidden this facet of his personality or if it had recently emerged, and he did not know exactly what Roger's problem was, though he suspected strongly that it had something to do with Fleur, but his most recent behavior suggested a disturbing lack of any respect for the French witch. Perhaps Roger felt that it was only in her nature as a Vila to respond to any man's overtures in an amorous fashion. If so, Harry could only be disgusted with his prejudice. Even more disconcerting, to Dumbledore too, if the frown Harry detected on his face when he had a brief moment to look at him was any indication, was the constant stream of invective Roger spouted during their duel, or at least when he was not shouting out his spells. He was certainly not pulling any punches, asserting his opinion on Harry, Fleur, and anything else which came to mind, all while sporting that same smug smirk with which he had begun the match. Harry longed to wipe it off his face. "How does it feel to be in second place, Potter?" Roger sneered as he conjured a strong wind which buffeted Harry. He followed up with a stunner and a bludgeoning curse, which Harry all neatly avoided. "I cannot imagine what you mean," responded Harry, replying with a leg locker and several conjured birds which he directed at Roger. The head boy merely laughed at Harry's attempts and dispelled them, before responding with his own attacks. "I just wondered how it would be to get the Vila, after I've already had her." "I know exactly what happened between you and Fleur," was Harry's cold reply. His answering stunner was highly overpowered, blowing through Roger's shield and narrowly missing him as he dodged out of the way. "Unfortunately, for you, it was much less than you have imagined to be. I have complete confidence in Fleur." Roger's responding banishing curse was wildly aimed and did not come near Harry. Harry smiled grimly, knowing that Roger's strategy of angering him was backfiring on the head boy. Harry fired a leg locker at the smirking head boy, barely missing him as Roger responded. "You wish, Potter. The Vila is delectable, after all. I can understand why you engineered your engagement to her. You talk too much, Davies," Harry growled while firing a reductor at Roger, then bracketing it with a stunner and a confundus, which barely missed him. "Of course, knowing her reputation at Beauxbatons, I expect I was not the first either." Allowing a stunner splash against his shield, Harry slashed his wand forward, yelling, "Aguamenti." Roger's laugh of disdain turned to concern, however, as Harry followed the water spell up with a quick, glacius. The jet of water which had pooled about Roger's feet instantly froze under the lashing of the frigid jet of air, freezing the head boy's shoes to the floor. Roger flailed his arms desperately, trying to maintain his balance while at the same time attempting to thaw the ice. The attempt was almost comical, though Harry could not laugh, given the anger he felt for Roger's vile words. He was able to put the head boy away and end the fight with an almost lazy, incarcerus. The spell impacted his opponent, throwing him off his feet, minus his shoes which stayed stuck to the floor, and threw him headlong off the platform to lie motionless on the floor. "I told you, you talk too much," Harry rasped as his wand arm dropped to his side. The match had been longer than any of the other ones which had been fought that evening, with the possible exception of the Weasley twins' laugh fest, and it had left Harry completely spent. The silence in the room lasted an instant before the cheering of the club members shattered the silence of the aftermath of the duel. Harry only caught a brief hint of movement before he was assaulted by twin blurs, one brown, the other light owned, as both of his closest friends latched onto him from either side. "I knew you could do it," Fleur laughed in his ear. Hermione just hugged him tightly. "Well done, Mr. Potter." Professor Flitwick approached through the murmuring throng. "I see that Albus did not exaggerate in the slightest when he told me of your prowess." "Very well done indeed. Ducking his head, his cheeks flaming, Harry was only able to mumble that he had simply done his best. The professor, however, was having none of it. I believe that you may be far too self-effacing for your own good, Mr. Potter. You must learn to accept praise when it is due, and in the matter of your dueling skills, it is most certainly warranted. I want to see what would happen if Harry and Fleur dueled. Ron exclaimed. Of course, this began a series of discussions among the assembled club members, which gradually reached a crescendo of noise, with a near-unanimous expression of excitement at the prospect of one final duel between the two undefeated leaders of the club. At the risk of offending all those present, the voice of the headmaster cut over the noise. I fear that it is too close to curfew to indulge in such a display. Groans and protests ran through the crowd, but Dumbledore was adamant. You shall all have another chance to witness such a spectacle, I am sure. As the group quieted, Harry noticed Roger, who had been released, presumably by the headmaster, standing behind Dumbledore, his head bowed. The fight appeared to have gone out of the head boy altogether. Good fight, Roger, Harry said, deciding it was better to be gracious in victory. He extended his hand as a gesture of goodwill toward the other boy. Roger, however, did not take the offered olive branch. His head snapped up and he glared at Harry. The hatred in his gaze was evident for all to see. He snapped something under his breath which sounded suspiciously like, "You got lucky." And then Roger turned on his heel and stalked from the room, his head held high and proud. Harry shrugged. Understanding that Roger was not likely to forgive or forget, and he resolved to ignore the boy from then on. He did not, however, miss the significant look the headmaster directed at the charms professor, after which Flitwick once again congratulated Harry, Fleur, and Ginny for their victories and then exited the room. If Harry were to guess, he suspected that Roger would be having several very uncomfortable chats with both his head of house, and with the headmaster before the week was out. I must commend you all, Dumbledore said, ignoring Roger's behavior. Your matches were very well fought, and you all showed glimpses of your future potential. And well done to Harry, and all who help him with the club, Dumbledore continued, smiling at Harry and his friends. This tournament was a splendid idea, one which I am certain you will make use of again in the future. Slapping Harry on the back, Dumbledore took his leave with an admonishment for everyone to proceed to their dorms as soon as may be. The meeting broke up soon after, the club members leaving to make their way to their respective dorms, the sounds of excited chatter echoing down the hallways of the old school. Harry's core group, however, did not break up immediately with the rest. You sure showed Roger a thing or two, one of the twins said. He was followed up by his brother. Freezing his shoes to the floor was inspired. As inventive a prank as something we might have come up with. There's hope for you yet. Harry flashed them a grin and acknowledged their compliments with a grin. He then nonchalantly polished his fingernails on his shirt, and put his hand out as though to admire them. What can I say? It appears that some of us have it, while others, like our esteemed head boy, pretend they have it. Ron finished, to the general laughter of the group. Several of the female members were seen to roll their eyes, however, at the boy's posturing, though it was obvious that it was just for show, and more good-natured than mean-spirited. I'd like to know what's gotten into Roger, said Neville, to which several of the group nodded their heads in agreement. Harry's eyes flickered to Fleur's face, and though her expression gave nothing away, there was something in her eyes which suggested that as much as he had thought of the need for them to speak, that she had decided they would have one at their earliest opportunity. Harry, knowing that Fleur did not and would never betray him, was not precisely concerned. He was, however, curious as to why she had never brought the subject up with him. Oh come now, Neville, it's obvious, one of the twins said with a snort. Plain as the nose on your face, chimed in the other. You see, it's clear that Roger has a bad case of Harry-induced jealousy, otherwise known as boy-who-lived envy. Harry's got the skill, the talent, and now, the second twin continued with a sly glance in Fleur's direction, he's got Roger's Yule Ball date on his arm. It's got to be hard on the head boy's ego. Will you two ever be serious? Daphne demanded with a roll of her eyes. Nope. Sirius is Harry's godfather. Several groans met the twins' pun, but it was obvious from the identical grins the two sported, that the general reaction did not bother them in the slightest. They're not really funny, said Tracy with a sly glance at the twins, but they may have a point. Hey! The twins cried in unison. I'll have you know that we are very funny. What he said, said the other, pointing at his brother. All right you two, admonished Harry, though he was fighting back a grin. Pipe down already. Turning back to the group from the clearly unrepentant twins, he said, I just hope that Roger will let up after tonight. Who wants to bet that he doesn't come back to the club? Ron asked with a grin. I wouldn't want to take that bet, said Neville. I'd say the head boy will be having a little talk with the headmaster, opined Daphne. The way Flitwick and Dumbledore were looking at him suggested that they were not happy with how he acted tonight. Harry just shook his head. I don't care much about that. I just want him to back off, he's becoming a distraction. Murmurs of agreement sounded all around. The group broke up soon after that, dispersing to their house groups. Curfew was quickly approaching, after all. Unfortunately, trouble of a different kind awaited them once they stepped from the room of requirement. Harry was chatting with Hermione and Ron, while Fleur, who had not yet let go of his hand, walked on his other side, when he was surprised by a voice addressing him. Potter. Knowing that voice anywhere, Harry turned and regarded the Malfoy scion while allowing the expressionless mask he usually wore when dealing with the Slytherin, at least when he was not contemptuous of the Git's existence or irate with his continual baiting, which was more often than not, to slip over his face. For a change, Malfoy sported little of his usual expression of disdain or distaste, though it was so ingrained in the boy that Harry doubted it would ever completely disappear. Rather, he was regarding Harry in an uncharacteristically serious manner, one which Harry usually did not associate with Malfoy. Malfoy, Harry replied neutrally, deciding that if the Slytherin was going to be civil, that he would respond in like manner. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Daphne and Tracy, the only two Slytherins who had remained after the bulk of the club had left, had stopped to watch the confrontation. What can I do for you? A grimace passed over Malfoy's face, as though he was about to do something distasteful, and knowing the Ponce, if it had something to do with Harry, it likely was. I hear you have a club. News travels fast, Harry commented to Hermione. A toad leaves, the need for secrecy disappears, and suddenly the news is all over the school. Hermione said nothing in response. She merely nodded and stared at Malfoy, as though attempting to determine just what he wanted. Malfoy to his credit glanced at Hermione and appeared to swallow back some retort or another. Harry, who had just about heard everything the Slytherin had to offer, could almost imagine what he had wanted to say. It made Harry suspicious. This was not Malfoy's normal behavior. Well, I'll be joining your club, the Slytherin continued. You only meet on Wednesday nights, right? Harry would not have been more surprised if Malfoy had suddenly announced his intention to give up his magic, donate his father's fortune to Muggle charity, and announce his engagement with his father's house elf. If his father still has a house elf, Harry thought, stifling a snicker. You want to join our club, Harry repeated slowly, so as to ensure he had heard Malfoy correctly. I think you may be suffering from hearing loss, Malfoy sneered. I don't want to join your club, I'm joining your club. What time do you meet? For the time being, Harry ignored his assertion. Let me get this straight, you actually want to join a club which is run by a half-blood, and taught by a bunch of blood traitors and those who you consider your inferiors. That just about sums it up, Malfoy drawled. Glad to see you're beginning to understand your own position in life. The only part you got wrong was the part about me wanting to join. It's a school club, I'll join it if I want. He appeared to be quite smug about what he considered his right to do as he wished, but Harry still ignored his assertion. Why? He demanded. It's a school club, Potter, Malfoy said, his tone suggesting he thought Harry was mentally challenged. I have the right to join if I want to. No, I mean why do you want to join? Harry clarified impatiently. Given what you think of all of us, I'd assume you think you know better and could teach us a thing or two. I probably can. Isn't it amazing how people bluster and strut and don't realize how ignorant they really are? Ron said in a stage whisper. Though he glowered at the youngest Weasley male, Malfoy airily turned his nose up and pointedly focused on Harry. Our defense instructor left something to be desired. Though I'm supremely confident in my own abilities, I figure a little more practical application would be good. If nothing else, the rest of you should make me look good. Several snorts and chuckles sounded around them, but Harry kept his attention on the Slytherin and considered the situation. Malfoy was certainly not excited about joining the club. He had portrayed it as inevitable due to his perceived right, to do whatever he wanted. But it was clear that simply speaking to Harry without all the usual insults was not something he enjoyed. The question was why he wanted to join at all. The Malfoy Harry knew would have spurned the whole thing as a waste for someone as obviously superior as he was. Even worse, it was being run by a bunch of uppity Gryffindors. No, there was more to this than simply a desire to catch up in his work, and Harry had a sneaking suspicion he knew who was behind it. Regardless, it did not change the fact that he would not give Malfoy the time of day, to say nothing of his instinct to teach his worst persecutor how to get the upper hand. "Well, when do you meet?" Malfoy demanded. "No," was Harry's cold response. The Slytherin gazed at him in confusion. "What do you mean, no? Are you not meeting again? Have you taught them everything within your vaunted repertoire already? Are you now all experts who have no need to practice? I should have figured a bunch of blood traitors and lesser beings wouldn't be able to do anything right." Malfoy was nothing if not predictable. When in doubt, fall back on the staple of tired insults and bravado. Harry decided he was not going to fall for it and get into a heated argument with the boy, it would serve no purpose. "I meant no, you cannot join the club." "What do you mean I can't join?" Malfoy queried, his brows furrowed in confusion. "I'm not certain how I can make it any clearer," Harry said. "I run the club, I have the final say in who joins and who doesn't join, and I am telling you that you are not welcome. In fact, I believe that you are just about the last person I would ever allow into the club. Mordred himself would be preferable to you. Now, was there anything else you wanted, or can we head back to our common rooms? Perhaps you are not familiar with the rules of this school, being a half-blood," Draco enunciated, as though explaining something to some recalcitrant and particularly obtuse child. "Of course, growing up amongst the Muggles is not in your favor either. The fact of the matter is that you have no right to block me from joining your little club. All clubs at Hogwarts are open to all students. And perhaps you know less than you think you do," rejoined Harry. "As usual, you take faulty and incomplete information and try to bluster your way through by intimidation. Actually, all clubs are open to every student unless the headmaster approves the formation of an invitation-only club. Dumbledore has approved and it's my club, ergo, no, you can't join. There is no such rule." Malfoy, predictably, was flustered, and had fallen back on his typical brand of petulance to get his own way. His attempt at his previous composure was now badly frayed. "There certainly is. If you don't believe me, you can go see Professor Dumbledore." Sputtering, Malfoy had nothing to say to that, and Harry sensed that he had not expected to be rebuffed and was not completely certain of how to handle the experience. Very likely the boy had hardly ever been told no in his life, and this did not even take into account all the times his parents had filled his head with exaggerated impressions of his own superiority. He was learning a valuable lesson, though Harry doubted whether he would learn it at all. "Look, Malfoy, I've only invited those who I know I can trust to the club, and you certain don't fit into that mold." "But you invited Greengrass and Davis and the other Slytherins," Malfoy blustered. "Are you trying to tell me that you trust them?" "I'm not about to justify anything to you of all people," Harry responded. "Now, I've already asked you once, but you didn't answer. Why do you want to join anyway?" "Does it matter why I want to join?" Harry threw his hands up in the air in exasperation. "Is he for real?" "It depends," was Ron's sarcastic answer to his rhetorical question. "He's a real git, if that's what you mean." "No one asked you, Weasley," Draco snapped. "If I wanted the opinions of charity cases, I would donate a few nuts to your welfare fund." "Look, Malfoy," Ron began while stepping forward, his fists flexing in a threatening manner. But Harry was not about to allow this to devolve into a physical confrontation. "Of course it matters why, Malfoy," Harry said loudly, motioning to Ron to stand down. "Your continual yapping about your own superiority and your support for your stupid dork lord puts you on the opposite side of the fence. That as much as anything is why I won't train you." Though Malfoy appeared unable to find a reply to that, Harry decided to have a little fun with the Ponce. "I'll tell you what," Harry said, "I'll tell you a story." "Why would I want to listen to a story from you, Scarhead?" Malfoy demanded. "Because it concerns you, git," snapped Harry in response. He thought for a moment before he adopted a storyteller's voice. Here was a chance to embarrass the git without any consequences, and Harry was not about to pass up the opportunity. "You see, Malfoy, there once was a young man who attended a school in a remote location. He was a brilliant chap really, good in his studies, popular, had a gorgeous girlfriend, that kind of thing. I'm warning you, Potter, Malfoy said, evidently attempting to be intimidating. Harry ignored him. But life was not all rosy for our hero, he continued. He had the normal teenage worries and concerns, not to mention an insane megalomaniac after his head. But he also had to put up with a git who considered it his mission in life to do whatever it took to make the hero's life miserable. Potter, Malfoy cried. Really, Draco, old chum, you do talk too much, Harry drawled. Now where was I? He gazed upward for a moment as though deep in thought before he turned again toward the Malfoy scion, who was by now almost purple with indignation, and continued speaking. You see, though the two did not get along in the slightest and there had never been even a hint of a truce between them, one day, the Git asked the hero for help to improve his skills. The hero, being far too trusting and hoping that his nemesis would finally get over his grudge, agreed and proceeded to train the Git until he gained some semblance of competence. Are you following me, Malfoy? Harry demanded with a smirk. Is there a point to this long-winded drivel? Of course, Harry exclaimed. I was just getting to that. Because you see, after the hero had taught his enemy to better himself, the Git tried to use that knowledge to stab him in the back. Harry grinned at Malfoy's near apoplexy and continued slyly. Of course the Git was still defeated as the hero, though trusting, was not completely foolish, and did not teach the Git everything he knew. Besides, the Git was not even close to the hero in terms of competence or ability, so it wouldn't have mattered if he had shown him everything. Still, it was somewhat foolish to assume that the Git could change, as he had proven himself time and time again to be a bigoted creep with no redeeming qualities. By now Harry's friends were all smiling and more than a few snickers could be heard at Harry's obvious and outrageous story. On one level Harry knew that what he was doing was unkind, but on another, he was happy to finally be getting some payback for all the times that Malfoy had made his life miserable. Though Malfoy was visibly furious, Harry suspected that the only reason he had not whipped out his wand by now was the fact that he was alone against Harry and all of his friends. He would have to be extra careful in the next few days as he would not put it past the Git to try to hex him when he was not expecting it. Luckily, Harry had grown to expect it at any time, especially when the Slytherin thought he could do it when Harry was unaware, so he was used to watching the Slytherin closely. Are you quite finished? Malfoy growled. Really, Malfoy, I knew you were dense, but I didn't know you were this stupid. I'll make it clear so that even an inbred twit like you can understand. I'm not going to teach you how to defeat me, even though you and I both know that you will never be able to match me. My father will hear about this, Malfoy threatened, repeating an oft-used refrain. It was, in fact, the first time Harry had heard it from Malfoy this term. I'm counting on it, Harry responded. I'm pretty sure, dear Daddy, put you up to this, and I know that Lucky Lucy never wipes his ass without the Dork Lord's express permission, and his instruction on exactly how to do it. You'll pay for this, Potter. Malfoy threatened. Just like I paid all the other times you made that threat, Harry rejoined dismissively. Now, why don't you piss off and go key Voldy's ass again? Speaking this much to you all in one go makes me want to go bleach my brain. Malfoy directed a withering glare at him before he turned and stalked off in a snit. Harry watched him to make sure he would not pull anything stupid before he resumed walking with his friends, most of whom congratulated him on his disposal of the hated Slytherin. Hermione, however, directed a worried look at him before speaking. Harry, should you wind him up like that? Probably not, Harry admitted. But it was pretty satisfying. Satisfying or not, it is really not very kind, added Fleur. You are just pulling yourself down to his level. Sighing, Harry nodded and agreed that they were likely right. It had only been in the past several months that he had gained a certain level of confidence that he had begun pushing back at Malfoy in such a manner. It was not surprising to note that pushing the boy's buttons was eminently satisfying, but there was also something to be said for taking the high road and not getting caught up in Malfoy's own game. I suppose you're right. I guess I just let myself get carried away. He's been a Git the whole time I've been at Hogwarts, and sometimes it's nice to get a little payback. Harry, Fleur said softly, but affectionately, I know he has been a thorn in your side for years, and I know you have every right to give him a taste of his own medicine, but I do not think you need to stoop to his level. Ah, does that mean no more rubbing the Quidditch match in Malfoy's face? One of the twins asked playfully. Yes, said Hermione. They deserve it, but you shouldn't lower yourselves and act like they do. You take the fun out of things sometimes, Hermione, Ron grumbled. But she's right, Ginny said. We are the good guys, after all. Good, bad, it's all semantics, Harry responded with a grin. I much prefer us and them. It's very clear and doesn't mix morality up in the situation. The group laughed at Harry's words before they dispersed for the evening, each house separating into its own group and starting back toward their own dormitories. For Harry, he spent the journey back to the dorms thinking about what Hermione and Fleur had said. Yes, Malfoy deserved it, and yes, it was fun at times, but Harry had to admit that he had begun to behave in a rather Malfoy-esque manner recently, and it was not something that had ever been part of his personality. There was something to be said for restraint, especially when every word he spoke would likely make it back to Voldemort's ears. On second thought, Harry admitted to himself with a grin, Malfoy was not likely to relate the entire confrontation, as it would undoubtedly cast himself in a less than favorable light to either his father or his father's master. And if there was one thing that the blonde Ponce could not stomach, it was the thought of his image taking a hit. No, Malfoy would likely tell them nothing other than the fact that he had been rebuffed. Once they had arrived back at the Gryffindor common room, Harry and Fleur said goodnight to their fellow Gryffindors and by unspoken agreement, retired to an unused corner. It was a small cubbyhole which was largely out of sight from the rest of the room, and typically used by couples seeking a relatively private location for their amorous liaisons. Harry and Fleur had never made use of it, not yet being that comfortable with their relationship, but of course they received a round of wolf whistles and gentle teasing from the rest of their friends once their destination was known. If either could have seen into the thoughts of the other, they would have seen a similar determination to have the long overdue discussion about a certain head boy. Situated comfortably in the small love seat in the cubbyhole, Harry sat and looked at his beautiful betrothed. Things had been going quite well between them, he decided, and fresh off her victory in the tournament, she looked more appealing than ever, though her hair was in disarray and her face still slightly flushed from her exertions. He was lucky to have someone like her, he decided, and it was not only because of her looks. She had an innate goodness and competence about her, not to mention a sweet personality which was especially appealing. Fleur, I think we need. They spoke together, each stopping and smiling at the other when they realized they had spoken at the same time. You first, Harry, she said, reaching out to take his hand between her own. I just wanted to tell you how proud I am of you for winning the tournament, Harry told her with a smile and a squeeze of his hand. I always knew you were a resourceful and powerful witch, and now everyone else does too. Fleur ducked her head a little, but then looked him in the eye with some determination. I am not concerned about what other people think of me, Harry. They can believe whatever they like. I know, Harry said with a shrug. But I've heard lots of people say things like they didn't know how you were made a champion. That kind of stuff. But I always knew it wasn't true. It is fine, Harry. I have had to deal with attitudes like that since I was a girl. I am not offended. You don't need to be offended, Harry said with a grin. I'll be offended for you. Smiling at him, Fleur released his hand and leaned against him, while Harry lifted his arm and put it around her shoulders. They had never been this physically close, and Harry was finding he was enjoying the sensations their closeness engendered. Fleur was soft and curvy and very feminine. Oh yes, he was enjoying it very much. Thank you, Harry. But I believe we should speak about Roger. I am sure you have noticed a change in him lately. I have, Harry admitted, and though I'd like to dispute it, I've got an idea that the twins were right. They were, Fleur confirmed. I have told you before about my Yule date with Roger. I want you to know that I never saw anything more in him than as a date which I was required to have as a champion. After that night, I do not think I spoke more than 2 words to him for the rest of the year. You don't need to explain further, Harry assured her. I don't believe anything he said. I trust you. Seemingly buoyed by Harry's assertion, Fleur let out a sigh and burrowed in closer to him. Thank you, Harry. But I still think I owe you an explanation. Quietly, and without much fanfare, Fleur began to speak of the encounters she had had with Roger over the course of that year, focusing on the specifics of what had happened and what she had felt and how she had responded. She touched little on her opinion of Roger's possible motives. They had already agreed on what they believed his motives to be, after all, and neither considered further conversation on the subject to be necessary. It was in some ways worse than Harry had expected, especially their last confrontation in the library, and less than he had feared. At least the head boy had not gone beyond verbal passes in his attempt to get Fleur to dally with him. This could not continue, however. Roger was intruding upon Fleur's peace of mind with his efforts, and Harry was not about to stand aside and allow her to be imposed upon in such a manner. When she had finished, Harry immediately asked her what she thought they should do about the situation. The answer was not surprising, considering her personality. "Do not worry about me, Harry. I can handle myself. I know that, Fleur," Harry responded, pulling away to look her in the eyes. "But I won't allow him to continue to do this. You don't deserve to be treated like this. You know he's just using your heritage to justify what he's doing." Sighing, Fleur leaned into Harry's side again. "I suspect as much. But I think he will no choice but to change after your duel with him. The fact that you beat him will make him stop. I am certain he is just a bully. And besides," Fleur continued with a small giggle, "did you see how Professor Dumbledore was watching him? I think the head boy is in trouble." She finished in a sing-song tone. Chuckling, Harry hugged the French witch to his side, still thinking about the situation with Roger. A part of him, admittedly the Neanderthal intent on protecting his woman, wanted to hex Roger all the way to London and back. He wanted Roger to break out in a cold sweat every time he even thought of approaching Fleur again. But he had to admit that Fleur was likely right. And even if she was not, there were still ways to handle the situation which did not involve confrontations and violence. He highly suspected that his friends were right and that the headmaster took a very dim view of Roger's actions that evening. It was likely that Roger would back down now. Besides, Harry had already admitted to himself, that very night, that he had developed a very undesirable character trait in the past few months. Did that not apply to this situation as well? Challenging the head boy, taunting him or trying to humiliate him, these things were the mark of a bully, a label Fleur had just applied to Roger. Harry wanted to be better than that. He would be better than that, he decided. "If you think we can leave it be, then I'm fine with that," he told her. He could feel, rather than see, Fleur's responding smile, and indulged himself in a brief reflection of just how beautiful it appeared on her face. "Thank you, Harry," Fleur responded. "Thank you for your trust and for your faith in me. Believe me, you have nothing to worry about from Roger." "That's a relief," Harry said with a laugh. "I'd hate to think that you prefer a loud-mouthed braggart over me." "Sorry, Fleur, but that's the way he's behaved lately." "I know," Fleur admitted. "But to be honest, I am much more interested in our relationship than in talking about Roger anymore." "Oh, I have just been wondering, well, actually I have been meaning." She trailed off and fell silent. "Fleur," he prompted, getting a sigh in response. "This is all just so frustrating," said Fleur. "I've never been in this situation before and I don't really know what to do." "Neither have I," Harry said. He was proud of how his voice was steady and clear, but inside butterflies had begun fluttering in his stomach at the suspicion that she wanted to talk about them. He was not good at this interpersonal stuff, and part of him wanted to run screaming, as it was obvious that Fleur wanted to discuss their relationship. Any hot-blooded male would flee at such a prospect. With his upbringing, Harry knew that he was not very good at speaking about such personal subjects. Fleur pulled away from him and smiled. "Then I guess we will just have to figure it out together." She stopped for a moment, thinking about what she wanted to say, before looking back up at him. She began hesitantly, "I was just concerned over the state of our relationship." "Is it because of what Roger said?" Harry asked. "Partly," Fleur admitted. "But more than that, it is just that it is moving so slowly. But I have never been in a relationship before and I do not know how quickly it is supposed to develop. I guess I just wonder what you think about me." Abashed, Harry felt his cheeks begin to burn at her direct question. Never having been comfortable with relationships of any kind, he did not know precisely how to act, or how to respond. He was about to respond, how he was not certain, but likely with some stammered drivel which would make little sense, when he glanced up and was caught by Fleur's eyes. She had very pretty, light blue eyes with darker flecks around the irises, but it was the earnest determination in them that calmed Harry and made him realize that Fleur was being very open and serious about the conversation. He could do no less. "I really like you, Fleur," he said, albeit somewhat hesitantly. I've enjoyed getting to know you and I have come to feel that you are someone I can confide in. I've never had many friends I've felt particularly close to, but you're quickly moving to the top of the list. I'm also very attracted to you, Harry quickly admitted, before he could lose his nerve. I'd have to be a zombie, not to be attracted to you. But it's much more than that. You're a wonderful person, Fleur, and I feel lucky that I have you in my life. Apparently it was the right thing to say, as Fleur directed a brilliant smile at him, so beautiful that it almost took his breath away. Thank you, Harry, was Fleur's quiet response. Then she winked at him. You sure are a charmer, to be saying things like that to a girl. Pleased that he had gotten it right, Harry grinned at her and squeezed her hand. I think we're both lucky. I know we both wondered if this betrothal contract was really a good idea. I think we've both seen that we can be very good together. We can, Fleur agreed. But I have wondered if we are moving too slowly. We are to be married someday, after all. Should we not begin to act like we will? Abashed, Harry still nodded with whatever composure he possessed. I was just giving you space to get used to the betrothal. I didn't want to push you. I wasn't sure of your feelings. Oh Harry, Fleur said with an affectionate hug. That is so like you. You do not need to worry about me, I will let you know if we go further than I am comfortable with. Still bashful, Harry nodded his head in agreement. So, you want to start acting a little more like a couple? I think we should, said Fleur. There are some benefits, you know. She laughed and favored him with an arch smile. I assume you would find some of the normal activities of engaged couples to be pleasant. Would you not? Grinning, Harry waggled his eyebrows, relieved that he was beginning to feel confidence swell within him. I'm sure they could not be anything but pleasant. In that case, I think we should seal it with a key, she said before she leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. As a first key, it was soft and sweet and very pleasant, and Harry could only agree that it was an excellent suggestion. Harry found himself responding immediately, and though they kept it chaste and did not venture into the territory Harry had sometimes heard Dudley bragging that he had done with his girlfriend, he still decided he liked Key-dotting Fleur very much. It did not last long, but Harry found himself strangely breathless when Fleur leaned back and regarded him. Harry was filled with elation. That was very nice, he said, unknowingly beginning to babble. I think you were right about our relationship and I. His words were stilled when Fleur, smiling softly, reached out and pressed her fingers against Harry's lips. You talk too much, Harry. Me again. And so he did. Bearing bad news to the Dark Lord was sometimes a hazardous prospect. It was never a simple matter to determine just how displeased he would be and whether his displeasure would manifest itself in a way which included physical punishment. Having said that, he was not known to punish indiscriminately, understanding that followers who were motivated by conviction were infinitely more useful and effective than those motivated by nothing more than base fear. And though he was not above using the Cruciatus to punish some underling who had failed, such punishments were only reserved for those who had done so egregiously. However, the mercurial nature of his moods created just enough uncertainty that one could never know exactly what form his displeasure would make itself known. Often, the threat of violence and punishment was more effective than the actual committing of said violence. The sight of the Dark Lord seething in anger was an awesome sight, and many a follower had felt somehow reprieved when his famous anger remained physically unexpressed. In addition to this, the Dark Lord had a particular way of regarding those, particularly those of his inner circle, who had failed him. It was an expression which seemed to suggest that failure was an enormous imposition on the plans of a man who, after all, only desired to put the world back on its proper axis, and ensure that his followers received their due from the world. When this was added to his praise, which was often lavish, when his followers were successful, he had a pretty powerful motivational tool to ensure compliance with his commands. Unfortunately for one Lucius Malfoy, that exasperated and long-suffering expression had been directed at him more often than not since the Dark Lord's return, and all because of an ill-conceived plan which had backfired spectacularly and resulted in the destruction of an heirloom which the Dark Lord prized. To this day Lucius still did not know what had been so important about the diary, but the Dark Lord's displeasure upon learning of its destruction had earned him his first, and only, session to date under the agonies of the Cruciatus. Working his way back into the Dark Lord's graces had been arduous, but seemed to be bearing fruit. But now he had to report another failure, and given the Dark Lord's sometimes unpredictable moods, Lucius was uncertain as to whether this was to be considered a significant failure or merely a minor inconvenience. And the failure was not even his own. Stalking through the halls of the Death Eater's base of operations, Lucius seethed at the continuing incompetence of his only son. Draco was a disappointment. In fact, he was such a disappointment, that Lucius had toyed with the idea of siring another heir, for certainly his current heir was nothing like he would have expected would result from the joining of his own august bloodline to that of the Blacks, a family with a long history, steeped in pureblood tradition. How such a failure could have occurred Lucius was not certain, but it hadn't to be truthful, he was not certain what to do about it. In short, Draco was nothing like a true Slytherin should be. Draco was in 5th year now, and by Lucius's own 5th year, he had already been starting to take the reins of leadership in Slytherin House as scion of one of the most prestigious families in Britain. Draco, well, he was ambitious enough, but had very little talent or will to do anything to realize his ambitions. Instead of true Slytherin cunning, he had a disturbing tendency toward Gryffindor-like brashness, not to mention a rather overt confrontational style. And though he had plenty of loyalty towards his father and the Dark Lord, Draco did not know the meaning of hard work, or understand that it went hand in hand with ambition and cunning, all of which would allow one to realize their goals. And as for intelligence, no, Draco was anything but a mix of the houses, or at least he was not a mix of the good traits of the houses, and at this point, Lucius was uncertain that he was a worthy heir to the Malfoy name and legacy. Shaking his head angrily, Lucius stopped and collected himself. It would not do to appear before the Dark Lord with anything other than a calm, dispassionate demeanor. The Dark Lord had an almost supernatural ability to detect weakness, and Lucius had no desire to be set down once again when he was just beginning to regain the favor he had once enjoyed. The problem of Draco would have to wait. The room into which Lucius entered had been dubbed the throne room by those denizens of the house, and though Lucius could not claim to know the mind of the Dark Lord, the term was very apropos. It was long and spacious, with windows on the far wall to allow in the natural light of the day. The chair in which the Dark Lord sat, which was itself situated on a low raised dais, was ornate and high-backed, and likely transfigured from something else. The room was empty when Lucius entered except for the Dark Lord, a circumstance which was highly in Lucius's favor. His fellow Death Eaters were also adept at sniffing out blood in the water, and Lucius had no desire to report his son's failure before an audience. "Ah, Lucius, welcome," the Dark Lord greeted him as he approached the throne. Lucius bowed with respect before returning the greeting, noting that the Dark Lord appeared to be in an uncommonly good mood. That would undoubtedly be to his favor. The Dark Lord, perceptive as he was, noticed Lucius's observation. "Plans are moving forward, my friend," he said with aplomb. "There are a few important things which need to be seen to in order to further our plans. But they shall be taken care of in due course." Although Lucius knew that the Dark Lord had been preoccupied with Potter since the confrontation in the graveyard the previous spring, he knew better than to ask. The Dark Lord would favor him with the needs of the moment when the timing was appropriate. Everything else was irrelevant. "I believe, however, that you did not come here to discuss our future plans," the Dark Lord continued. "Today was the day that your son was to report back to you, was it not?" "Indeed, you are correct, my lord," Lucius responded with a bow. "Draco approached Potter yesterday after his group's meeting. Potter rebuffed him, apparently with the headmaster's approval, saying that it was an invitation-only club. In truth, Lucius suspected that Potter had done more than rebuff Draco, and his son had suffered another humiliation at the hands of the boy who lived, given the tone of his letter. Still, Draco's failure was uncertain enough that Lucius felt it better to stick to the facts, rather than wander off into conjecture. That and it would lessen Lucius's shame if his conjecture was true. "Ah, so Potter did refuse young Draco entrance to his little club. Pity. I apologize for my son's failure, my lord." The Dark Lord just waved him off. There was only a slight chance that the Potter brat would be short-sighted enough to actually allow it. The information on exactly what he is teaching his friends and some insight into how powerful the boy truly is would have been useful. It is, however, not essential. This, more than anything, was what frustrated Lucius about being uncertain of his position with the Dark Lord. Before his fall and subsequent return, Lucius would have known that the Dark Lord was not truly concerned about Draco's task. Now, however, he could not take the chance. It was good to know that this would not be held against him. In that, at least, he could be secure. Useful, perhaps, but surely it does not matter, Lucius said instead, moving past the issue of Draco's failure. Potter is only a boy, regardless of how he manages to cheat death. He can only put the inevitable off for so long. Surely his time will come. Ah, but you forget, Lucius, the Dark Lord rebuked him mildly. On several occasions the boy has defied me and survived when he should have been defeated. And before you say that the first was his meddling mother's doing, you are likely correct. However, I cannot help but suppose that something about the boy himself aided in his salvation, whether it was his magic, or something else which sets him apart. It would be foolhardy to suggest that Potter is only a boy and is not special somehow. He most clearly is, and he will require delicate handling. Beyond that, nothing I have been able to find has allowed me to uncover how exactly he was able to survive my killing curse that night. Add to that the fact that the boy met me at one point and was completely outclassed, and still managed to survive. And that does not even take into account the confrontation in the boy's first year, and all the things he has managed to survive since arriving at Hogwarts. Whatever it is that allows him to continue to defy me, I cannot lower my guard. He must die the next time we meet. There is no other outcome possible. Very well, my lord. Is there anything else you would have my son do? Nothing specific at this time, the Dark Lord said after some thought. He should watch them whenever possible and report back whatever he is to discuss of their strengths and weaknesses, including anything he is able to determine of the club's curriculum. And the house traders who are involved in Potter's circle? Lucius asked. Should he attempt to remind them where their true loyalties should lie? Again, there is little point in it now. Though we cannot allow members of my house to fraternize in such a manner with Potter indefinitely, now is not the time to make noise. Let them become complacent for now. Of course, that does not mean he should not begin asserting his authority over the entire house, much as both you and I did when we attended Hogwarts. Lucius could not completely suppress the grimace at the Dark Lord's words. He had been relieved at first, as he doubted Draco had the talent and ability to truly bring the blood traitor Slytherins under control. Undoubtedly, he was equally incapable of taking a leadership role in Slytherin, for that matter, and that lack would become painfully apparent if he was directed to attempt to do so. Unfortunately, his reaction was not missed by his perceptive companion. I understand that you have some reservations about your son, my friend. I confess that I do, replied Lucius. He is nothing that I would have expected in a son of mine, and shows an almost distressing incapability toward anything resembling cunning. Perhaps, the Dark Lord said, but he also displays a proper attitude and a fervent loyalty to our beliefs. His energies need a little direction, but I believe that he will be acceptable if that direction is provided. Bring him before me when he returns for winter break, and between us we will attempt to educate him better. A wave of his hand indicated to Lucius that their conversation was at an end, so he bowed and retreated from the room. A letter would need to be written to Draco, and he had other tasks with which he was assigned. It was good, he reflected, to have the Dark Lord back. Those years in the wilderness without him had seemed empty and purposeless. It was good to finally be directing their resources toward a common goal. The wizarding world would soon be theirs for the taking. Though the days after the club's tournament were quiet, the behavior of Roger Davies, head boy and newly christened nemesis to one Harry Potter, was notable in the lack of any of his previous animosity toward Harry. Though nothing was ever said within the hearing of any of the students, Harry and his friends were almost certain that their speculation about the intentions of the headmaster and Davies's head of house had been true. His generally subdued manner and intense avoidance of the group suggested that the meeting had resulted in his being reminded quite pointedly of the position he held and the fact that his overtly hostile behavior toward any student would not be tolerated. Though Harry passed him in the halls several times, Roger did not deign to acknowledge him, keeping his gaze resolutely away. In fact, though Roger was in many classes with Fleur, and even sat close to her in a couple, he was as studious in avoiding her as he was Harry. So in light of that fact, Harry was certain the animosity was not lessened, just hidden. This shunning, of course, was not at all unwelcome to the pair in question. In fact, they felt rather cheerful in his lack of his focus on them, something they had desired all along. Furthermore, when he failed to show up at the defense club the next week, they heaved their last sigh of relief, as they had discussed removing his name from the list of club members should he attempt to attend again. His absence rendered their intentions unnecessary, a fact with which they were gratified, as the removal of the head boy from the club could carry some political ramifications within the school. What they did not anticipate was the increased attendance at the next club meeting, which included even a couple of Slytherins among their number. It appeared that the events of the tournament had made the gossip rounds of the school, and suddenly many were eager to be included in what would undoubtedly be a great benefit of added study, especially since the first 3 months of the school year had been essentially wasted by their erstwhile defense professor. Harry, along with Hermione and Fleur, were careful in vetting every student who requested admission, particularly the Slytherins, though they were assisted by Daphne and Tracy, but in the end accepted all applicants. The new members brought their overall numbers to greater than 50, and included a larger portion of upper years from other houses who, up to that point, had remained skeptical of the club and had not been persuaded to join. In direct contrast to the first months of the school year, defense once again had become a class to anticipate rather than dread. Whatever could be said of Dumbledore, the man was a consummate teacher, who was comfortable in a classroom and showed a certain flair for explaining the lessons, guiding the students, or simply ruminating upon some obscure or theoretical idea. It was a revelation for the entire school, none of whom had ever seen him in a classroom, and also served to make him more human, in a way, and certainly much more approachable than he had ever been before. The students in the school had largely grown up with accounts of the man's exploits, particularly those related to Gellert Grindelwald. They were familiar with the headmaster, the defeater of the previous Dark Lord, and the man of many names and titles, and as such, the revelation that he could teach and teach well was a revelation to some, regardless of the fact that he had always attempted to be available to all students. As for the other classes, well, they continued apace, for the most part as they had all year. The excitement was building for winter break and the Yule Ball, and though that was sapping some of the students' attention away from their studying, life at the school seemed to continue much as it had. Finally, with respect to the group of friends, Harry and Fleur's discussion and subsequent amorous activities, or as amorous as they had gotten to that point, had cemented in both their minds that they were making progress with one another, after little progress had been seen before. They both felt more comfortable and at ease with each other, and each, in their own minds, was well on the way to considering the other in a more intimate manner. This, of course, led to more overt shows of affection, especially in their propensity to hold hands whenever they walked through the halls, and what had become a ritual for them to kiss each other goodbye when the time came for them to part. Their greater comfort and affection with each other went largely uncommented upon by their friends, though it certainly did not go unnoticed. A little gentle ribbing, of course, was the order of the day, and unsurprisingly, it was the Weasley twins who were the most overt in their teasing. They took to staring at Fleur in mock dreamy expressions whenever the two were present, which they claimed was what Harry looked like whenever he looked at the beautiful French witch. Harry, by contrast, was content to be somewhat smug at the fact that Fleur was on his arm, to the envy of just about every boy in the school. This did nothing to silence the teasing, but it did allow Harry to respond in kind. Daphne Greengrass was well aware of the effect she had on boys. With her slender figure, blue eyes and long flowing black locks, she was the epitome of a beautiful young girl just stepping over the threshold into the realm of womanhood. Even her average height was a benefit, as she was not too short, and not so tall that she towered over others. Boys by and large, she had noticed, seemed a little skittish around girls who were taller than they were. She had always known that she was blessed with good looks, but if seeing her own countenance in the mirror was not enough to inform her of her appealing countenance, then the glances she often received from the young men around her would have made the fact unmistakable. Of course, this was a blessing as well as a curse, as she attracted the attention of those she would otherwise prefer to have avoided. In particular, Malfoy had been after her for most of the past year to dispense of her favors, as any good young woman should when confronted by the interest of such an impressive specimen of pureblood virility. The fact that he was all but betrothed to the sycophantic Pansy Parkinson apparently did not figure into Draco's calculation of what he considered to be proper behavior. Unfortunately for Malfoy, Daphne's parents had always taught her that she deserved as much respect as a Malfoy or anyone else, and she did not believe that spending time as his plaything was in any way respectable. This did not even take into account the fact that regardless of his blonde hair and generally pleasant features, she found his sense of entitlement irksome and his attitude disgusting. Malfoy, when she took into account everything about him, was repulsive and Daphne could not imagine herself favoring him with anything other than her contempt. Luckily for her, he was also completely ineffectual, with a much higher opinion of his abilities than he had any right, which was something of a blessing. A truly competent Malfoy with his attitude and bloated sense of his own worth would be a truly dangerous phenomenon. She had repeatedly informed him of her lack of interest, and though she had to admit that he was remarkably persistent, he lacked the skills to truly affect her, regardless of his bluster. A particular illustration of this state of affairs played out the Friday after the tournament. It was late and Daphne, having spent most of the evening in the library researching for a charms assignment, was on her way back to the Slytherin common room before curfew. She had just entered the corridor in the dungeons which led to her destination when Malfoy, accompanied by Parkinson, his favorite puppy, stepped from a side corridor and confronted her. "Well, look, if it isn't Greengrass out after curfew," Parkinson sneered in her usual manner. Daphne rolled her eyes. Snape could not have picked two more useless prefects had he tried. "I still have 10 minutes, in case you're having trouble telling time." Pansy sneered and appeared ready to retort when Draco interrupted her. "Shut up, Pansy," he commanded. "I need to speak with Daphne alone for a moment. Wait for me at the end of the hall." Clearly he expected to be obeyed, as he turned away and completely ignored Pansy, focusing his attention on Daphne instead. Parkinson, presumably used to such rude behavior from Draco, directed a glare at him before thrusting her nose in the air and stalking off in a snit. For Daphne, the fact that he had called her by her given name was an indication that he was about to favor her with his attentions once again. She suppressed a sigh, knowing that it would make this interview even worse should she show any of her exasperation. It was, therefore, something of a surprise when he did not immediately launch into his normal spiel of how she should show her proper respect for her betters, and direct her attention at him personally. Instead, he regarded her in silent contemplation, much more thoughtfully than he had ever done before, especially with his impetuous nature. It concerned her, if she were to be honest with herself. "I'm rather disappointed in you, Daphne," Malfoy finally said without preamble. Allowing herself nothing more than an arched eyebrow, Daphne merely stared at him. "You've never shown the proper respect for your superiors," Malfoy continued, "but you've always at least associated with those worthy of your own stature. In the past few weeks, however, you've started to show some definite blood traitor tendencies." "Perhaps I already had them and just never showed them," replied Daphne with some impudence. Malfoy appeared to consider that for several moments. "Well, you do hang around with Davis a lot. Tracy was a half-blood, one of the few in Slytherin house. For those who cared about such things, which was not the entirety of the house, contrary to popular belief, she was only accepted because her father had also been a Slytherin and was a member of society of some wealth and influence, regardless of the fact he had married a Muggleborn. Should Tracy's younger brother also be sorted into Slytherin, and he would start Hogwarts next year, he would be accepted on the same basis, though as the heir, he would undoubtedly have a leg up on Tracy. But Malfoy had continued to speak on over Daphne's ruminations. "Still, she's acceptable to a certain extent, I suppose, regardless of her mother." He spat the last word with some vitriolic contempt. "But you've kept your associations to those within the house for the most part, and even when you've spoken to those outside the house, at least you've kept it to those who come from acceptable backgrounds, for all that some of them are blood traitors." "Malfoy," Daphne interrupted what was rapidly becoming a rant, "I don't exactly need your permission to become friends with anyone. It's not like I've ever listened to anything you had to say before." "Maybe not," said Malfoy, "though we still need to discuss that shameful behavior at some point." At this, Daphne did roll her eyes, not caring if the little prick noticed it or not. "My shameful behavior, as you put it, is none of your concern. Look, Greengrass," he said, his change to her surname a sure sign that he was becoming frustrated with her, "I just want to point out that things are different now. Hanging around with Bones and Davis might be acceptable, but throwing your lot in with Potter is sure to come back to haunt you. I'd think twice before continuing to hang around with him and his crew." "And what if I'm getting close to him for my own purposes?" Daphne asked. "We are the House of the Cunning and Ambitious, you know." "We are," Draco agreed, his face assuming a mask of false pleasantry. "But there are some others who would be much better to get close to." "Like she'd want to get closer to pond scum like you," another voice rang out through the hallway. Daphne smiled as Tracy approached them, her eyes fixed on Malfoy. He, in turn, had turned his displeased gaze on her, though it was clear that Tracy was not fazed by it in the slightest. The animosity between Tracy and Malfoy was almost legendary in Slytherin House. Tracy considered him a pampered prince and an ineffectual dolt continually clinging to his father's coattails, an opinion which was certainly not grounded in anything other than the truth. For his part, Malfoy thought Tracy to be an upstart mongrel, only grudgingly accepted due to her father's wealth. The fact that Tracy was considered to be quite plain and took no thought to her appearance, though Daphne was aware that Tracy cleaned up rather well when she took the trouble to do so, did not help engender positive feelings in one so image-obsessed as Malfoy. Of course, Tracy continued, pouring fuel onto the fire, she loved to rile Malfoy up. Our esteemed housemate wouldn't know cunning if it walked up and punched him in the nose. No one asked for your opinion, Davis, Malfoy snarled. I'm well aware of that, responded Tracy airily. You ought to know by now that I'm not concerned about waiting to be asked for my opinion. You'll be shown your place. With that, Malfoy ignored Tracy and turned his attention back to Daphne. This is what you get when you hang around with the wrong sort, Daphne. It's been overlooked in the past, but times are changing. You had better start thinking about that. Look, Malfoy, we're all aware that you're really talking about that idiot whose ass your father is always key. In case you weren't aware, the Greengrasses remained neutral in the last war, and I expect we will continue to do so. Though he flushed with anger at the derogatory comments toward the Dark Lord, Malfoy kept his temper. Your hanging with Potter seems to be changing that stance. Who I am friends with does not affect our political policies, Daphne retorted. My father is head of house and he will continue to make the decisions for my family. I have joined Potter's group for my own reasons. My father is aware of my actions and is unconcerned by them. Malfoy sidled closer to her and spoke in an earnest manner. There will come a time when neutrality will no longer be tolerated. Regardless of what your father chooses to do, you can be insulated if you take the proper stance now. It wouldn't hurt to be seen on the arm of a pureblood of good standing either. With that statement, Malfoy's eye raked across her form with a lascivious leer, causing Daphne to experience a slight shudder. As always, his gaze caused Daphne to feel the need to bathe, as she could almost feel the grime that the boy's expression produced. A pureblood of good standing, repeated Tracy with a derisive snort. You know, Malfoy, you have all the subtlety of rutting she-dragon. Methinks Mr. Malfoy here is a lot more Gryffindor than Slytherin, Daphne responded with a sly smirk. His countenance reddening with anger, Malfoy appeared ready to retort when Daphne decided to cut him off and end the confrontation. Why don't you just bugger off, Malfoy? She sneered. You haven't intimidated me in all the time we've been here. And even if either of us weren't able to take you out before, now that Potter is teaching us, you're just a gnat buzzing around and annoying us. Besides, Tracy continued, it's clear that you barely know one end of your wand from the other. So unless you want your glorious pureblood image to take a beating, I suggest you leave us alone. You'll pay for this, Malfoy growled. Both of you. Well, I think we'll just take our chances, Daphne said negligently. But you're welcome to try any time you like. For a brief moment, Daphne thought that he would lose his composure, but whatever was holding him back, he appeared to gain control over himself quickly. It seems like we will not receive our chastisement today, said Tracy, evidently seeing what Daphne had seen. Shall we? Daphne motioned to her friend to precede her, and the two left a red-faced Malfoy behind without a second glance. They walked down the corridor toward the common room and, seeing Parkinson skulking near the entrance, Daphne decided to get in one final dig. You'd better go and see your boyfriend, Parkinson, she said with a smirk. He's having a bad day. And for that matter, Tracy chimed in, you may want to give him some loving, I think he's starting to stray. Pansy threw them a dark look before she hurried off down the hallway in search of her paramour. Tracy sniggered, ensuring, of course, that the rapidly retreating girl heard her, before shaking her head and turning away. The common room was quite busy, as was typical for a Friday night, with pockets of students sitting in groups chatting, playing games, or even a few who were studying, though that group consisted primarily of upper-year students for whom newts were looming large. The two, by unspoken agreement, made their way through the common room and towards the stairs which led to the dormitories. They both found the common room a trifle depressing, with its dark, almost gothic decor, and the unrelieved darkness, not to mention the company which was often present. The dorms were not a lot better, but at least they were private for the most part, and could be brightened by their own choices of decorations. The girls' dorms were open and spacious, with curtains separating each girl's bed and private space. It was to Daphne's area of the room they retired. After confirming that no one else was present, Pansy was obviously off with Malfoy, while Bulstrode was nowhere in evidence. Hopefully, they would remain undisturbed for some time. "So, I only caught a little of what Malfoy was saying," said Tracy, her bluntness refreshing after Malfoy's clever, or what he considered clever, innuendos. "It didn't sound like his usual speech." "It was different," Daphne replied, frowning. "That bit about being seen on a pureblood's arm was the first time he raised the subject." "That's different. And troublesome. Most of the time he's pretty transparent. What could he be up to?" "Oh come on, Daphne, use your head," exclaimed Tracy. 10 days ago he all but demands to be included in the club, and walks off in a snit when Harry told him to bugger off. Yesterday, I heard that he was giving Zabini grief about the club, and today he accosts you about it and hardly even puts any effort into trying to get into your knickers. Seems pretty plain to me what he's up to." Daphne frowned. "You think he's trying to make trouble for us?" "On Daddy's orders. Though I obviously can't say for sure, I know for a fact that Malfoy doesn't wipe his ass without Daddy's permission. I figure he was ordered to try to get into the club, though really they were stupid to go about it the way they did. Or maybe that's just Malfoy's stupidity fouling things up, I don't know. But now, after he's been refused, he's blathering about associating with the wrong sort to the Slytherin club members." "I think you may be right," Daphne said, thinking about what Tracy had said. They had discussed briefly Malfoy's attempt to get Harry to allow him to enter the club, but at the time they had both brushed it off as his standard stupidity and not worth further thought. His behavior since then, however, while not overt, was still troublesome. It was nothing less than they had expected, though, Daphne mused. For someone of his ilk, any fraternizing with Potter or any Gryffindors would be seen as a betrayal. With Malfoy's imagined stature in his own house, he would clearly see it as his duty to bring the traitors under his thumb. The fact that most of the rest of the house had basically ignored their membership in the club, and the fact that they had actually gained a couple more members, rendered Malfoy's opinions largely irrelevant. If anyone other than Malfoy had cared about what they were doing, they may have had a real problem. "So what do you think we should do?" Tracy asked. "Tell Harry about it, and ignore the little Ponce," Daphne responded with an offhand shrug. "Harry will likely want to pull his liver out through his nose, and we'll have to reassure him that we aren't afraid of Malfoy." "Damn it!" Tracy exclaimed, with a certain gleeful gleam in her eyes. "Watching Malfoy's liver emerge through his nostril would be so entertaining. Don't you think we could let Harry do it? Even just a little?" Laughing, Daphne shook her head. "How do you pull someone's liver out through their nose, just a little?" "I'm sure Harry could find a way," was Tracy's response, which caused Daphne to laugh even harder. Tracy was blunt and forthright, and had a rather wicked sense of humor, which were all things that Daphne liked about her. "Malfoy was right about one thing," Tracy continued in a much more serious tone. "The days of being safely neutral might be over." "I know," responded Daphne quietly. "Have you heard anything more from your family?" Shaking her head, Daphne responded, "Not since the last letter from my mother." They won't bother," Tracy scoffed. "They know that Dad won't give them the time of day, considering what they think about Mum." "That doesn't mean that we won't be a target, though." Daphne nodded glumly. Malfoy had not had the wit to see it, but one of Daphne's reasons for aligning herself with Potter was that she hoped that she would be able to gain some form of protection for her family by her association with him. On the surface, her family would still maintain the neutrality which had protected them in the First War with the Death Eaters, but in reality, this was the first step in the Greengrasses joining the side of the light. Of course Harry was still too young to offer them his personal protection, but he rubbed shoulders with the likes of Dumbledore, Sirius Black, who she was certain would become a force in their world, and the Delacours. None of those names were to be taken lightly. Tracy's reasons were similar, though her family's situation was drastically different due to her mother being a Muggleborn. At least in the Death Eater's eyes, the Greengrasses were suitably pureblood. That would give them a reprieve, something which Tracy's family did not necessarily have. And what if Harry finds out that we've not been completely upfront with him? Tracy asked. I can't believe that he'd tell us to get lost, Daphne responded. Besides, we haven't been untruthful with him, we just haven't told him everything. As Slytherins, we're allowed to conceal things. The whole House of the Cunning thing, remember? Tracy laughed. That's such a useful out. It is, Daphne said with a grin. But maybe I should tie myself to him a little tighter, she continued. I'm sure I could get my dad to propose a marriage contract with him if I asked him to. I think you will have to wait in line, was Tracy's dry response. If anyone's got the inside track into being the second Mrs. Potter, it would be Granger. He's the last of his line, Daphne answered, a trifle defensively. He could have 3 wives as easily as he could 2. And beside which, I like him. I think that once he was trained properly, he'd make a rather good husband, even if I was only one of 3. Tracy turned a serious gaze on Daphne, and reached out to take her hands, speaking with some concern. Daphne, you should be really sure about this before you take such a step. Yes, Harry seems to be a good person, but you don't really know him. We've only hung around with him for a couple of weeks. Don't rush into anything. Smiling, Daphne moved to reassure her friend. I'm not really serious, Tracy. I do like him and I know I might have a shot, but things are a bit too early at this stage to consider that kind of move. But you have to admit the political advantages are enormous. I'd gain full protection for my family if I had an alliance with Potter through a betrothal. And he'd be gaining access to my family's resources and connections. True, but you're my friend and I'd prefer that you didn't sacrifice yourself when you may not need to do so. Give it some time and consider the implications before you commit. By unspoken agreement they moved on to other discussion topics until Tracy announced her intention to go to bed much later that evening. Lying in her bed after her friend had gone to her own, Daphne considered the situation and Tracy's words. Her friend was right, Daphne knew, but a part of her could not help but imagine the thought of being on Harry's arm. He was a good person, she knew that instinctively, and she knew that it would be very easy to allow herself to fancy him. The growth spurt he appeared to have had in the past few months had also helped, allowing him to fill out a little from the scrawny boy he had been when he had arrived at Hogwarts. And more than any of these factors, Daphne was certain that Harry had a big enough heart for both of them, and more, if things went in that direction. Daphne also knew that though nothing had been said in any of the letters she had exchanged with her family since she had joined the club, her parents would not have missed the possibility of having their eldest betrothed to Potter. It was something they would almost certainly be discussing once she returned home during the holidays. But despite all this, there were 2 things in particular holding Daphne back, a.b. and a brunette. Fleur was already his betrothed, and the woman was absolutely gorgeous, though she knew that Harry was not completely shallow. It was also evident that the b.and would have no trouble at all keeping him interested. And whereas the relationship between the two had seemed to be stuck in neutral for the first few months of the school year, it appeared to have blossomed in the past few weeks, lending credence to the theory that they were quickly becoming used to one another, and that their affection for each other was growing. And as for Hermione, well, she was one of his first friends in the wizarding world, or one of his first friends at all, if the rumors Daphne had heard were at all correct, and Daphne suspected that their relationship was profound. She could have Harry in her thrall with little effort, if only she would give herself the trouble. Where did that leave Daphne? She knew she was attractive, though not on the same level as Fleur, and she knew that she was pleasant and intelligent company, though she did not have the emotional attachment which Hermione possessed. That did not necessarily mean that the attachment could not be forged, but it did leave her at a distinct disadvantage in the near future. And what of Ginevra Weasley? Daphne considered herself very good at reading others, and she knew that Ginny had her sights set on Harry, regardless of the existence of any other girl. Even Ginny had a greater familiarity with Harry. Daphne knew Harry had a big heart. But it would be more than a little daunting to contend with so many factors at once, and Daphne was not certain that she even wished to attempt it. The possibility for heartbreak appeared to be high unless she were to attempt to attach herself to him as nothing more than a business merger. But she wanted more from life and marriage than that. Sighing, Daphne rolled over and, after bunching up her pillow, determined to allow herself to fall asleep. The situation with Harry would work itself out, and Daphne knew that Tracy's advice about not rushing into anything was good. She would just have to get to know him better. Then she would know how to act. Harry's reaction to Malfoy's actions was not far off from what Daphne and Tracy had predicted it to be. The little twit had done his best to make life miserable for Harry since he had arrived at Hogwarts, and frankly, Harry had just about had enough of it. But now he was harassing Harry's friends, and making things difficult for them, and for a young boy who had grown up with no friends due to the efforts of his cousin, he had learned the benefits of having friends and was determined to protect them. Upon hearing Tracy and Daphne's story, his first inclination had been to hunt the prick down and use his head for target practice. It did not help that their disclosures had been made after the conclusion of the last club meeting before winter break, and rather than teach anything new, Harry had contented himself with reviewing what they had already done and admonished the club to keep up their practice over the holidays. As a result, he was feeling quite energetic and restless. He found that he was quite eager to repeat the lesson that Malfoy just never seemed to learn. Fortunately, for a certain blonde ponce, perhaps, the two Slytherin girls who he was rapidly coming to consider friends, assured him that they had no need of his protection. "Harry, why have you been teaching us?" Tracy asked bluntly, neatly cutting off a head of steam which Harry was beginning to accumulate. Blinking his eyes, Harry looked at the brunette Slytherin who had interrupted him, desperately trying to come up with an answer. Unfortunately, he had been so focused on Malfoy and his impending humbling, that it was taking him a moment to re-engage his brain. "He's teaching you to defend yourselves," interjected Hermione, taking pity on Harry and answering in his stead. "What does that have to do with hexing Malfoy to Hogsmeade and back?" asked Ron, who was standing nearby and listening intently to the conversation. Trust Ron to back him up, Harry thought. Ron was perhaps the only one who disliked Malfoy more than Harry did himself. "It's rather obvious, brother of ours," one of the twins piped up. "Since Harry is teaching them to defend themselves," continued the other, "they need to use those skills and defend themselves against Malfoy." "Exactly," said Daphne. "Otherwise, he'll never respect us. We'd just be targets when Harry isn't around if he's constantly leaping in to defend us." "Like the idiot has ever learned a lesson anyway," Harry grumbled. "True," answered Daphne. "But I think the lesson, even if it is not absorbed, is likely to mean more from us than it would from you. Malfoy already knows that you can kick his butt. Not like that's ever stopped him," Harry muttered. "Another thing you need to consider," said Tracy, "is that any of us was more than a match for him before we joined the club. Now that we've been attending for a while, he'd be even more overmatched. Trust us, Harry, we can handle ourselves when it comes to Malfoy." Though he complained a little more, Harry grudgingly admitted that they were right. The gid would still bear watching though. Harry would not put it past him to attempt to ambush his friends in some manner. If he tried that tactic, Harry would be all too happy to ensure he required the attention of Poppy Pomfrey. "There, Tracy, I told you he could be reasonable," Daphne said in a slight tone. "I'm not the one who said he'd want to remove Malfoy's liver." "Through his nose, Tracy," was Daphne's light-hearted reply. "You have to remember that part. And after all, you were the one who said he might be able to do it, just a little." A gleam in his eye, Harry interjected, "You know, that is worth considering." "All right, that's enough," Fleur interrupted, but though she attempted to affect a frown, Harry could easily see the mirth in her eyes. "If you teach the jerk a lesson, the professors will almost certainly be obliged to put you in detention, even if they don't like the creep any more than you do. You'll just have to hold your temper." "Yes dear," said Harry with a smirk, allowing himself to be led toward the exit. "You are so henpecked," said Ron with a snigger. "Maybe I am," was Harry's good-natured response, "but you wish you were." As they departed, Harry was amused to see the contemplative expression on Ron's face, and he did not miss the redhead's last words. "I don't know about that, but it does appear to have its advantages." Among the disadvantages to having a betrothed, however, not to mention, it appeared, to being part of the wizarding world, was the necessity of being known to society, and as Harry's family had generally been prominent for many years, his engagement to Fleur was a general topic of discussion. Add to that his elevated status as boy who lived and the mystique of Fleur being Vila, who were almost unknown in Britain, and the curious bordered sometimes on the intrusive. Though Dumbledore had ensured him that his mail was being screened by the castle's house elves, Harry understood that his mail sometimes numbered in the hundreds, from simple well-wishing cards, to requests to meet, to proposals of business, as though a teen of 15 had anything to do with business. The day after the club meeting, a letter arrived which put all this into focus for Harry, and he did not really like where it was headed. It was a letter from Fleur's father, suggesting, though perhaps it was a little stronger than a mere suggestion, that they hold a ball on New Year's Eve, so that Harry and Fleur could be introduced to British magical society as a couple. Needless to say, Harry, as a young teen, and already having a ball to attend before he left Hogwarts, was not exactly enthralled with the idea. Another ball, he demanded, once he had read the offending letter. Why would we need to go to another ball? To his side, Fleur sighed. Harry, magical society is not precisely modern, Hermione piped up. Exactly, Fleur responded with a smile at Hermione. British society is stuck in the, I believe you would call it Regency period, or maybe even the Victorian. Well, it depends what you mean, Hermione interrupted, her voice taking on her familiar lecturing tone. The official Regency period started in 1811 when George IV decided that his father, George III, was unfit to rule. He ruled as Prince Regent in his father's stead until George III died in 1820, and from that time forward as the actual king. However, the term Regency era often refers to a longer period, from the late 1700s, until George IV's brother William, who was king after George IV, died in 1837, and Queen Victoria's reign began, which, of course, was the start of the Victorian era. Glazed eyes and perplexed looks appeared the order of the day after Hermione's long-winded explanation wound down, and Hermione, suddenly realized that she had fallen into old habits and lectured them all, went crimson with embarrassment. I liked Jane Austen as a girl, and researched that stuff so I could better understand her books, she mumbled. Harry, who was sitting beside her, pulled her into a one-armed hug, and affectionately kissed her cheek. Don't ever change, Hermione, he said, amused to see her suddenly shift into a bashful state. The rest of the group were all smirking at her, and Hermione, noticing this, rolled her eyes and once again became businesslike. The magical world is more Regency than Victorian, from what I've seen, said Hermione. Though it's a little different from that too. Makes sense, I suppose, considering the magical world had been separated from the Muggle world for several centuries before. The magical world does not have the same level of societal rules or the concept of propriety which existed at the time of the Regency era, but the attitudes seem similar to a degree. I get it, said Harry. We are a couple hundred years behind Muggle society. What of it? Part of the rules of society back then was the idea of being known to society, or being introduced, Hermione continued the explanation. It was regarded as a necessary rite of passage into adulthood as, if you were not out, or introduced to the world at large, you could not participate in society. This is similar, I would guess, as it will introduce you not only as future head of House Potter, but also Fleur as your future lady. In many respects this introduction to society was very important to the future of the person, or couple, as the impression they created was remembered. And as a member of a family which has been influential for many years, this will set the tone for your future dealings with the elite of British society, continued Fleur. France is the same in many respects, and the magical world in general is many years behind the Muggle, partially due to the very conservative ideologies which pervade the magical world, but also because magicals are longer lived than Muggles. A person has longer to remember the way things were when they were young, and this coupled with the conservative mindset makes us much more resistant to change. What of Muggleborns? Harry demanded. They come from a completely different world. True, said Fleur, but Muggleborns are also not highly regarded in most parts of the world, though Britain is certainly at the extreme end of the spectrum. Purebloods as a rule do not trust Muggleborns and their new and radical ideas, and as they essentially rule the magical world, newcomers either must fit in, or live in the Muggle world. They're right, Harry, chimed in Ron, who had been listening to the discussion. You know my family is not well off. But even so, we are considered higher on the societal scale than a Muggleborn family, as we are pureblood. Still, even though I am higher on the social scale than a Muggleborn, I don't belong to the same social strata as the Potters, and unless we kept our friendship after Hogwarts, we wouldn't rub shoulders socially with you because of the differences in our wealth. Hermione, it appeared, was outraged. So as a Muggleborn, I won't have the same opportunities as purebloods. That's not completely true, said Ron. There are many Muggleborn successes. They are always looked on with a certain measure of disdain, due to their origins. But you already knew this. I did, said Hermione as she bit her lip in thought. But I always thought that there was the opportunity for advancement if I was willing to learn and work hard. There is, said Fleur. But there will always be that divide, and some among the purebloods will never accept you because of your origins. Then that would be like the landowners versus the merchant class in Regency times, said Hermione slowly, apparently in deep thought. Gentlemen farmers were considered part of the higher class while merchants, even if they were very rich, were looked down upon due to the origins of their wealth. Even if they purchased their own estates and became landed, merchants faced a long road before they were truly welcomed. A merchant could anticipate his descendants finally being accepted without the stain of being new money, but not until 4 or 5 generations had passed. That's a good analogy, said Fleur. But even within the gentleman class, there were differences which are analogous to magical society today. The Weasleys, for example, are considered to be among the humblest of the pureblood class, which would put them on the level of small estate-holding gentlemen of the Regency era. Technically, they are socially even with their richer counterparts, but in reality, a wide gulf divides them. Harry, with his background and family, would be on the wealthy end of the spectrum, analogous to the wealthy of the gentleman class, or perhaps even to the level of minor nobility. To a certain extent, it's wealth that matters, as well as pedigree. So the Weasleys are the Bennets, while the Potters are like the Darcys? Asked Hermione. Exactly, said Fleur with a grin. She then winked at Hermione's incredulous expression and said, I enjoyed Jane Austen as a girl too. Not all old magical families disdain Muggle culture and literature, you know. What of women? Asked Harry. In the Muggle world it's only been in the past 70 years or so that women have begun to close the equality gap with men. In that subject, the magical world has always been ahead of their Muggle counterparts, said Fleur. It probably has to do with the fact that a woman can hex your bits off if you suggest that she's inferior, joked Ron. Actually, that's part of it, agreed Fleur with a grin at the young redhead. As far as anyone has ever been able to determine, there is no correlation between gender and magical ability. Add to that the fact that for many hundreds of years witches were the more visible of magical practitioners, and for many years were the main potions brewers, makers of certain charms, among other things. It has made for relative equality between the sexes. It made sense from a certain point of view, Harry supposed. And he was not truly opposed to the idea of a ball. In fact, the idea of being close to Fleur for an evening was quite appealing, the closer they became. It was just the thought of being on display, as he thought of it, which did not appeal to him. Oh come on, Harry, Hermione interrupted his musings with a measure of mirth, you're not going to go all Mr. Darcy and refuse to dance, now, are you? I wouldn't think that Fleur can be described as being not handsome enough for you. Laughing, Fleur composed her expression into a haughty air of disdain and said, she is tolerable, but not handsome enough to tempt me. The two girls broke down in laughter, and though Harry was not familiar with the obviously quoted line, never having read the book, the implications were obvious. He grinned back at the laughing girls, saying, I would rather think that she would be saying that about me. Oh, you're more than merely tolerable, Fleur replied while putting an arm around his waist. I think you'll do just fine. Harry grinned back at her. So what you're telling me, in a roundabout way, is that I don't really have a choice. Oh, come on, Harry, said Fleur with a smile. You always have a choice. But surely a night of dancing with me is not too much of a punishment. Harry smiled and looked at her with some affection, before executing a rather elaborate bow. May I have the honor of escorting you to your father's ball, madam? I think that would be unavoidable, as it will be in our honor. Maybe so, said Harry, but I'd prefer not to take the chance of your being snapped up by some other, much less dapper, young man. Ignoring his obvious attempt at conceit, Fleur smiled and placed her arm in his. I would be more than happy to accompany you, good sir. I thank you for favoring me with your attention. The Saturday before the end of term was the final Hogsmeade weekend of the year. Perhaps more importantly, it was the final opportunity for the students to purchase a few items which always seemed to be required to make the best impression on others at a social event as important as the Yule Ball. Or, to be more precise, the female members of Hogwarts' student population needed to purchase a few final items. To the male students, such things were a matter of supreme indifference, though only the densest of them would have said such a thing within hearing of any young lady. Harry and his friends had gone together to the village, and the hustle and bustle of High Street was beyond what would generally be seen most weekends where the students were allowed to go. In particular, and unsurprisingly, Glad Rags was the busiest, with many students purchasing their accessories, and some complete outfits even, though Honeydukes, Zonko's, and the other shops in the village all saw their fair share of traffic. Harry could not help but imagine that the merchants of Hogsmeade were grateful for the newly formed tradition, as it guaranteed that the students would be in a frenzy of buying in preparation for the ball. "What about this one, Harry?" Startled, Harry stared up at the face of his amused betrothed, wondering if his expression was as vacant as he imagined it was. Having sat there for the past half hour while she rummaged through baubles and accessories, Harry's attention had quickly wandered, and now he was uncertain as to what he was being asked. "I think we've lost Harry's attention," Hermione said with a smirk. She had appeared from behind Fleur, with an expression which matched the one which currently graced the French witch's face. "All right, you don't need to gang up on me," Harry grumbled under his breath. Hermione's chuckle mingled with Fleur's silvery laugh. "All right, Harry, I think that's just about enough," said Fleur, finally taking pity on Harry. "Hermione and I will go and pay for our items, and we can move on." Gratefully, Harry nodded and waited for a few moments while the ladies settled their accounts before he escorted them out into the street and onto the next shop. While the three had come to the village with all of their friends, the group had had different priorities, and most had separated to their different destinations upon arrival, agreeing to meet back at the Three Broomsticks later, and leaving Harry with his two closest female friends. They made their way down the street to their next stop, the very small premises of Hogsmeade's only florist, Roses and Blooms. Though it was not a tradition in the wizarding world, Harry had thought it would be nice for Fleur to wear a corsage to the ball, and they had decided on a nice wrist corsage which would go with her dress and complement Harry's robes. In truth, it had taken little persuasion to induce her to accept it. She was a woman, after all, and in Harry's limited experience, most women liked flowers. Even his aunt, who had at times not even seemed very feminine to Harry, almost melted the rare times that Vernon had brought home flowers for her. It was at the florist where Harry had a slightly unusual conversation with Fleur which left him scratching his head. "Harry," she said in a low voice, "why don't you get Hermione a corsage too?" Hermione was at that moment admiring a beautiful, if odd, bloom on the far side of the room. This flower was obviously magical, considering the rainbow of petals, surrounding a center which was an amazingly bright shade of pink. Sensing from Fleur's tone of voice that she did not want Hermione to overhear their conversation, Harry responded, matching Fleur's tone. "What? Why?" Laughing lightly at what Harry could only assume with amusement at his cluelessness, Fleur put a hand on his arm and favored him with a bright smile. "She's your closest friend, Harry, I think it would be a nice gesture." Now Harry was by no means any sort of Casanova. His experiences with Fleur were quite obviously his first in a romantic relationship with any female. But regardless of his lack of experience, he was aware of the fact that a corsage was given to a woman by the man who was escorting her to a function, and the type of flower often said something about his intentions, or their status. As Harry was going with Fleur, would it not seem odd for him to give Hermione a corsage as well? Well, perhaps it was not quite as Harry had stated. In fact, they had all agreed to go as a group, as most of the group was officially unattached. Of course it was obvious that Harry and Fleur were together, and Neville and Luna, though nothing had been said openly, had begun spending a considerable amount of time in one another's company. The twins were also seeing Angelina and Alicia as well, though in a very understated manner for the usually irrepressible duo. Still, if they all went as a group, no one would be left out, and as Daphne had pointed out, there were more girls than guys, so this way it would be equitable and the girls would have to share. That still did not change the fact in Harry's mind that regardless of semantics, he and Fleur were going together. As such, he voiced his thoughts, rather ineloquently, even to his own ears. "But Fleur, I'm going with you." "That's not exactly true," was Fleur's reply. "Technically it is," Harry insisted. "I'll spend most of the evening with you, and our relationship is hardly a secret." "So what if it is or isn't?" Harry regarded her as though she was daft. Fleur knew more about the Muggle world than she was letting on. Giving a corsage to a woman is usually done when she's your date. And despite this, going as a group, thing we've cooked up, you are my date. Perhaps, but I don't think corsages are strictly for one's date, Fleur responded. Besides, they are not really used in the magical world, Harry. No one will know what it means. You can use it simply as a gesture of your friendship. Hermione will, Harry countered. So, said Fleur, tell her it's a mark of your esteem and in thanks for her continued support. And besides, Harry, she's a beautiful girl. I think it's a mark of your affection and esteem that you would offer to get her a flower. She is your best friend. Now Harry was becoming truly uncomfortable. Again, though he was not a complete dolt, he was aware of the fact that a girl would consider another getting too close to her boyfriend a rival, and would react accordingly. Fleur, however, appeared to be completely oblivious to the fact that she was talking Hermione's desirability up with all this talk of beauty and other attributes. Harry already knew his best friend was a very desirable girl. With the way Hermione had blossomed over the past year, he would have to have been blind not to notice. But he could never be with Hermione and would prefer to focus his attention on Fleur so he did not get distracted. Fleur, aren't you, that is to say, pausing, Harry pulled a hand through his hair in agitation, wondering how he could possibly articulate his question. A glance at Fleur and he was astonished, as the bee seemed to be laughing at him. Laughing. Did she not know that this was a serious matter? Fleur, you know I have no interest in Hermione, right? Oh, Fleur said with a raised eyebrow. Harry ignored the nervous butterflies fluttering around in his stomach and responded, she's just a friend. Harry, Fleur chided, I'm the one who suggested you get her a flower. I wasn't implying anything by it. I'm sure she'd appreciate it. So it was that Harry ended up purchasing 2 corsages from the florist shop. And though Hermione was obviously appreciative of the gesture, Harry did not miss the long look his friend directed at his betrothed when the offer was made. This, of course, did not help Harry understand the situation any further, but when the girls turned their attention to the blooms their enthusiasm helped the awkward moment dissipate. In the end, they chose a pale yellow rose surrounded by small pink carnations, symbolizing friendship and love for Fleur, while Hermione received yellow rose with white carnations, symbolizing the same friendship but loyalty and faithfulness as well. Privately, Harry thought the flowers would look beautiful on the wrists of the 2 ladies, and though they would not tell him what their gowns looked like, or even their colors, they assured him that the flowers would complement them nicely. The rest of the afternoon, Harry spent in blissful contemplation, looking forward to the time he would finally see them. What was that all about? Hermione hissed. They had arrived at the 3 broomsticks and were sitting in one of the booths, and as Harry had left to visit the men's room, Hermione finally had a chance to demand what Fleur had been about with the flowers. It could not have been Harry's idea, after all, even he could not be that clueless. Raising an eyebrow, Fleur replied in an exasperatingly mild tone, what was what all about? The flowers, Hermione sputtered, gesturing futilely. Hermione really liked her friend. They were almost to the point where they shared everything, but one of the things about Fleur which absolutely infuriated Hermione was her tendency to act innocent and sometimes downright stupid when she did not wish to speak about something, or knew that she had done something Hermione would not like. What, you don't like flowers? Hermione glared at her willful obtuseness. You know what I'm talking about, Fleur. Are you trying to push Harry toward me? Perhaps you need a little push. Please don't do this, Fleur, Hermione begged. I need to figure this on my own, and it's never going to happen if you interfere. Fleur sighed and followed it up with a wry smile. I won't, Hermione. I know that it is difficult for you. Part of me hopes that you will get on with this, but I know you need time. The flowers are really an understated thing, you know, no harm will come of it. At that moment, Harry returned to the table, and the rest of their friends started wandering into the pub, so Hermione had to be satisfied with the answer she received. She would not, however, stop watching her friend for any untoward behavior. Thus far Fleur had been very respectful of her need to decide this on her own and had not pushed. She supposed that the suggestion of the corsage was nothing more than Fleur had said it was, but Hermione could not help but suppose that it had been motivated, even if unknowingly, by a desire to induce Harry to see Hermione as she was, as a girl, rather than simply a best friend. So far Harry had not seemed to clue into that possible ulterior motive, which suited Hermione just fine. She would not allow herself to be pushed into a decision before she was ready. And to be honest, Hermione wondered why Fleur was so set on creating this match. She could have Harry to herself, after all, without any need to push a second wife on him. She appeared cheerful about it for the most part, but there were times when she let her guard down slightly, and Hermione could not be so certain that she truly wanted this. She was never overt, and brushed off any suggestion that they should take it slower, but that did not mean that she was completely happy about it. But she seemed to have settled on having Hermione become another wife and pursued it with determination. Another awkward moment, for Hermione, anyway, occurred early the next morning. Though mail was often light on a Sunday, most families tending to write to their charges on the weekend and send it so the mail arrived on Monday, that morning saw Fleur receive a short letter from her father. Hermione watched her as she opened it, noting the smile and the growing excitement with interest. It was not until Fleur turned to her that Hermione had any inkling that the letter had anything to do with her. "My parents would like to invite you and your family to Château Delacour for Christmas," she said, her excitement coming out in a bubbly sort of way, which Hermione had rarely seen in the older girl. Startled, Hermione said nothing for several moments, though she did catch odd looks from both Ron and Ginny. She immediately understood. The Weasleys had had Harry for Christmas in the past, and even knowing that he would be spending it with Fleur and her family this year, it was likely a bit of a shock that they would not see him on that day. "Are you sure?" she finally responded. She was hesitant to accept, knowing that Harry still needed time with Fleur and her family, time to get to know them and become more comfortable with them. Hermione would just be in the way in that endeavor. "Absolutely, Hermione. My parents like yours very much, and we would all be very happy if you would join us." "You should go, Hermione," Ron spoke up. It was sudden and startling for Hermione that he should speak up in such a fashion. Ron, however, did not notice her hesitation. "You've never spent a Christmas with Harry before, well except last year, and then we were all preoccupied with the ball and everything that went with it." Harry immediately voiced his support for the plan, and Hermione directed a smile at both him and Ron, all the while feeling a little ashamed of herself. She had almost expected Ron to go on one of his jealous snits that she had been invited to spend the holidays with Harry, but he had not. She had not taken into account the fact that Ron had improved remarkably in the past few months. She resolved to do better in the future. "But wouldn't you like to have Harry alone for the holidays?" Hermione asked in one last feeble attempt. "He's joining your family, after all." Laughing, Fleur replied, "Actually, I think it's more accurate to say that I am joining his family. But Harry and I have come a long way," she continued, directing a smile at Harry and taking his hand in her own, "and I think we can manage the distraction you would be." Pretending affront, Hermione glared back at her friend. "In that case, I don't see how I could not serve as your distraction." Laughs echoed around the table, and Hermione smirked at a now complacent Fleur. "I will have to ask my parents, of course." "Of course," Fleur responded graciously. "I'm glad you are considering it, Hermione," Harry said with a warm smile, and Hermione suddenly felt the butterflies fluttering in her stomach again. Harry had never realized the devastating effect of his smiles on half the girls in Hogwarts, and certainly not on herself. If he had, Hermione was certain he would quit smiling altogether, disliking the attention as much as he did. Moreover, she was very afraid that if he ever did learn how they affected her in particular, that she would not survive the experience. And so it was done. Within a few days, Hermione had her reply from her parents, delivered by the ever-dependable Hedwig, whose services Harry had offered for the task. Her parents replied that they would be delighted to accept their invitation. And Hermione found that she could not but anticipate it keenly, a Christmas spent in the company of her parents, her best friend, and her closest girlfriend. What could be better? The Yule Ball was in full swing and had been for several hours when Harry sank down into one of the chairs, grateful for the respite. He had danced nearly every dance that evening, with just about all of his friends, and had surprised himself by enjoying the festivities immensely. Given his experience at the last ball he had attended, he would have thought he would not have had a good time, but apparently the ability to choose one's own partner, rather than accepting one out of desperation, while pining after another girl, and the fact that he was not now the center of attention, worked wonders for his enjoyment. Hermione and Fleur, with whom he had spent the bulk of the ball, had just gone to refresh themselves, and Harry was happy for the respite which allowed him to rest for a few minutes. Well, look who has deigned to join us mere mortals, Ron jibed good-naturedly from his side. The group of friends had commandeered a couple of tables to one side and sat there whenever they were not engaged in dancing. In addition to Ron, one of the twins was also present, his other half was somewhere on the dance floor, as well as Tracy, Ginny, Susan, and some of the other club members were sitting at nearby tables as well. I didn't know you were so much of a dancing machine, Harry, Ron continued in a teasing tone. I'm not sure you've sat down the entire night. Not a whole lot, Harry agreed, feeling lethargic and companionable in the company of his friends. I seem to have been in demand a lot tonight. Tracy snorted. When you speak like that, it's no wonder most of my house thinks you have a big head. Lifting a glass in salute, Harry took a swig of his drink before setting it down. That's because most of your house has never tried to get closer. I'm actually quite pleasant and rather dashing when you get to know me. Another louder snort and roll of the eyes was all the answer Harry was to receive. He waggled his eyebrows and grinned at the girl, noting the fact that when Tracy actually took the time and effort to do something about her appearance, she was actually rather pleasant to look at. He suspected she did not care much to please others, though part of her reticence might have been because she knew that she would never equal her closest friend in looks. Daphne was, after all, a very pretty girl. In fact, he thought with a chuckle, he was not the only one who had noticed the beautiful Slytherin. From his first sight of her that evening, Ron had seemed smitten, and hardly able to take her eyes from her. Predictably, Daphne had rebuffed Ron's efforts to become better acquainted, though Harry had not missed her secret smile at having an effect on the boy. They had danced a couple of times that evening, but if Harry were a betting man, he'd wager that no romance would result between the two. Daphne was a rather refined girl and Ron, while he'd certainly made progress, was still rough around the edges. He likely always would be, Harry thought fondly. Your vision in blue returns, the twin at the table spoke up, interrupting Harry's reverie, and he looked up and saw Hermione and Fleur making their way around the edges of the room towards him. He was once again struck by just how lovely they both were and was reminded of his reaction upon first seeing them. Harry waited in the Gryffindor common room, pulling a little at the collar of his shirt. He was uncertain how a garment which had been worn by men for centuries could be so uncomfortable, and with the black bow tie, which seemed an indispensable accessory to the suit he was wearing, it seemed all the more uncomfortable and constricting. His suit was similar to that from the previous year, but of better cut and finer material. He had stayed with the mainstays of black trousers and a black jacket, over which he wore a long wizard's cape. The only article of his clothing, other than the shirt, which was not black, was the smart royal blue waistcoat he was wearing, an item Fleur had insisted upon. She told him it would go nicely with her ball dress, and Harry was not about to argue with his betrothed. Ron was waiting with him, thankfully dressed in a set of black robes of his own and not in the awful old robes he had had the previous year, as were the rest of his group of friends. Or the boys were, at least, the girls had not yet seen fit to join them, understandable, Harry supposed, due to the great effort they seemed to take with their appearance. Privately, though he would never say it to any of the girls of his acquaintance, he was glad it was the fairer sex who had to put up with such things as makeup and the like. Not only did it make them even more pleasant to look at, but it also meant that he did not have to deal with it himself. They had waited for some time, lounging in the chairs in the common room and making small talk, when Neville, whom Harry had noticed becoming more impatient all the time, suddenly stood from his chair. I'm going to go to the Ravenclaw common room and meet Luna. I'll see you all at the hall. Though he managed his declaration with credible composure, he certainly could not have missed the snickers and the knowing looks which were directed at him as he exited the room. The shy Gryffindor had been gaining confidence and his interest in the flighty Ravenclaw had not gone unnoticed. A noise on the stairs caught Harry's attention, and he looked up to see Angelina descend to the common room, followed by Alicia and Katie. They all looked smart in their dresses, and very pretty indeed. Harry, however, could not suppress a sting of disappointment that it had not been Fleur. Angelina, apparently noticing his reaction, smiled at him merrily. Don't worry, Harry, she's almost ready. Shall we stay around and watch as his eyes fall out of his head when she comes down? Katie asked in a stage whisper. Sniggers met Katie's comment, and Harry glared at her severely, which, of course, did nothing to suppress her mirth. Of course, Alicia said between giggles. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Over the next few moments, more Gryffindor girls descended the stairs, and though they were all dressed up and looked amazing, Harry had eyes for only one girl. It was, therefore, only a few moments later when she stepped down into the common room. Though he had known that he would be amazed, the fact was he was almost struck dumb with awe by just how wonderful she looked. If she had been beautiful the previous year in her silver dress, this year she was positively breathtaking in her sky blue gown, a color which perfectly set off her fair skin and flowing blonde hair. The gown was modest, though it had a touch of daring, as it had just one strap over her left shoulder, fitting tightly around her bust. It was gathered at the waist, and spilled down in pleated waves around her legs. The dress was accentuated by a wrap of the same shade as his waistcoat which was draped over her shoulders. Her hair was pulled up into an elaborate pile on the top of her head, and the earrings in her ears chimed as she moved. She was, in a word, beautiful. And then she stepped aside and Hermione descended, and Harry felt all the air leave his lungs once again. The intervening year of growth and maturity had done wonders for Hermione. The previous year she had looked pretty in her blue dress, this year, she was amazing. The dress was a darker shade than the previous year, approaching a midnight blue. It was cut in an empire style, with the waist just below her B-easts, from whence it spilled on her body in straight waves, hanging down to her ankles and shimmering in the light. Rather than do her hair up as she had done the previous year, she had gathered it in a knot at the base of her neck and allowed it to fall freely down her back. She looked enchanting and, Harry noticed distractedly, her dress also complemented his waistcoat nicely. "Oh, Fleur, I think you broke him," said Hermione quietly, as they approached him. They were close enough that Harry did not think the rest of the room had overheard her comment, though further snickers were in evidence at his obvious reaction. "We broke him," Fleur replied, the smugness in her voice unmistakable. Hermione swatted at Fleur with mock displeasure before turning back to Harry and meeting his eyes. Though he had the impression that Fleur had meant for him to notice them both and was not put off in the slightest by his admiration of Hermione, in addition to herself, now was not the time to consider such things. Indeed, any rational thought seemed beyond him at the moment, swallowed up in the brilliance of the two dazzling enchantresses who stood before him. Moving before he had any real conscious intention of doing so, Harry stepped forward and, taking Fleur's hands in his own, he leaned forward and at her, almost shocking himself in the process. The Harry of old would never have made such a blatant and open display of emotion. "You look wonderful, my dear," he said as his lips grazed hers. "You will be the most beautiful girl at the ball." He had not thought the confident and self-assured Fleur knew how to blush, but her cheeks and neck immediately bloomed, and she shyly returned his gaze and murmured her thanks. Harry was left wondering just how far down her blush extended. He then immediately shook his head mentally to free himself of that random thought, and returned her smile, noting to himself that regardless of his reactions or feelings, she was a wonderful girl who deserved his respect, and thinking in such a manner was not in any way respectful. At least at this point in their relationship. Harry then turned to Hermione, who had been watching their display with amusement, and drew her forward to her cheek. "I am amazed how much more beautiful you become every year, Hermione." As if on cue, Hermione's cheeks immediately matched Fleur's, and though she appeared unable to respond, her brilliant smile more than made up for it. Turning, Harry grasped the two boxes which had sat beside him on the chair, all the while hearing the murmur of the other students in the room. Comments such as, "How romantic," or, "When did our Harry become such a charmer?" echoed through his ears. But while he was normally reluctant to be in the spotlight, he decided that at this moment he simply did not care. He pulled out the corsages, grateful for the kind witch at the shop who had put a stasis charm on them to keep them fresh, and fastened one on Fleur's wrist, and then the other on Hermione's. He then put the boxes aside and, smiling at the girls, extended one arm to each, and said, "Shall we?" They exited the room and with their friends in tow, made their way down the stairways toward the great hall. Harry used this time to clear his head of the muddle it had become, and to try to affect a more confident demeanor. It would not do to appear in the hall like a slobbering baboon, after all. They had almost arrived when Ron sidled up to him, Hermione having dropped back to speak with Ginny. "Hey Harry, what's with the flowers?" "It's a Muggle tradition," Harry replied. "At most formal occasions, a guy will get his girl a corsage for her to wear. The flowers can have special meaning as well." "Then why did you get one for Hermione?" Ron's tone was somewhat suspicious, but Harry, not really wanting to think about the matter further, deflected him with the answer which he and Fleur had discussed in the flower shop. She's always been my biggest supporter, Ron. I got her one in thanks for her friendship and help. Though Ron's eyebrows furrowed in thought, he immediately nodded and smiled at Harry. Well, that's okay then, I guess. Exaggeratedly, and with a certain level of satisfaction at the ability to tweak his friend's nose, Harry slapped Ron on the back. Sorry, Ron, I didn't think you'd appreciate the flowers. Otherwise, I'd have gotten some for you too. Ron's answering glare was enough to send both Fleur and Harry into gales of laughter. He walked away from them, feigning an injured air, saying, Merlin. The guy gets a pretty girlfriend and suddenly he thinks he's a comedian. Smiling to himself, Harry rose and greeted to the two girls, daring to bend and put a key on each of their hands, amid the sighs and giggles of the nearby girls. They both sat at the table and the group descended into chatter, while Harry gazed about him, taking in the sights and sounds of his second Yule Ball. The scene in the Great Hall was similar, yet subtly different from the previous year. While the theme still centered on winter, and the icy decorations and falling snow still dominated, there was more of a hint of reds and greens throughout the hall. In particular, the trees were decked with gaily sparkling red garlands and blue fairy lights, and the icicles and snowflakes twinkled with a decidedly red and greenish hue. It was all done in an understated fashion, but it served to brighten and bring warmth to the room, which had been clearly cold, though beautiful, the previous winter. Harry wondered if the colors were meant to represent some Muggle Christmas traditions, and then if the purebloods were aware of the fact that red and green were the de facto Christmas colors in the Muggle world. A quick glance at Malfoy, who was seated on the other side of the hall, revealed nothing, though the blonde did not appear to be staring at Harry with anything more than his usual level of rancor. Professor Dumbledore did not reveal anything to Harry's quick glance either, as he merely smiled and winked before turning back to his conversation with Professor McGonagall. Shrugging, and not considering the matter of any real importance, Harry turned his attention back to his friends. The current number had ended, and many of the club members had begun drifting over in their direction. As there was a lull in the music, due to the band taking a break, the area became quite busy with chatter and laughter, and Harry reveled in the feeling of interacting with close friends. The irrepressible twins immediately christened Harry's table the Champions Table, as the only two champions from the previous year to be in attendance were both seated there. As always when the twins' antics were over the top, Harry merely rolled his eyes at them and returned to the conversation with his betrothed. However, unlike earlier in the ball, when his gaze had been solely reserved for his affianced and closest friend, Harry kept one eye on another girl sitting at a nearby table. He was not in any way being unfaithful to his betrothed, but he had thought about his behavior the previous year, and realized that there was one to whom he owed an overdue apology. He was determined to make it that evening, in as public a setting as possible. As the band returned to their instruments and the first strains of music once again settled over the Great Hall, Harry stood and, excusing himself from his companions, made his way to the table to put his plan in motion. As he walked away, he noted Fleur's smile. He had made the French witch aware of his plans, and she had approved wholeheartedly. He made his way around his friends, noting the fact that some were watching him curiously, and stopped in front of a pretty dark witch, who was dressed in a lavender gown. "Hello, Parvati, may I have this dance?" The Indian witch looked up at him, startled, for several moments before she smiled and accepted. Harry led her to the floor, and they took their positions. The dance started and Harry began leading her about the floor, and though he was not a good dancer by any stretch of the imagination, he thought he managed to acquit himself admirably, and certainly better than he had the previous year. "Parvati, I wanted to apologize for my behavior last year," Harry said once they began to dance. "I should have paid more attention to you and made sure we both had a good time. I failed you, and I wanted you to know that I am truly sorry for it." She had clearly been expecting something of this nature, as Parvati immediately smiled and inclined her head. "It's okay, Harry. I know you had a lot going on with the tournament and all." "That doesn't excuse how I acted," insisted Harry. "It was a night to have a good time and to make sure you had a good time, and I sat and brooded. I wanted to let you know that you're a beautiful girl, and that I shouldn't have treated you that way." "It doesn't excuse it," she replied with a laugh. "But it does make it understandable." "Thank you, Harry. I accept your apology. I should have known better than to expect more from it than you intended." Confused, Harry looked at her in askance, wondering to what she referred. Laughing, Parvati continued, "You really don't know what effect you have on girls, do you, Harry? I allowed myself to imagine I was a princess that night, and that you were the handsome prince who would sweep me off my feet." Harry could only gape at her, wondering if she was having him on. Parvati only laughed harder at his incomprehension. After a few moments of merriment at his expense, she took pity on him. "You excite the imaginations of so many, Harry, and you do it so effortlessly. It's not only your fame, though that's a part of it, but it's also your personality, how you try to make everyone feel like they are important. It's how modest and unassuming you are. Most girls in the school would give their right arms to be with you." "I'm no prince, Parvati," Harry managed to stammer after a few moments, uncomfortable with the praise. "No, you aren't," Parvati agreed. "You are a wonderful young man, who has his faults, as I unfortunately found out last year." Harry once again became shamefaced again at this observation, but Parvati was having none of it. "You have your faults like we all do, but still you're a wonderful person. If you ever have need of a second wife, please let me know, I'd be honored to accept the position." Eyes widening with disbelief, Harry stammered, "Second wife." "Oh, Harry," Parvati said with a laugh, "don't worry, I was just joking. And besides, I think we all know who is most likely to get that particular title." This last was said with a smile and a glance in the direction of the tables, and Harry, though he had a suspicion that perhaps Parvati was aware of something he was not, would not have pursued that particular conversation for all the galleons in Gringotts. By the time that Harry had recovered his composure, the dance had ended. Gratefully, he took Parvati's hand and escorted her from the floor, depositing her at her table with her friends. Padma, who had watched them with interest, smiled and nodded at Harry, and he smiled in return, before excusing himself. He sank down in his seat beside Fleur gratefully, wondering if he would ever understand women. Fleur smiled and kissed him on the cheek, telling him that it was right for him to make the apology in the manner that he had, and that she was proud of him for doing it. Knowing that his closest male friend had made a similar impression the previous year, Harry tried to catch Ron's eye, and gestured with his head toward where the twins were sitting. Ron, however, had already risen from his seat. A few moments later, he led the other Indian witch to the dance floor, presumably to make his own apology. The prevailing mood amongst Harry's extended group of male friends was that Fleur was absolutely stunning that evening, a sentiment with which Harry had no argument. And it was a good thing that the other girls, who were all very pretty themselves, did not appear to hold any grudge that Fleur outshone them all. However, though Fleur had had compliments aplenty, no one put it in quite the manner which Seamus did. As a self-appointed connoisseur of feminine attraction, Seamus spoke up a few moments after the Ron had left for his dance. "Harry, you are one lucky bugger," he said in a rather inelegant and blunt manner. Though Harry would never count Seamus as a close friend, they had mended their differences to a certain extent, enough that Seamus did not question Harry's assertion that Voldemort had indeed returned. Thus, Harry was more than willing to banter with the other boy. "I can't really argue with that statement." "Nor should you," Seamus responded with a snort. "I mean, you have the audacity to become betrothed over the summer, which keeps you out of trouble with the ministry. And instead of being tied to some warty old witch, which would have been poetic justice, by the way, instead you end up with the most beautiful witch any of us has ever laid eyes on." Again Fleur blushed, though she directed a quelling look at Seamus. Harry was enjoying himself far too much to protest. "I think anyone would count themselves lucky to be betrothed with Fleur. Who wouldn't be attracted to her?" A chuckle from Harry's side focused his attention on Dean. "I'm pretty sure I know he wouldn't be," he said, cocking his head towards a table across the hall. Everyone listening to the conversation followed his direction and looked over, where it was obvious to whom Dean was referring. Malfoy sat at the table surrounded by Pansy, his goons and a few others of Slytherin House, and the glare he was directing at Harry appeared to be the garden variety glare which he usually used absently whenever Harry was in the area. It was a glare which seemed to accuse Harry of being alive, rather than containing the burning hatred which would have incinerated him on the spot had Malfoy had the power to do so. "Malfoy," Seamus demanded with scorn, "who cares what he thinks? Besides, it's not surprising he wouldn't be attracted to such a fine specimen of female beauty, he's always been a bit of a poof anyway, don't you think? The entire table burst out into laughter, and Seamus, grinning, affected an expression of innocence. What? You know he's always hanging around with those two gorillas. I'm betting that his thing with Parkinson is just a screen. He doesn't really pay her a lot of attention, does he? The laughter grew exponentially, and as the entire area's attention was on Malfoy, it was easy for the Ponce to deduce that their laughter was at his expense. If his deepening scowl was any indication, it seemed like their merriment was not endearing those involved to him. The outburst also caught the attention of the rest of the occupants of the hall, though most of them merely shook their heads and went back to whatever they were doing before the interruption. Dumbledore did allow himself a smile of indulgent amusement before he returned his attention to his discussion with the other professors. Of course Fleur, not being a native speaker and still having some difficulty with colloquial English, was lost by Seamus's statement. A poof. This, of course, sent Harry into further spasms of laughter, and it was several moments before he, or anyone else, was able to respond. Even Hermione, straight-laced as she was, had laughed, though she had tried to affect a stern and disapproving demeanor. Predictably, it was the aforementioned Hermione who recovered enough to attempt an explanation. A poof is, well, she stammered and stuttered, clearly uncomfortable with trying to explain such a matter to Fleur. It's a guy who likes other guys, Luna butted in. She had been nearby listening to the conversation the entire time, sitting with Neville, and though she appeared to be as airy and spacey as she usually was, her eyes gleaming rather suspiciously. The information caused Fleur's eyes to widen. You are calling him a ped. Unhomos. Yule. That's exactly what we're saying, Seamus responded with a smirk, to everyone's continued amusement. Fleur watched Malfoy critically for several moments before she turned back to Harry with a slightly mischievous smile on her face. You know, he might have a point. Harry laughed with the others and then stopped to think in a most exaggerated manner. I wonder if I could put that into my repertoire of insults I keep especially for the little prick. When he noticed Hermione's disapproving glare amidst the laughter, Harry held his hands up in defeat. Don't worry, Hermione, I have no plans to use this insult against him. I somehow don't think he'd respond very well. He seems to have a rather high opinion of his virility. A swell of laughter once again echoed through the group. It was at that moment when the band began to play again, and Harry rose and extended his hand to Fleur in invitation, which she accepted with a smile. It was a slow song, and though there were no specific steps to be adhered to, Harry was quite content to hold her close and sway to the music. They continued thus for some time before Fleur let out a sigh and leaned closer, resting her head upon Harry's shoulder. I'm glad we decided to move our relationship forward, Harry, she said. There are certainly some benefits to be had. Chuckling, Harry pulled her closer and continued to dance with her, reflecting upon how nice and how right this felt. Benefits indeed. For Fleur, the night was magical, and everything she had hoped the last Yule Ball could have been. But whereas that last ball had begun with promise and ended with disappointment and an unwanted level of attention, this one was made enjoyable by one whom she truly esteemed, and had not been ruined by Roger, whom she had seen around the hall, but who had been intelligent enough to keep his distance. She was thrilled at the reaction Harry had had to her appearance earlier, and while she knew that true relationships were not built upon nothing more than physical attraction, she knew that it was an important component. If his looks and glances since then were any indication, she knew that she would not have to worry about his level of attraction to her, regardless of whether or not their feelings ever progressed as far as Fleur hoped. And they were progressing. As Avila and being in tune with the emotion of love, she knew that the first stirrings were beginning for both of them. It was thrilling. She could never have imagined that they were moving to such a level so effortlessly when she had first learned of the betrothal. A canute for your thoughts. Harry's voice broke through Fleur's reverie, and she smiled at him as they continued to dance across the floor. Nothing in particular. I was just thinking about how far we've come and how easy it's been. Well, it helps when a guy gets such an amazing betrothed, Harry said with a waggle of his eyebrows. Flatterer. Fleur accused with a laugh. It's true, was his quiet reply. I didn't know last year how amazing you were because I never really took the time to get to know you. But you are amazing, Fleur. I'm happy that everything has worked out the way it has. Unable to respond with words, a very pleased and emotional Fleur stretched up and Ed his lips softly, and though the action was chaste, it conveyed a depth of emotion, returned by Harry, that left Fleur almost breathless. The romantic interlude continued for some moments before they both broke it off, neither completely comfortable with such overt displays of affection in the middle of a dance floor. As they continued to move together in complete harmony, Fleur was led to reflect again upon how the situation had worked out, and to be grateful that Harry was who he was. If he had been a different person, it could have turned out much, much worse. But with Harry, she could almost taste the happiness in her future. The evening had grown late and many of the students had already sought their beds, though the more adventurous or those who were attending with their special someone were still in attendance. The last dance was important for such couples, after all. Of those few not dancing, Hermione Granger sat at the table she and her friends had occupied all evening. On the whole, it had been a satisfying evening, she thought, even though she had not had a specific date like she had had last year. In fact, it was even more pleasant. Victor had behaved like a gentleman, but he had really been quite dull. He had been very nice and attentive, but he had come off as slightly less than gifted intellectually, and had not been able to carry on a conversation about anything other than Quidditch. She could never have dated him, though his request for her to go to Bulgaria to visit him, coupled with his request to write, had made it appear like he, at least, had hoped for such a relationship to develop. Tonight she had danced with many of her friends, but for the most part she stayed with Harry and Fleur. Though Fleur had obviously been Harry's first priority, Hermione felt that Harry had likely danced almost an equivalent number with her as with Fleur. Of course, she could not help but feel that some of the purebloods in the room watched her, knowing of the possibility of Harry having more than one wife, and wondering if she would accept such a proposal. When she had first realized it, she had been irked, but she had quickly come to the conclusion that it did not matter, and had taken to ignoring the looks, both real and imagined. Now as she sat, drained by the evening's activities, watching the proceedings, she vacillated between being disinterested, while on the other hand being slightly envious of her fair-haired friend. She was well aware of the fact that she should not feel this way. It had always been a foregone conclusion that Harry would dance the last with Fleur. Hermione liked Fleur and considered her to be a close friend. They were very good for each other, she felt, and would make each other happy. That did not stop her from wishing that she was in Fleur's place, dancing with the boy that she not so secretly fancied. The feeling was especially unnecessary given what Fleur had offered her, the chance to be with Harry as well. To say that Hermione was still conflicted and uncertain was certainly an understatement. Much as she wanted to accept Fleur's proposal with alacrity, she was held back by her insecurities. She was well aware of the fact that Fleur thought she was still hesitating because of the Muggle world's view of plural marriage, but while that did give her pause, it was certainly not the main source of her indecision. Hermione was afraid, plain and simple. It had seemed like such good advice at the beginning. Fleur had been certain that Hermione would be on equal footing, as her relationship with Harry was of long standing, and that would balance whatever inequality she imagined there existed in their looks. There was no denying it. While Hermione knew that she was a pleasant, and perhaps even attractive girl, she could in no way compare with the beauty that Fleur possessed. And therein was the crux of the problem. Hermione felt even now that she would be forever overshadowed by Fleur, especially now that Harry and Fleur's relationship appeared to be progressing at a steady pace. She knew it was stupid to feel this way. She knew that Harry had a big heart and that he was not ruled by the more superficial things in life. If she were ever to be married to Harry, she knew that he would cherish her as much as he did Fleur. But the knowledge still did not overcome her fears, regardless of how much she told herself that her fears were silly. Sighing, Hermione sat back in her chair and forced her gaze away from the dancing couple. She was still young, only 16, and she had plenty of time to figure this dilemma out. It was not a decision she had to make any time soon. Boyfriend trouble, Granger. Startled, Hermione whipped her head back around to see that Malfoy had approached her and was staring at her with a sardonic eye. Bugger off, Malfoy. The blonde ponce merely smirked. Oh, it's quite obvious, you moon around Potter like he's the second coming of Merlin. It's quite pathetic, actually. Hermione turned away and ignored him, but Malfoy appeared not to notice. Out of the corner of her eye she could see that his attention was focused on Harry. It's too bad about Potter, really, he continued in a slightly introspective tone. It was obvious to Hermione that he was thinking out loud, and was not truly paying attention to her. I mean, even though he's just a half-blood, he could be acceptable due to his family's long heritage, even if they have polluted their bloodline frequently with the blood of their inferiors. But he's blind to the reality of his situation. The Potters have a long history, and with his fame and fortune he could literally have almost anything, or anyone, he wanted. Instead he saddles himself with creatures and mudbloods. I could have protected him from that, but he chose to become my enemy instead. Maybe he finds you and those who agree with you nauseating, was Hermione's terse response. I know I do. You would, was Malfoy's sarcastic response. Those who are inferior must cling to something to justify their existence. Really, I can see no difference between a mudblood like yourself, and the Vila. One flavor of filth is really not much different from another flavor, after all. You're so charming, Malfoy, Hermione drawled. I can't imagine how any girl wouldn't swoon at the sound of your honeyed tones making love to them. An elegant eyebrow rose at her declaration. Well, I am a pureblood, after all. Any girl would be lucky to have me. Modesty is such an attractive trait. Hermione's tone was practically scathing, but it did not appear to faze Malfoy in the slightest. Those who have something to be modest about can be modest. I have no such need. You're delusional. Malfoy smirked and paused to rake his eyes over her form, a leer coming over his face. You know, Granger, if you're having trouble getting a boyfriend, maybe you should try me out. I bet I could show you a good time, better than that wimp Potter, anyway. You have such a way with words, Hermione simpered outrageously. Any girl would swoon if you spoke to them that way. But what about Parkinson? Isn't she your betrothed? Pansy will do what she's told. Besides, I can have more than one wife, or didn't you know that? He regarded her critically. Though the title, wife, is a little too good for a mudblood like you. How about, plaything, instead? You've a much higher opinion of yourself than you ought, given the fact that you've never managed to best me or any of my friends. It appeared that reminding him of his frequent failures was making him cross, as his expression darkened in response to her retorts. And just for the record, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot wand, Malfoy, so I suggest you confine your wooing to someone stupid enough to saddle herself with you. Malfoy. A voice surprised both of them, and Hermione looked up to see Harry standing there, staring at Malfoy with an annoyed expression on his face. Of course, that was normal when it came to the Slytherin. Don't you have some rock you need to go crawl back under? Potter, Malfoy snarled in return. I'm just having a private conversation with Granger here. Why don't you butt out? I'm sure she has better things to do than banter with you, Harry rejoined. You can run along now, and don't forget to not come back. Hermione thought that Harry was showing remarkable restraint, given the history between himself and Malfoy. But the Slytherin was not about to depart without one final jab at his nemesis. One of these days, Potter, you will be put in your place. And I aim to be there to witness it. With that he turned and stalked off. Harry was all solicitous with Hermione, questioning her closely about what Malfoy had said to her and how he behaved, and his concern touched her heart. She assured them she was fine and that she had been able to handle Malfoy without any help, and even then her friends were not truly mollified. Still, Malfoy was Malfoy and there was not a whole lot they could do but ignore him. And put him in his place when he crossed the line, of course. I can't imagine that he'd think you would give him the time of day, Fleur commented once Hermione had finished telling her story. I really don't think he was serious, Hermione replied. It was more just an attempt to insult me. The crap that spews from his mouth never does change. He does ooze slime in a rather Malfoy-esque fashion, Harry opined, prompting a look of amusement from Hermione. Oh, and this is the result of your determination to insult him less. Hermione teased. Harry merely smiled and assumed a rather arrogant pose. That's only in public. When I'm by myself or with my friends, I feel no need to censor myself. I'm only telling the truth, he is slimy, you know. Laughing, the three friends left the Great Hall and followed the other students, who were even now exiting now that the ball had come to an end. They mingled for some time, ultimately making their way back to Gryffindor Tower. There, Harry gallantly kissed each of their hands, thanking them for a wonderful evening, and wishing them a good night. Hermione entered her dorm smiling and thinking that if she ever did decide to accept Fleur's offer, that she would certainly not be disappointed with Harry. He was everything she could ever want in a man. Now if she could only convince herself that it would work out between the three of them. The problem with this particular Yule Ball was the fact that the Hogwarts Express was due to depart the following morning. It was true that most of the students, even the boys, who would normally be almost allergic to such an activity as dancing, enjoyed themselves very much. However, as most of the students had stayed at the ball until at least midnight, and almost no one had been in bed before 2, the idea of rising at 7 to eat breakfast and prepare for their departure was not exactly welcome. Thus, it was a rather tired and grumpy school of students who gathered in the Great Hall the following morning, minus those who were to stay at the school over the holidays. Of course, those few souls were rather smug in their ability to sleep in. Not much was said over breakfast by any of Fleur's friends, most concentrating on their breakfast and the fight to stay awake. Fleur, having completed most of her schooling at Beauxbatons, and having experience with their more sensible custom of flowing to and from the school, was amused by the lethargy of her less than chipper friends, thinking that the ride on the Hogwarts Express was likely to be as subdued as any in recent memory. Soon breakfast was eaten, bags were packed, and the entire school made their way to the train station and boarded the train, settling in for the long trip home. Fleur's group of friends situated themselves in 2 adjacent compartments and hunkered down for the long trip and, as Fleur had surmised, most of them immediately rolled up their jackets or other articles of clothing, rested their heads upon them, and promptly fell asleep. But though she was fatigued herself, Fleur found that she was unable to join them, as she was simply too keyed up with anticipation for the coming days. Since their relationship had begun to deepen, Fleur's level of excitement for her future and the future of her relationship with Harry had risen accordingly. She could now see a very happy future with her betrothed, something in which she had not always held a high level of confidence. She had always known that she would be content. Harry's personality was such that even if he was never able to give her anything more than his hand in marriage, she would at least never suffer as his wife. But being Vila, love was an intrinsic part of her makeup, and she knew that if she and Harry had never developed a true bond of love, that something would always have been missing from her life. Harry had still not actually said the words to her. It would have been too early for such a step in any case, but Fleur knew that he was feeling the first stirrings of love in his heart, and it thrilled Fleur. Her hope was flourishing and she did not now doubt that it would come to fruition. It was more than she had dared to hope. Weighty thoughts. The sudden words startled Fleur from her reverie and she turned her head and noticed Hermione watching her with a slight smile on her face. A quick glance around the compartment revealed that everyone else was asleep. Not precisely weighty, she responded in a low voice, but rather happy ones instead, I must say. Hermione cocked her head to the side, saying, "Can you share?" Speaking over Harry, who was resting between them, was not ideal, but Fleur gamely leaned forward and continued speaking, again quietly so as to avoid waking anyone. "Just that Harry and I seem to be progressing much more quickly than I had any right to expect. And that's where we differ," Hermione said with a wry smile. "Personally, I think you had every right to expect that your relationship would progress quickly. It may not have been evident back in the summer, but you are actually quite well suited, and though Harry is not shallow, who wouldn't be drawn to you? You are very beautiful, Fleur." As usual, Fleur was somewhat embarrassed at the reference of her physical attributes. There had been times in the past where she had wished she was not considered to be beautiful, due to the problems it had sometimes brought her way. "I know you don't want Harry to be drawn to you simply for your looks," Hermione continued, "but you are well aware of the fact that it's not just that. He'd have to be dense not to realize your excellent qualities." "I've certainly noticed his," Fleur said with a fond glance at her betrothed. In truth, she'd known of them almost from the start. At least she had after their first meeting in her unfortunate, little boy, comment, when she had started knowing him a little better. Perhaps it was best that she had not grown up with the constant boy who lived focus which existed in British society. It allowed her to see Harry for what he was, rather than the preconceived notions of him that his countrymen appeared to have. "But it's all so new to me," said Fleur with a sigh. "I expected to have a great deal of difficulty in finding a mate who would look past my looks or my heritage, and having one essentially fall into my lap has at times been disconcerting." Hermione's visage became amused. "What?" The ever-composed and confident Fleur has been disconcerted. "You've destroyed my faith in the order of the world." Leaning over, Fleur swatted Hermione's knee playfully, earning nothing more than a laugh from her friend. "I'll have you know that I'm certainly not always confident," Fleur replied with a mock glare. Hermione said nothing, but her grin was unmoved. "What about you?" Fleur asked. She was a little hesitant about bringing up the subject as she was certain Hermione was not ready to make a choice, but her curiosity and some of the signs she was seeing suggested that her friend's feelings for Harry were deepening rapidly. "Have you given any further thought about what we discussed?" Sighing, Hermione leaned back against the seat, making it difficult for Fleur to see her around Harry. Hermione did not reply immediately, and Fleur, sensing that she was working through her own feelings, left her to her thoughts, waiting patiently for her to respond. Finally, Hermione sighed yet again, and glanced back at Fleur, her expression rueful and somewhat frustrated. "I have," she confirmed. "In fact, sometimes I wonder if I've thought of anything else." "And?" Fleur prompted after Hermione had fallen silent for several moments. "In nothing," was Hermione's simple reply. "I have strong feelings for Harry, you already know this and have known from the beginning. But I have no more answer for you today than I did back in the summer, or even October for that matter. I don't know if my feelings are strong enough to encourage me to live in that kind of relationship, and until I do, I'd prefer to keep it to myself." "Does it matter?" Fleur asked. "If you love Harry as much as I expect you do, I would think that that would overcome any other concerns." "But there are still other problems," insisted Hermione. "I come from the Muggle world, and I'm not sure my parents would understand or accept it if I decided to pursue this. And that's not even considering the question of whether I can be with a man who is with another woman at the same time." "I know it's hard," Fleur replied, trying to be sympathetic to her friend's struggles. It was hard for her too, she reflected. There were times that she wanted to rescind the offer and keep Harry all to herself. But she was doing this for Harry, she told herself, at times when such thoughts dominated. "It is," Hermione agreed. Her gaze then shifted from introspective to piercing, and she affixed upon Fleur. "What about you? Are you certain this is a wise course for you? Wouldn't you feel jealous if Harry also loved another woman? And if I actually agree with this and am able to convince Harry, wouldn't you be jealous when he's with me?" "I have considered all this," said Fleur with a sigh. And she herself had questioned the wisdom of pursuing this path constantly. In fact, the deeper her relationship with Harry became, the stirrings of doubt had begun to assail her more than she would have liked. Could she truly abide seeing Harry with another woman with whom she suspected he held a much deeper relationship than the one he had with herself? But she was firm, telling herself that Harry deserved this, for what he would otherwise be required to give up with Hermione. She would never wish to come between him and anyone else, regardless of what he was gaining by the enactment of this betrothal. "The quick answer is that I don't know for certain. But I do know that I would never stand in the way of Harry's happiness. Fleur, maybe you should consider the possibility that you can give Harry all the happiness he needs without sacrificing so much." Hermione's words were gentle and understanding, but laced with a certain firmness that Fleur had often heard from the girl when she was trying to make a point. "I am actually becoming more and more confident that I can make Harry happy," Fleur responded with a smile. "But I also know he is in love with you. This is an exception which I think is easy for me to make. It would not be nearly as easy if it was, say, lavender brown." Hermione laughed. "I definitely don't think lavender is his type." "That's a relief." The two friends shared a moment of humor, which effectively broke the somewhat serious mood which had descended over them. "I know you've thought this over from every angle, and I won't push," Fleur continued, smiling at the younger girl. "But I won't promise not to be curious. I'm certain you won't." The topic was dropped, and after a few moments of desultory conversation on other topics, Hermione's eyelids began to droop, and she settled in next to Harry, fast asleep within a few moments. Though she would have liked to join her friends in slumber, Fleur still felt wide awake. She spent a few moments considering Hermione's words and the dilemma which faced her, but nothing new which would help her came to mind. She would simply have to allow Hermione to work through her feelings in her own way. As for her own feelings, well, that was something she would just have to work through as she went along. Hermione's insight had touched a number of feelings and thoughts she had had herself, especially since her first key with Harry, and they affected her level of security with this path she had chosen. Still, she had made the decision, and she would stick by it. By the time she had settled this within her own mind, Hermione had toppled slightly from where she had been resting, until her head now lay on Harry's shoulder. Fleur allowed herself a soft smile at the sight. It was rather endearing, to be honest, just exactly how comfortable they were with each other. She was certain of Hermione's feelings for Harry, and she hoped that Hermione would come to terms with them in time. It was at that moment that the door to the compartment opened. Fleur looked up to see Ginny Weasley standing, obviously ill at ease, gazing into the compartment with a slightly bashful expression on her face. She relaxed slightly when she saw that most of the compartment's occupants were asleep and, after taking a deep breath, apparently to calm herself, she addressed Fleur. Fleur, she stuttered. I was wondering if I might have a word with you. Sure, Ginny, Fleur replied before rising to follow the younger girl from the cabin. In truth, Fleur had been waiting for this for some time. Though a multiple marriage was not exactly a common occurrence, the rules and customs were set out and established by tradition. It was the prospective bride's responsibility for approaching the first wife to gauge her receptiveness to her as an additional wife. While this did not need to be done from the first moment of acquaintance with the man, it was definitely required before anything formal, or even informal, was decided upon. It was a quirky custom perhaps, as it completely bypassed the husband, but as the wife held the authority as to whether or not a woman would be allowed to marry her husband, Fleur supposed it made sense. For Ginny in particular, it was quite obvious that the girl still harbored hopes to become one of Harry's wives. Thankfully, she had been much more discreet about her feelings, even going so far as to attempt to be a friend to Harry, rather than see him through the prism of the boy who lived, or a prospective husband. But still, Fleur had seen enough of her behavior the previous evening to know that her dream was alive and well. Her eyes had hardly left him the whole night, and the moment when he had asked her to dance, almost 2/3 of the way through the evening, her face had lit up with equal parts pleasure and shyness. It had been obvious to anyone who had happened to have been looking at the time, as Fleur had. Fleur was aware of enough of her history to know that Ginny's mother had filled her head with dreams of the boy who lived since she was old enough to understand. But though Fleur was not exactly privy to Harry's thoughts, she was almost certain that he did not have any feelings for Ginny beyond that of a younger sister. Ginny was almost certain to be disappointed. The moment the door closed behind the two girls, Harry's eyes snapped open and he looked through the window after Fleur's retreating form with some incredulity. Had Hermione and Fleur just been speaking of what he thought they had been speaking of? Unlikely as it seemed, it all made sense. The way the two of them had hit it off from the time Harry had become betrothed to Fleur, the manner in which they sometimes appeared to be speaking, yet avoiding any chance of his overhearing, the comment that Parvati had made the previous night, and now the conversation between them, which had been extremely light on specifics, beyond the two girls' feelings, he admitted, all added up to one thing that Harry could never in his wildest dreams have imagined. Fleur was encouraging Hermione to consider becoming a second wife. Was such a thing even legal? He supposed it must be, if Fleur had suggested it, and Hermione was actually considering it. What he was not aware of was exactly how he felt about the idea. Or perhaps he did. Turning his head slightly, Harry gazed at the form of his best friend as she slept, her head comfortably resting on his shoulder. He was well aware now of the feelings he had for Hermione, feelings which he had not even known existed before the previous summer, or perhaps more accurately he had simply not understood them, but had been trying, rather unsuccessfully, to suppress since he had become aware of them. If Hermione was amenable to the idea and it was actually legally possible, how could Harry not jump at the chance? Then why did he feel so guilty, like he was betraying Fleur? Was it natural to feel so deeply for two women? Besides, was it not greedy in the extreme to even be considering marrying the two most wonderful girls he had ever known? And was it even possible? Of course no answers came to Harry, and for a moment he actually considered approaching the two girls and asking them what they were about. And then reality set in and Harry thought of the awkwardness of asking such a thing. No, he would not approach the two girls. He would figure out the answer for himself. Surely there had to be some information on the subject in the library at Hogwarts, perhaps in a book on wizarding customs, or something about marriage. That was what he would do, he would search for himself. As for Hermione and Fleur, he would allow them to continue on as they were. Hermione had some valid concerns, and she would need to resolve this dilemma on her own. But Harry would discover what the possibilities were and be ready with his answer, if she ever came to the resolution that she wanted to be with him. He fidgeted a little in his seat to find a comfortable position and allowed his head to tilt to the side until it was resting upon the crown of Hermione's head. He knew his feelings for Hermione and knew what he wanted his answer to be. But he would never hurt Fleur. If they were both able to convince him that it was what they wanted, the decision on his part would likely be an easy one. Fleur and Ginny adjourned to the entrance to the next car back, where they could be assured of some privacy, and Ginny turned, her nervousness obvious. Fleur was filled with compassion for the young girl. Whether she ended up with Harry or not, she was a good girl and Fleur had no wish to see her hurt. Fleur, Ginny began hesitantly, I wanted to ask you, well, what I mean to say was, Ginny trailed off for a moment before she visibly squared her shoulders and said in a rush, I was wondering if you'd consider me for a possible second wife for Harry. Amused, Fleur smiled at Ginny, hoping to put her at ease. I'm not exactly married to Harry yet, you know, replied, trying to be as gentle as she possibly could. Isn't it customary to approach the wife after she has already married the man? Perhaps, Ginny said with a tremulous smile. But I'd like to get it out there from the start. Ginny, why do you want to formalize this now? Fleur asked. You're only 14, surely you have some time before you need to worry about betrothals. I know that, was the girl's stubborn reply. But I've spent my whole life dreaming of being Harry's wife, and being his friend the past few months has shown me what a great guy he is. That essentially sealed the deal. It was obvious where Ginny had gotten her obsession. Her mother had to have been encouraging this. Though Fleur could not say to precisely what extent Mrs. Weasley had encouraged Ginny, or even whether or not she had been right to do it, she did, at that moment, wish that Ginny was not quite so single-minded on the subject. However, as Fleur had already told herself, Ginny was a nice girl. Perhaps she just needed the facts to be laid out to her now so that it was very clear. Then she could move on with her life and allow things to develop as they would without trying to force the issue. Listen, Ginny, Fleur told her, I will never stand in the way of Harry's happiness in any way. If he at all returned your feelings, I would have no problem at all approving you as another wife. However, Fleur could see Ginny's expression, which had brightened as Fleur had spoken, fall once again, and she could sympathize with the girl. But, this needed to be said, and she would not sugarcoat the stark reality of the situation. However, I suspect that Harry does not see you that way, she continued. If you watch him closely, I think he sees you as a sister and friend. Before the beginning of the school year, I believe you were nothing more than his best friend's sister, but you've certainly made a lot of progress in that regard. Ginny thought about it for several minutes, her slightly tremulous countenance betraying her dismay. But if I've made progress, couldn't it become something more in time? Absolutely it could, Fleur agreed. Ginny, I don't want to discourage you, but I also don't want you to get your hopes up too much. For the time being, I certainly will not formalize anything more, unless it is Harry's desire. We are just getting used to each other, we don't need another relationship right now to complicate things. You'll approve of it in the future. The request was given so earnestly, Fleur had to smile. The girl was persistent, if nothing else. Again, it will depend on Harry. If he wants it, and if he is in love with you, then I won't stand in his way. But I will be completely honest, I suspect that there is someone else who is much more likely to become a second wife, if she decides she wants to take that step. Seeming to intuitively understand exactly of whom Fleur was referring, Ginny nodded her head in a thoughtful manner. At least Fleur had given her pause, and something to think about. I'll give you some advice, Ginny, said Fleur. Try to live your life without this all-consuming desire to be noticed by Harry. You've made a lot of progress in becoming Harry's friend, but I truly believe that you need to consider other options. Or maybe you don't even need to consider this subject at all right now. You are only 14, after all. You don't need to find your life mate now. You don't think I'm compatible with Harry? Ginny asked. I don't necessarily have an opinion about that at all. All I'm saying is that you should allow yourself to consider other possibilities. You don't want to be stuck in a marriage down the road and find out that you should really have gotten to know your spouse better, or realize that you really didn't want to be only one of his wives. Take some time when you're young to allow yourself to see beyond what you've always imagined. The possibility that you have never even considered may be better than the future you've always thought you might have. Pleased at the thoughtful expression that now adorned Ginny's face, Fleur squeezed the girl's shoulder with some affection, and turned to go back to the compartment. As she was leaving, Ginny called her again, and she turned to once again regard the young girl. "Thanks for the advice," she said with a bashful smile. "I think you're right, but don't be surprised if we're having this conversation sometime when I'm older." "You're welcome," said Fleur. "And I think I can safely say that when it comes to Harry, nothing surprises me." They shared a laugh before Fleur left Ginny to her thoughts and once again returned to the compartment where her friends still slept. This time, however, she was feeling the fatigue of the late night and, hoping that her thoughts had been corralled sufficiently, she sat on the bench and leaned up against Harry. She was fast asleep within minutes. The express stopped at the station and within moments its occupants had disembarked for the holidays. Leave-takings were kept short, as the separation between most friends was to be no more than 2 weeks. And though Ginny bid a fond farewell to all of her friends, a part of her could not but be disappointed and a little jealous of Hermione's good fortune. Her separation from Harry would be of only a few days' duration, after all. Ginny, together with her brothers, approached her parents who were waiting for their arrival and, after their greetings were exchanged, they left the platform and exited the platform. It was only a few moments later that they were home. Ginny's parents had simply side-along apparated them from a secluded alley with Ginny and Ron, with the twins following on their own. Grateful at last to be home, Ginny immediately made her way up the stairs to her room, intent upon thinking about her conversation with Fleur, not to mention all that had happened since she left for Hogwarts in August. At least this was one of her reasons for her quick retreat. The other was the fact that she had felt her mother's eyes upon her since she had greeted her parents at the station, and her mother's preoccupation while seeing them all settled once again into their homes seemed like a good opportunity to escape having to speak about the situation with Harry for a while. Besides, she wanted to work her way through her feelings before her mother began demanding that she answer the inevitable questions. Entering her room, Ginny sighed and, dropping her bag by the side of the bed, sank down onto the bed and lay back against her pillow. Her mind instantly focused itself upon the things of which she had spoken with Fleur. She was not unhappy with the other girl, nothing could be further from the truth. She was more disappointed than anything else. Fleur had brought up some extremely good points, after all, things which Ginny had never considered before. Had she been closed to all other possibilities, focused to the exclusion of all else of her desire to one day be with Harry? Until Harry's trial and subsequent betrothal to Fleur, Ginny would have said no. In fact, she had made a resolution with herself upon returning from school the previous June. Frustrated by her inability to even hold a coherent conversation with Harry, she had determined that she would stop trying so much, and simply allow herself to have fun. At the time she had felt that if things had happened with Harry then, she would be happy to go along with the flow, but if they did not, then she would deal with it at that time. But what had seemed like a good idea when Harry was still a shy, introverted teen, with no prospects for a girlfriend, let alone anything more, turned out to be so different when confronted with the reality of the betrothal. The reality that he was already taken had proved Ginny's resolution to be so much bravado. Even Hermione reinforcing what Ginny had already decided earlier in the summer had not fully deterred her. Ginny supposed that she had been quite good about not being too overt, but the prospect of a life without Harry had induced her to attempt to get closer to him. After all, if she could not have all of Harry, then settling for some of Harry seemed like a reasonable compromise. But Fleur's advice that morning had struck a chord within Ginny. The older girl was completely correct. This infatuation with Harry was such a part of her that she could not think of any time when her feelings had been any different. She had been focused on him, starting with the stories she had heard frequently as a girl, then by actually meeting him and realizing that he was not at all what the stories had said. Not that she had ever truly believed the fanciful children's tales with which she had been raised. And somehow, the fact that Harry was just a young boy with insecurities and an aversion to any kind of recognition endeared him to her all the more. So in light of all of this, Ginny had to admit that Fleur had been entirely correct. She had never allowed herself to think of any other possibility for her future. But why? Why should she be fixated entirely on Harry? Surely she was so young that she need not even consider such things for several years to come. And could she even be happy with other wives involved in the equation? She had certainly never considered the idea of a multiple marriage, even while she had always known of the possibility, or even the likelihood, of Harry having more than one wife, given the state of his family. It seemed like a serious oversight on her part. But could she do it? It was with these thoughts in mind that she passed her first 2 days at home. Fortunately for Ginny, she was able to put her mother off for far longer than she had any right to expect. After a quick breakfast the following day, she had spent the rest of the day with Luna, and when she had arrived back home, had spent some time in the company of her entire family. Her mother, though perhaps not always completely circumspect in the manner in which she dealt with her family, was not about to have this conversation in front of everyone. It was Monday morning when Ginny found herself completely unable to avoid the Inquisition any longer. Her father had left for work and her brothers had gone out to the Quidditch pitch to fly on their brooms, and Ginny, as she was still pondering the situation, was not quick enough to escape. The conversation began with the typical banal platitudes about how the school year had gone and what she had learned in her studies, which Ginny, of course, found rather amusing, considering the fact that she and her brothers had already had this conversation with both of her parents. But as they talked, Ginny quickly arrived at the opinion that her mother, though affecting an interest in what they were discussing, was more than a little impatient to get to the subject which was the real thrust of their tête-à-tête. Clearly she hoped that Ginny would bring up the subject, but perversely, Ginny decided that she had no intention of speaking of Harry unless her mother forced her to do so. It was, therefore, that her mother finally became impatient and opened the discussion herself. "And how is Harry, dear?" The words were spoken in a credible manner which her mother undoubtedly intended to be nonchalance mixed with polite curiosity, but Ginny, who knew her mother quite well, could see through her in an instant. Deciding further that her mother's behavior should provoke a similar response, Ginny responded in a manner for which her mother was most certainly not hoping. "Harry is well. I've seen a lot more of him this past term, what with the defense club and all. It's nice to see him finally happy, and I think that his relationship with Fleur has really taken off." Though her mother appeared as though she had just swallowed a gallon of bubo tuber pus, she forced a smile. "That's nice. He's such a nice boy, he deserves a nice girl to settle down with, when he's little older, of course. Then you'll be happy to know that Fleur is a very nice girl. I see her as a big sister already." Her mother regarded her for some moments after her glowing report of Fleur, before she sighed and leaned forward, clasping Ginny's hands between her own. "Ginny, I think I know my daughter, and though you put a brave face on the situation, I know how intense your feelings are. Aren't you upset or disappointed at Harry's betrothal?" "Disappointed?" Ginny asked. "Of course I'm a little disappointed. Upset? No, not at all. I've had this infatuation for Harry a long time, but I always knew there was no guarantee that he would ever notice me. I'm sure I will get over the disappointment. It's not what I would have wanted for you." Her mother began in a very hesitant manner, "but have you ever thought of the fact that Harry may have more than one wife? Have you considered approaching Fleur?" Of course she had, but Ginny would never admit to her mother, even under the influence of Veritaserum, that she had done exactly what her mother was suggesting that very morning. "I'm not sure if I could live that way, Mother," Ginny prevaricated. "And I have no indication that Harry sees me as anything other than Ron's little sister." She had not, and neither had Fleur, and with the older witch's abilities, the knowledge of Fleur's opinion made her own doubts seem all that much more real. She was still not certain what she felt about that, but she was certain she would come to some sort of resolution in time. "I just hate to see you upset," was her mother's worried comment. "Don't worry, Mum," Ginny responded. "I think it's time to move on with my life. All I ever had was an infatuation, and I know that I need to learn to see beyond that. Who knows? Eventually something may happen between us, but I'm not going to pine away waiting for it. And besides, I'm only 14. It's not like I have to rush to get married." "You're right, I suppose," her mother said with a sigh. "It's just, well, I've always indulged in the hope that Harry would take a fancy to you. Especially since he's such a nice boy." "I know, Mum, but if it is meant to be, it will happen. Otherwise." The thought did not need to be expanded upon, and Ginny was content to allow the conversation to come to an end, as her mother appeared to have nothing more to say. But Ginny was encouraged by her mother's reaction. She half expected, given Molly Weasley's well-known temper and insistence on getting her own way. That she would dig in her heels and refuse to see sense. Now Ginny just had to work through it in her own mind and come to terms with it herself. A long, dark hall, stretching eerily off into the distance. Shelves line the walls, shelves which hold row upon row of dusty orbs, gleaming dully in the gloom. Orbs. Yes, dusty, slivery orbs, of unknown substance. Each is placed within its own niche built into the shelves, carefully immobilized so that it cannot move or fall. What can they be? No matter. Unimportant. The shelves and their orbs continue on into the distance, never ending, never beginning. Nothing breaks the monotony. Movement. A flash of something in the distance. Shapes, indistinct, shrouded by the murky light. Approach. How? Is there a way? No matter. The figure comes closer and its indistinct form solidifies like a tower looming through a thick fog. It appears, materializing into the shape of a man. The man walks slowly through the gloom. He peers this way and that, clearly looking for something. Or scouting. Much like she is doing. She. Who is she? Does it even matter? Caution is required. The man continues slowly down the aisle, scanning the gloom. Looking for something. Follow. Suddenly the man turns and gazes back toward. Harry starts. The figure is known to her. Red hair, slightly balding, jovial features, though etched with concern and caution. The man is Mr. Weasley. What is he doing here? Where is here? Stillness. Motionlessness. Mr. Weasley begins to walk again, still carefully studying the hall. After a moment, she follows, slowly gliding toward him. Gliding. Harry's gaze rotates back and forth, realizing that following is impossible. Harry has no arms and legs. No arms and legs. What a ludicrous thought. But though Harry tries to look for them, see them, even if he cannot feel them, her eyes stubbornly remain fixed on the form of Mr. Weasley, who is getting closer all the time. She approaches and sees the form of her enemy towering above her. Enemy. Mr. Weasley is not an enemy. Why is Harry so much shorter than the Weasley patriarch? Harry is not overly tall, as has been sometimes lamented. But surely Harry is not that short. And Harry has grown in the past months. Faster. Speeding over the tiles of the floor. Mr. Weasley is now only inches in front of her face. The first indication the man has that something is wrong is when Harry's sinuous body begins moving up his leg. Sinuous body. Harry gasps with recognition. She is a snake. She wraps herself around the body of the human interloper, an evil gleam in her eyes. Just as her master would, she delights in the fear which suddenly blooms in the man's countenance. Harry can only struggle against his bonds, witnessing the attack with rising horror. Mouth open wide, she rears back and hisses before darting forward. Gasping, Harry jolted awake and sat up, his chest heaving, his heart beating wildly, seemingly trying to force its way from the confines of his body. The sheets had been twisted around him and he could feel the slightly oily sheen of sweat dripping from his forehead and staining his bedclothes. Wearily, Harry wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, vainly attempting to suppress his trembling. Starting, he looked down at his hand, inspecting it as though he had never seen it before. Its form, the lines upon his palm, they were all familiar sights, but almost seemed alien in the aftermath of the dream. There he had not had arms or legs, just scales, eyes, and long gleaming fangs. Suddenly remembering, Harry's eyes opened wide and he remembered the last instant of the dream, the feeling of gliding up Mr. Weasley's body, and the moment when the snake had reared back to strike. Nagini. But why was he dreaming of Nagini? What could it possibly mean? And was it real? Grimly, Harry grabbed his wand from a nearby table. Given his history with dreams of Voldemort, he could not take the change that it was not real. Expecto Patronum, he cried, and from his wand, the silvery, comforting form of his stag Patronus leapt forth. But whereas it would normally have immediately begun searching for enemies, this time the stag merely stood silent, waiting for him to direct it. He smiled. It was exactly as Hermione said it would be, when she had researched the spell and told him of its other uses. Go to Dumbledore, he commanded the Patronus. Mr. Weasley has been attacked by Nagini in a room full of globes. The stag bowed its head before stamping its front hooves and galloping from the room, speeding through the walls as though they were not even there. Confident that the message would be carried and accepted, Harry swung his feet over the side of the bed and stood from the bed, his legs still feeling unsteady from the dream. He left his room and made his way down the corridor, knowing that Jean-Sebastian would want to be notified of what had happened. He wondered what time it was, though it was difficult to tell due to the shortness of the midwinter days. He thought it was likely no later than 4 in the morning, and likely much earlier. Arriving at the door to the Delacour's room, he took a quick breath before knocking on the door, his manner much more urgent than he had intended. It was only a moment before he heard footsteps approaching and the door opened to reveal the Delacour patriarch. His hair was tousled from sleep and he had hastily thrown a dressing gown over his shoulders. His countenance became instantly concerned, obviously recognizing the distressed expression Harry knew he was wearing. "Harry, what's wrong?" he asked as he stepped out into the hall and closed the door. "Something has happened," Harry blurted out. Though he opened his mouth, presumably to question further, Jean-Sebastian looked around and then motioned for Harry to follow him. Harry was grateful. The hallway was not the location to be having this conversation and he was feeling slightly lightheaded as his rush of adrenaline faded. They proceeded down the hallway, stopping when Fleur's door opened and she stuck her head out, frowning when she saw them. "Papa." "Harry, what is wrong?" Jean-Sebastian glanced between Fleur and Harry, and motioned to his daughter to come with them. "I don't know, but it seems like Harry has something to tell us. You may as well hear it now as have Harry repeat it in the morning." Fleur frowned at Harry, but he just gave her a tired smile in response, to let her know he was well. They continued along their way until they had arrived in Jean-Sebastian's study several moments later. Motioning them to a pair of chairs which were positioned in front of his desk, Jean-Sebastian sat in his own high-backed chair, his fingers steepled in front of him. Harry felt almost like a piece of meat being inspected, though he knew that Jean-Sebastian had no intention of intimidating him or making him feel as such. "Well, Harry, what has happened?" Jean-Sebastian asked a moment later. "Considering we're all sitting here quite calmly, I assume it's not that urgent." Clad in a warm dressing gown, Apolline stepped into the room as Jean-Sebastian spoke, her expression concerned. She stopped to clench Harry's hand in her own, offering support for which Harry was immediately grateful. Apolline then sat in a chair which was situated to the side of the desk and, taking her husband's hand in her own, turned to await Harry's explanation. Slowly and haltingly, Harry began to tell them of his dream and his experience, recounting in an almost emotionless voice the horror he had felt upon realizing that he was in the mind of a snake, and had bitten his closest friend's father. Alarmed, Jean-Sebastian rose from his desk in agitation. "We need to summon help for Mr. Weasley. I sent Dumbledore my Patronus," Harry blurted. Jean-Sebastian peered at him for several moments before nodding. "Good thinking, Harry. I didn't know that you knew of that application. Hermione researched it when I was learning it in 3rd year," Harry replied almost shyly. "She told me what she'd found. Still, we should make sure that Arthur is receiving assistance," Jean-Sebastian declared. He moved to the flow and began speaking into it. It appeared that Fleur and Apolline were perceptive enough to realize that he had no desire to speak. As they were silent, Apolline in apparent deep thought, while Fleur held his hand and brushed her thumb lightly across the back in a soothing fashion. Harry attempted to think of nothing while he waited, content to drift on the currents of his thoughts without truly dipping into them. It was some time before Jean-Sebastian's movement caught his attention and he looked up from the half-sleep he had fallen into. "Well, it appears you were right, Harry," he said. "Though Dumbledore is trying to keep it as quiet as possible, Arthur was attacked tonight, and it was your quick actions which saved him." Breathing a sigh of relief, Harry slumped in his chair and rubbed his eyes wearily. Dreaming you were a snake was disconcerting, but at least in this instance he had been able to help his friend's father. But where was he? Harry asked after a slight hesitation. What was he doing? I don't have any answers for you, Harry, Jean-Sebastian responded. And though Harry suspected he knew more than he was letting on, he was content to let it go. He was too tired and drained to protest what would normally annoy him. But rest assured, Harry, I will investigate and get to the bottom of this. I'm concerned about these dreams you have. First it was Voldemort, and now his familiar. We need to find out what's going on, and put a stop to it. Harry could only agree. Having Voldemort in his head and his dreams was even more wearing on him than the psychopath would otherwise have been simply by being after his hide. At that moment, Harry wanted nothing more than to seek his bed and the oblivion sleep would hopefully bring. Seeming to sense this, Jean-Sebastian regarded him with an expression of compassion on his face. I think perhaps the answers will come to us in the morning. We should return to our beds. Sighing gratefully, Harry left the room with Fleur accompanying him. They said good night with a quick key outside her door, and Harry returned to his room. He sank down thankfully on the mattress and closed his eyes, allowing sleep to overtake him. But while he was soon asleep, his sleep was fitful that whole night, and he woke many times to the stillness of his room. Neither Voldemort nor Nagini invaded his dreams again, but the night terrors which did were indistinct shapes, calling out to him with distorted voices and mocking tones, bearing gleaming fangs. The morning after Harry's vision saw Jean-Sebastian Delacour gathered with his wife and Sirius Black in the ambassador's mansion, determined to get to the bottom of whatever was happening with Harry. He had always known that Voldemort had an unhealthy fascination with his ward, but things were becoming a little too personal and close to home for the French ambassador. The night before, after Harry had been sent back to his bed for the rest of the night, Jean-Sebastian had immediately contacted Sirius at his residence in France, and his friend had flown to England through the private flow connection. Jean-Sebastian had installed at the mansion as a safety exit. Together with Apolline, they discussed the situation long into the night, finally deciding that they had to approach Dumbledore to obtain the answers. If anyone knew them, it was the headmaster. They were preparing to go to Hogwarts the next morning, and Jean-Sebastian's mind was working over the events and the answers he wanted from Dumbledore, but he was concerned about their ability to obtain the answers in the face of the man's obvious reticence. In particular, a snippet of the previous evening's conversation stood out in Jean-Sebastian's mind. "You know Dumbledore will not give up his secrets lightly," Sirius said while leaning back and rubbing his eyes tiredly. Jean-Sebastian peered sharply at his friend. "He would try to keep as important a matter as this from us, Harry's guardians." "It's the way he is," Sirius replied with a shrug. "During the first war with Voldemort, he played his cards very close to his vest. You would fight for a man who did not trust you with knowledge you needed to fight effectively." Though Sirius did not dispute Jean-Sebastian's words, he did attempt to explain his reasons for following the headmaster. Dumbledore was the only one who was doing anything. It was a dark time. You could never know who was secretly allied with Voldemort, and the Ministry was fighting a losing battle. Dumbledore gave us information at certain times which helped us fight the Death Eaters, but the most important secrets he kept to himself. Considering Sirius's comments, Jean-Sebastian was not impressed with this knowledge. A firm believer in the necessity of people knowing what they were fighting against and what they were fighting for, to Jean-Sebastian such secrecy was almost incomprehensible. Perhaps it was better that he remove his family along with Harry back to France to protect them. He decided to wait until after the conversation to make any decisions, but given the events of the previous evening, he knew that a refusal by the headmaster to be explicit could very well push him in that direction. "You must not think that Dumbledore is evil, or that he deliberately conceals things that others need to know," Sirius spoke up again, interrupting Jean-Sebastian's thoughts. "There are times when his reticence can be maddening. But there are also some things which I believe he keeps to himself because they are vital to our efforts and to prevent the enemy from gaining an upper hand. He just sometimes takes this to extremes." "Well, he had better be prepared to share with us," was Jean-Sebastian's firm reply. "If he doesn't, he'll have me to contend with," Apolline stated, her voice low and menacing. Now Jean-Sebastian understood that Dumbledore had fought against the darkness for a good part of his life, and that he had fought the good fight, and emerged victorious more often than not. However, he could not countenance such secrecy in the man, not if he was to be effective in protecting not only Harry, but his family, and those under his employ at the manor. In a sense, all those who had followed him here from France had put their lives on the line in supporting him in his role as ambassador. And as for Harry, Jean-Sebastian was genuinely impressed with the young man and wanted what was best for him. If there was anything in Dumbledore's secrets which affected him, he had a right to know, and Jean-Sebastian would be damned if he allowed Dumbledore to obfuscate and hold onto his secrets like a man adrift at sea holding onto a branch of a tree. To effectively oppose the darkness, it was necessary to share all pertinent information. And in the back of his mind, Jean-Sebastian was feeling a certain measure of guilt that he had kept the prophecy from Harry, especially so soon after promising that he would be open with the young man. That needed to be rectified. A quick flow call later and Jean-Sebastian and Sirius were stepping through the flow to Dumbledore's office. Fortunately, Jean-Sebastian had convinced Apolline to remain at home with the children rather than accompany them. His wife, though intelligent and thoughtful, possessed a fiery temper, which in a large part was a trait of her Vila heritage, and Jean-Sebastian doubted her ability to remain calm in the face of what he suspected Dumbledore would have to tell them. Jean-Sebastian, Sirius, Dumbledore greeted them as they stepped through into the headmaster's office. The elderly man appeared exhausted, as though he had been up most of the night. And Jean-Sebastian suspected he had, with the news which Harry had sent to him the previous night, and the efforts he knew the headmaster had been making to keep the situation as quiet as possible. I cannot say that I'm surprised to see you here this morning. Nor should you be, Jean-Sebastian responded. Sirius and I are very concerned about the situation with Harry and we need to know what is happening. The place Harry described in his vision sounded like the Hall of Prophecy. Can we assume that his dream had to do with the prophecy you referred to last summer? Dumbledore nodded. I suspect it did. Nagini seems to have been a scout and she came across Arthur by chance. But what was Arthur doing there in the first place? Sirius asked. Members of the Order have been keeping an eye on the hall, Dumbledore responded. Though I did not know that Arthur was going to check on it last night, from what I understand, he was working late, trying to complete some tasks before the holidays, and decided that it would be the perfect time to check quickly and make certain nothing was amiss. It was simple coincidence that Nagini happened to be there at the same time. Sirius and Jean-Sebastian shared a look. He's after the prophecy. I can only assume. He must realize that he does not have the full text, and rather than risking another confrontation with Harry, he must be determined to know the full contents. Harry has stood up to him several times and lived, after all. That must be difficult for one of Voldemort's ego to take. Is the prophecy in danger? Jean-Sebastian demanded. Should we take Harry in to retrieve it? I would recommend against that at this time, was Dumbledore's firm response. Nagini appears to have been an advanced scout and the magics protecting the prophecy orbs are ancient and powerful. It will take some time for the Dark Lord to circumvent them. Besides, taking Harry to the Hall of Prophecy would almost certainly attract attention and there are certain elements at the Ministry that remain ignorant of the prophecy. It is in our best interests to keep it that way. It was obvious that Dumbledore was referring to Fudge, though the existence of the prophecy was best kept from everyone who was not currently in the know. And Jean-Sebastian could not fault Dumbledore's logic, the man had clearly thought this through and his reasoning was sound. This was not what Jean-Sebastian had come here to know, and as such, he was more than willing to drop the subject in favor of more important concerns. Very well, said Jean-Sebastian, after receiving a silent nod of agreement from Sirius. That is not what we wished to discuss this morning anyway, though it is good that you are keeping us advised of what is happening with the prophecy. I am more concerned over the fact that Harry dreamed the attack, but also that this is not the first time that he has seen Voldemort in his dreams. Would you care to explain what you know of this most troubling phenomenon? It is not unknown for powerful wizards to see a glimpse of future events. Harry may have a slight gift of prescience, which allowed him to witness what he did. It was clear that Dumbledore was prevaricating and Jean-Sebastian was in no mood for his attempts to put them off. You are correct, but that is not what has happened in this case, Jean-Sebastian replied, unable to keep the gruffness and impatience from his voice. Harry clearly stated that not only did he witness the attack, but that he saw it from Nagini's point of view. For a time, he even had difficulty separating himself from the snake. That is not a prescient vision, Dumbledore, and the other times he has seen Voldemort do not fit into your explanation either. The headmaster sighed and he leaned back in his desk, wearily rubbing his eyes. After a moment, he replaced his half-moon glasses, and peered back at them, clearly not wishing to have this discussion. It appears that Harry has a connection, for lack of a better term, to Voldemort. And what does the snake have to do with it? Sirius asked. Nagini is Voldemort's familiar, and as such, if Harry has a connection with the Dark Lord, then logically, that connection extends to the familiar. There was just enough hesitation in Dumbledore's answer that Jean-Sebastian knew, even if he had not already suspected, that the man was not telling them everything. Would you care to speculate on exactly what this connection is? I'm not certain it would be prudent to do so at this time. Jean-Sebastian glared at the headmaster with some asperity, noting through the corner of his eye that Sirius was exhibiting the same frustration. Headmaster, he began in a very deliberate but determined manner, Sirius and I are responsible for Harry's welfare and we are not able to perform those duties to the best of our ability with incomplete information. If you know something, I insist you tell us." The look with which Dumbledore pierced them was unexpected, laced with frustration, and perhaps a little resignation. However, it clearly spoke to the fact that they had convinced him to share his secrets with them. Or maybe it was more that they had given him no choice. Dumbledore was a wizard who had grown accustomed to keeping his secrets and making the decisions he deemed best. But Jean Sebastian was not one to simply follow blindly. If Dumbledore wanted that sort of follower, he would have to look elsewhere for it. Drawing his wand from somewhere within his robes, Dumbledore shot off several spells in succession. Jean Sebastian, who was watching the old wizard closely, was impressed by the extensive array of privacy charms, imperturbable charms, and wards. It was apparent that this was of grave import to the headmaster. "I can tell you what I know," Dumbledore began in a hard tone, "but for the most part, I only have guesses at this point. If I am right, then this knowledge could mean the difference between victory and defeat. If Voldemort were to learn what I suspect, it would become much more difficult to counter what he has done. I must have absolute assurance that you will not spread this knowledge to anyone." Jean Sebastian turned to Sirius and, seeing his acceptance, turned back to the headmaster and gave him his assurance, though with a caveat. "I will agree with you given one condition," Jean Sebastian finally answered, noting the stern glare of disapproval the headmaster directed at him. It was clear that he was not used to being contradicted. "If I do not accept your terms, then I will not share anything with you," Dumbledore stated. "This matter is that important and it is already against my better judgment to be telling you of it, let alone anyone else. Harry needs to know." "Albus," Sirius spoke up from Jean Sebastian where he had remained silent to that point. "And before you start in on how he's still just a child and cannot be burdened with the responsibility, keep in mind that he has not been a child for a very long time. He's much more mature than either James or I was at his age, and his experiences and other recent events have greatly accelerated his experience." The belligerence drained away from Dumbledore, once again making him appear tired and old. "I was afraid you would assist on this." Dumbledore sat in his chair, seemingly staring at nothing, but Jean Sebastian could tell that he was furiously considering the situation and presumably the ramifications of revealing to the young man what Jean Sebastian thought they should. Jean Sebastian sympathized with him and given that this was obviously a weighty matter, could not fault him for his caution. But it was right, somehow, not even knowing what Dumbledore was to impart to them, Jean Sebastian knew deep within himself that Harry needed to know this information. Jean Sebastian glanced over at Sirius, but while the other man did not speak, he shook his head. As Sirius knew Dumbledore better than he, Jean Sebastian decided to let him work through his thoughts. Finally, Dumbledore appeared to come to some resolution, and though he did not appear happy about it, he once again focused his attention on them, his manner serious and grave. "I will tell you what I know and agree that Harry should be told. However, once you are aware you may agree with me that it should be kept from him." "We will see," was Jean Sebastian's firm reply, "but I doubt it. You also know that anything you tell him, he will tell your daughter and Miss Granger." "I suspect," Jean Sebastian admitted, "but I know that Fleur can keep it to herself, and Miss Granger has struck me as an intelligent young woman, who is completely devoted to Harry. I think we can trust them both to remain quiet, especially if Harry's welfare depends on it." Sirius laughed his agreement. "You've got that right. Those two are almost joined at the hip. If there are any secrets about Harry which could hurt him, Hermione will keep them as close as you or I. And given the tone of Harry's letters, his closeness with Fleur appears to be approaching the same level. I doubt you have anything to worry about with either of them." It was with a frown that Jean Sebastian considered Sirius's words. It was uncomfortably close to some observations Jean Sebastian had made of Harry and Hermione the previous summer, and at certain times he had seen them since they had left for Hogwarts. They were close. Jean Sebastian had known this from the beginning. Since Sirius had spoken to him about enacting the betrothal, he had wanted to know if he was interrupting any childhood romances for Harry should he go through with the betrothal. While Sirius had glibly laughed it off, telling him that Harry was not attached to anyone, Jean Sebastian had thought his answer a little too pat at the time, and that feeling had not faded when he had witnessed Harry's interaction with the young witch. Was there something more than just friendship between them? It did not matter, Jean Sebastian decided. Harry was well able to determine his course of life, and his marriage to Fleur did bring its own, unique set of problems. As Jean-Sebastian was acutely aware, if Harry chose a path different from the one he himself had chosen, then Jean-Sebastian could not fault him for it, especially if he did possess feelings for the girl. It was better to not get involved. Harry was trustworthy, and Fleur was more than mature enough to manage her own affairs. That did not mean Jean-Sebastian did not want to know what was happening between them, and he suspected he knew just who to ask. Very well, Dumbledore was saying in response to Sirius's words. But truly the fewer people who are aware of this, the better. Jean-Sebastian, I assume that you will wish to inform your wife, but other than that, no one is to know. Am I clear? Once he had extracted the required promise, Dumbledore was all business. Now, you must understand that I have no proof, and I do not know that there is a way to obtain the required proof. However, I have a set of circumstances that rather neatly fit my suspicions. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore looked each of them in the eye in turn and continued, I believe that Harry's scar is no ordinary scar. In fact, I suspect that on the night his parents were murdered, that Voldemort created a Horcrux which inadvertently lodged itself behind Harry's scar. Mon Dieu! Jean-Sebastian exclaimed in time with Sirius's, Merlin. Grimly, Dumbledore nodded. I take it you are aware of the nature of a Horcrux. A soul anchor, Jean-Sebastian responded. A method a dark wizard will use to try to cheat death by imbuing a portion of his soul into an object, thereby keeping his own soul from passing on to the next life when he dies. To enable himself to detach a portion of his soul, he has to commit the most offensive crime, which is the most damaging to his own soul. He has to murder someone in cold blood. Are you serious? Sirius exclaimed in horror as Jean-Sebastian finished his explanation. I found some references to Horcruxes in the Black family library and knew it had something to do with soul magic, and was particularly foul, but I didn't know it was this bad. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to Sirius and he peered at the other man with a blazing intensity. There are references to Horcruxes in your family's library. References, yes. But nothing more than that, to the best of my knowledge. My family has been dark for several centuries, after all. They must be destroyed, Dumbledore stated decisively. Knowledge of this magic must be eradicated at all costs to prevent others from making use of it. Holding his hands up in acquiescence, Sirius said, I agree with you, Dumbledore. When I was there last year, I went through the books as something to keep me busy. Anything with dark magics or anything I thought was cursed, I set aside and sequestered under the family wards. That will do until we have time to do a more thorough investigation. Agreed, said Dumbledore, before he turned his attention back to the matter at hand. I am rather surprised at both of you knowing of Horcruxes. I was director of France's DMLE for a time, Jean-Sebastian responded. Knowing of dangerous magics like Horcruxes was part of the job. I understand, but I'm sure that you can now see why this information must be kept a secret. I can, began Jean-Sebastian, anger beginning to build within him. But I must admit that I wonder why you have never told Harry of this. What was I to say, Jean-Sebastian? Dumbledore snapped. I couldn't exactly tell him that I believed he hosted a portion of a madman's soul when he arrived at Hogwarts at the age of 11. Besides, I cannot be completely certain and I did not wish to burden him, especially since I do not yet know how to remove the Horcrux. I suppose not, Jean-Sebastian agreed with some reluctance. And he had to admit the headmaster had a point. But the situation was now changed and Harry much better able to bear the burden, and besides, the young man deserved to know something which would have such a profound impact on his life. But you do believe it can be removed. Every magic can be countered, Jean-Sebastian, Dumbledore rumbled, slipping into professor mode. You should know this. I have not yet discovered a way to remove it, but that does not mean that it does not exist. And ever since I began to suspect this I have not been idle. I have picked up every book on dark magic or esoteric treatise on the soul that I can find, and explored every lead I was able to uncover in an effort to locate a counter spell. I recently received a tip of several more books for which I have great hopes. So Harry is a Horcrux and until he is free of it, Voldemort cannot be killed, Sirius summed up the situation. Well, that's just bloody great. That's actually a fallacy, Jean-Sebastian stated. When Sirius looked at him askance, he explained. Nothing prevents Voldemort from being killed, it is just that he cannot pass on until the Horcrux is gone. That may be even worse, was Sirius's glum reply. And unfortunately, Sirius, I believe it is much worse than that, Dumbledore stated. Worse? Sirius exclaimed. How can it be any worse? Simply, I don't believe that Harry's scar is the only Horcrux the Dark Lord created, was Dumbledore's quiet response. As Jean Sebastian and Sirius looked on with dread, the headmaster produced a small key and opened a drawer on the side of his desk. He produced a small diary from within its confines and placed it on the top of his desk between them. It was small and black, and its pages were warped. It had a large hole in its center, appearing like it had almost been burnt through the leather and paper. It was charred and tattered, and from the chair in which he sat, Jean Sebastian fancied that he could detect a miasma of evil oozing from the ruined book, almost like the distant smell of a dead animal which had been left to rot in the hot summer sun. This is a Horcrux? Jean Sebastian asked softly. Was a Horcrux, Dumbledore corrected. This is the diary which Harry destroyed in his second year, after he killed the basilisk. I believe this diary is the first Horcrux which Voldemort created during his years at Hogwarts. Jean Sebastian immediately understood the implications. Mon Dieu! How many of these abominations did he create? Of course I only have guesses and conjecture, Dumbledore replied. But given what I know of the Dark Lord, and knowing his skill in arithmancy, I can speculate that he would have used a number which was significant. That would mean 3, 7, or 13, Jean Sebastian said with a nod. Correct. Hold on a moment, Sirius interrupted. How could he make so many? Making a Horcrux splits the soul. After the first he would only have half a soul, a quarter after the second, an eighth after the third, etc. How could he split it so many times? Ah, and that is what most would think, Dumbledore responded. But unfortunately, your assumption is another fallacy. No one really knows the nature of the soul for certain, and I do not wish to go off into a tangent, but even if a piece of the soul is broken off from the rest, you cannot assume that it is split exactly in half. My research suggests that actually the soul is fractured into many smaller pieces, and that one of these is drawn off to create the Horcrux, leaving the rest in the body. With a little time, these pieces will once again grow together, though the soul missing a piece of itself renders the creator a little less human each time he creates another. Considering the situation and what Dumbledore had told them, Jean Sebastian knew there was potentially no limit to the number Voldemort may have created, other than his own will to continue to pursue his immortality. So he could have created many. I don't think so, Dumbledore responded. Though of course I cannot predict with any degree of accuracy just how much information he was able to unearth regarding Horcruxes, he may believe what Sirius stated about how much of the soul is consumed in the creation of a Horcrux. At the very least, I think he would have been cautious of creating too many, given the effect even one has on the person. I believe that too many would leave the creator as almost unrecognizable as human, and quite possibly completely insane. Voldemort fears death and wishes to live forever, but not at the expense of his sanity. 3 or 7 then? Sirius asked. Dumbledore nodded. My guess is 7, including the portion that still resides in his body. If it was 3, then with Harry and the diary, there would be no more. I suspect, however, that he has used various enchanted items of great significance to create his Horcruxes, almost in the manner of trophies. I am searching for some confirmation on what I suspect, but have no further, more concrete information to share with you at this time. At the very least, I also suspect that Nagini, his familiar, is also a Horcrux. He appears to have much more control over the snake than he would if it was just a simple familiar. But that could then be the reason why Harry was able to dream of the snake, Jean Sebastian exclaimed. If they both have Horcruxes in them. That is possible, Dumbledore conceded. But really immaterial, in any case. So what do you plan to do? Jean Sebastian asked, knowing that he would give his full assistance to whatever Dumbledore intended. I shall continue to search for Voldemort's Horcruxes, and destroy them when I find them, Dumbledore told them. In the meantime, however, we have other important tasks which must be completed, convincing the Minister of the threat of the Dark Lord, and moving the Ministry to war footing in order to oppose him, being highest on the priority list. Like we have any hope of doing that, Sirius grumbled under his breath, and privately Jean Sebastian agreed with him. Fudge's obstructionism makes it difficult, but we must persevere if we are to hope to counter the Dark Lord, said Dumbledore. But of more immediate importance is the fact that the secret of the Horcruxes must be safeguarded. Harry's connection with Voldemort is potentially a very dangerous security link, and it must be closed if he is to know the secret. I do not believe the Dark Lord is aware of the connection as of yet, but should he learn of it and know that we are aware of his Horcruxes, it could be disastrous. Occlumency. In a word, yes. If Harry applies himself, he should be proficient enough very quickly to withstand all but a concentrated frontal assault, which could only be done if they are in close proximity with one another. I can have him start working with Severus once he returns to the castle after the new year. Albus, are you barmy? Sirius demanded. Snape hates Harry with a passion, a sentiment which is returned in equal measure, I might add, and rightly so. I am aware of the antipathy between them, Sirius, but I believe that Severus is most capable of doing this. And if I order him to do so, I believe he will set aside his feelings and do as I ask. He wishes for Voldemort's defeat as much as we do, I assure you. No, Jean Sebastian contradicted. Sirius is right, and I will not allow this man any more authority over Harry than he already has. Jean Sebastian, I understand your reticence in the matter of Severus and his relationship with Harry, Dumbledore said in a soothing tone of voice. But Severus is very skilled and is more than capable of teaching him properly. I cannot do it myself as I have far too many other items to deal with. Severus is really the only choice. Not the only choice, Jean Sebastian disagreed. It was time to be firm. Snape could not be allowed to instruct Harry in so delicate and critical a matter. Fleur can teach him. She has been learning occlumency for several years now and is now quite skilled. I began teaching her before she attended school. I will speak to her and ask her to teach Harry when he returns to Hogwarts. Even Dumbledore had to admit that this was a superior plan as, regardless of whatever hold he had over Severus Snape, it would logically be easier for Harry to learn from someone he trusted. They agreed that Jean Sebastian would approach Fleur to enlist her help, and that they would begin when they returned to school in the new year. Then I believe we have our plan, Dumbledore stated. We do, Jean Sebastian responded, before fixing Dumbledore with a knowing look. When did you intend to inform Harry? I believe it would be better to wait until after Christmas, Dumbledore responded somewhat reluctantly. Jean Sebastian knew he had been hoping that the discussion had changed their minds about the need to inform Harry, but Jean Sebastian had to give the man credit for not obstructing them any further. This will be Harry's first Christmas with your family, and I would prefer to wait until after to burden him with this so that we do not ruin his enjoyment of the holidays. That in and of itself told Jean Sebastian that, whatever mistakes he had made with Harry in the past, Dumbledore had the boy's best interests at heart. He agreed that there was nothing lost in waiting an extra 10 days or so and let the matter drop, and soon he and Sirius took their leave and flowed back to the ambassador's manor, and Sirius, subsequently back to Château Delacour. Jean Sebastian sat wearily in the chair at his desk, considering all that he had learned that morning. The whole situation had suddenly become a lot more complicated, and there was nothing he could do about it, though his every instinct screamed at him to leave England behind and protect his family. But his course was already set in honor, not to mention his sense of loyalty to Harry and his own common sense, dictated that he stay the course. Having had a full day to catch up on sleep and to come to terms with the vision he had seen, Harry woke on Thursday morning feeling much better than he had the previous day. The thought of being pulled into the mind of a large, mutant attack snake was still frightening to be sure, but he had been able to at least console himself with the fact that some good had come from it. He was truly fond of Mr. Weasley and was happy he had been able to do something to help his friend's father. In fact, Hermione was arriving with her parents to the manor that day and Harry had obtained permission from Jean Sebastian to go and visit him today before they were to depart for France on the following day. Hermione arrived by portkey late in the morning with her parents in tow, and was welcomed to the manor by the Delacours. Harry, of course, was excited to see his friend, though they had only been separated for a few days, and was greatly anticipating the coming holidays. He just knew it would be the best holiday he had ever had. Wow, someone is excited, Hermione said with a laugh once Harry had completed his rather exuberant greeting. I'm always excited to see you, Hermione, Harry replied with a grin. He turned to greet her parents politely, and was afforded the same warmth in response. Her parents, William and Elizabeth, were friendly and open, and insisted that there would be none of that Mr. or Mrs. Granger stuff, instead telling Harry that he should call them by their given names. William was tall, slim and athletic, and possessed a certain air which projected confidence, not to mention a little intimidation, for anyone who would possibly take a fancy to his little girl in the coming years. That it may be Harry himself who would ultimately fall into that role, if Fleur's wishes came about, was not exactly a comforting thought. It was even more uncomfortable to consider it when Harry thought of the fact that in the Christian Muggle world, monogamy had been an accepted practice for many years, and that they would not likely accept such an arrangement with any degree of sanguinity. Elizabeth, by contrast, was warm and friendly and extremely engaging, not to mention being a carbon copy of Hermione, possessing the same brown hair and warm brown eyes, not to mention her height and facial features. Though to be completely accurate, Harry supposed that it was Hermione who was a carbon copy of Elizabeth, rather than the reverse. After a few moments of polite conversation, the three teens, accompanied by Gabrielle, who tagged along behind them, excused themselves and left the room to go catch up on the events of the previous few days. Hermione had not had anything remarkable happen in her first few days away from school. She had mainly occupied herself by spending time with her parents and getting some Christmas shopping done, though she was laughingly adamant in not spoiling the surprise of what she had purchased for them for Christmas. Harry was well aware that she was not about to share such intelligence with him, but he teased her about it anyway, earning himself a mock serious reproof in response. When the conversation turned to what had happened at the manor, it became much weightier. His explanation of the dream and the actions he had taken to inform the headmaster and his guardian of the attack prompted sympathy from Hermione, and a little deeper hero worship from Gabrielle, who had not managed to wheedle the story from him the previous day. She was more than a little perturbed at the fact that she had slept through all of the excitement, regardless of Harry's protests that he wished it had never even happened. "That's awful, Harry," Hermione commiserated once he had completed his tale. "But thank goodness you were able to help Mr. Weasley." "Yeah, that's the good part of it, I guess. It will be okay, Harry. Remember, you have Fleur and me looking after you. Voldemort wouldn't dare try anything." "Why?" Harry teased with a grin. "You'd study him to death if he tried anything." Hermione sniffed with disdain. "I'll have you know I am more than capable of hexing his bits off if he doesn't behave himself." The conversation was light and silly, but it provided Harry with exactly what he needed, a relief of stress and a little light-hearted banter at the expense of what had been a very serious situation. Harry suspected that Hermione well knew what he needed and had provided it deliberately. She was such a good friend, he was not sure what he ever would have done without her. Later that afternoon, the group, including Harry, Hermione, Fleur and Jean Sebastian, gathered together to float to St. Mungo's where Arthur Weasley was staying and due to be released the following day. Harry was looking forward to seeing the jovial wizard, and replacing the last image he had of the man with something infinitely happier. They arrived at the hospital and were directed toward the room in which Mr. Weasley was staying. As they walked, Harry looked around with interest, noting the white walls and narrow hallways. With the exception of the lack of electronic equipment which would have been a fixture in any modern hospital, St. Mungo's was not very different than any hospital he would have seen in the Muggle world. They rounded a corner and approached Mr. Weasley's room, and as they were walking, the door opened and the Weasley matriarch stepped into the corridor. Her face lit up in genuine pleasure at the sight of Harry, though he did notice a tightening of her eyes when she glanced at his companions. At his side, Harry could almost feel Hermione stiffening as she saw Ron's mother. She had not seen the woman since the infamous Howler had arrived, after all, and Harry knew that her feelings for Molly Weasley were somewhat less than cordial. Molly did not acknowledge Harry's companions, she instead ignored them completely and approached Harry with a large smile on her face, and with her arms held out wide for one of her infamous hugs. Neatly sidestepping her, Harry held up his hand and, catching Jean Sebastian's eye, he motioned for the man to precede him into the room. The older man seemed to catch his meaning as he shepherded Hermione and Fleur from the corridor, leaving Harry with a confused and slightly flustered Mrs. Weasley. "Harry," she said with a small frown. "Is something wrong?" "Unfortunately, there is, Mrs. Weasley." She smiled at him and patted his arm. "What is it? I will do whatever I can to help." "I certainly hope you will," was Harry's response. He kept his voice calm and even as he was speaking, knowing that she would likely not take kindly to what he had to say. But though he was only 15, and she would undoubtedly think that he was overstepping his place, she needed to hear this. You see, Mrs. Weasley, I could not help but notice your rather cold greeting toward not only my betrothed, but also to my best friend. Her eyes narrowed and she peered at him with some affront. I assure you that I was not unkind to them. No, Harry agreed, but you have been unkind to them, especially to Hermione with that howler you sent to her. And to be perfectly blunt, you've never apologized to her for that, even thought you publicly humiliated her in the Great Hall in front of all the students. Harry Potter, Molly screeched. I will not have you reprimanding me. You are just 15 years old and should remember your place. I raised you better than that. You didn't raise me, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied in a quiet voice. She was taken aback, to the extent that she almost physically took a step back, and her face fell. I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley, but it's the truth. I spent 2 weeks with your family before second year, and 2 more before fourth. I'm sorry, but 4 weeks out of the 15 years of my life does not qualify as you raising me. Molly sputtered at this, but could come up with nothing to refute his claim, as it was the simple truth. Instead, she glared at him and snapped, You should be more grateful that we took you in and treated you like one of our own. I am very grateful, said Harry. I needed friends badly, and your family provided them. And though it was only for a short time, you also provided a loving, nurturing environment, and I appreciate it very much. But now that you have family, she spat the word resentfully, grander than the Weasleys, you have thrown us over entirely. I should have expected it, I suppose. And that is where you were wrong, Harry responded, still keeping his composure, but injecting a hint of steel into his tone. I still consider Ron to be one of my best friends, and Ginny has become more of a friend since the summer. I don't think I even need to mention the twins, even though you think they are wild and lack seriousness, they are the best friends a bloke could hope for. I would not be here if I had thrown you over. Then why are you giving me this attitude, young man? Because you hurt my friend and haven't apologized, and you continue to treat my betrothed as though she is unworthy. Nothing could be further from the truth, Harry emphasized. Fleur and her family are among the best people I have ever known, and I am honored that she is now my intended. Though she said nothing, Molly's affront was evident in her stiff posture and her scowl of disapproval. Harry did not want to offend her or belittle her, but he was more than willing to take her to task for her behavior. It was a mark of how much he had changed. The old Harry Potter would never have spoken this way to his friend's mother. It would have seemed too much like talking back to his uncle, something to avoid at all costs, due to the man's temper. Mrs. Weasley, I want to maintain good relationships with your family, and I think I have for the most part. But I also require you to treat my intended with the respect she deserves and apologize to Hermione. Until you can do so, I don't think we have anything further to say to each other. I suppose you want a public apology. Mrs. Weasley accused in a dispirited tone. Perhaps I should send another howler apologizing or take out an ad in the Prophet. How you do it is your choice, of course, Harry said. But I don't necessarily think that humiliating yourself is required. But an apology needs to be made directly to Hermione, however you accomplish it. Having had his say, Harry nodded to his friend's mother and entered the room, leaving her in the corridor, looking downcast and staring at the floor. The mood in the room appeared to be somewhat tense as the Weasleys in attendance, besides Mr. Weasley, the twins, Ginny, and Ron were all there, appeared to suspect what had kept him. His easy greeting to the entire room served to dispel some of the stress, while Mr. Weasley's answer and predilection to joviality went a long way toward restoring equilibrium to the room. Well, here's our hero. Mr. Weasley joked, showing a large smile to Harry. Blushing slightly, Harry responded, I'm no hero, Mr. Weasley. I just happened to be in a position to send a bit of help. Ah, but you are a hero to me, Harry. He leaned forward and extended a hand, which Harry grasped firmly in his own. Thank you for once again coming to the aid of me and my family. I truly appreciate it, young man. Oh Harry, you're my hero too. One of the twins piped up in a contrived tone of worship. Simply dreamy, exclaimed the other. We're so thankful for your manliness and your tendency to save us from monsters. But I really think you've gone about it all wrong. Too right, Gred, continued the first, with a sly wink at his brother. You're supposed to slay the beast first, and then ride off into the sunset with the fair maiden. You've already got the maiden, said Gred, with a sly wink at Fleur. But you've still got some work ahead of you for the rest. Mr. Weasley shook his head at his twin sons. Can't you two ever be serious about anything? Even your father's savior. Of course we can, said Forge agreeably. But the tension in the room needed deflating, agreed Gred. You've been saved, all is well, and it's time to let the gloominess go. Hey guys, Harry said, pointedly ignoring their byplay. He also greeted Ron and Ginny in the same manner, before sitting on a nearby chair. How are you feeling, Mr. Weasley? Pretty good now, actually. I get released tomorrow, so I'll be home in time for Christmas. Christmas in St. Mungo's, spoke up one of the twins. That would be pretty bad. For once, I have to agree with you, son. Happily, I won't have to experience it. Tactfully, after thanking Harry for his assistance, Mr. Weasley proceeded to let the matter drop, which was truly a relief for Harry. He did not feel as though he had done anything heroic. After all, he had merely seen something in a dream and acted upon it. Anyone could have done the same in his position. The visit continued for some time, and though the atmosphere might have been gloomy in other circumstances, it was quite cheerful for the most part. Mr. Weasley spoke of his latest interest in Muggle contraptions. The twins were their usual irrepressible selves, and laughter and conversation abounded between them all. Ron and Ginny privately extended their thanks to Harry, after which they spoke of their plans for Christmas. They were nearing the end of their stay before the door to Mr. Weasley's room opened and Mrs. Weasley walked in, followed by a tall, red-haired man, who bore a remarkable resemblance to the Weasley patriarch. Bill. Harry greeted him, remembering fondly the previous year when Bill had come to Hogwarts to watch the third task. Hey Harry, Bill stated as he walked over and grasped Harry's hand, enveloping him in a gruff hug. Thanks again, sport. It seems like battling basilisks and dragons is not enough for you, now you've come to my father's rescue. I didn't do a whole lot, Bill, said Harry, as he colored in embarrassment. You did enough, Harry, and that is what's important. Nodding, Harry accepted the praise before changing the subject. Bill was like a much-loved elder brother to Harry, and he appreciated his willingness to allow the subject to drop, much as his father had. What Harry did not miss was the frequent looks that Bill stole when he thought Fleur was not looking, though to be honest, Harry did remember similar behavior from the man the previous year, during the day before the third task. He was not overt in his interest, and he obviously knew that Fleur was now betrothed to Harry. But it was also obvious that he was a little smitten by the young French villa, and Harry wondered what might have happened, and if Fleur would have returned his interest, had the situation been different. As he was discreet, and Harry was well aware of the interest his betrothed generated, he said nothing, though he did share an expressive glance with Fleur when no one else was looking. The visitors only stayed for a few more minutes before they excused themselves, amid much wishing of happiness for the holiday season, and promises to meet up again at the Express. As they walked away from the room, Harry reflected on his friendship with the quirky family. They really had provided him with help and love when he had needed it, regardless of his words to Mrs. Weasley, or perhaps, in accordance with them. Hopefully, Mrs. Weasley would see the wisdom of his words, if he was allowed to be so conceited in considering his thoughts, wisdom, and apologize. She had been the first mother-like figure he had ever had, and he would prefer to maintain good relations with her. Only time would tell. The day after visiting Mr. Weasley in the hospital was the day Harry, the Grangers, and all the members of his new family were to depart for the Delacours' home in France, and Harry could not be more excited. He had always known that there was more to Christmas than a mountain of presents for Dudley and smelly old socks, or worse, for himself, and he was looking forward to finally discovering what that something was. Oh, he had spent Christmases at Hogwarts before which were better than those he had spent with the Dursleys, and in the company of friends, but his experiences had never included spending the holidays with a loving family. He could not remember ever looking forward to anything more. Luckily, Chateau Delacour was only a short float trip away from the Ambassador's Manor and, though Harry still was not precisely enamored of float travel, it beat sitting in a plane for a couple of hours or driving the whole day. At least it was over quickly, then they could get to the fun. Breakfast was accomplished in a quick and efficient manner, and the laughter and conversation around the table was infectious and cheerful. Though it was not commented upon, Harry felt it was obvious that the Others were looking forward to their upcoming holiday as much as he was, though for different reasons, he suspected. For the Delacours, Harry thought that they would be happy to spend some time in France and away from the tense situation in Britain, while the Grangers simply appeared happy to be there in the company of good friends, and perhaps, more especially, to be in the company of their only daughter, who they did not see for the majority of the year. It was obvious that whatever the troubles with Voldemort and his followers, the Grangers had thus far remained unaffected by them, and consequently did not need to deal with the worry and fear they engendered. Harry was not certain how much Hermione had told them of what was happening, but it was certain that they were still essentially unaware of the troubles which beset the British wizarding world. The realization made him appreciate Jean-Sebastian, Apolline, and their family all that much more. They had left France and its relatively stable environment and willingly put themselves at risk in England for his benefit. And this did not even mention that though they were on the opposite side of the conflict from the Dark Lord and would be targets by their very visible support for Harry, Apolline and her daughter's very nature ensured they would be reviled and hated by the bigots. Harry shuddered to think of what would happen to them if they were to ever fall into the hands of the Death Eaters. Shaking the thoughts away, Harry left the table with his friends to retrieve his things from his room. Yes, he was grateful to his new guardians and appreciative of their support. Now was a time to be happy in the company of friends and family, not to worry about what might be. If it came to that, Harry would put his life on the line to defend them. It was all he needed to remember. The rest would take care of itself. By the time he had retrieved his bags, Harry was once again in a state of excitement for the upcoming holidays, and well aware that the grin on his face probably made him appear silly. He decided that he did not care. "Well, someone certainly appears pretty keyed up, Mrs. Granger said as he stepped into the room which contained the flow. Harry returned his closest friend's mother's smile. "I've been looking forward to this since summer." Elizabeth Granger laughed lightly at his words. Hermione's parents were truly nice people, and upon their arrival the previous day, they had immediately attempted to put him at ease, insisting at once that they be referred to by their first names, rather than any of that, Mr. or Mrs. Granger nonsense. Having already gotten used to calling the Delacours by their first names, again by their own insistence, Harry had had no problem making the switch in favor of Hermione's parents. Much like her daughter, Elizabeth was studious and smart, and clearly at home with a book settled in her hands. She was also quite obviously the origin of Hermione's looks, though her hair was much shorter and styled in a straight wave down the back of her neck, rather than Hermione's longer, wavier curls. And William Granger might have appeared intimidating, as he towered over Harry, standing nearly 6 feet, 2 inches tall. Any sense of intimidation, however, disappeared the moment his jovial voice was heard. In reality, Hermione's father was essentially happy-go-lucky, and a bit of a joker. Sometimes, Harry thought that he resembled the Weasley twins to a certain extent, a thought which caused him to shudder, but Harry soon learned that his sense of humor was much more benign than the terrible twins, and did not extend to practical jokes. Another thing which had surprised Harry was the age of Hermione's parents. Her mother did not look a day over 30, and, though he had assumed that she was actually much older, he had been surprised to learn that his initial estimate was fairly close to the truth. Hermione's mother was only 34, while Mr. Granger only 35. Hermione, when asked, had told him that they had been childhood sweethearts, and had married immediately upon leaving high school against their respective families' wishes. Hermione had been the only part of the equation which had not been expected, as they had intended to wait until at least completing dental school before having children. But they had obviously been successful in not only raising their daughter, but also in completing their schooling and building a successful dental practice in only a few years. Of course, with a brilliant daughter like Hermione, they had not regretted it for a moment, or in Elizabeth's words, how could we regret having such a wonderful daughter? "Well, Harry," William Granger's voice broke into Harry's thoughts, "have you given any more thought to going golfing in France?" One thing Harry had learned from spending a little time with Hermione's parents was that William was an absolute golfing fanatic, and that Hermione and Elizabeth were somewhat amusedly indulgent with his fascination. Of course, this did not mean that they were willing to participate. Neither of them had any interest in the sport, a state Harry immediately understood, even without Elizabeth's next words. "Now William, I'm not sure that Harry considers walking around chasing a little white ball to be a lot of fun, Elizabeth said with a laugh, echoing a well-worn joke. Maybe you should let the boy answer, was William's good-natured response. He might turn out to be an enthusiast like me. Heaven forbid. But William only snickered before he raised an eyebrow at Harry, which Harry returned with a smile. I'm not sure I'll be any good, but I'll be happy to go along with you. Don't leave me out, Jean-Sebastian said as he entered the room. It's been a long time since I've had a good game of golf. That had been another surprise, that Jean-Sebastian had been out golfing. As Jean-Sebastian had pointed out, he had had several friends growing up who had been Muggleborns, and as the Delacours had always been a family who had insisted on knowing something of the Muggle world, it perhaps should not have been surprising that he had played. And maybe we can get Sirius to go with us too, Jean-Sebastian continued with a wink at Harry. I'm sure we'd all have a laugh at seeing him play a round of golf. Harry could only agree with him, wondering at the antics the Marauder would get up to on a golf course. Very likely reveal the wizarding world to any golfers in the area, unless Harry missed his guess. Dad, are you bothering Harry about golfing again? Hermione demanded as she stepped into the room, Fleur and Gabrielle following behind. Maybe you should let Harry decide if I'm bothering him, was William's jovial reply. The boy doesn't appear distressed to me. Hermione and Elizabeth just exchanged a look and smiled at one another, leaving Harry to say in a quiet voice, I really don't mind. I think it will be lots of fun. He hung his head, hiding the almost overwhelming feeling of gratitude and belonging as he witnessed the looks passing between the occupants of the room, reveling in the attention of these father figures, something he had never received while living with the Dursleys. It was obvious that the rest of those in the room were also aware of that fact, and the fact that they knew about his upbringing caused him to feel a surge of self-consciousness, though he knew that they did not hold it against him. In the next moment, he felt an arm go around his shoulders, and he looked up to see Hermione regarding him. With a knowing look, it's okay if you want to go, Harry. But feel free to tell Dad off if he annoys you about it. You know, Harry, William suddenly spoke up, if I didn't already know you were betrothed to the lovely Miss Delacour, I would be thinking that I would need to give you the talk about the perils of dating my daughter, given how she's hanging off of you. Father, Hermione exclaimed in mortification, but her father only smirked and turned his attention to his wife, who was rolling her eyes. Intensely embarrassed for his own part, Harry went to great effort to avoid meeting anyone else's eyes. It was not so much William's words, but the fact that the man was completely unaware that the relationship he had just implied appeared to be possible. He tried not to think of the reaction the man would likely have if Hermione did decide that she wanted to have a relationship with him. Harry doubted he would be so congenial. It was something worth considering. Well then, shall we go now? Jean-Sebastian suggested, his look at Harry intimating that he knew what was passing through Harry's mind at the moment. Not knowing how to act or what to think, Harry immediately agreed and, setting his bag down with the other luggage which would be transported to France by the house elves, he moved to the flow and stepped through it. Grateful for the lessons he had received in how to navigate the flow properly, Harry was able to keep his feet on the other side. The first thing he noticed was Sirius standing there waiting for him. The Marauder stepped forward and engulfed Harry in a manly embrace. Welcome to France, Harry. Sirius said, enthusiasm evident in his wide smile and the slaps he planted on Harry's back. For his own part, Harry was astonished in the changes in appearance and demeanor in his godfather. Gone was the emaciated wild man he had been upon his escape from prison, and he was even almost unrecognizable from the man he had been even when had stood trial. His hair was full and rich, reaching almost down to his shoulders, his skin was tanned, he walked upright and proud, and even the haunted gleam of his eyes appeared to have been replaced with contentment and peace. His time in recovery had certainly been of benefit and Harry was thrilled, wanting nothing more than to have his fully healed and happy godfather in his life. I'm glad to be here, Sirius, Harry said quietly, almost feeling overwhelmed at emotions which were coursing through his body. While they were exchanging their greetings, several others had arrived through the flow, and a squeal erupted, as Hermione darted forward to make her own greetings to the man they had helped save. Ah, Hermione, it's good to see you too, said Sirius, as the excited witch stepped away from him. Have you been keeping Harry out of trouble? Hermione rolled her eyes. As if I could possibly manage to keep him out of trouble. The gathered group laughed, even as Harry playfully smacked Hermione on the shoulder. I seem to remember someone else being neck-deep in my so-called adventures, he said slyly. It's not polite to point that out, Harry, Hermione responded in a stage whisper, causing the entire group, all of whom had now arrived, to break out in laughter. It's good to have you here, Sirius finally said, greeting everyone else. And good job with that nasty piece of work, Umbridge. Getting her out of the castle must have made things much easier. You have no idea, Harry acknowledged. I've got a lot to tell you. As I have to tell you, Sirius replied with a smirk. Curious, Harry was about to respond when Apolline interrupted, maybe we should do that once we've all settled in. There was a general murmur of agreement at Apolline's suggestion, and the entire group made their way from the study, in which the flow was situated, and out to each of their rooms. As Harry was staying in the same room he had occupied previously and knew the way well due to his time there in the summer, he quickly stowed his things, which had already been placed there by the ever-efficient house elves, before making his way down to the large living area the family generally used when in residence. The room had changed since the summer, primarily due to the sparkling decorations which now decorated it, and in fact could be seen throughout the house. The tree was tall, several meters tall, sticking well up into the high vaulted room, and was liberally festooned with ribbons, garlands, and sparkling lights of every color. Underneath it all were piles of presents, brightly wrapped in papers, ribbons and strings, sorted haphazardly and spilling out into the room. In addition there were decorations of every type, globes, candles, trinkets, figurines of Père Noël, the Nativity, and many other sorts, not to mention a large, sprawling Christmas winter village in one corner, fully functioning and almost alive. Harry, together with Hermione who soon joined him, spent some minutes looking over the village, marveling at the exquisite detail of it all. It had clearly been animated by magic as the villagers moved throughout the scene, children played, lights twinkled, and from time to time, one of the figures would even stop what they were doing, and wave up at the onlookers. It was one of the most incredible things Harry had ever seen. This is amazing, Harry exclaimed, watching in fascination. Thank you, Harry, an amused voice spoke from behind. Apolline had come into the room at some point and was watching the two English teens with amusement. Maman truly loves Christmas, Fleur stated from the side where she sat on a sofa. It's her favorite holiday of the year. She charmed the set herself. Gabrielle chimed in from her seat beside Fleur. It's one of the best Christmas decorations I've ever seen, Harry said, meaning every word of it. It's amazing. Apolline's returning smile contained a fond quality Harry could almost see, prompting a lump to appear in his throat and the hints of tears in his eyes. We want this Christmas to be very special for you, Harry. After all, it's your first Christmas as part of our family. The word, family, caused Harry to choke up even more. Throughout his life, all he had wanted was a family to call his own, and even though the Weasleys had been good to him in the times he had spent with them, this was the first time he had ever felt the warmth of true love, respect, and friendship which was the hallmark of any family. They were not his parents and would never be, and Harry knew that they would never attempt to be. He knew that he could look up to them as a substitute for his parents and that Gabrielle would be the sister he never had. And Fleur would be his companion and wife. He could already feel that he would be deliriously happy with her. I was wondering something, Hermione spoke up from Harry's side, and Harry, seeing her surreptitious glance in his direction, correctly deduced that she had spoken up to distract attention from him so that he could regain his composure. Apolline smiled and nodded for Hermione to continue. I've always wondered why Christmas is celebrated in the wizarding world. I don't know that I've ever heard of a church or anything, and most people I've met don't seem to be overly religious. Exchanging a glance with her husband, Apolline smiled at Hermione. Even the Grangers appeared interested, though Harry was not certain that they were overly religious either. That is a very good question, Hermione, the Delacour matron observed. And it has a very good answer. You see, many of us are still religious, though technically, we don't belong to any church. Frowning, Hermione asked, what do you mean? The answer lies back in the witch hunts, Jean Sebastian answered. You know of the witch hunts, I presume. Hermione nodded. Yes, there have been many witch hunts, some as far back as ancient Greece or the Roman Empire. That is correct, Jean Sebastian affirmed. The witch hunts were often a failure. Oh, there were definitely executions of both witches and wizards, but for the most part, innocent men and women who were picked up for being strange, looking different, or just being though of as being loners. Real magicals had more tools to protect themselves, even centuries ago, as long as they were able to keep their heads and keep their hands on their wands. But what you must understand, Apolline took up the explanation, is that such burnings were usually done by religious zealots, and the churches at the time had a hand in prosecuting these women. As such, organized religion, especially in Europe in the late Middle Ages, was not exactly looked upon with favor. It's hard to support the local religion when the leader of that religion is persecuting you and screaming to his flock that you are a godless heathen. In the late 1600s, relations between the wizarding world and the Muggle world became particularly strained with the various persecutions of magicals, and in particular, due to the inquisitions of the Roman Catholic Church. The Statute of Secrecy was enacted, separating the two worlds, and this left the magicals without access to churches. Magical priests were by this time almost unknown. Besides, there likely would not have been many who would have been willing to attend church by that time anyway. Fascinated, Harry listened to the explanation, wishing that Binns knew something about this, rather than all the goblin rebellions which he typically droned on about. Maybe he'd actually stay awake in history class, if it dealt with more actual history. But of course, that left many people without a place to worship. Jean-Sebastian continued the narration. Take France for example. This country has always been heavily Catholic, even after the events of the Reformation. But magical attendance at church had been in steady decline for some time, due to the persecutions. Some still attended at times, keeping their nature carefully secret, if only to be able to continue to worship. But even that practice halted over time. But that didn't mean that the people had any less faith, but that they now did not have any direction in which to express that faith. So, while church attendance essentially became a thing of the past, many still practiced their faith in their own way, saying their own prayers, reading their Bibles, and trying to follow that which they knew by themselves. Though she clearly understood what was being explained, Hermione still had a frown on her face. But wouldn't that lead to fracturing in many different traditions? Indeed it does, agreed Jean-Sebastian. Take my family, for example. Religion is not a large part of our lives, but we do still practice some of the traditions of the Catholic faith, especially around Christmas and Easter. In time, some of the more recent traditions, such as our Christmas tree, Jean-Sebastian gestured to the massive tree, the child's story of Father Christmas, and other things have also crept into our customs as well. I personally believe in the creation story and in Jesus Christ, though I believe religions in general have ceased to be mouthpieces for God, as they have persecuted some of God's children. He created us as well as the Muggles, after all. But our family traditions are undoubtedly different from those of other families, simply due to the fact that we don't, as a society, talk about them very much. Hermione was silent for several moments as she digested all she had been told. It made sense, Harry thought. Though he himself was not overtly religious, the Dursleys had rarely gone to church, essentially being Christmas and Easter Christians, and they had never, in his memory, allowed him to go. His unnatural ways had rendered him a godless freak, after all, and attendance was deemed unnecessary for him. Personally, Harry had always considered them hypocrites, but he was not about to say that to Vernon, though his uncle had rarely actually laid a hand on him. That might have prompted a thrashing if he'd been stupid enough to say it. That's curious, Hermione finally responded. I never saw anything like that in England, though the Weasleys were the only family I actually stayed with. Certainly none of the students at Hogwarts displayed much of an interest in religion. Jean-Sebastian chuckled. How many children are serious or spiritual enough to actually be interested in religion? He asked rhetorically. In England is a little different in any case. English magicals often showed little dedication to the tenets of their faith, probably because they were far enough away from the center of really organized religion that it was not a part of their everyday lives. And it's gotten even worse since the rise of pureblood bigotry, Sirius interjected with a derisive snort. It has something to do with the fact that a pureblood supremacist cannot fathom the thought that there is anything above them, even a god. Then what do they believe as far as a creation story? Harry asked with some interest. They try not to think about it, was Sirius's blunt response. To a pureblood, bloodlines are everything, and the ones who are most concerned with their bloodlines can trace them back 1,000 years or more. Anyone further back is not worth their time or energy. Thank you, Hermione said with a smile. I think I understand. I think you will find, my dear, that there are many similarities between what you have normally done for your own Christmas celebration, and what you will find here," said Apolline. "In fact, now that you have seen our tree, come out to the front of the castle and we will show you our pride and joy of the Christmas season." The group agreed and soon they were all trooping from the room, following the elder Delacours. The rest of the house, though Harry had not truly looked before, was decorated in the same manner as the room they had just left, with ribbons of all colors, holly boughs, and seemingly every nook and cranny stuffed with trinkets of all kinds. But contrary to what Harry might have thought, the overall effect was anything but garish. It instead bespoke a pride of home and joy of the season which, if Harry was to think about it, was completely different from the Dursleys' almost perfunctory celebration of the Christmas season. The entrance to the chateau soon appeared, and Harry followed the others outside, stepping into a veritable fairyland of winter beauties. The chateau was located in the foothills of the French Alps not far from Switzerland, and the weather was a little more conducive to a traditional cold and snowy Christmas than its proximity to the Mediterranean would suggest. It had clearly snowed the night before, as the ground was coated with a blanket of new white snow, and though the air was crisp, it was not overly cold to any who were used to the more extreme Scotland winter. All of this faded to the background in an instant, however, as the visitors' eyes were immediately arrested by the most incredible nativity scene Harry had ever seen in his life. It was life-sized and consisted of all the traditional figures which would normally grace such a scene, but whereas the one he had often seen at the local church had been equally large, this one was exquisite in the detailing of the carving and painting, and Harry suspected that if one were to look at it from a distance, the characters would almost seem alive. "This is our family nativity scene," Jean-Sébastien said, in French, "Our La Crèche de Noël." "Well, that truly is amazing," William complimented with an appreciative smile. "No one would accuse me of being overly religious, but this is what Christmas is all about, is it not?" "It is indeed, my friend," replied Jean-Sébastien. "I think sometimes the world as a whole tends to get a little too caught up in the traditions of gifts and all this nonsense of Père Noël, and completely forgets that we are actually celebrating the birth of Christ." "Did you make these?" Harry asked, eyeing the figures which looked like they were brand new. "No, these are several hundred years old. They were created by a brother of one of my ancestors. In 1779, my ancestor Pierre Delacour married a Muggle-born by the name of Marie Deschamps. Marie had a younger brother who was stricken with a disease of the mind. While he was brilliant, he was emotionally incapable of dealing with the world, as the presence of anyone not intimately known to him caused him to panic. But he was also very talented with his hands. He was the one who carved these for his sister's first Christmas as a gift. They have become one of my family's most priceless heirlooms, and are proudly displayed out on our front lawn every year at Christmas." The group stood outside admiring the nativity set for several moments before Gabrielle, who had appeared impatient to commandeer some of Harry's time, suddenly had enough. She grasped him by the hand firmly and dragged him back into the house to take what she considered to be an overdue tour of what had been done for the festive season. As Harry allowed himself to be dragged away, he managed to catch Fleur's glance. She merely laughed and shooed him away with her younger sister, knowing as she did Gabrielle's almost hero worship. Harry was more than willing to go along with the young girl. That Christmas promised to be the best he had ever had. In truth, it was the best Christmas for Harry. For an attention and affection-starved young man, the sights and sounds, the activities, all carefully planned by their hosts, the customs which truly made it a season to celebrate, all rolled into a series of events which Harry lapped up as though he were a dog, dying from thirst. First, as he had promised his best friend's father, they went golfing the very next day, and as Jean-Sébastien had said, Sirius was almost gleeful at the opportunity to try something new. Of course, that was not to say that he was ready to follow the rules. Sirius's antics were at their most outrageous that day. He used his borrowed clubs almost as though they were just sticks, flailing at his ball in a most amusing fashion, while using every underhanded trick to gain some advantage. He vanished Harry's ball at least 3 separate times, took to using his wand to try to banish a ball in flight in another direction, and had even succeeded once or twice, and generally provided laughter for the others, particularly Jean-Sébastien and William, who took their game much more seriously. In fact, he almost got them into trouble on one hole, as he, true to Harry's prediction, almost got caught using his wand by some other golfers when he banished his ball toward the hole, and then claimed that he had used his putter to do the honors. If the group behind them had been even a few seconds faster, he would have been caught. For Harry himself, he found that he was better at the game than he would have had a right to expect, being a pure beginner. "That's the way to do it, Harry," William exclaimed after Harry had managed to get off a particularly good tee shot about halfway into their game. "We'll make a golfer out of you yet." All in all, it was good fun, and Harry was glad he had been persuaded to accompany the man to the course. After their time on the course, they met the rest of the party in Marseille, and spent the rest of the day finishing off some last-minute Christmas shopping. They then ate a wonderful French dinner at an expensive restaurant before returning to the chateau for the night. On Christmas Eve the whole party gathered in the living room for an event which was much looked forward to by the whole party. The night before, when discussing the topic, Jean-Sébastien had informed them all that it was tradition in the Delacour family for the entire family to go out into the neighboring woods and to cut the Yule log which would be used in their fireplace on Christmas morning. Needless to say that they were all looking forward to the experience. "Did you do anything like this in England?" Harry asked Hermione as they walked, all bundled up against the cold of the late December morning. "No," said Hermione with a smile. "Though there may be some parts of England where they do this sort of thing, I grew up close to London, and we couldn't exactly go to the local park and cut down a tree. Unfortunately, the cutting of the Yule log has become somewhat of a forgotten tradition," Fleur said from Harry's other side. "There are some like us who still observe it, but relatively few still do." "What is it for?" asked Harry curiously, not truly knowing much about the traditions of his betrothed's homeland. "It's for our Christmas fire," Fleur replied. "It's a large log which has symbolic significance because the tree is cut down, and is used to light and warm the house throughout the day. Once we have completed cutting it, we will drag it back to the chateau and place it in the large fireplace in our living room. Then, on Christmas morning before we open up our gifts, my father will light it, using a piece which was saved from last year's log, and it will burn for the rest of the day." Fleur let out a bit of a giggle before continuing, "The house elves are generally not very happy with it, it's the one thing they aren't allowed to help with or use magic on." Harry glanced at Hermione, but was surprised to find that she was not at all upset by the mention of house elves. Clearly, Fleur had taken her aside at some point and explained to her the reason why they were in service to wizards, a necessity of their continued existence as magical creatures. In fact, the Delacour house elves were more along the lines of family members than servants, though it was true that they did most of the work to keep the house running. Still, they were well treated and given gifts at Christmas, though not clothes, and were expected to sleep in good beds, and eat the same food as the family, though even the Delacours, with their close relationship with their elves, could not get them to eat at the same table as the family. Walking alongside his friends, Harry was just about to respond when he staggered forward when something impacted with the back of his head. Disoriented for the moment, Harry raised his hand and was shocked at the feeling of icy coldness, and even more surprised when he pulled his hand away from his head and noted the bits of snow clinging to his fingers, while the rest apparently ran down his back. Turning, Harry instantly took in the grinning visage of a certain marauder, who was tossing a freshly made snowball into the air and catching it, all while evilly leering at Harry. Exchanging a glance with Hermione and Fleur, Harry knew there was only one thing to do. Almost as one, the three teens stooped to the ground and, grasping a handful of snow each in their hands, began pelting the grinning man with snowballs. "No fair," Sirius cried as he dodged their missiles, almost unable to speak due to his laughter. "It's 3 against 1, maybe you should have thought of that first," Hermione declared as she caught him in the face with a particularly fine shot. Back and forth the four of them fought as the rest of the party looked on with amusement, and though he continued to protest being outnumbered, Sirius did a fair job of giving as good as he got. The fight broke down, however, when Sirius abruptly changed to his grim form and bounded through the group, jumping and prancing about like a Jack Russell Terrier. Harry still managed to get in a couple of good hits, even on a moving target, but it was Hermione's displeasure when Sirius bounded up to her and placed a wet, sloppy doggy key on her face, which ended the game. A threat to hex one's bits off would tend to quell anyone's exuberance, or so Harry thought. The impromptu snowball fight brought to a close, the party continued on, and a few moments later, they had entered the grove of trees which stood several minutes from the chateau, and began sizing up the trees in the area. Now, we need to look for a likely specimen, Jean-Sebastian told them. A fir tree which has grown to be large enough to provide us with a fire which will last all day, but not large enough that it would take us all today to cut through it. The other two men appeared affronted at his word and flexed their muscles, while the women just groaned and rolled their eyes in response to the manly bravado. Harry just grinned. He had no expectation of being able to cut through a tree himself, but acknowledged a keen interest to at least give it his best shot. They searched around the area for some time and several possibilities were pointed out. The Delacours, who had of course done this before, were the final arbiters of whether or not a tree was acceptable, especially Jean-Sebastian, knowing as he did, the fact that the men would be ultimately responsible for rendering the trunk into its final form. "How about this one?" Harry asked after several moments of searching. The tree was not huge, but it easily towered over the party, and if Harry was any judge of such things, which he knew he was not, it was straight and thick and seemed like it was likely to burn for some time, without overwhelming the Delacours' admittedly large fireplace. Jean-Sebastian moved toward Harry, inspecting the tree which he had pointed out. And after a long moment, he turned and smiled at Harry, saying, "An excellent choice, Harry. I think this one will do quite well." Calling to the others, Jean-Sebastian dropped a sack he had carried to the ground and rummaging inside it, he produced several long axes which appeared heavy and incredibly sharp. When the group had all gathered, Jean-Sebastian began handing out the axes, while explaining what was about to happen next. "I hope you have all kept in shape, because what we are about to do next will be done largely by whatever strength we possess. However, as the tree is large and none of us are lumberjacks," Jean-Sebastian smirked at Sirius who was once again striking a manly pose, "I will use a special axe to cut down the tree." As he pulled out a carefully stored axe from his bag, Jean-Sebastian continued speaking. "As I said, most of what we will do today will be accomplished by our own hard work. However, over the years we have allowed a little help to be introduced to our labors. These axes have been charmed to remain razor sharp, and will even give us a little extra power when we swing it at the tree." Producing a much larger and lethal-looking axe from a leather bag, which had obviously been enchanted to hold it, Jean-Sebastian showed the weapon to the group. It was much larger than the others and carried almost an aura of power to it. This weapon was obviously no ordinary woodsman's axe. This axe was enchanted by one of my forebears, more than a century ago. As the family line had dwindled to only himself and his children, the traditional cutting of the Yule log had become very difficult, as his children were all still very young. He conceived the idea of this axe to make his job easier until his sons could join him. "Now I will warn you," he continued, looking sternly over those gathered, "this is a very dangerous weapon and is not to be used by anyone who does not know how to use it. I will use it to cut down the tree, and then it will be put away until it is needed again next year. It will cut through the trunk in one swing, so I suggest you all get far enough away from the tree that it doesn't fall on you." The three Delacour ladies immediately began to retreat, clearly understanding what was about to occur, while the others followed reluctantly. "Is that for real?" William asked, wonder coloring his voice. "I can see the power emanating from it," Hermione replied, while Fleur chimed in, "You'll see," in a sing-song voice. Immensely curious as to what was happening, Harry peered at Jean-Sebastian as he prepared the tool for use. He took the weapon and holding it very carefully, pointed it toward the base of the tree. Then again in a very slow motion swung the haft of the axe back before driving it forward. As the axe approached the trunk of the tree, Jean-Sebastian spoke a single word, presumably an activation word or some sort of incantation, which caused the tool to leap forward and cleave through the tree as though the trunk of the large plant was no more substantial than water. The tree shuddered for a moment almost as though it was not aware that there was a problem at its base, before it began to teeter gracefully, and gathering momentum, it crashed to the earth in the opposite direction from where they were standing. Harry immediately began to applaud with the others as they approached the now fallen tree, where Jean-Sebastian was leaning on the axe, like he was a woodsman, and smirking at everyone else. "That's not an axe," William drawled, holding out the axe he held in his hand. "That's an axe." He completed the line, gesturing at the axe on which Jean-Sebastian was still leaning. Hermione and Elizabeth rolled their eyes while Elizabeth smacked her husband on the back of the head, but the rest of the group merely looked on in confusion. "Don't mind Daddy," Hermione said. "He's just paraphrasing one of his favorite movies from the 80s. I'll show it to you when you come to our house," William said with a laugh, clearly unconcerned by his wife and daughter's reactions. "It's a comedy classic." Smiling, Harry nodded his agreement, and turned back to Jean Sebastian, who was now stowing the special axe back in its protective case. "That's some axe, Jean Sebastian." "That it is," his guardian replied with a chuckle. "But it's very dangerous if not used correctly. With all the power it generated, I would have thought it would have spun out of your hands." "It's charmed to stop and not give the user a jolt," said Jean Sebastian as he finished his task. "And the head of the axe actually creates a field of magical energy, not unlike a standard cutting charm, though obviously much more powerful. It's the energy which actually cuts through the wood, not the blade. But now that we have a tree," he continued, hefting an axe, "much like the ones the others now held, shall we cut it down to size?" They fell to their task with a vigor, beginning by chopping off the branches extending from the trunk, and levitating them to the side in a neat pile. Once this was completed, Jean Sebastian measured out a certain length from the base of the trunk, and they began cutting it down in earnest, each of them, besides Gabrielle, who was clearly annoyed that she was deemed too young, taking a turn chopping at the massive tree. And though the axes were charmed, it was still a lot of work to whittle their way through the tree. But no one complained and a good time was had by all, especially the men who all tried to show their huge muscles to the assembled ladies in good fun. Once the Yule log had been separated from the rest of the tree, they attached ropes to it and began to drag it back in the direction of the chateau. The house elves will render the rest of the wood into usable-sized pieces for the fireplace, though these pieces won't get used until they are properly dried out, Jean Sebastian supplied as they worked their way back toward the castle. It was some time later when the log had been situated in the fireplace, ready for the following morning. The rest of the evening was spent singing Christmas carols and reading the Christmas story from the Bible, while reveling in the company and the abundance of food and drink. Before they went to bed, sabots were placed carefully by the fireplace, a Christmas tradition in France, Fleur supplied, much like stockings hung by the fire in other countries, before they retired for the evening. It is perhaps not surprising that Harry, though he was excited for the following day, slept almost immediately, tired as he was from the day's exertions. The next morning, Harry was awoken early by a small ball of energy who dashed into his room and jumped on his bed. Harry, le Père Noël est venu. Bolting upright in surprise, Harry took in the grinning young girl and was immediately infected by her sense of excitement, though he did not completely understand what she said. It was not difficult, however, to understand her meaning. "Merry Christmas, Gabrielle," he exclaimed, sweeping her up in a hug, which was returned with interest by the young girl. "Oui, joyeux Noël, Harry." Jumping from his bed, Harry pulled on a robe and, grasping Gabrielle's hand, he allowed her to pull him from the room. The others had begun to gather in the hallway, no doubt due to the little girl's exuberance in waking the entire house. Indulgent smiles met that exuberance, and embraces and wishes of "Merry Christmas" were passed between the celebrants before they made their way toward the living room. It appeared that Father Christmas had indeed made an appearance, as there were now presents hanging from the tree, and the sabots which had been so carefully placed in front of the tree were filled to overflowing with fruit, nuts and all kinds of sweets, making Harry's mouth water at the sight of all the bounty set before them. Gabrielle instantly set about dividing the sabot between herself, Hermione, Fleur and Harry, being the youngest present. Fleur smiled indulgently at her sister, though she laughingly accepted her share and popped a few of the succulent nuts in her mouth. As Jean Sebastian had said the previous day, the first order of business was to light the Yule log in the fire. During the night, a pile of smaller pieces of wood, complete with a generous supply of kindling, had been placed around the massive log, and all that was required was for Jean Sebastian to produce a set of matches. He laughingly informed them that they did not use magic to light the Yule log when asked, and set about lighting the fire. Soon, the fire had caught in. The smaller logs were burning merrily. And though the Yule log took much longer for the fire to take hold, it was soon spitting and hissing as green wood was wont to do when used in a fire. The day that followed was one of the best of Harry's life, filled with laughter and contentment, and a generous supply of gifts from the Delacours, his friends, and most especially, Sirius. The marauder had laughingly told him that since he had missed so many Christmases, that the pile of presents he had delivered was only to make up for those he had missed. In the brightly wrapped paper were many useful things: a wand holster sized to fit Harry's wrist and charmed to enlarge as Harry grew, sets of clothes, wizarding robes, and even a few with the Potter crest on them, an album full of photos of his parents and the Marauders from their school days, and even a set of prank items, specifically designed from the notes Sirius had kept from his time as a Marauder. Fred and George would be absolutely over the moon if they ever got a glimpse of the bounty Sirius had given him. There were other gifts as well: an extensive set of fantasy fiction books, the Narnia set, the works of J.R.R. Tolkien, as well as some other less-known works. From Hermione, a beautiful jacket made from dragon hide from Fleur, and the complete set of James Bond movies from the Grangers, a present which had undoubtedly stemmed from a conversation Harry had had with William about various movie heroes and villains. William had been appalled that Harry knew next to nothing about such a venerable British institution as 007, and was determined to educate him in the subject. And added to that were candies and nuts, trinkets, books, clothes, and numerous other items. For a boy who had received virtually no Christmas gifts throughout his formative years, it was very heady stuff. For himself, Harry had given Fleur and Hermione matching gold lockets, complete with a photo of the three of them enclosed within, a set of golf balls and other golfing accessories for William, and for his wife, a day at a well-known French spa. Not really knowing what Elizabeth liked, it seemed as though it was a good bet, and a success, if Elizabeth's happy exclamation and thanks to Harry was any indication. And though he was not really certain that it was necessary, considering her incredible beauty, Harry had provided the same present to Apolline, which quickly had the two women planning their outing together. To Gabrielle he had provided a selection of sweets and Muggle toys. When most of the gifts had been distributed, Jean Sebastian called Harry's attention to the one gift which had not been given. Though you might not be aware, it is traditional for a wizard's family to give a young man a pocket watch when they come of age. When Harry thought to interrupt, Jean Sebastian chuckled and continued, "Yes, I know that you are still a year and a half away from turning 17. I spoke with Mr. Weasley and he requested the honor of allowing them to gift you with your pocket watch, and as your friend Ron and his family have been good to you, I agreed. I believe that they have something special planned for your 17th birthday. As a result, we decided to do something similar, to honor this tradition in a way of our own." Thus said, Jean Sebastian handed Harry a small box that, when opened, revealed a handsome wristwatch. Harry, who had ruined his own watch the previous year in the second task of the tournament, was thrilled with the thoughtful gift. He pulled it from the box reverently, noting the simple yet stylish workmanship of the face, and the strong, yet supple definition of the band. It was far finer than any watch Harry had ever owned. "Thank you, Jean Sebastian," was Harry's emotional words. "I appreciate all your family has done for me." Jean Sebastian just waved him off. "I think you have done much for my family, Harry, and I couldn't imagine someone better to entrust my precious daughter. Now," he continued, "before we continue with our day, there is one other tradition I wish to observe." He stopped to consider Harry and the entire company for several moments before he once again spoke. "It has been traditional for many years, especially in your own home country, for neighbors and close acquaintances to exchange vows for Christmas and the New Year. I wish to do this, Harry, and let you know that whatever may come, the Delacour family will stand with the Potter family." Choked up, Harry thanked him, which prompted a deluge of others pledging their support: the ever-faithful and supportive Hermione, his beautiful and talented betrothed, Apolline, Fleur's mother and ethereally beautiful herself, and the irrepressible prankster Sirius. Even the Grangers, who did not, perhaps, completely understand exactly what was happening, immediately pledged their support as well. "And I pledge to support all of you like you support me," said Harry, barely managing to respond through the emotions which washed through him. "Shall we make a magical oath?" asked Jean Sebastian. "I really don't think that's necessary," Harry stated firmly. "I have every confidence in all of us." He gestured to the whole group, "keeping our vows without magical assistance. I think the bonds of love and affection are much more powerful than even the strongest of magic." "Well said, Harry," responded Jean Sebastian with a broad smile. "Well said indeed." The rest of the day was spent in love and laughter, not to mention a copious amount of incredible food from the Delacour kitchens. The feast was notable in that it closely resembled a traditional English Christmas dinner, though the final treat was a chocolate Yule log cake, or a bûche de Noël, as he was informed it was known as in French. Quite simply, it was the best Christmas, and one of the best days of Harry's life. The next week was spent in the company of good friends and good company, and for a moment the inhabitants of Château Delacour were able to forget about what awaited them back in England when they returned. Though things for the most part were quiet, they all knew the spectre of Voldemort still hung over them, and no one could predict when the next blow would be struck. In France, however, such concerns were distant, and for the moment, nothing was more important than spending time with family and enjoying their time away from the reality of the world. All such things must end, however, and on the second to last day of the year, the entire party packed up their belongings and made their way back through the Flow into the ambassador's manor. The Grangers immediately returned to their home, amid thanks for a wonderful holiday, and invitations by the Delacours to join them at any time. Attention then turned to the New Year's ball, which was to be held the following evening. After the day spent in preparation, Fleur found herself sitting in front of her vanity, studying her appearance in the mirror. Overall, she was pleased with what she saw. She was dressed in a simple evening gown of a darker shade of blue than she had worn at the Yule ball, and she had to admit that blue certainly did suit her. Her hair was piled on the top of her head in an elaborate mass of braids and curls, and she felt the effect was quite becoming of her. If she were to acknowledge the truth, Fleur knew that she was not anticipating this evening in the slightest. She had enjoyed the Yule ball, especially the fact that she had been in Harry's company, and though she generally liked dancing, she was certain this evening would be not only tedious but also have a completely different atmosphere. It would undoubtedly subject them all to the censure of the bigots who permeated British wizarding society, though she was certain there would be those who were welcoming and kind. In fact, most of them would undoubtedly be so, but she knew that her heritage would make her a target for the innuendo and veiled insults of those to whom blood purity mattered, and she was not looking forward to it. Sighing, Fleur took one last look in her mirror before rising and gathering her wrap. It would not be that bad, she told herself. It was, unfortunately, a simple fact that she expected the few bad experiences to leave a sour taste in her mouth, overshadowing the good experiences, even though the latter would undoubtedly be much more plentiful. But she had to remember that she would be with Harry. That would make the whole event worth it. A knock sounded, and a moment later Hermione's head poked around the corner of the door. "Fleur, are you ready yet?" "As ready as I will ever be," was Fleur's rueful reply, accompanied by another sigh. Hermione smirked. "It sounds like someone isn't looking forward to a night spent in the arms of her betrothed. If it was just Harry and me, I would be quite happy. It is the rest of it that I'm not looking forward to." "I know what you mean." Hermione sat on the edge of the bed and Fleur sat by her side after a moment. "To most of these people, I'm just an uppity mudblood who doesn't know her place. To those people, I shouldn't be anywhere near the boy who lived." "At least you're human," Fleur said with a snort, emphasizing the last words by flexing her fingers. "English society is not the most welcoming or tolerant, as you are well aware." "Do you really think Malfoy considers me to be human?" Hermione asked with mock severity. Perish the thought. Fleur had to laugh at Hermione's jest. It was the truth after all. "Listen to us," she responded with a grin. "It will not be that bad. A lot of our friends will be there, and not everyone is a bigot." "I know," replied Hermione. "It's just, I think I could have done without this for a while. But you invited me, so I couldn't exactly say no. I guess we'll just have to look out for one another, won't we?" Hermione smiled at Fleur's offer and put an arm around the other witch. Fleur was relieved to have such a good female friend, as such confidantes had been in short supply in her life. She was certain Hermione felt the same way. "That sounds great, Fleur. But for tonight, anyway, I think I'll have to look after myself and stick to some of our other friends." At Fleur's questioning gaze, Hermione turned away slightly and began to toy with one of the cuffs of her gown. "This is your night, Fleur, yours and Harry's," Hermione said, her voice quiet and reflective. "You have been great in including me in everything, but this is your introduction to society and I feel like I've been in the way a little lately." "No, Hermione. I know you don't feel that way," interrupted Hermione, "but I do. You will both be meeting a lot of people tonight and I doubt you will have a lot of time on your hands. I think I'll stick with some of our other friends for the evening. Give you and Harry some space, you know. You have not been in the way," Fleur stated firmly. She had certainly never considered Hermione to be an intruder and wished to disabuse her of any hint of such feelings. I have enjoyed our friendship and the support you have helped give me with the transition to life at Hogwarts. Besides, I have tried not to push you, but you know that I would love to have you as a sister. You have not been in the way. If you had been more certain of your feelings and desires, this could have been an introduction to society for all three of us. No, it couldn't. Hermione's voice was firm and her face was set in an expression of certainty. There are a number of reasons why this should be the two of you being introduced. I may not have made my decision yet, but even if I had, I would not have allowed it to be announced yet. This is about the alliance between the Potters and the Delacours. You don't need me mucking up things and making them more difficult. A knock once again sounded at Fleur's door. Hermione rose to answer it, but before she did, she turned back to Fleur. This is the best way, Fleur. I appreciate your offer and your patience, and I promise you that I will have an answer for you, and Harry, as soon as I can. In the meantime, I want you to enjoy Harry's company tonight. For once be selfish and keep him to yourself. Smiling warmly, Hermione strode to the door and opened it, revealing visibly nervous Harry. She's right in here, Harry, Hermione said in greeting and, leaning forward, she kissed his cheek. You're looking rather handsome tonight, I must say. In any case, I'll see you both later in the ballroom. Harry watched her as she strode from the room, his expression unreadable, though Fleur could tell that his earlier nervousness had given way to something else. For a brief moment a stab of, well, she couldn't quite identify exactly what she felt. Regret or wistfulness perhaps, though Fleur was convinced that offering a part of Harry to Hermione was the right thing to do, she could not help but wish that he was hers and hers alone. Shaking her head, Fleur rose to greet Harry, determined not to indulge in such thoughts again. What was done and the situation could not be altered. At least Harry had the good taste and judgment to be in love with such a good person as Hermione. Not for the first time Fleur was reflected that she was not certain what she would have done if had feelings for someone like Parkinson, for example. The mere thought of such a thing had Fleur turning and stifling a giggle into her hand. As if Harry would have the bad taste to fall for someone like that pig. While she was thus occupied, Harry entered the room and closed the door, while turning to face her. Fleur was forced to admit that regardless of the fact that he was in excess of 2 years younger than she and that some would wonder what she saw in a boy separated by such an age difference, she was rapidly coming to the opinion that he was perfect for her. He was soft-spoken, yet not afraid to speak up when needed. He was confident, yet anything but arrogant. He was rich and famous, yet he was humble and modest. And it did not hurt that the past 6 months had seen a growth spurt which had given him enough height that she now had to look up at him. And as icing on the cake, his glorious green eyes were such that any girl would fall for him instantly. Yes, for all that she was a Veela and gifted with magical beauty, Harry's looks were such that she did not feel like he was the one getting the best of the deal from a purely superficial point of view, not in the slightest. Add in his personality and bearing, and the deal was sealed for Fleur. And it was not as though their age difference would matter in even 5 years. Fleur was very much looking forward to their coming life together, if only they could triumph over the obstacles fate had placed in their path. "Hi Fleur," Harry said somewhat abashedly as he advanced into the room. His manner instantly suggested to Fleur that he had something in mind other than simply greeting her or escorting her to the ball. What it was she had no idea, but Harry had not been this reticent in her company for some time now. In fact, she was highly gratified at how comfortable they had become with one another, a progression which was another reason among many why she had such hopes for their future. "Harry," she greeted him with a smile and a kiss on his cheek. She grasped his hand and pulled him to the bed, sitting by his side in the same manner she had just sat with Hermione. She kept his hand enclosed within her own as she smiled at him and said, "Hermione and I have spoken about how we are not looking forward to tonight. Is this the time where you now tell me the same thing?" Harry appeared surprised at her teasing before he regarded her with a bit of a devilish expression of his own. "So the ladies are actually not looking forward to a night of dancing?" he asked with an affected incredulousness. "Shouldn't we commemorate this moment or something? Isn't this sort of thing almost unheard of?" Slapping him lightly on the shoulder, Fleur responded playfully, "Only when our dates are nothing more than silly prats." "I'll have you know that I am not a prat," Harry said with a sniff. "I am a handsome, debonair, and altogether likable bloke." They both laughed together at Harry's conceit, after which Harry sobered immediately and looked at Fleur with some concern. Seriously, I thought you ladies lived for this type of thing. I do enjoy dancing, if I'm with the right man. She smiled at him, trying to communicate the fact that he was very much the right man, and his answering grin told her that he had received the message loud and clear. But I must admit to a little anxiety. This isn't like the Yule Ball, it is much more serious and the atmosphere will be completely different. It is a high society event, and those can be very dull. But even more, there will be those in attendance tonight who will not exactly be welcoming of me. That's not even mentioning those who will hate me for snagging the golden boy. They're not worth our time if they can't see what a wonderful person you are, said Harry rather emphatically. Besides, if anyone gets unruly, we can just have Maddie toss them out on their ear. The mental image of a 2.5-foot house elf throwing a 6-foot man out on his ear caused Fleur to giggle and she playfully swatted at Harry. They continued to chuckle for several moments before Harry suddenly became serious once again. Fleur, there was something I wanted to talk to you about, he began hesitantly. Of course, Harry, she replied. Well, I just wanted to. Harry paused for a moment as though considering what to say, before he almost visibly squared his shoulders. Actually, I wanted to tell you how thankful I am that you and your family have taken me into your home. Oh Harry, Fleur responded with an affectionate hug. It's nothing. We are betrothed now, we want you to understand that you are family now. I do understand that, Harry insisted, but it really has struck me in the last little while how much your family is risking by openly supporting me. Your father did not have to agree to this betrothal, and I'm very aware of how much danger it has put you all in. I wanted you to know that I understand and I'm very grateful. Fleur was touched by his shy statement of appreciation. I do not think we could have done anything else, she told him, laying her head upon his shoulder. Papa has told me that he felt that Voldemort would not stop at Britain if he managed to conquer your country. As much as he respects and likes you, and feels like you will take care of me, this is also about defending our interests as well. This could be a very powerful alliance, Harry, one of the few between families of England and France. Sure, there are fringe benefits for you and me, they shared a smile at her words, but it is also largely political. And that's very foresighted of your father to think of all that, Harry responded. But I'm still grateful. I wanted to do something to show my appreciation, Harry continued after a moment, but I thought I would like to make a gesture to you specifically. That's not necessary. Fleur's words were stilled when Harry put his fingers to her mouth, stopping her protests in mid-sentence. He turned so that he was facing her a little more directly, and took a deep breath before beginning to speak. Fleur, I know you don't do what you do in order to be rewarded, but that doesn't make me any less thankful. If anything, it makes me more. I thought that the best way to show my appreciation would be to present you with a gift which carries all of my esteem for you. I know that I gave you and Hermione the exact same gifts at Christmas, but I did that knowing I also wanted to give you something all your own. From within his jacket, Harry produced a satin box which glittered in the light of the room. Fleur's breath caught in her throat and she looked up at Harry with wonder, searching his eyes for some indication of what he was thinking. I've had this idea for some time now, but it has only been in the last 2 days that the idea became a plan. I know that we are formally and magically betrothed, but as of yet you do not wear any visible indication of our status, and I wanted to change that. I'm not formally proposing to you now, that will come later. He grinned impishly at her, prompting her returning smile. Yesterday I visited my family vaults. With Sirius along I was able to access them, though I was restricted in what I can do until I come of age. We were able to argue with the goblins that I should be allowed to remove this box based on my status as your betrothed. Sirius remembered it from when he was friends with my father, and recommended it when I told him what I wanted to do. Lifting the box between them and pointing it toward her, Harry opened it and showed Fleur the simple, yet beautiful ring which lay within. It was a small ring of white gold, and contained 3 tiny diamonds inset into the straight band on either side of the centerpiece. In the center were 2 hearts, a smaller one set to the side and slightly over the lower right edge of the larger, both with a gemstone set within the center of the hearts. The larger heart contained a ruby, while the smaller contained a sapphire, clearly a representation of their respective birth months. The ring was tasteful and elegant, without being too showy and ostentatious. In other words, it was perfect, just like Harry himself. Oh, Harry, it's beautiful, Fleur breathed, reaching out to touch the ring with one trembling finger. It was my mother's, Harry said by way of explanation. Apparently my father bought it for her when he was finally able to get her to date him. Stopping, Harry smirked. Sirius told me that she kind of considered him to be a bit of a git when they were younger. He and his friends were pranksters and she thought he was arrogant and frivolous, but apparently he changed during his 6th and 7th years. He gave her this ring when they had been dating for a while, signaling his intention to marry her. I had the goblins remove their birthstones and replace them with ours. I would like you to wear this if you would, as a symbol of my esteem and a promise that I will give you an actual engagement ring once I finish school. Filled with emotion, Fleur gave Harry a tremulous smile. I would be honored to wear it. Thank you, Harry. No. Thank you, Harry murmured as he removed the ring from the box and, setting it aside, slipped the ring onto her left ring finger which she held out to him. The ring shuddered for a moment as the sizing charm kicked in. Before settling on her finger, Fleur held out her hand admiring the ring and ecstatic at the thoughtfulness her betrothed had exhibited. He was changing, she thought, from the shy and uncertain boy he had been when she had first met him to the confident and powerful young man who was now growing into his reputation. He was no longer the little boy she had thought him to be the night his name had unexpectedly come out of the goblet, and indeed, had never been one, given what she knew of him now. He was hers and there was no way she was going to let go of him. Shyly, she glanced up at him through her eyelashes and, giving him a coy smile, said, "Is it not customary for the young man to key the young lady to whom he has just given a promise ring?" Indubitably, Harry said with a smile before leaning in and brushing her lips with his own. The next moments were spent in a most pleasurable fashion, and though Fleur knew that some boys would have been attempting to inhale her tonsils by now, Harry's key was gentle and chaste, perhaps even more so than she would have wished for. After all, he had just given her a beautiful gift which bespoke his growing regard. If this was not a time for them to indulge in a slightly more intimate response, then she did not know what was. At length, Harry pulled away from her, a regretful smile on his face. "I guess we had better go down. I told your father we wouldn't be late." Fleur eyed him suspiciously. "Does my father know about this?" "He was there when I asked Sirius about it before we left France," Harry admitted. "Sirius helped me get into the vault, but your father knew what we were going to be doing. He hasn't seen the ring, though." "In that case he can wait," said Fleur while pulling Harry toward her yet again. "I'm sure he would expect us to celebrate such an auspicious occasion." Though he had suggested they head down to the ballroom, Harry made no complaint about continuing their private celebration. In fact, it was clear from his enthusiastic response that he was enjoying their interlude as much as she was herself. About 15 minutes later, the young couple left Fleur's rooms and descended the stairs to the main level of the manor. In no hurry, they walked slowly, reveling in their closeness and deepening relationship. An observer unknown to them would have seen them and assumed them to be exactly what they were, a young couple in the middle of forming a relationship of love and respect. It was significant to Harry's mind, as their relationship had grown so slowly that such a thing could not have been said only a few short weeks ago. As he walked along the hall with Fleur holding on to his arm, Harry reflected on the past half hour with a certain amount of relief. Jean-Sebastian had told him that Fleur would love the ring, regardless of the fact that he had not, in fact, seen it. Still, Harry had worried, who would not? It was not every day that one gave a special girl a promise ring. As they approached the ballroom, they noted the group gathered there and the speculative looks which were being directed at them, even by those who had not known of Harry's intentions for the evening. Harry ignored them as best he could, though he was certain that the scrutiny had elicited a light blush at the very least. It was not helped at all when Sirius, no doubt considering it his duty as a marauder, began teasing him. "It certainly was a good thing that you told them to be here half an hour ahead of the actual time when guests will start arriving," he drawled to Jean-Sebastian. "One would think they did not know how to tell time." "Indeed," Jean-Sebastian responded. "Since Harry left to get Fleur 20 minutes ago, I am rather curious as to what they were doing all this time." "Oh. And Harry," Sirius said, his eyes twinkling with barely suppressed mirth, "I'm not sure that lipstick is your color. You really should take better care to choose the proper highlights." The grinning marauder pulled a handkerchief from his front pocket and wiped the corner of Harry's mouth, showing him a small stain of rose gloss. Blushing, Harry attempted to direct a stern glare at the two of them, which was clearly a failure, as their teasing grins did not lessen in the slightest. Jean-Sebastian actually guffawed in response to Sirius's teasing, regardless of the fact that Harry had just been essentially caught dotting his eldest daughter. "Do not tease Harry, you two," said Apolline as she approached the couple. "Honestly, sometimes I think you are spending too much time with Mr. Black. You are becoming as much of a prankster as he is." She shook her head as the two men merely smirked at one another. Approaching Harry and Fleur, she at Harry on the cheek and embraced her daughter warmly, before setting about adjusting Harry's robes to her satisfaction. For a brief moment, Harry wondered what it was about women which compelled them to play with and rearrange a man's clothes. "The guests will be arriving soon, we should take our places." Stepping back, Apolline was about to turn away when her attention was caught by the ring on Fleur's hand, and with a little gasp, she reached out and took her hand. "My goodness!" she exclaimed, taking Fleur's hand and inspecting the ring. "That is very beautiful, Fleur. I assume it was a gift from your young man." "Yes, maman," Fleur answered with a complacent smile. "Harry gave it to me just before we came down." Hermione joined them and stood with Apolline, exclaiming over the ring. Harry, though he felt slightly embarrassed at the attention it was receiving, nevertheless was feeling rather gratified that Apolline and Hermione approved of it. "It's a promise ring," Harry was compelled to say. "I know we are betrothed, but I thought Fleur should have a visible indication of my esteem, and a promise that when we are ready I will propose and up the ante with an engagement ring." "Smooth, Potter," Hermione teased. "There may just be some hope for you yet." "I certainly hope so," Harry responded with a grin. "Very well done." Jean-Sebastian's words interrupted his introspection. The father of his betrothed had approached and inspected the ring himself before turning his approving smile on Harry. Clearly it was a good choice to agree to this betrothal. "I can see that Fleur will be well taken care of. You can depend upon it, J.S." Harry responded. "And I think I am the one who needs to thank you. I understand the sacrifice and danger you have placed your family in to support me." "Do not mention it, Harry," Jean-Sebastian responded. "It was the right thing to do. Now, let us show these countrymen of yours that we are united and allied, shall we?" "And watch them squirm," Sirius said with an evil cackle. The guests began arriving soon after Harry and Fleur had joined the family in forming a line to greet the arriving guests. Or most of them joined the line. Hermione firmly declared that she was a guest and not part of the family, so she held back and did not participate in the official greetings, though many of those in attendance did have some words for her as they moved down the line. The list of guests was endless. Harry was certain that there were several hundred people in attendance. And though children were normally not to be included in such gatherings, since Harry himself was only 15, Jean-Sebastian had thought it prudent to invite the younger generation as well. They would be the ones Harry would be dealing with in the future. As the guests began to trickle in, Harry had an impression of just how dull this evening would be. The first guest to enter, likely in an effort to make himself appear important, was the Minister for Magic himself, along with his wife, and though the man was certainly not well thought of by anyone in residence at the manor, he conducted himself as though he was a benevolent father of them all. "Harry, my boy," he said with aplomb as he approached them. "So good to see you looking so well with your betrothed. I understand you spent the past several days with your betrothed's family in France. I hope your holiday was happy and relaxing." "Yes, sir," Harry replied, just managing to keep his voice even. "We had a wonderful Christmas." "Very good, indeed. You should always take the time away from life to enjoy yourself." "Yes, sir," Harry repeated, not really having much he wanted to say to the man, at least nothing which could be repeated in polite company. Luckily, Fudge either took the hint or did not care to further any conversation with Harry, and moved down the line with his wife. His exchange with Jean-Sebastian was everything polite, though Harry could detect the frosty undercurrents. It was clear there was no love lost between the two men. Ignoring the politician, Harry turned toward the next set of guests to be introduced, and greeted them with politeness. Thus began an almost never-ending succession of ministry employees, old families and others, and in short order, Harry was wondering how he would ever remember all the names, not to mention associating those names to the faces. "Don't worry about it, Harry," Fleur whispered to him during one brief lull. "You don't need to remember everyone's name right now, it will come." Harry smiled gratefully at her before turning to greet the next guests, who turned out to be the Greengrass family. Daphne had come, along with her sister and parents, and Harry had to admit it was not difficult to see why boys around her exclaimed over her good looks. Had Harry not already had the most beautiful girl he had ever seen by his side, he would have had to admit that he would have been interested in Daphne. It was also clear to see where she had received her looks. If Mrs. Greengrass was any indication, Daphne would be even more beautiful when she achieved her full maturity. By contrast, Mr. Greengrass was short, standing only an inch or two taller than his wife, but he was also slender and appeared to be athletic. Astoria hung back a little bashfully, though she did return Harry's smile and greeting. "Harry," Daphne said as she approached, "I'd like you to meet my parents, David and Angelique." "Mum, Dad, this is Harry Potter. We finally get to meet the famous Harry Potter," Angelique spoke, betraying a hint of a French accent. "So good to meet you. Both Daphne and Astoria have had much to say about you." "All good, I hope," Harry replied with a raised eyebrow at his new friend. "I certainly wouldn't tell you if it wasn't," Daphne rejoined with a mysterious smile. "I am a Slytherin, after all." "It's good to see you all here," Harry responded, and he grasped the lady's hands and keyed them. "He certainly appears to be charmer, dear," Angelique said as an aside to Daphne as Mr. Greengrass moved forward to shake Harry's hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young man," said David. "I appreciate your allowing my daughters to attend your club. They tell me they are learning much from you." "They are very welcome," Harry responded with a nod at the girls. "They've fit in very well and we are happy to have them. Perhaps there are other things we may have in common," David continued as they began moving down the line. "We will have to arrange a meeting at some point to discuss mutual interests." Jean-Sebastian greeted David at that moment and Harry was sure that Mr. Greengrass had been speaking of more than just a friendly get-together. A glance at Daphne confirmed this as she motioned to him that they would speak of it later. She then, accompanied by her sister, moved to say hello to Hermione, after which the three girls left the hallway and entered the ballroom. Unfortunately, Harry was not given any further time to consider the matter, as at that moment, a most unwelcome sight met his eyes. There, standing in the hallway, striding forward as though they owned the place, was the Malfoy family. If Draco was more like a garden snake than a cobra, toothless and harmless, the same could not be said about his sire. Lucius Malfoy was a cunning predator, dangerous and vicious, and it was his craftiness made him such a threat. He was certainly not saddled with the distinctive lack of tact and cunning that Draco exhibited, and Harry was thankful that Draco was not more like his father. If he had been, the previous 4 years of schooling would have been much more dangerous and miserable. Oddly enough, Draco held back while his father and mother, a handsome woman with blonde hair mixed with darker highlights, stepped forward to greet him. Instead, Draco glared stonily at Harry and Fleur, while glancing around with clear distaste at his surroundings. Doubtless, he would not have come had he had any other choice. "Mr. Potter," Lucius's voice rang out over the assembled dignitaries, and Harry thought the noise in the area lessened, as those in attendance turned their attention, clearly eager to see what would transpire between them. "I see you have moved up in the world, though perhaps your taste is not of the highest class. Still, my wife and I, and of course our son," he gestured to where Draco was still hanging back, "would like to congratulate you on your engagement to the lovely Miss Delacour." Harry's hackles were immediately raised by the rank insincerity in the man's voice and his contemptuous glances, not only at Fleur, but also at the others of her family. In response, Sirius was gazing at the man so intently, that he was almost blazing holes through Malfoy's head. "Two can play at that game," Harry thought, as he gave the pureblood a dismissive glance. "Thank you for your compliments," he responded in as disinterested a tone as he could manage. "I do indeed consider myself lucky to have the most beautiful woman I have ever met as my betrothed. By the way," he continued as he turned his attention to Draco, "the Parkinsons arrived earlier, and I believe Pansy is in the ballroom waiting impatiently for your arrival. She was looking, well, as she usually does, I suppose." Draco said nothing in response, merely contenting himself with a contemptuous glance at Fleur before he studiously turned his head away toward the ballroom. Lucius, however, smiled faintly, saying, "Charming. And how are you, Mr. Malfoy? I trust you have been well since the last time we met." A raised eyebrow met Harry's jibe. Lucius clearly understood the reference, The last time Harry had been in the presence of this man was the night of the Triwizard Tournament's third task. Of course, it had also been the night he had witnessed Voldemort's return. "Very well, thank you," Lucius replied. "It is very gratifying to see you so much more confident than you were then. Perhaps, though, your guardian should take an interest in curbing your unfortunate tendency toward brashness. It is important in life to pick one's battles, Mr. Potter, and to avoid biting off more than one can chew." "I'm certain it is," Harry retorted. "I will take your advice under consideration, though I must admit that I'm not sure that a little friendly conversation constitutes biting off more than I can chew. We are old friends now, are we not?" Apparently this statement garnered a little more attention and generated a little more annoyance than anything Harry had previously said. The man sniffed disdainfully and said, "Draco informed me that he once gave you advice about choosing your companions carefully. Unfortunately, it appears that you have not taken his words to heart, given your present company." He eyed Fleur with some distaste, which was returned in full measure by Harry's betrothed. "I assure you that I am fully capable of choosing those with whom I associate," was Harry's firm response. "I am quite content with the choices I have made in this regard." "Indeed," the blonde pureblood responded, his voice fairly dripping with contempt. "Hopefully you will not come to regret those choices. For now, I recommend you deal with respect toward your betters. Peace is a fragile thing, Mr. Potter, and you must take care not to upset any balance you have achieved, lest it come back to haunt you." "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Malfoy," Harry responded, not even bothering to point out that the Potter name was much older and more prestigious than that of an immigrant who was only accepted due to his wealth. That would be far too obvious. Still, another small dig would not be at all amiss. "I prefer to deal with others as equals, Mr. Malfoy. I see no need to remind anyone else of my status as the heir to a long and prestigious line. Harry, will you favor me with an introduction?" Jean Sebastian's voice cut through the tension. Turning, Harry executed a half-bow, motioning toward the pureblood. "Certainly. Jean Sebastian Delacour, please allow me to introduce Mr. Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy is my classmate, Draco Malfoy's father." Jean Sebastian bowed to Lucius, a gesture which was returned only slightly by the Malfoy patriarch. "I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Mr. Delacour," Lucius responded, "your name precedes you. You boast an extensive career in the French magical government and bear a name which is old and respected in our neighboring country." "Thank you, I have tried to do the best for my country of course. But I am curious, there are some Malfoys in France, a minor house really, in the Bordeaux area. Are you at all related to them?" Though Harry was not at all familiar with French magical families, he was well aware of the fact that the Malfoy progenitors were French, and he suspected that Jean Sebastian was well aware of that fact. Clearly he understood the connection, and his offhand comment about the fact that they were a minor family was nothing more than an insult, and one which was clearly understood by the pureblood. "Indeed you are correct," Lucius responded, "though the link is an old one, and the connection has been completely lost. My ancestors left France centuries ago to come to Britain. We consider ourselves to be completely English, I assure you." "Of course," Jean Sebastian replied. "It is always in one's best interest to fully assimilate into one's adopted country." "It is," Lucius agreed with aplomb. "But perhaps it is also wise to continue to maintain ties with one's roots. In light of that, perhaps we should meet at some point to discuss mutually important and beneficial arrangements." "I look forward to it," Jean Sebastian replied. "In the meantime, I see that we have held up those wishing to greet you, and as such, will take up no more of your time. Come, Narcissa, Draco." With a nod of his head, Lucius stepped away, followed by the rest of his family. Harry watched them walk away with some disgust. The man was a Death Eater and a killer, and Harry had a distinct desire to arrange payment for the man's crimes, though a meeting with his maker would be equally agreeable. And the smirking Draco would no doubt follow in his father's footsteps with enthusiasm, though the boy did not have enough intelligence to do anything else. "Why were they invited?" Harry asked in an undertone, turning to Jean Sebastian as Fleur greeted the next family in line. "One thing you will learn, Harry, is that it is beneficial to understand your opponents' strengths and weaknesses, and you cannot do that if you are never in their company. There is an old saying in English which says that you should keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Besides, as personally distasteful as the Malfoys are, they are influential members of society and to snub them would carry consequences. Are you going to meet with Malfoy? Jean-Sebastian chuckled. No doubt he wishes a more private forum in which to make his threats should I continue to support you. Yes, I will meet with him if he wishes, though I rather suspect nothing will ever come of it. If I do, I will try to get an indication of what his plans are. Do not worry, Harry, I will be quite safe. As the next people in line had made their way to him, Harry turned to greet them, while mulling Jean-Sebastian's words in his head. It made a certain amount of sense, he supposed. A brash Gryffindor response was not necessarily the best in all situations, though it certainly had its place. The Sorting Hat had wanted to place him in Slytherin, perhaps it was time for him to allow his Slytherin side a little more free rein. Unfortunately, the evening turned out to be every bit as tedious as Fleur had feared, though there were bright spots as well, particularly the dances Harry shared with his betrothed. There were also moments of tension and veiled comments, though nothing overt. The disparaging remarks directed toward Fleur, and even the occasional overheard comment about Hermione, were cleverly couched in innuendo, and never openly breached good manners. Throughout it all, Harry had to admit that he at times felt like a prize bull on display. He was required to mingle with the invitees, dance with some of the ladies, exchange a few words and almost rote-like phrases, and in generally appear agreeable and welcoming to all. He generally had no head for remembering all the people to whom he was introduced that evening, but he figured it did not matter too much, familiarity would solve that little problem, and he did not need to worry about it at least until the end of his schooling. The high part of the evening was, of course, spending time with his betrothed and the others who had also been invited to the ball. In addition to the Greengrasses, Tracy Davis and her parents attended, as did Susan and Amelia Bones, Luna and her father Xenophilius Lovegood, Blaise Zabini and his family, though Blaise was not as openly friendly as Daphne and Tracy were, and a few others from the Defense Club, not to mention Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, along with the most of their children, who hurried in as the entertainment was about to begin. Only Charlie, who was busy working in Romania, was not present for the ball. Mrs. Weasley was noticeably distant, clearly not having gotten over the discussion Harry had had with her before Christmas. At least she was not unkind or dismissive. Of course, the presence of Harry's friends also necessitated the presence of other, less savory types as well. In addition to the Malfoys and Parkinsons, the Knotts, the Flints, and the Bulstrodes were also in attendance, though Malfoy's bookends were conspicuous in their absence. But whereas Harry could normally have expected the Slytherins to cause problems, they were apparently on their best behavior that evening, keeping mostly to themselves in a corner of the room. It was rather interesting behavior, considering the point of the evening's gathering was to introduce Harry and Fleur to society at large, and also to forge alliances and come to a greater understanding of one another. A true Slytherin should have been in his element in such a gathering. Certainly the older crowd was engaged in a fair amount of politicking that evening, not excepting the Slytherin students' parents. "What is Malfoy up to?" Fleur asked at one point. They had managed to escape from a group of pompous old windbags and had utilized their freedom to make their way to the dance floor for a rare interlude together without any distractions. "Not sure," Harry responded with a shrug. "Maybe he's turned over a new leaf and finally located an actual Slytherin side." "That's likely," was Fleur's sarcastic response. "He's not bright enough to have a Slytherin side." Smirking, Harry twirled her around and they lost sight of the Slytherin group. "I suppose you're right. But let's not talk about the blonde git, too much of that is liable to turn my stomach." Soon their dance ended and they exited the floor to once again immerse themselves in the intricate game. This time, however, they were approached by the headmaster. Dumbledore smiled at them and greeted them warmly. "How are you enjoying your first taste of society?" he asked them. Harry and Fleur exchanged a glance. "Well, it is interesting," Harry responded. "Some parts are better than others, though." Chuckling, Dumbledore replied, "It is ever thus. I dare say that one must be a political animal to truly enjoy such a gathering. You will become accustomed to them, of course, as you become more experienced. For now, I can see that they could be considered tedious and somewhat frustrating." "Yes, sir," Harry answered, knowing the headmaster would see through his attempts at obfuscation. "Harry, I did wish to speak with you," Dumbledore continued. "There are some things I need to explain to you, and I would like to come to the manor the day after tomorrow and do so, if that is acceptable to you." Frowning, Harry regarded the professor. "I hope it's nothing wrong." "Nothing I wish you to worry about," Dumbledore replied. "I shall only repeat that there are some things which you need to be aware of. I shall not say more right now, however, as we require a private setting." "I'll be there with Fleur then, sir." "Ah, no, I think not," was the headmaster's firm reply. He smiled at Fleur, apparently to indicate that his stricture was no censure toward her, before he said, "Although I am certain that Miss Delacour will be told of everything that we discuss, I believe the initial conversation should only include Sirius, Jean-Sebastian, myself and you, Harry." Harry turned to look at his betrothed, and Fleur only shrugged slightly. "If that's the way you want it, sir. I believe it is best." Dumbledore's words were firm and would not be questioned. He spoke with them about inconsequential matters before excusing himself a few moments later. "Now he's got me worried," Harry groused once he was out of earshot. "I would almost prefer that he just showed up and asked to talk to me, rather than making me wait 2 days for the bad news." Hugging him affectionately, Fleur led him toward a table on which sat some refreshments. "Don't worry about it, Harry. It sounds like he just wants to explain some things to you. No need to panic." "I didn't say anything about panicking," Harry rejoined. "Come on, let's see if we can hang out with the gang for a while." The night was getting late and a slow trickle of guests had already begun to depart for their homes, though the group of friends and members of the school's defense club were still gathered together, sipping punch and eating refreshments, and occasionally moving to the dance floor with one another. Hermione was happy to be in the company of so many supportive friends, and though Malfoy and his crew did not deign to approach them, Hermione still felt the weight of his stony gaze on her and the others from time to time. She really wished the little creep would find someone else to go bother, he was beginning to get on her nerves. Across the room, she watched as Harry and Fleur moved around the dance floor. Fleur threw her head back and laughed at something Harry said, and he continued to grin impudently at her as they moved from Hermione's sight. Sighing, she reflected that it truly had been a good idea to distance herself from her 2 closest friends that evening, though if she was honest with herself, she knew that they had never been far from her thoughts. She enjoyed spending time with them, enjoyed it very much, in fact. But close proximity to them, especially to Harry, a young man for whom she not so secretly harbored feelings, was not conducive to deep thought, and Hermione felt that she needed to think about the situation and try to come to a decision of what she really wanted. It did not help that she had almost felt like an intruder lately. Of course her friends had not made her feel that way, in fact, nothing could have been further from the truth. But the fact of the matter was that she had been spending almost every waking moment with them, and not only did that hamper their ability to further their own relationship, but it did not allow Hermione to come to any conclusions herself. Her feelings were real, she had decided that a long time ago. The problem was whether she should acknowledge them to Harry and to the world. In the Muggle world, when a girl realized that she had feelings for a young man who was already attached, she could either try to show the man how she was a better choice, essentially interfering with his relationship and trying to supplant his current choice, or she could cry a little and try to move on. The fact that Harry and Fleur were her 2 best friends would have dictated the latter response had this been a normal situation. The problem was that the magical world allowed a third choice, and one which she was not entirely certain she had the courage to take. Not only was she worried about what her parents would say and how it would be perceived in the Muggle world, but she also worried about getting into a relationship with Harry when she felt like she would be overshadowed by the older and more experienced, and more beautiful, Fleur. Of course she knew that Fleur would argue that Hermione actually had the advantage, as she had the emotional attachment with Harry due to more than 4 years of almost constant companionship, but that fact, though it was obviously true, did not reassure Hermione in the slightest. She was being silly to a certain extent. She knew this, but she also felt that they were valid concerns nonetheless. However, despite all this, she felt she was coming closer to a resolution, and that her attraction and feelings for Harry were undoubtedly inducing her to lean toward accepting Fleur's offer. She was still uncertain, however, and it was making her a little irritable. So, she sat relatively quietly while the other members of the table chatted and generally had a good time in one another's company. And though she had danced a few times with some of the boys in attendance, her friends seemed to sense that she did not desire company and, As a result, she was included in the companionship of the group, but she said relatively little the entire evening. The night was rapidly drawing to a close when she was approached by Daphne, who eyed her with some interest. Hermione attempted to be her ever-cheerful self and she greeted the other girl warmly. "Hermione," Daphne stated, "you've been quite distant from Harry and Fleur tonight. What's up?" Hermione attempted a nonchalant shrug. "It's their night tonight. I'm just trying to give them the space to recognize that fact." "Understandable," Daphne responded, "though I certainly don't think that they would wish you to stay away." "No," Hermione agreed, "but I think it's better this way." Though she did not appear convinced, Daphne allowed the subject to drop. Hermione was certain the girl knew more than she was letting on, but Hermione would not speculate on it. As long as she was discreet, Daphne could think whatever she wanted. "I actually wanted to ask you something," Daphne continued. "My parents are getting ready to leave and I don't think I'll have the chance to speak to Harry before I go. Can you tell him I'd like to speak with him as soon as the new term starts? On the express would be best if he's okay with it." "What is it about?" "Something my father said when I introduced them today. I'd like the opportunity to explain what's going on." "I'll tell him," Hermione promised. "I don't think it will be a big deal." "Thanks. I'll see you back on the express." Daphne turned and after giving her a brief embrace, collected her sister and walked to the entrance where they were met by their parents. A moment later they had departed, leaving Hermione to wonder what she wanted to speak with Harry about. Maybe she was going to offer to be Harry's second wife, Hermione thought morosely. She was attractive and well-connected, and did not have the social mores of the Muggle world holding her back. Of course she'd offer, if she thought she had any chance of success. Just about any girl at Hogwarts or otherwise would offer after all. "Hey Hermione." Hermione turned and saw Ron approaching her. She smiled at him and returned his greeting and the two friends stood in companionable silence watching the dancers as they moved to the music. When the dance ended, the band announced the final dance of the evening, and Ron turned to Hermione. "Hey, you want to dance? It's the last dance of the evening." Still wary of his interest from the months before, Hermione noted that he appeared to be offering as a result of friendship. No hint of his former feelings was displayed and, as such, Hermione agreed and they made their way to the dance floor. They swayed to the music for several moments before Ron broke the silence. "Harry and Fleur seem to be getting on pretty well. I think they're doing more than just well, Ron," Hermione confided. "Did you see the promise ring Harry gave her?" "Yeah, what's the deal with that?" "It was given to his mother by his father," Hermione told him. Harry felt that he should give her something symbolizing their status. Ron chuckled and shook his head. "That's a good example of why it's better him than me. I would never have thought of doing something like that." With a self-deprecating laugh, Ron stated, "He's definitely the sensitive one. I don't think anyone would say that of me." "Oh, Ron," Hermione responded playfully, "Harry is Harry and you are you. Both of you are great guys, and you both have your strengths and weaknesses." "He really is a good guy, isn't he?" "One of the best," Hermione agreed. "The two of you are the best friends a girl could have." Ron ignored Hermione's compliment and continued to focus on Harry. "He has to be a great bloke to put up with all the crap life has dealt him and come out of it the way he has. I appreciate him more now than I ever did before. In first year he was the boy who lived and I was ecstatic that I was lucky enough to be his friend and it's just grown from there. We've had our troubles and I've made my share of mistakes, but I'm really glad to be his friend now. I want you to know that I'll never abandon him again, he's stuck with me from now on." "I'm glad to hear that," Hermione said, reflecting that Ron's words were thoughtful and sincere, and Hermione was glad that whatever jealousy issues he had harbored in the past for Harry appeared to be just that, in the past. There was no need for Ron to consider himself to be in Harry's shadow. No one was in Harry's shadow unless they put themselves there. He was the type of person who induced everyone around him to stand a little straighter, and to be a little better than before, by the manner in which he helped them to improve themselves, by his quiet confidence, and more importantly, just by the strength of his conviction. It may have sounded fanciful and overly starry-eyed if Hermione had made that claim aloud, but she knew it was the truth. Harry had flourished this year and was now living up to the potential Hermione knew he had always possessed. They danced on in silence for several minutes before Ron once again spoke up. "I just wanted to say that," he trailed off as though trying to find the right words to say. I think that Harry's just about the best friend a bloke could have, and I think the world of him. But I also think the world of you. Thank you, Ron, that's very sweet of you. A part of Hermione was worried. It appeared that Ron was gearing himself up for another declaration of his feelings for her. That was why his next words shocked her so much. I really think you should go for it. Completely flabbergasted, Hermione stared back at her friend, considering whether she had heard and understood his inference correctly. Was he really telling her that she should accept Fleur's suggestion? Was this really Ron? What are you talking about? Oh come on, Hermione, Ron said with some exasperation, but also with a sly grin. I'm not completely blind, you know. I can see how you feel about him, and I can imagine why you are struggling with it. But I can also see that your feelings for him, and his for you, are strong enough to overcome any of that stuff. And anyone can see that Fleur welcomes your presence. I'm just telling you that I think you should allow yourself this happiness. Don't end up regretting what could have been. Astonishment was not strong enough a word to describe what Hermione was feeling at that moment, but before she could formulate a response, a movement caught her eye near the entrance to the ballroom. She turned Ron so that she could get a better look at what had attracted her attention, and they were close enough to the door to see an Auror, one of the French detail providing security at the manor, enter the room with a wand drawn. Hermione had seen him around the manor before. He was part of the protection detail, and appeared to be very familiar with the family. But he was behaving in a manner she had never seen before. His movements were a little stiff and his face was screwed up in a cruel smile, the likes of which she had never before seen on his face. Before anyone truly even noticed the man's appearance, he raised his voice and yelled, "Creatures, mudbloods and blood traitors beware, your day of reckoning is at hand." He then raised his wand high in the air, and intoned in a loud voice, Mors Mordre. Even as a sickly greenish hue began to filter into the ballroom through the windows, the man was already moving. He thrust his wand forward toward the crowd, and cried, Avada Kedavra. As the bright green curse erupted from the end of the Auror's wand, Harry allowed instinct to take over. Pulling Fleur with him, he dove to the side, landing heavily on the floor and, immediately scrambling away from her, fought to get his wand loose, determined to protect Fleur from any following curses. At the same instant, as Harry moved, a block of wood suddenly appeared in the space which he and Fleur had stood only instants before. The curse impacted with the wood and it exploded, sending a shower of slivers over the assembled. Harry shuffled to the side, trying to avoid the slivers and splinters, feeling them as they impacted his head and jacket. Ignoring them for the time being, Harry shifted to one side, ensuring that he was in front of his betrothed and, coming to one knee, aimed his wand toward the Auror who had tried to kill them, noting with pride that Fleur had her wand in her hand and was scrambling up to support him, her face fixed in a determined scowl. Thankfully, there was no more cause to worry. Though the attacker had gotten off his first curse before anyone could react, he was hit by two stunners fired from different sides of the room, going down in a heap seconds after his attack. He was lucky he had gone down quickly. A hail of spells followed the first and would have undoubtedly injured him seriously if they had actually hit him. Everyone please be calm, Dumbledore's voice sounded over the frightened voices of the crowd as he stepped forward. He appeared at Harry's side and said, Harry, Miss Delacour, are you both well? That was a handy piece of conjuration, Professor, Harry noted, heaving himself to his feet. He reached down a hand and, grasping Fleur's, pulled her from the floor, saying, At least I presume that was your handiwork. With Fleur on her feet, she stepped to him immediately, molding herself into his side. Harry put an arm around her and could instantly feel her slight tremble, but one look at her implacable expression told him that it was from the adrenaline rush rather than fear. It was, Dumbledore agreed. But that is one of the benefits of a long life, the expectation that anything can and will happen and the experience to react in an instant. But I believe we must discover what is happening, he continued, beginning to walk toward the downed Auror, who had already been trussed up in thick ropes. Then Dumbledore seemed to notice the greenish glow which was still coming in through the windows. Scowling, he raised his wand and made a circular gesture, as though he was stirring something, and almost instantly the glow began to fade and within moments was gone altogether. Jean-Sebastian, who had almost been first on the scene, turned his troubled eyes to them as they approached, though he did nod with approval and thanks at Dumbledore. He checked Fleur and Harry over carefully and, seeing that they were both unharmed, turned his attention to the assembled who, now that the danger had passed, had begun murmuring amongst themselves. If everyone will please be patient, we will get to the bottom of this. In the meantime, Matty, the diminutive house elf, appeared and bowed to his master. Please organize the house elves. See to our guests and ensure that no one has been injured. And have some elves check the grounds and make sure that nothing else is out of place. Yes, master, the elf replied before he popped away. A few moments later several other elves popped in and began moving throughout the ballroom. Luckily, it turned out that there were few injuries to report. A few people had been hit by flying debris, but, other than one lady who had a gash on her cheek, and she did not even know it was there until it had been pointed out to her, the injuries were limited to minor splinters and a small cut or two. Gathering close, Dumbledore gestured to the man on the ground and asked, "Is this man known to you?" "He's been a member of my staff for years. I would have sworn to his loyalty." Dumbledore rubbed his beard thoughtfully. "If he has been deemed to be loyal, then perhaps he has been tampered with." Jean Sebastian's face grew bleak and he gestured to one of the nearby Aurors. "Check the nearby rooms for anything suspicious. Let's see if there is anything from which we can draw a few conclusions. Also, get some Veritaserum. And where is Jacques?" "I don't know. I have not seen him in some time. Find him and direct him to me when you do." The Auror bowed and moved from the room, motioning several others to follow him as he departed. Jean Sebastian turned his attention back to the bound man and appeared to consider him for several moments. "Jacques is my head of security. I would have expected him to come running at the first sign of trouble." "You believe something has happened to him?" "I cannot say," Jean Sebastian declared. "It may be, or he may just have been called away to deal with something else." "Ambassador Delacour," a voice stated. Harry looked up to see a middle-aged witch with a monocle on one eye approaching them. "If you would permit me, I think it would be best if our Aurors cooperated with your security staff to work through this investigation." "Agreed," Jean Sebastian replied with a bow. "You can use the main flow in the entrance hall to send for some of your staff." "Thank you, Director Bones." Bowing, Madame Bones left to summon the British Aurors. At that moment, a cry went up from one of the adjacent rooms, and a moment later an Auror entered. He approached Jean Sebastian, his expression grim, and began speaking earnestly in French. Feeling a lead weight in the pit of his stomach, Harry moved closer, an action followed by his betrothed, but the whispered conference abruptly ended and Jean Sebastian followed the Auror from the room, leaving Harry wishing he knew what was going on. "Patience, Harry," Dumbledore said by his side. "I dare say when Jean Sebastian returns we shall discover what has happened." As it turned out, Dumbledore was correct and they did not have long to wait, as only a few moments later, Jean Sebastian returned to the ballroom, and from his expression, Harry could tell that his news would not be good. At the same time, Madame Bones re-entered the room followed by several Aurors. Among their number were several that Harry had met before, including both Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks. Jean Sebastian approached them and as Madame Bones arrived, they gathered together for what Harry could see was to be a serious discussion. "My security forces found Jacques Fournier, my head of security. He was tied hand and foot and had been executed with a cutting curse to the throat." Harry remembered Jacques. He was a gruff yet kindly man, who had been unmarried, a self-professed bachelor who declared he was married to his job. Though he had not been a personable or talkative man, his devotion to the Delacour family had easily been evident in the pride he took in his job, and the hours he had put into making certain the family was as safe as possible. Jean Sebastian had known the man for years. He would definitely be missed. "Ah, Jean Sebastian, you have my condolences," Dumbledore responded. "I understand he had been with you for quite some time." "Indeed he had," was Jean Sebastian's tight reply. Glancing over at the bound Auror, Madame Bones said, "Do you suspect this man of being controlled? Unless he has managed to hide in my security detail for some years without being discovered as a closet supporter of Voldemort, then yes. I am confident that he would not have hurt anyone in my family willingly." Jean Sebastian then looked over at Dumbledore and said, "Priori incantato." Harry did not quite understand the meaning of Jean Sebastian's cryptic statement, but Dumbledore apparently understood immediately. Unfortunately, if our assailant was in any way competent, he would have cleared his wand, was Dumbledore's pessimistic reply. "Sorry sir, but what is priori incantato?" Harry asked. "It is a spell which shows the last spell cast by a wand, Mr. Potter," Madame Bones answered. Unfortunately, its limitation is that it can only detect the last spell and not any before. If someone has used the Imperious Curse on the ambassador's security aura, then all he would have had to do was to cast a simple Lumos, for example, to remove all trace of his deed. It's referred to as clearing the wand. This was something new to Harry, and he thought that Hermione would have been thrilled to learn some new information, despite the situation. Unfortunately, Harry was not given much time to think of this, as during Madame Bones's explanation, the minister had approached them, and had apparently heard the last bit of it. "What is this I hear about Priori Incantato?" It was obvious to Harry that Jean Sebastian would have preferred to ignore the minister, given his generally obstructionist stance. His good manners won out, though, and he addressed Fudge, saying, "We were talking about using Priori Incantato on the wands of all the guests on the off chance that whoever did this did not clear their wand." "Why would you need to do that?" Fudge demanded. "It seems pretty obvious that you already have the culprit in custody." "Never," Jean Sebastian stated firmly. "Gaston is loyal and true as anyone I have ever met. He would never have done this if he wasn't forced to." "That is beside the point," declared the minister. "You cannot go invading the privacy of your guests, particularly since they are among Wizarding Britain's elite, without even knowing if your supposition is true. You will need to establish that first." Harry watched as Jean Sebastian exchanged a glance with both Madame Bones and the headmaster, before he nodded tightly to Fudge. "Then we will get you that proof." The minister was nonplussed, but Harry had an inkling of what Jean Sebastian intended. A quick call to Matty, and the elf had situated a chair next to the waiting ambassador, and the bound aura was quickly placed in the chair. Another aura quickly entered the room and passed a vial to Jean Sebastian, which he took and began working the stopper loose. The sight seemed to galvanize the minister into action. "You intend to use Veritaserum?" "We do," Jean Sebastian declared stonily, as though daring Fudge to object. The minister obliged. "I will remind you that Veritaserum is a controlled substance. And I will remind you that this is a crime which happened in the ambassador's manor," Jean Sebastian rejoined. "And the supposed perpetrator is a French aura. I am able to authorize the use of Veritaserum in this instance. And even if he wasn't," Madame Bones spoke before Fudge could, "as this is a criminal investigation, I can do likewise. And in so doing, you will turn this ballroom into a courtroom." "Minister Fudge," Jean Sebastian said, his tone faintly unfriendly, "as we require proof of this man's innocence, as you say, we must get it before we can allow the guests to leave, so that we may question everyone. There is a murderer here, whether it was Gaston, or one of our guests. I will do my utmost to ensure that justice is done." "Of course," Fudge responded in a gracious tone, though his stony glare suggested anything but. "The protocols must be followed, and if you both agree, then we should get on with it." Harry nearly scowled at the minister, his distaste for the man almost making him lose his composure. It was as though he was determined to object to everything, and make life as difficult for them all as he possibly could. Of course he did, he was a politician, after all, and just about as much of a politician as anyone Harry had ever met. "Very well," Madame Bones replied after a moment. "But before we begin, let me address the gathering." She turned and directed a stern gaze toward the assembled, who were still waiting, in most cases patiently, to be told what was happening. "Wizards and witches, thank you for your patience. As some of you may be aware, in addition to the attack we witnessed this evening in this very room, a man was murdered." A murmur of voices began as the guests processed this information, and it was several moments before they quieted down enough for Madame Bones to continue. "We will now be giving the suspect Veritaserum to establish his guilt or innocence. If he is guilty, then our task will be completed and you may all return to your homes. However, if, as is suspected, he is merely the victim of the Imperious Curse, then we will need to question everyone in this room and inspect your wands." "What gave you the right to question us?" Lucius Malfoy said with a sneer. "I refuse to be involved in this demeaning matter. Don't you know who I am?" "I know exactly who you are, Mr. Malfoy," was Madame Bones's response. It was clear from her firm tone that she was anything but intimidated by Malfoy's bravado. It was also clear that she suspected him of being more than just a concerned citizen. "This falls under the purview of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," she continued, "and therefore under my authority. If you refuse to allow the inspection of your wand and answer a few questions willingly, then you will immediately be considered a suspect and will be subject to Veritaserum questioning." Am I clear? Malfoy merely waved his hand, appearing bored at the proceedings. Very well, do what you must. The sooner we end this farce, the better. There is one other thing, Madam Bones directed, looking sternly out at the crowd. We will also be checking all of your wands. No spells are to be cast. I suggest you leave your wands wherever you are carrying them, as failure to abide by this stricture will also be deemed suspicious and result in veritaserum questioning. Turning back from the ballroom, Madame Bones gestured to Jean Sebastian, saying, "Now, if you will do the honors." With a tight nod, Jean Sebastian rose to his feet and approached the bound Auror. He took a small bottle off his desk and, with Sirius's help, pried the man's mouth open and allowed 3 drops from the bottle to fall into his mouth. Then, after a few moments had passed, he produced his wand and intoned, "Enervate," bringing the man back to consciousness. Gaston's eyes fluttered open and he peered straight ahead, the blank expression on his face indicating that the potion had indeed taken effect. "Gaston, can you hear me?" Jean Sebastian asked. "Yes," was the answer. "Very well. Please state your name." "Gaston Gingras. Do you remember what happened earlier this evening?" "I do. So you do know why we are questioning you?" "Yes." Jean Sebastian looked up and exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. Nodding at the other man, he proceeded to get to the heart of the matter. "Did you kill Jacques Fournier tonight?" "Yes." "Please explain why." "I was forced to do it." "How?" "I was told to do it and had no choice to obey." "Why?" I don't know," Gaston admitted. "All I know is that I was commanded to kill Jacques. I couldn't disobey." A relieved sigh met the Gaston's confession. Clearly, though Jean Sebastian had been confident of the man's innocence and loyalty, the possibility, however remote, that he had been a traitor had been taxing. For himself, Harry was relieved as well. The attack was almost certainly the work of Death Eaters. This man, however, was not one of them. With a glance at Fudge, Jean Sebastian continued to question the Auror. "Can you tell us more of what happened? I was walking rounds when I heard a voice behind me, but before I could turn around, I felt a strange calmness come over me. A man then commanded me to make no attempt to identify him. He then told me to find the chief of security, bind him and execute him in a way which would send a message. Then I was to enter the ballroom, cast the dark mark, make a statement that mudbloods, blood traitors, and creatures would no longer be tolerated, and then kill Miss Fleur with the killing curse." "Specifically Miss Fleur," Dumbledore interjected. "The man was adamant that it had to be Miss Fleur," Gaston confirmed. "What of his voice?" asked Madame Bones. "Could you identify him based on his voice?" "He used some sort of muffling charm to mask his voice. I doubt that I could identify him." "Now Gaston, I want to be completely clear," Jean Sebastian persisted. "You did what you did because you were commanded to and not because you are in league with Voldemort's supporters." "I am not in league with them. Would you ever want to put the lives of my daughters or my ward in jeopardy? I would never have put your safety or the safety of your family at risk. I am devoted to protecting you." "Very well," Jean Sebastian responded. "Can we all agree that Gaston is innocent of the murder and casting the dark mark and the killing curse?" A murmur of assent met Jean Sebastian's question. He continued to peer over the ballroom for a moment before speaking again. "Does anyone have any further questions for Gaston?" "One further," Madame Bones spoke up. "In doing your rounds, did you notice anyone out in the hallways, or snooping into areas which they should not have been?" "No," the Auror replied. "There was no one in the hallways, and I found no problems in any of the rooms I checked." With a sigh, Madame Bones sat back in her chair. "I didn't think so, but it was worth the question. I am sorry, Jean Sebastian, but I'm not sure we have much to go on." "Perhaps not. But then again, perhaps the questioning of the guests will lead to something. For now, I would like to see to Gaston." Drawing his wand, Jean Sebastian pointed it at Gaston, said, "Somnus." The Auror slumped in his chair and Jean Sebastian motioned to 2 of the French Aurors to approach. They immediately took charge of Gaston, and left the room, levitating his body behind them. Gaston and Jacques were very good friends, Jean Sebastian said by way of explanation. He will be devastated when he wakes to realize what he was forced to do this evening. He will be transferred to the hospital in Paris for his recovery. "Very well, Jean Sebastian," Madame Bones said in a tight voice. She turned to a nearby English Auror, a tall man with red hair and an implacable mien. "Rufus, please organize your Auror force and arrange for the questioning of everyone in this room." Your team may follow their instincts, but at the very least, everyone should be questioned as to whether they saw anything out of place, what they were doing preceding the attack, and their wands should be checked. Include the teenagers. Rufus, let's make every effort to get to the bottom of this. Yes, Director Bones, the man said with a bow, before he began carrying out his instructions. The murmur of conversation swelled as the guests began speaking again of the shocking events of the evening, and while the Aurors quickly organized themselves, there was not much to do but wait. And though Harry witnessed several unreadable looks directed at him and Fleur, he ignored them and turned to his betrothed. Are you sure you are okay? I am well, Harry, said Fleur. Her smile then turned sly and she continued, thank you, you saw what was happening and reacted much more quickly than I. Harry hugged her to him. I couldn't let anything happen to my girl now, could I? He pulled away and gazed at her somberly. I'm sorry you've been brought into this, now they've targeted you directly. I think. Do not even suggest it, said Fleur firmly. They are at fault, Harry, not you. Are you sure? I'm not giving you up, if that is what you are asking. Nodding, and grateful for her support and equanimity, Harry turned, noticing that Ron, Hermione and their other friends chose that moment to approach. Behind them Mr. Weasley had stopped to speak with Jean Sebastian. Though Molly Weasley stood at Mr. Weasley's side and looked at Harry with an unreadable expression, she made no effort to approach. Hermione stepped forward and threw her arms around them both. Are you okay? We are well, Hermione, Fleur assured her while Harry only nodded. Typical Harry, Ron stated with a grin. Can't get through anything without a little excitement. I think I could do without the excitement, thank you very much, Harry retorted. Harry, I think you might be a little confused, one of the twins spoke up. Just a teeny bit, chimed in the other. Harry eyed the two with a critical gaze, knowing the two of them, not to even mention the identical expressions of mischief the two sported. Their plan was undoubtedly humor, laced with a certain measure of embarrassment. It is generally considered good manners to wait until after you have the girl alone to throw her down and have your way with her. Not to mention the fact that the use of a bed is generally preferable. Now Harry was exasperated. Can't you two ever be serious? The twins looked at one another and sobered. Of course we can, Harry, one replied. We just wanted to ease the tension a little. Good job protecting Fleur. When that guy cast it was almost as though everyone else was caught in a freezing charm. Mollified, Harry nodded. It was so sudden. I wasn't sure what he was doing until he leveled his arm to cast. Good job. Either way, Bill interjected. You've been listening to Auror Moody, haven't you? Constant vigilance. Harry laughed and agreed, as the friends sat down at a nearby table to wait for their turn to be questioned. The next 2 hours were tedious for the group of friends. The Auror force carried out its instructions quickly and efficiently, but the number of guests was such that it still took quite a considerable amount of time for them to work their way through everyone. Sitting at their table, Harry and his friends talked in subdued tones, though they tried to avoid the topic which was most on everyone's mind. They spoke of the beginning of the new school term, discussed the remaining Quidditch games, and even speculated on the identity of the new defense professor who it was rumored was due to start at the beginning of the next term. Harry and Fleur even insisted on taking their turns being questioned by the Aurors, even though they were the obvious targets of the ballroom attack, so that any question of favoritism or breach of law could be dismissed. Though Harry and his friends were not told anything specific, it did not appear to him as though much progress had been made. No one broke for the exits for having an incriminating wand, no one seemed to be answering the questions in any suspicious sort of way, and in short, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Finally, once the Weasley family had all been questioned and had their wands checked, Mr. Weasley announced his intention to take his family home for the evening. Having already finished himself, Harry decided that he would see them to the entrance to the manor, followed by Hermione, Fleur, and Susan Bones, who had sat with them during their discussions. As they walked toward the exit, Harry chanced to be walking beside Bill, with Fleur on his other side. Bill glanced this way and that and, apparently assuring himself that there was no one nearby, leaned toward Harry. I know that they are trying to figure out what has happened tonight, he said quietly to Harry. I'm no detective, but I am a curse breaker. If you need me, Harry, you can call me at any time. I am a member of the Order too, so you should be able to get in touch with me through Dumbledore, or through any of my family. They stopped in the coat room, and Harry turned and shook Bill's hand. Thanks for the offer, Bill. You never know, we may have need of your expertise at some point. We'll let you know if anything comes up. Interesting little light show at the end, huh, Potter? As the hated voice reached Harry's ears, he turned with a stony countenance, noticing Draco Malfoy standing behind him and eyeing the group with his customary sneer. In behind him stood his father and mother, the father showing a carefully disinterested expression, while his mother barely glanced his way, as she was more intent upon peering this way and that as though something offended her. Now Draco, you should not speak in such a manner, Lucius Malfoy admonished, though his own contempt was visible for anyone who wished to look. Draco had just enough sense to look slightly abashed, and though Harry was not unaware of the fact that Lucius was not concerned in the slightest for what had occurred that evening, he was not entirely certain why the man had rebuked his son. Perhaps it was nothing more than appearance. Draco's words had been remarkably tactless, even for him. Harry, however, was not about to allow the little bigot to have his say without pushing back. I would hardly call someone casting the killing curse a light show, Harry ground out. Of course, I suppose that to your father and his cohorts casting the killing curse is just another day in the office, isn't it? Once again, Lucius Malfoy's infuriating eyebrow rose at Harry's jibe, and though Mrs. Malfoy appeared oblivious to the exchange, Draco's chagrin quickly became a scowl. To his side, Bill stepped forward and laid a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry, I think you should let this be and allow the Malfoys to return to their home. Lucius simply ignored Bill, focusing exclusively on Harry. Come now, Mr. Potter, Lucius replied. Surely you are not suggesting that I had anything to do with tonight's little excitement. The questioning the Aurors put me through proved my innocence, I should think. Personally, I chalk the whole episode up to poor security, though I suppose I could not have expected anything better. I'm not suggesting anything, Harry said, ignoring the man's insult. I'm telling you that I know that you had something to do with it. Whether you were the one who actually cast the spell or not, you were involved up to your eyebrows. A faint smile graced Lucius's face, though Draco's face was purpling at the insult. Those are pretty big words for a jumped-up half-blood, Potter, he hissed. At least I can back up my words, Ferret, Harry jibed. After the beatdowns you've absorbed over the years, I would have thought you'd be a little more cautious, but I guess intelligence just doesn't run in your family. This seemed to garner Mrs. Malfoy's attention, as she swept up and hissed, You filthy little cretin. My Draco is 10 times the wizard you'll ever be. Only when it comes to threatening to tell Daddy, Harry spat contemptuously. Eyes blazing with offense, she beeped in a breath, no doubt to begin a diatribe, when Lucius cleared his throat, silencing his wife and his heir. Mrs. Malfoy sniffed with disdain before she turned on her heel and strode back to her husband. Draco appeared as though he wanted to say more, but a quelling gaze from his father ensured his silence. Once his family was under control, Lucius turned his attention back to Harry and he appeared to consider him for several moments as he rubbed his chin in thought. I see I shall need to bring up your behavior with your guardian when I meet with him. You do that, Harry said dismissively. For now I suggest you leave and take your spawn with you. Ask him about the past 4 years at Hogwarts if you want to correct someone's behavior. Mr. Potter, I believe that my son has given you advice on a number of occasions, which you have not seen fit to accept. Let me give you some right now so you may avoid dangerous mistakes in the future. He fixed Harry with a stern glare which may have been intimidating if he were not already furious and feeling nothing but contempt for the man. It is not generally a good idea to accuse someone when you have no proof. I suggest you avoid this in the future, for if you give offense, you may be required to back up your words. Sage advice indeed. Jean Sebastian approached them with a neutral expression on his face, though Harry thought he could detect a hint of derision for the Malfoys in his eyes. Glancing about the room, Harry noted that the little standoff had garnered some attention, as many of those who had already been questioned had made their way to the entrance hall, and now stood talking quietly amongst themselves, watching the drama. Harry was feeling rather belligerent at the moment and he did not particularly care whose attention he attracted. It was clear to him that Malfoy had been involved in the attack, whether he was the one who had actually pulled the trigger or not. The blonde git had gotten away with so much over the years and Harry was not in the mood to allow him to get away with any more. Now was not the time, however, and he recognized that Jean Sebastian had intervened and that the confrontation now needed to end. There would come a time when Malfoy would pay. Harry promised that he would see to it, if no one else would. Mr. Malfoy is correct, Harry, Jean-Sebastian stated. It is not wise to accuse someone when the matter has not even been fully investigated. Yes, sir, Harry replied, still glaring at the pureblood family. My apologies, Mr. Malfoy, for accusing you. Of course no one, least of all the Malfoy patriarch, missed the fact that Harry apologized for the accusation, and not the sentiment behind it, and Harry made certain that he said not a word more than was absolutely required. Malfoy, however, chose to ignore it altogether, instead busying himself with his overcoat, and making certain that his family was ready to leave. Jean-Sebastian, however, grinned at Harry and said, "Now what did we say about calling me that?" Responding with in kind, Harry nodded his head and turned to take Fleur's hand once again in his own. Jean-Sebastian had turned back to the Malfoys. "Thank you for coming tonight, and you must allow me to apologize for the unpleasantness. You may be assured that we will get to the bottom of it." "Of course," Malfoy replied with a nonchalant nod of his head. His attitude was enough to get Harry's dander up yet again, but this time he was able to get his emotions under control, while Fleur helped by squeezing his hand. "Please contact me and we will arrange a time to meet. Now, if you will excuse us." Malfoy nodded, and with a look at his family, they turned and walked through the flow, heads held high. As if on cue, those who remained also began taking their leave, and before long, the room had emptied of all but the inhabitants of the manor. Jean-Sebastian turned back to the small group of youngsters. Besides Harry, Hermione, and Fleur, Susan Bones was still present, as her aunt had not yet come to collect her. "The questioning of the guests is complete now. Miss Susan, if you will go upstairs with Hermione, you will find that a room has been prepared for you and one of your house elves has brought you some clothes. Your aunt has agreed to attend further discussion tonight, and it will likely be very late before we finish." "Thank you, sir," Susan replied, and after a few words with their friends, the Weasleys had stayed behind, watching the confrontation. The two young witches departed. Once they had gone, the Weasleys also took their leave, the children promising to meet Harry and Fleur again on the Hogwarts Express. Then Harry and Fleur turned back into the house, following Jean-Sebastian as he made his way toward his study. As they walked, he turned his attention to Harry. "Harry, I understand your frustration," he began, "but it really does not do any good to confront Malfoy about what has happened here tonight." Scowling, Harry retorted, "I'm not going to sit here and allow that bigot to slander you and Fleur, and claim innocence. Fleur could have been killed tonight. I take that very personally." "As do I," Jean-Sebastian replied, and while he kept his calm tone, Harry could hear the hint of steel he injected into it. "Harry, I have no doubt that he was involved. You know it, I know it, and he knows it. But I doubt that we will ever be able to pin it on him, at least not based on the information available to us tonight. There is no point in accusing him, and every reason to keep silent. You may not know this, but he could have challenged you for what you said to him." Jean-Sebastian turned a very serious eye on Harry and continued very soberly. "Of course I doubt he would. Even one as obviously morally bankrupt as Lucius Malfoy would think twice before challenging an underage wizard to a duel. The societal backlash would be significant, especially if he challenged you. Still, you should not goad him like that." Though he was still angry and wished to cause as much physical damage as possible to anyone bearing the name Malfoy, Harry could only admit that Jean-Sebastian's advice was prudent. Thus, he nodded his head and said, "I understand. But we will make them pay some day. Of that you may be certain, Harry," was Jean-Sebastian's reply. They shared a grim yet determined smile. "Are you two done with the male bravado?" Fleur asked sweetly, though a look at her face showed that she was as determined as either of them. "No bravado, only a promise, my dear," Jean-Sebastian said smoothly. "Now let us leave this discussion for now. The minister is here, and as you know, he will not hear anything against Malfoy." They arrived at the study and stepped into the room. In addition to the aforementioned minister, Madame Bones, Sirius, Dumbledore and Apolline sat in quiet conversation. Leading his betrothed by the hand, Harry moved to one of the remaining seats in the room, sitting once he had held Fleur's chair for her to be seated. He had taken his seat when he noticed Jean-Sebastian's smirk, which he returned with one of his own. Fleur was a lady, and he would treat her as such. "Now, let us recap what we all know of this affair," Jean-Sebastian began. We all saw what happened in the ballroom, and heard the explanation from Gaston. Madam Bones, if you could give us an update as to what your Aurors discovered. Unfortunately, precious little, Madam Bones replied. As we suspected, none of the wands showed anything unusual, and certainly not an unforgivable. A few of the guests reported seeing another leave the ballroom for whatever reason, but all of those were most likely for innocuous reasons, going to the washroom or the like. However, as guests had been leaving the ball for some time before the incident, we must also face the possibility that whoever did this left immediately after he committed his crime. We may never know anything more about this, I am afraid. Silence settled over the room, and Harry considered the situation glumly. It appeared likely the criminal would get away with his murder, and he had no doubt that wherever he was, Voldemort would soon be celebrating. That is most unfortunate, Minister Fudge spoke into the silence. You have the condolences of my government. Jean-Sebastian inclined his head, but said nothing in response. It was Dumbledore who spoke next. I believe we must discuss the implications of what has happened this evening. Yes, by all means, let's, said Jean-Sebastian, his voice hardening. This was a direct attack, not only on one of my Aurors but also on my daughter. The casting of the dark mark appears to point directly toward Death Eater activity. Now wait just a minute, Fudge protested. We have no proof of anything at all, least of all that it was a Death Eater. Then how do you account for the dark mark, Minister? Anyone who knows the incantation is capable of casting the dark mark, Fudge responded firmly. It could have been nothing more than a diversion, an attempt to throw us off the real reason for the attack. The real reason seems clear, Cornelius, interjected Dumbledore. The Death Eaters see a threat to themselves and their master due to Jean-Sebastian's alliance with and support for Harry. I see what you are trying to suggest, Fudge snapped. I would remind again you that he who must not be named cannot have returned. The man was confirmed dead at the end of the war, continuing to insist upon his impossible return can be considered seditious. Did you find a body, Minister? Dumbledore asked mildly. I can tell you that I investigated the attack on the Potters, and I certainly did not. That is completely beside the point, the Minister sputtered. He is dead and cannot return. I urge you all to give up this obsession. I can give you my memories. Harry exclaimed. Your memories are not needed or wanted, boy, spat Fudge. I have no knowledge of what you think you saw, but whatever trickery you were subjected to, I can assure you that it was not the return of you-know-who. Regardless of whether or not he has actually returned, surely you can see the need for increasing Auror funding and heightening our state of alertness, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied. There is clearly something at work which is trying to assert influence. The presence of the dark mark tonight proves that if nothing else. Surely we should be prudent and prepare for any eventuality. And I have told you more than once, that there is no need, insisted the Minister. I will not be party to creating a public hysteria. Rising, Fudge eyed each one of them in turn, though Harry could sense his air of disdain when his eyes roamed over Harry. In all honesty, Harry did not care, for the feeling was completely mutual. Madam Bones, the Minister finally said, you of course have my blessing to work with the Ambassador's Aurors to determine anything further from this tragedy, and if we are able to identify and apprehend the culprits, then all the better. There are sufficient Aurors to step up patrols if you feel it necessary, but the Ministry budget is tight and there is no more money available for the DMLE. Having said that, I will remind you once again, no announcements are to be made without my express permission, and certainly nothing of any speculated Death Eater activity. If you can bring me clear and incontrovertible proof that proves otherwise, then the Ministry's official stance will change. I am sorry to Mr. Potter, but the testimony of an underage wizard is simply not sufficient. His scornful glance at Harry belied his seemingly conciliatory words. Harry ignored him. The Minister had proven himself to be beneath notice time and time again. For now, if you will excuse me, I believe I shall return to my home, if you will allow me the use of your flow, Jean-Sebastian. At the other wizard's tight nod, Fudge thanked him and stepped through the flow. I believe that man is becoming more of a liability now than ever, Sirius growled. I shall pretend that I never heard you say that, Madam Bones replied with a smirk at Sirius. Off the record I must say that Cornelius has been more erratic than ever recently, and his self-contradictions are becoming even more blatant. He publicly stated at Mr. Potter's trial that rogue Death Eaters had to be responsible for what happened at the Quidditch World Cup, and now he doesn't even want to admit that they might still be active. She paused for a moment deep in thought, before she turned to Jean Sebastian. Assuming this was an attack perpetrated at you-know-whose command, what was its purpose? It was a warning, Jean Sebastian casually stated. Madame Bones gazed at him steadily. A warning to you particularly, or to those who oppose him in general? Both, I imagine. I agree with Jean Sebastian, Dumbledore spoke up. First, it seems like a warning to Jean Sebastian, a suggestion that his present path of supporting Harry is not safe. That the strike was directed at the head of Jean Sebastian's security detail and then at his daughter suggests that Voldemort wished to demonstrate that his family is at risk. Even more, I think it was a warning that no one is safe, everyone is touchable, everyone who opposes Voldemort will find themselves targeted. And I expect that when I meet with Lucius Malfoy, the threats will be much less subtle, Jean Sebastian added. I don't know if he planned to find a way to meet with me, but I am certain he will not let the opportunity slip by. Then I believe we need to move to the heart of the matter, she responded after a moment, Mr. Potter, I believe you have made the case several times that you know who has returned, but I have never discussed this personally with you. Her eyes swiveled to Sirius. And my apologies to you, Mr. Black, I promised a meeting with you to discuss your experiences as well as your knowledge of Mr. Pettigrew, and have failed in that regard as well. What I would like to understand from all of you, she addressed the entire room, but particularly from you, Mr. Potter, is what proof do you have to offer of the Dark Lord's return? Much as I am loath to agree with the minister, we cannot mobilize our forces unless some concrete evidence is given. Instantly Harry had his wand out from his holster and he said, by my life and magic I swear that I saw Lord Voldemort return to life on the night of the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. So mote it be. A flash signified his magic's acceptance of the oath and quickly Harry cast a Lumos spell. Is that enough, Madame Bones? A chuckle met his question. I can see that you can at times be as impetuous as Susan claims. By the way, since you swore on your life as well as your magic, the light spell was somewhat redundant, don't you think? I just wanted to make sure that there was no misunderstanding. Chuckling, Madame Bones bowed her head. I assure you there was not. Unfortunately, your oath only proves that you believe that what you have told me is the truth. It does nothing to establish the actual truth of the matter, reluctant as I am to, again, agree with our esteemed minister. Then I'm not sure what I can tell you. Though she was silent for several moments, Harry could tell that the director was sizing him up, and if he was any judge at all of such things, that he had not been found wanting. He would have expected her to scowl at him and perhaps brush him off as nothing more than an attention seeker at best, or a dangerous liar at worst, if she thought he was lying. Instead, she sat regarding him speculatively, perhaps intent on whether he was up to the task. Harry felt that here was a woman he could trust. At length, she once again began to speak. I'll tell you what, Mr. Potter, why don't you start from the beginning and tell me what you saw that night, so that I may judge for myself? I believe we can do even better than that, Madame Bones, Dumbledore interrupted. If Jean Sebastian will grant me the use of his flow, I shall return to my office at Hogwarts and retrieve my pensieve. Then we may all view the event. Jean Sebastian readily agreed and the Dumbledore left the office, to return in less than 5 minutes with the rune-covered bowl Harry remembered from the previous year. The headmaster set the bowl on a table Jean Sebastian had moved to the middle of the room, and then he approached Harry with a smile on his face. Now Harry, we need to extract the memory so that we can place it in the pensieve and then we can all view it. Now, what I would like you to do is to concentrate on the memory we need and will it from your mind. I will withdraw it with my wand and insert it into the pensieve. Is there anything specific you want to see? Dumbledore appeared thoughtful for a moment and he glanced around to the other occupants of the room. It may take some time, but why don't we go with the whole thing? That way we can keep it all in perspective. So start from your arrival in the graveyard and then finish with your escape. So Harry concentrated as instructed, and soon he noticed a glowing silvery strand at the side of his head by his temple. He did not feel a thing, but it was strange that something like that was emerging from his head, and being attached to the headmaster's wand. A few moments later, the headmaster had inserted the memory strand in the bowl where it mixed with the silvery liquid which filled the bowl almost to the brim. The headmaster then set about tapping certain runes on the side, while explaining what he was doing. Normally, a pensieve requires you to enter the bowl to see the memory, essentially to lower your face into the bowl, which takes you into the memory itself. With everyone here, he gestured around the room, it would take far too long for us all to view the memory two at a time, which is about all the room in the bowl. This particular pensieve, however, has a set of runes built in which allows us to project, if you will, the memory up into the air so that we can all see it. There is no need for anyone to move. Part of the magic of the bowl is that you will all see the memory as though you were looking through Harry's eyes. After a few more moments, Dumbledore stepped back from the bowl and took his seat. A few moments later, the memory began to play and Harry heard a voice saying the words which had haunted his dreams for the past 7 months. "Wands out, do you reckon?" Feeling almost ill at the thought of once again reliving the events of the previous year, Harry hung his head and would not look at the memory. He had seen it all before, nothing new would be gained from seeing it again. Fleur apparently recognized his pain, as she raised her hand to his back and began to rub it, though she did not take her attention away from the drama which was now playing out before them. The memory lasted for less than half an hour, though at the time it had seemed like it had taken several hours before he had been able to escape, and through it all, Harry found himself reliving the horror of that night. Though time had passed and to a certain extent the memory had been blunted, hearing it again, as he refused to look up, brought it all back in vivid detail and he began to wish that he had stepped from the room. At least that way he might have been able to avoid the nightmares he was certain would visit him again that night. At the end of it all, Madame Bones sat backing her chair and, after removing her monocle, she sighed heavily and rubbed her eyes. But after that brief expression of fatigue, she immediately put her monocle back in and faced them all, a sternness back in her countenance. "I believe for the time being, I shall ignore the obvious question of how you know who managed to place his spirit inside the homunculus." Harry, having looked up when the memory had ended, happened to be looking at the headmaster when Madame Bones spoke, and he was shocked to see Dumbledore's eyes tighten slightly at her statement. It was clear to him all at once, Dumbledore clearly knew something of how Voldemort had cheated death. He was even more astonished in the next moment when Dumbledore, seeming to feel someone's gaze upon him, looked over and, evidently seeing that Harry had guessed the truth, shook his head minutely, indicating a desire for Harry to remain silent. All at once he thought of Dumbledore's request earlier that evening for a discussion between them. Was this what Dumbledore wanted to speak of? And if so, what precisely did it have to do with Harry? So surprised was he, that Harry almost missed the director's next question. "If you would be so kind, I would like to focus a little further on the ritual you observed." Nodding his head dumbly, Harry waited for her to continue. "Nothing in your memory suggests it, but do you know the name engraved on the tombstone?" "No," Harry responded slowly, understanding why she had asked the question, "but it doesn't matter. His name is Tom Riddle." An eyebrow rose at his declaration. "And how do you know this?" "When I killed the basilisk in second year I met up with his shade. He told me then what his name was." "Ah yes, the events of your second year," the director said with a nod. "An episode which cemented your celebrity status, I should think." "Very well then. I must say that I doubt that you and Cedric Diggory were the only victims that evening. Though I am not familiar with necromantic rituals in general, such magic comes at a terrible cost to the innocent, and as you were specifically named as you know whose enemy, I doubt you qualify as an innocent. The initial preparation of the potion would almost certainly have required a sacrifice, or likely more than one. No doubt this Pettigrew used muggles to supply what his master required." Aghast, Harry looked to the headmaster and his spirits sank even further when Dumbledore nodded tightly. "That bastard," he whispered. "Indeed," agreed Madame Bones. "However, as it is already done, all we can do now is to oppose him and ensure that he is finally defeated, and that justice is done for those who were used by his evil. I do not need to tell you all that it will not be easy, especially since Fudge is doing his best to tie our hands. And now we're back to the fact that Fudge is a liability when we should be preparing for war against the Death Eaters," Sirius stated. It was a simple fact and none in the room felt it necessary to chide Sirius, or suggest that Fudge could be worked with to ensure their preparedness. The man had proved so pig-headed and adamant that Voldemort had not returned, there was obviously no common ground upon which to stand. It fell to Jean Sebastian to voice the question they were all thinking. "Can he be removed?" Dumbledore shook his head. "Unfortunately, I do not have the votes necessary for such a measure." As you are aware, it takes a 2/3 majority of the Wizengamot to unseat a minister, and the fact of the matter is that I do not have the support. Why is he so popular? Harry demanded. He's an idiot. Chuckles broke out around the room, though it was Madame Bones who spoke first. Although I have many times tended to agree with you, I would advise you not to be so eager to say such things, Mr. Potter. He is the minister, after all, regardless of whether or not we agree with his policies. And in answer to your question, Harry, Dumbledore continued, he is not popular as such, he is more useful than anything else. Unfortunately, the minister is corrupt, though I have never been able to prove anything, and many factions know this and know his support can be bought. As such, they would rather keep him in the position he is in rather than risk a new minister who would be hostile to their agenda. But he cannot support every faction, Harry protested. No, he cannot, Dumbledore agreed, but he by and large does support the supremacist faction because Lucius Malfoy pays him to do so, and though the diehards are a small faction, they have a lot of sympathy from other purebloods. Headmaster, Madame Bones admonished, I would prefer you did not speak in such a manner. You know it as well as I do, Amelia, Dumbledore said with a shrug. He turned his attention back to Harry. In addition, the other factions know that they can buy his loyalty for a price if the need is great, and Lucius has been known to allow this, in order to advance the fiction that the minister is not on his payroll. It did not bode well for the magical world in general, Harry thought, if such a thing was allowed not only to occur, but also to continue in such a manner. Leaving such an obviously corrupt and self-centered man in a position of such power was beyond reprehensible. Why would anyone want to save a world which was so incredibly backward and biased was beyond his understanding. I can't believe they would simply leave him in power if they know what a poor minister he is, Harry said with a shake of his head, voicing his inner thoughts. Ah, but is it not exactly the same in the Muggle world? Dumbledore asked rhetorically. How many rulers have been petty despots who ruled only to enrich themselves, or satisfy some quest for power? How many have been corrupt? I think you will find history rich with such subjects, Harry, though I will grant you that magical England does seem to be in dire straits at the moment. There is no reason to save this world, unless we change it, Harry said after a moment of thought. We are all risking our lives, and for what? So that the next Dark Lord can come along and do the same thing all over again. I don't know about anyone else in this room, but I am not willing to risk my life just so that I can do it all over again in 20 or 30 years. An admirable goal, Jean Sebastian replied, his face shining with some pride. You have hit on the crux of the problem, Harry. But remember that changing the world is not as easy as you would like. At Harry's questioning expression, Jean Sebastian sighed and continued. Tradition and custom are very important in the magical world, and as you have seen with the pureblood faction in particular, respect for one's ancestors, assuming your ancestors are who you want them to be, is paramount. You cannot simply ignore centuries of tradition in your quest to change the world, those traditions must be respected. And as such, Dumbledore took up the explanation, you must find a way not only to reform the government and the attitudes of the populace, but you must also do so while respecting the traditions of the people. This is precisely why so many purebloods look down on Muggleborns. They bring new, and what the conservatives consider radical, ideas with them, and often they give no thought to many of the things which we consider dear to us. That's actually one of Hermione's failings, Harry, Fleur spoke up in a quiet voice. He turned to look at her and she looked away shyly, clearly concerned that he would take this as a criticism of his closest friend. She often doesn't understand things about the magical world, and so she just assumes it's just an old tradition and tries to convince everyone that there's a better way to do it. There may be a better way, but there may also be reasons why something hasn't changed, or why things are the way they are. Her opinions about house elves were a very good example of this, until I explained the relationship between house elves and wizards and the reason why they bond with their families. It made a certain sort of sense to Harry and, while he could not think immediately of any examples, he felt positive that there must be some way to bridge the gap and change the magical world to a more tolerant society, while respecting the traditions which were so important to the purebloods. It would bear some thought, and after all, he had time, he was still only 15. He looked around the room and noted that most of those in attendance were looking at him to see how he would respond. He was struck by the sudden epiphany that he was the only one in attendance who had not been raised in the magical world. Certainly he had a magical heritage from his father, but everyone else in the room had actually been raised in a magical household, and as such, they were likely all talking about things which were important to them. It was a humbling thought. Many of those he thought highly of would likely support reforms which would remove the prejudices of the world, but they still did not wish to see their world completely disappear, replaced by one which bore only a cursory resemblance to that which they knew and loved. Even Jean Sebastian and his family, though they were from a different land, fit into this mold as France, they had assured him, had its own share of problems which could be eased by a more progressive attitude. Harry was filled with determination. He was not certain what part he was to play in this war or in the aftermath, but he was the vaunted boy who lived, and surely that fame and celebrity must count for something other than making his life miserable. It would be his life's mission to ensure that things did change in the magical world, but that those things which were cherished by the people he loved would be protected. "I understand, sir," Harry said with conviction, while squeezing Fleur's hand, which was held in his own, to show her that he took no offense at her words concerning his best friend. "I don't know exactly why I'm important to Voldemort. But I do understand that he keeps hounding me. I am willing to oppose him, but changes need to be made to make sure that another Dark Lord doesn't show up to take his place, and with the Malfoys of the world spreading their message of hate, that's what will happen if we leave things as they are. I understand that there are things which are important to all of you, and I would like to see those things protected. We will need to work together to get it right." Smiles beamed around the room, and Harry was relieved that apparently he had gotten it right. The support and approbation of these people meant the world to him. It felt good to have people who loved him standing at his back and supporting him in whatever he did. "Very good indeed, Harry," Dumbledore rumbled as he pulled off his glasses and wiped at his eyes. "I would have you know that I have no talent whatsoever in divination, and I am no seer, but I believe that I can say with conviction that you will one day be among the leaders of our world, and I dare say you will do us all proud." "Thank you, sir," Harry said softly, grateful for the headmaster's approbation. He quietly caught the eyes of both Sirius and Jean Sebastian, and they both nodded at him, which made feel all that much better. "I guess the question is, what can we do now?" Harry's question silenced the group for several moments as they all considered the situation. It was, perhaps unsurprisingly, Madame Bones who first spoke up. "Now that I know the truth of the Dark Lord's return, I can begin to put measures into place. I can increase patrols, and if any Death Eater falls into my hands, I can pump him full of Veritaserum to obtain the truth. The minister would find it hard to dismiss evidence like that. The fact remains, however, that without a strong minister, this fight will be very difficult indeed," Dumbledore said. "We must find a way to either find enough votes to have him removed, or find some other way to dismiss him. And in so doing, keep to the law." Madame Bones fixed Dumbledore with a pointed stare. "We will not stoop to fudges or, Merlin forbid, Malfoy's level. If we do, then we are no better than they are." "I perfectly agree, madam," Dumbledore said with a bow. "As do I," added Jean Sebastian. "However, I believe it is very late and we will not solve this dilemma this evening. I suggest we all seek our beds and continue this on another occasion." A chorus of agreement met Jean Sebastian's declaration. Harry had not realized just how late it was, and a glance at the clock revealed that it was now several hours after midnight. As if to punctuate the statement, Fleur had to stifle a great yawn, and Harry, as such things were wont to spread, felt one approaching as well. Madame Bones chuckled and rose to her feet. "Thank you for keeping Susan tonight, Ambassador. I appreciate not having to wake her to go home." "It is a pleasure, madam. I believe that she gets along well with the others in residence. If it would be easier for you, we would be happy to host her until they return to Hogwarts." Appearing to consider it, Madame Bones nodded thoughtfully. "In truth, because she is now in Hogwarts for 10 months of the year, I see little enough of her as it is. But as tomorrow is likely to be busy, I may take you up for the day and then pick her up in the evening. We will keep in touch concerning the investigation into last night's events. I doubt we will find anything more, but it cannot hurt to be thorough. Of course. Just let me know what you intend to do." After a final round of goodbyes, Dumbledore and Madame Bones stepped through the flow and vanished from the manor, leaving Sirius, Harry, and the 3 Delacours behind. Tired as he was, Harry did not protest in the slightest when Jean Sebastian directed he and Fleur to go to their beds. Harry walked his betrothed to her room, keeping her hand held tightly ensconced within his own, happy with the feeling of closeness which had developed between them. They had just arrived at Fleur's door, when the French witch turned shyly to him and pressed a light key on his lips. "Thank you for protecting me tonight, Harry. You took no thought to your own safety. That means a great deal to me, though I do wish you would develop a small sense of self-preservation." She grinned. "I would like you to make it to our wedding, after all." "I promised myself that you will be kept safe," Harry murmured in response. "I mean to keep that promise." "Thank you. But remember, I'm here for you too. And I promise to keep you safe too." "Then it's a pact," Harry replied. His eyes trended downward to her perfect lips. He leaned in and as he was brushing her lips with his own, he murmured, "We'll just have to protect one another." Exhausted, Harry entered his room and quickly readied himself for bed, hoping against hope that the evening spent reliving the night Cedric had died would not continue in his dreams. With any luck, they would instead consist of a beautiful, smiling girl, with lips soft and tender, begging to be Ed. The days following the ball were quiet at the manor. Hermione was still staying with them, preserving the usual trio of friends, of course with Gabrielle tagging along devotedly. In addition, Susan stayed with them throughout that week before school once again began. Though Madame Bones had originally intended to retrieve her niece after only one night, the events at the ball, as well as some of the new measures she was implementing with the Auror office saw her working long hours at the ministry. Thus, the original plan was converted to a request for the Delacours to host Susan until she was to return to Hogwarts, a plan to which Jean Sebastian and Apolline had readily assented. Susan was in fact a good addition. She was intelligent and thoughtful, and fit in with them seamlessly. Often, Harry found himself outnumbered by the girls, as they talked and laughed and spoke of things which did not interest him. And though he often wished that Ron or Neville were staying at the manor, he still felt comfort in their friendship and presence and was able to sit back and allow his mind to wander when they moved to topics in which only they had an interest. Unfortunately, in the days after the events at the ball, nothing further had come to light regarding the attack. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head Auror, and Madame Bones had their Aurors working closely with those who guarded the manor, but it appeared that the perpetrator had hidden his tracks very well indeed. It was still early in the investigation, but it was quickly becoming clear that catching whoever had initiated the attack would be difficult. Personally, Harry was all for pumping Malfoy with Veritaserum until it began running out of his ears to get the truth from him, but knowing it was not about to happen, he contented himself with daydreaming of the man finally getting his comeuppance. Malfoy's complicity with the attack had been further proven to Harry's mind when he had been awakened later the night of the ball, not long after going to bed, in fact, by a surge of triumph from the Dark Lord, not that Harry required such confirmation. Clearly Malfoy, or whoever had actually cast the curse, had returned to Voldemort's side and reported his success, leading to the emotion which woke him. He had waited until the following morning to report his experience to Jean Sebastian, rightly deciding that they were all tired and there was no rush. He knew that Jean Sebastian was still to meet with the blonde pureblood, and while the confrontation with Malfoy would not in any way be cordial and Malfoy was obviously a skilled and dangerous man, Jean Sebastian was every bit his equal in confidence and skill. The disgusting pureblood was in for a very rude awakening if he tried to intimidate the head of the Delacour family. Of further concern, Jean Sebastian's staff was now operating under a handicap. With his chief of security, Jacques, now dead and the second in command, Gaston, incapacitated and recovering in France, it was unsurprising that the security detail was a little demoralized and disorganized. Jean Sebastian had not mentioned what he planned to do for the future, but Harry suspected that he would not allow the situation to continue for long. It was the second day of the new year when an event occurred which was to change Harry's life once again. With the events at the ball, the headmaster's request to speak with him had largely been forced from Harry's mind, contrary to what he would have thought upon first hearing the request. Thus, when he received Jean Sebastian's request to join him in his study, Harry at once thought of Dumbledore and his words the night of the ball, assuming the headmaster was here to speak with him. With more curiosity than dread, Harry entered the study, noting the presence of not only Dumbledore and Jean Sebastian, but also of Sirius as well. He was greeted cheerfully and invited to take a seat. A round of small talk, how he was enjoying his vacation, what he had done, etc., ensued, though fortunately for Harry's growing impatience, it did not continue long, as Dumbledore soon came to the point. Now Harry, Dumbledore began, peering at Harry intently, you can probably guess that I did not ask to meet with you to discuss your holidays. When Harry nodded in assent, he resumed speaking, in fact, I have some serious matters to discuss today, matters which are particularly of concern to you. Glancing around the room, Harry noticed the almost grim expressions on the faces of both Jean Sebastian and Sirius. A sinking feeling began in his stomach. Clearly whatever Dumbledore had to discuss was not some trivial matter and his original instinct of this being very bad news had been correct. He swallowed thickly and nodded to Dumbledore to come to the point. Very well, Dumbledore responded. Before we begin, however, I wish to make two things very clear to you. The first is that you are surrounded by many who love you and wish the best for you. Whatever you are required to face in life, you shall not do it alone. And second, I wish to make it very clear to you that you have not heard of this matter yet by my insistence. If you feel that you have been ill-used because this information has been withheld, then it is my fault and mine alone. Jean Sebastian and Sirius are not to be blamed. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Harry replied, wondering why Dumbledore was insisting on this. He trusted the men in this room and could not imagine that they would keep him in the dark if it would put him in danger. Of course he wished to know everything which may affect him, but he doubted there was anything for which he would hold a grudge. Surely it could not be that bad. Good, was Dumbledore's response. He then sat back and his eyes lost focus as he seemingly considering what he was going to say. A glance at the other two men did not reveal anything, though Sirius did attempt to lighten the atmosphere a little by winking and smiling at him. Harry returned his smile with a half-hearted effort of his own. Harry, do you remember when you asked me why Voldemort was after you? Momentarily confused by this seeming non-sequitur, Harry nevertheless recalled the incident immediately. After the confrontation with Quirrell. Yes, exactly, replied Dumbledore. I told you at that time that I could not answer you because you were too young. In some ways, I must admit I still feel that way. However, Jean Sebastian and Sirius have convinced me otherwise, and as you have shown much maturity in the past several months, I have agreed that now is the time to answer your question. Surprised, Harry sat back in his chair. If he had thought anything in advance of this meeting, it was certainly not that he was about to learn the answer to the question which stood at the center of his messed-up life. He felt conflicted, elated that he would finally learn the secret, while apprehensive at the same time. Still, it was knowledge, and fitting a missing piece into the puzzle of his life could only be good. You see, Harry, the great mystery of your connection to Voldemort is that of a prophecy, which was made before you were born. Harry frowned. A prophecy? I don't know, sir, divination seems kind of dodgy if you ask me. Indeed you are correct, Dumbledore replied, chuckling. Divination, as my dear colleague Professor McGonagall would say, is a woolly discipline, and I would have to agree with her. For a time, I had actually considered dropping divination from the curriculum of Hogwarts. However, prophecy, true prophecy, is real. It is not a skill which can be taught, nor is it a skill which can be controlled, and true prophecy will not be given in your divination class using the methods Professor Trelawney's class. True seers have no control over their gift. They divulge prophecy when the time is right, and they only proclaim a specific prophecy once. Furthermore, when a seer is gripped by the prophetic influence, they speak without realizing it, and can never remember that which he or she has prophesied. Then what happens if they give it when no one else is around? A very good question, Harry, Dumbledore replied. If there is no one there to listen, then the prophecy would presumably be lost. However, there is an ancient magic which encompasses the world. When a prophecy is given, this magic detects it, and a record is created in the Department of Mysteries. Any prophecy from around the world? Harry asked, frowning. Indeed. The magic does not distinguish national boundaries and languages. The origins and secrets of how to create this magic have been lost to time, Harry, Jean Sebastian spoke up. However, it is known to be accurate. It is also relatively easy to tap into it, and that is something which has not been lost to us. There is a similar department in the French ministry which also records prophecies, and many other countries do so as well. Then, does that mean that there is a record of this prophecy in the ministry? Harry asked. As well as one in France. There is, indeed, Dumbledore confirmed. There are also copies in many locations around the world. We cooperate with other nations to ensure that prophecies are not lost. I will not go into it in any great detail, but suffice it to say that any prophecy that has ever been made has been recorded for posterity's sake. Now, as you may or may not be aware, prophecy even in its simplest form is never a direct statement on what will happen. Unfortunately, it is never given in plain language. For example, you will never see a prophecy which predicts that you will win this year's Quidditch Cup. Rather, you may be given a series of cryptic statements which suggest you will win the cup if certain actions are undertaken. Thinking about the matter for several moments, Harry thought back to a series of books he had read at the library when he was younger. The series had been a typical good against evil type fantasy story, and as he recalled it had depended heavily on the type of obscure prophecy of which Dumbledore had been speaking. As he recalled, the prophecy in that work was largely based on the ravings of a madman. He dearly hoped that was not the case in real life. He considered bringing it up, but rejected it, thinking that Dumbledore would let him know if that supposition was true. So, a prophecy is difficult to understand, he suggested hesitantly. That is correct, Harry, agreed the headmaster. We may make educated guesses, we may see patterns, and we may understand a certain portion of a prophecy by study, knowledge, and even a bit of guesswork. However, the true meaning of any prophecy will almost certainly be completely understood, only after the events it predicts have happened. Harry frowned. Something the headmaster said earlier pricked his memory and he thought about it. For several moments before he finally spoke again. I'm sorry, Professor, but something doesn't quite add up. You said that a prophecy is a series of statements which may occur, given the proper sequence of events. Isn't prophecy a prediction of what will happen? A very good question again, Harry, the headmaster said with an approving smile. Though we are getting rather far afield, I shall indulge you once more before we delve into the matter at hand. You see, he continued conversationally, there are two different types of prophecy. First, you may recall that I stated that a prophecy is never a direct statement. Harry indicated that he did, and Dumbledore carried on. The first type of prophecy is indeed a statement about what will happen, despite of any efforts to the contrary. However, because it is never a direct statement, it can be open to interpretation, regardless of the fact that nothing we do can change it. Harry frowned in thought. But Professor, doesn't that mean that people may still try to change it, regardless of the fact that they cannot? That is exactly what I am saying, Harry, confirmed the headmaster. The subject of prophecy becomes even more difficult when I tell you that the second kind of prophecy is a series of statements of what might happen given the proper series of events. His head swimming at the complexity of what Dumbledore was trying to explain, Harry frowned and then looked back up at the three men with whom he was speaking. It seems to me that a lot of havoc could be created with this sort of uncertainty, sir. An excellent supposition, Dumbledore replied. You are indeed correct, Harry. History is rife with instances where a prophecy was misunderstood. People have spent years trying to avoid a prophecy which was unavoidable, and conversely, others have spent similar amounts of time trying to ensure a particular prophecy came to pass, often based on an incorrect understanding of what exactly that prediction entailed. These prophecies are often referred to as being self-fulfilled prophecies. The events depicted may never have happened if they had not interfered, and in many cases, it would have been better had the end result not happened, as it was not what the person expected it to be, nor was it in any way beneficial. Prophecy is indeed a very delicate phenomenon, and must be treated with extreme care. Then can I assume that you can't tell if a prophecy is inevitable or not until after the prophecy has been fulfilled? Harry asked. Unfortunately, even then it is not easy. Dumbledore paused and rubbed his chin. After all, if a lot of effort has been put into making sure a prophecy came to pass, who can say that it would have occurred anyway? That part of the equation is something which is almost never completely understood. As the explanation wound down, Harry thought about what the headmaster had said. Dumbledore had said that a prophecy had been made before his birth, but had not in fact mentioned what type of prophecy it was or even if it had been fulfilled. Harry felt that the logical assumption was that it had not been fulfilled, otherwise, why would the headmaster be speaking of it now? Furthermore, the idea that this prophecy existed at all filled Harry with a certain dread. It was equally obvious that the prophecy concerned him in some way, otherwise they would not be about to share it with him. It would make sense, he mused, if there was some sort of prophecy out there which had totally screwed with his life. Otherwise he would just have to assume that there was some deity who was determined to make him miserable. The idea of a prophecy was much easier to swallow and, more importantly, gave him a fighting chance to survive. I assumed that the prophecy was about me then, he asked, turning his attention back to the three men. It was indeed, Harry, the headmaster confirmed. Harry considered the matter further. The faces confronting him were serious, but not overly morose, which could be interpreted as a good sign. It would at least indicate that it had not predicted his outright death at the hands of the madman, though the two would be apropos given his luck. Harry Potter, required to die so that the Dork Lord could be defeated. He would not put it past fate to require such a sacrifice from him. Well, I suppose there's nothing else to do, he replied. Lay it on me, then we'll figure out what to do. A true Gryffindor, Dumbledore proclaimed proudly. You truly are an exceptional young man, Harry, and though I am indeed sorry for laying this burden on you, I agree with Jean Sebastian and Sirius that it is one which you are able to bear. Harry glanced at the other two men and, seeing their encouraging nods, returned his attention to the headmaster. I think I'm ready, sir. A short pause ensued, leading Harry to surmise that Dumbledore truly would prefer not to be required to impart this information. He only stopped for a moment, though, before he began speaking. For the first time, Harry listened, and to a certain extent, through the obscure statements, began to understand why he had been targeted by Voldemort. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. As Dumbledore's voice quieted, Harry's brow furrowed in thought. The headmaster had not been kidding when he said that prophecy was never given in clear, forthright language. Regardless, Harry thought he could detect an understated cadence in the words, almost as though they were speaking to him, though that was not quite the right analogy. Whatever it was, Harry, though he did not immediately understand everything the prophecy contained, as Dumbledore had warned him, nonetheless knew that it concerned him. How he was certain of this he could not say, but subconsciously, he knew it was so. Hopefully, whatever the headmaster could explain would help make the prediction easier to comprehend. You weren't kidding when you said it wasn't clear, he quipped, trying to break the mood in the room a little. No, I was not, Dumbledore agreed. Yet it contains certain phrases and events which give us clues to unraveling it. So, Harry began slowly, which kind of prophecy is it? That's the question, is it not? Dumbledore asked rhetorically. Arguments can be made either way, and only in hindsight will we gain further understanding, though even then it will not be perfectly understood. As for this specific prophecy, I very much fear that though it may have been conditional in the beginning, that now it is very much set in stone, as they say. How do you mean? The prophecy was given just before you were born, and though it did not initially point to you in particular, subsequent events have confirmed that you are indeed the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Your parents having defied Voldemort 3 times made you a candidate, but there was one other who was born under similar circumstances, who also could have been the one mentioned in the prophecy. Do I know this other person? Indeed you do. In fact, you share the same dorm at Hogwarts. Frowning, Harry thought of the 4 boys with whom he shared a dorm. Before it came to him, it was obvious. Neville, he exclaimed. That is correct, Harry. Though you may not know this, your births were only about an hour apart, though on different days. There was very little to distinguish between you. This was all giving Harry a headache, but underneath it all made a strange sense. Neville had never been what he would call a close friend. Ron and Hermione filled those roles, but he had always felt a strange kinship for the young man. Was this the reason? And if their births had been so close, why was Dumbledore now certain that the prophecy concerned him rather than Neville? Other than the obvious fact that Voldemort seemed to be obsessed with him, of course. Upon voicing this question, Dumbledore sighed and glanced at both the other men. It was Sirius who reached over and, lifting the fringe of Harry's hair, answered his question. It's because of your scar, Harry. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, Dumbledore intoned. It is that third line which tells us so much more, Harry, and I will endeavor to explain to you how it came about. The headmaster sat back in his chair, but though his eyes never left him, Harry was almost certain that he was wrapped up in his thoughts, presumably trying to determine how to present the information that he held. Jean Sebastian and Sirius still considered him gravely, but they were also projecting an air of support and affection. It warned Harry, knowing that whatever was to come, he would not have to face it alone. A strange quirk of fate intervened with this particular prophecy, Dumbledore continued after a few moments of silence. Though of course I cannot state for certain, the circumstances surrounding its coming to light may indeed mean that there was no way to avoid it from the start. I simply cannot say for certain. What I can tell you is that I was the one to whom the prophecy was given. Harry blinked. That was unexpected. To you, sir? He queried. A tight nod met his question. It was. I had been giving an interview for the position of divination professor at Hogwarts when it was given. Unfortunately, a young Death Eater overheard part of the prophecy, and hastened to tell his master, which drew Voldemort's attention upon you and Neville. Sitting back, Dumbledore continued to speak, though his tone was more introspective than focused. I have often wondered what he was thinking, to be drawn into prophecy like this. The Tom Riddle I knew was pragmatic and intelligent, and openly disdained fate and any form of predestination. I would not have thought that he would have given much credence to such a vague warning. But then I suppose the part that was overheard appeared to be much clearer than the entirety put together. That may have forced him to act, regardless of whether he wished to or not, and it is his actions which have brought us to this point. What did the Death Eater overhear? Harry asked quietly. Only the first 2 lines, my boy, replied Dumbledore. Thus, he heard the prediction of your birth and that you would have the power to defeat his master, but failed to hear that Voldemort would mark you as his equal in the rest of it. If he had heard that part, Voldemort would undoubtedly have acted more cautiously. It all seemed so odd. A small quirk of fate, an overheard conversation, and suddenly the attention of a madman was fixed upon him. Or fixed upon Neville. Why had Voldemort come after his family instead of Neville's? He surely must have known when Neville was born, if he was aware that Lily Potter had given birth. But why me? Harry asked. All at once aware of the fact that his question could be considered a tad whiny, he modified his question. Why did he choose me over Neville? Ah, that we will never know, Dumbledore replied. It may just be because you were the first opportunity which fell into his lap. You were aware of Pettigrew's betrayal, of course. At Harry's nod he continued. Though the Longbottoms were attacked a few days after Voldemort's defeat, it is possible that they had not been compromised yet. Or, it is possible that you were closer, or that any number of other circumstances played into his decision. We will never know unless he chooses to reveal his thoughts, something I believe is highly unlikely. You've got that right, Harry muttered. However, the fact of the matter is that he did choose you, and as such, it is now clear that you are the one who the prophecy refers to. There is now no longer any question. Because of my scar. Because of your scar, the headmaster confirmed. To be honest, I am personally of the belief that it referred to you anyway, though that is really neither here nor there. The fact that he attacked and marked you removes all doubt. So if I understand this correctly, it's kill or be killed, Harry stated. That is one way to interpret it, Dumbledore agreed, but I would caution you not to assume you know exactly what it means. The prophecy only states that you have the power to defeat him, not the exact manner and how it may be accomplished. But it also means that he has an equal chance of defeating me, Harry pointed out. I cannot refute that possibility, Dumbledore allowed. However, do not become caught up in the thought that you have to kill him. The interpretation is open to many things. For example, you could sneeze, causing a wind to spring up, which would eventually lead to a storm, a lightning strike on a tree, which topples and kills him. Like that will bloody happen, Harry snarked. I don't disagree, the headmaster said amiably, ignoring Harry's language. I was not intending to be realistic, just to point out that many strange things happen in this world. Fate may have another manner in ensuring the Dark Lord's defeat than what seems easy to understand. Fate may also intend for him to win, Harry said morosely. Now, let's not be morbid, shall we? Jean Sebastian spoke up. Take heart, Harry, the prophecy does state that you will have the power to defeat him. Certainly it does not say that you will, but you should not assume that you will lose to him. But he's powerful and has a lot more experience than I have. And you are powerful and have a drive I've rarely seen in someone so young, Sirius responded. Have a little faith, Harry, and hang on to hope. Thinking positively can change your perspective on many things, Dumbledore added. We're all here to help you, as are Miss Delacour, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, and all your other friends. Regardless of what the prophecy actually says, do not believe for a single moment that we would all abandon you to face your fate alone. And besides, it may be even more comforting for you to think that the fact that a prophecy was given at all seems to indicate that you are destined to be victorious. I do not put a whole lot of stock into predestination, but it is still comforting and better to hold positive thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes and willed himself to calm. It was not easy. Not every day did you find out that you had to kill a Dark Lord or be killed yourself, but the thought of his friends and their support was indeed comforting. I understand, he finally said, forcing a smile to his face. I think I need some time to think about this, though. He sat in silence for several moments, thinking about what he had just learned. It was a shock, but on a certain level it was not entirely unexpected. His life was far too strange and contrary to rule out anything, really. Harry had been thinking for several moments when he became aware of the uncomfortable silence which had settled over the room. The three men were still regarding him gravely, giving Harry to understand that something was amiss. A pit appeared in the middle of his stomach at the thought that there could be something still worse than this prophecy. What? Don't tell me that there is another prophecy that says I have to die to defeat him. No, Harry, there is not, Dumbledore said, the disapproval evident in his voice. I would ask you not to joke about such a serious matter. Now he was truly concerned, there was more. And it had become increasingly clear that it was no better than what he had already been told. There is something else indeed, Harry, Dumbledore intoned. It is only connected peripherally with the prophecy, however, and only because Voldemort decided to take action because of hearing of the prophecy. Is it really that bad? Harry asked with considerable trepidation. Though hearing of a prophecy which foretold that you had to defeat a powerful dark wizard or die yourself had not seemed to truly faze his companions, they were now downright grim. It was making him extremely nervous. Let us say that it is not good, Dumbledore said after hesitating slightly. I shall tell you, but I would ask that you hear me out completely before you react to this news. Let us discuss it rationally. Not trusting his voice to remain steady, Harry merely nodded, feeling an impending doom, or rather like an axe was about to fall on his head. Let me begin by explaining that there is a branch of magic known as soul magic. It is not very useful, and not very well known, and has almost no practical application for the most part. However, suffice it to say that though the Muggles have speculated that we each have a soul, magic has proven this fact. Now, I say that soul magic has almost no practical application, Dumbledore continued, his tone even, but very serious and focused. There are methods, for example, of gaining an imprecise estimation of how powerful a person is, as a person's magical power is thought to originate from the soul. Not exactly useful, but to the right person, certainly interesting. But though I have stated that most soul magic has little application, there are uses which not only do have a practical application, but are also among the foulest and darkest of magics known to man. Unfortunately, as you have likely already guessed, it is one of these spells that I am obliged to discuss with you. Sitting back once again in his chair, Dumbledore sighed and passed a weary hand over his face. It was clear to Harry that even speaking of this was draining to the headmaster, and if it was so, this vile magic, to which he was referring, must be disgusting indeed. The fact that it was apparently tied to him was something which Harry did not truly wish to think about, at least not until he knew exactly of what the headmaster was speaking. The specific magic of concern to us today is that of a Horcrux, Dumbledore finally said, and though he appeared determined to continue, his hesitance was obvious. Harry briefly had a fleeting, and somewhat silly, thought that even the name evoked a sense of horror, had he not already understood that they were not speaking of a garden-variety cleaning spell. A Horcrux, simply described, is a soul container, Dumbledore continued. You may ask what a soul container is, other than a normal container, which is, of course, a physical body. Essentially, it is a vessel for a portion of the caster's soul to be stored. And though the casting extracts a horrible price, the benefit for the caster is to grant an immunity, for want of a better term, to passing on. Now, I wish to be clear about this, the Horcrux does not grant immortality, nor does it prevent death. However, if a person has an active Horcrux, their spirit will remain tethered to this world as long as the Horcrux exists. Then that must be how Voldemort didn't die. Harry exclaimed. Dumbledore nodded, a smile appearing on his weathered face. Exactly correct, Harry. In fact, I believe that you have already had contact with a Horcrux belonging to Voldemort. I have, asked Harry, confused as to when such a thing could have occurred. Think back to your second year, Dumbledore prompted. When you fought the basilisk in the chamber and rescued Miss Weasley, what appeared to be the cause of the problem? The diary, Harry cried out. But I destroyed that, and Voldemort's shade disappeared. How can he have come back? Because I believe that he did not create just one. Silence fell over the room as Dumbledore's statement reverberated throughout the room. In fact, he continued after a moment, I believe that he likely created several. It is certain that he created at least one more, given the fact that he has now managed to return himself to a body, but knowing Tom Riddle as I did and understanding his fascination for certain things, I suspect he made a specific number, and that he chose a magically significant number. You may not know, not having chosen the arithmancy elective, but certain numbers are magically significant. Among those numbers, are 3, 7, and 13. Harry was aghast. So he may have as many as 12 more of these things lying around. Gravely, Dumbledore nodded his head. I doubt there are 12. The creation of each Horcrux exacts a toll on its maker, making him less human and more prone to unsavory and unwanted traits. And beyond that, I doubt a soul could withstand so much breakage as to perform the ritual 13 times. Rather, I suspect that he may have made 6 in total, 6 Horcruxes, and the masterpiece of the soul yet in the body. 7 is a magical number as potent as 13, and would provide a number of Horcruxes which would not render him mortal had someone come across one and destroyed it by chance, yet enough that he would feel secure and safe. I cannot tell you exactly how Tom became so obsessed with death and the desire to stave it off, but he has. I can tell you that it is the one thing he fears above all others. Harry sat silently considering. It was so much worse than he had ever imagined. Not only was the insane psychopath after him, but he was also an immortal, insane psychopath. If he was unkillable while his Horcruxes existed, then whatever chance Harry might have thought he had against him just went out the window. Now I wish for you to understand a few more things before we get to the heart of the matter. You mean these Horcruxes aren't the worst? Harry demanded with a gasp. As vile as they are, unfortunately not, Dumbledore confirmed. I would ask your indulgence for another moment so you may understand fully how truly disgusting these creations are. When Harry nodded his assent, though inside he was a mass of churning emotions, and Dumbledore continued. The first thing you must know is that the creation of a Horcrux requires a sacrifice. As Madame Bones pointed out, sacrifice is a staple of such rituals. It also requires an act so heinous that the soul will become fractured, for want of a better term, so that the piece of the soul may be drawn from the body and installed inside the intended object. Now, I have no knowledge of exactly what is required in order to prepare a vessel for the piece of soul, nor do I wish to obtain such knowledge. What is important to understand is that the vessel is prepared, and then the person fractures their soul by committing a most grievous crime. The person murders another in cold blood. They then complete the spell to extract the piece of soul to the object, which becomes a Horcrux. That's rather unpleasant, Harry muttered. I believe it is beyond unpleasant, Dumbledore replied. Regardless, that is in a broad sense the process one must invoke to create a Horcrux. The other thing you need to understand is that a Horcrux is generally indestructible by normal means. Frowning, Harry protested, but I destroyed the diary easily enough. Ah, but you used one of the only known substances capable of harming it, Dumbledore said. Basilisk venom is among the most toxic substances known to wizards, and as the fang was liberally coated in it, the fang was sufficient to destroy it. That was a lucky happenstance. Harry was not eager to contemplate what might have happened had he tried to destroy the diary by any other means. Though the pain had been excruciating and the feeling of the venom working its way through his body like fire in his veins, it seemed that it had been a good thing that the basilisk had managed to bite him, otherwise, Voldemort might have returned 2 years earlier, and Harry undoubtedly would not have survived. You may not be familiar with the properties of magical objects, Dumbledore continued, oblivious to Harry's thoughts, but as a goblin-made weapon, the sword of Gryffindor is a weapon which imbibes substances which make it stronger. As it has now come in contact with basilisk venom, the sword is now an even deadlier weapon than before. It will be our prime tool for destroying Voldemort's Horcruxes when we begin that task. The only other method reliably known to be able to destroy them is fiendfire, which is not something which should be cast indiscriminately. Do you know what his other Horcruxes are? Harry asked, though to his own ears it sounded like a demand. This whole conversation appeared to be akin to something directly from a second-rate horror movie, and Harry was desperate for some good news. Seeming to catch on to Harry's mood, Dumbledore smiled and said in a reassuring tone, "I have been researching Tom Riddle for years, tracking his movements where I can, and studying him to the best of my ability. I believe that I know more about him than perhaps anyone else alive. I have begun to investigate leads on the location and nature of his Horcruxes, but unfortunately it is slow going, and will likely take more time and effort to learn more of them." At this, Dumbledore seemed to hesitate, as though he did not wish to continue. A quick glance at the other two men revealed the expressions they had worn since the beginning of this meeting. Abruptly, Harry realized that whatever Dumbledore was about to divulge, this was the point of the day's discussion. He was about to discover the worst of the whole mess, and given the subject matter, Harry could feel the welling fear in the pit of his stomach, telling him that it would be beyond bad. "In fact, Harry, I am forced to tell you today that I believe I do indeed know the location and composition of another Horcrux, much to my everlasting regret." The ancient wizard paused, once again seeming to show every one of his substantial number of years. He then looked up and caught Harry's eye and spoke resolutely. "It is you, Harry," he said quietly. "I believe that you are one of Voldemort's Horcruxes." "I am a Horcrux. Yes. Or more accurately speaking, I believe your scar is a Horcrux." Harry stared back at the headmaster, his eyes widening with disbelief and revulsion. But, are you serious?" he demanded once he had found control of his voice. "Unfortunately, I am," was Dumbledore's sad reply. "Do not believe that I would inform you of such an appalling thing if I was not confident of my findings. Then you may be wrong," Harry said, clinging to the hope that it was just a horrible mistake. "You don't know for certain." "I do not, and yes, there is a possibility that I may be wrong, though I do not think so." Rising, Harry began pacing the room furiously, compelled by the sudden nervous energy which had shot through him upon Dumbledore's statement. It was not true. It could not be true. However could such a ghastly thing be residing in him? How could it even have happened in the first place? "I take it this is not a conclusion you have suddenly come to," he said as he stopped and stared as his energy gave way to sudden anger. "It is not," Dumbledore confirmed calmly. "Harry," Jean Sebastian spoke up, "I must tell you that I also have known for some months now. I know that I promised to divulge everything I knew to you, and in this I failed. I apologize to you most heartily. And in the end, the decision was mine." Dumbledore intervened with an iron firmness which reminded one why he was arguably the preeminent wizard in the world. "Why?" Harry asked. "Why would you all keep such a thing from me? If it's even true, is it not a burden, Harry?" The quiet voice of the headmaster reverberated through the room, and Harry was forced to an abrupt stop. "None like I've ever imagined," Harry admitted. "That is why you were not told. You don't tell an 11-year-old child that he hosts a portion of a maniac's soul. He would not be strong enough to handle the burden. Besides, though I had always guessed that Voldemort was not gone for good, it was only after you destroyed the diary that I had begun to suspect exactly what he had done. It has been more years of study since that event to bring me to this conclusion, and I do not come to it lightly, I assure you." "But how can you be certain?" Dumbledore sighed and motioned to Harry's chair. "Please sit, Harry, and I will tell you." When Harry had, grudgingly, returned to his seat, the ancient man continued his explanation. "Of course I cannot be completely certain, as no spell exists which can confirm the existence of a Horcrux. Basic scans do detect an aura about your scar which is certainly suspicious. Why would Voldemort want to make me into a Horcrux?" a bewildered Harry asked. "I do not believe that he did intend to do so," the headmaster responded. "I believe, rather, that he had intended to make a Horcrux from your death. A very strange thing happened, though, and you survived his killing curse." Harry frowned. "I've always wondered about that," Harry admitted. "If there were no surviving witnesses, then how do you know that I survived a killing curse?" "We don't, exactly," Dumbledore stated. "What we have is a series of circumstances which lead us to believe that you did. Voldemort kills using the killing curse, and by no other means. Only he could tell you why, but I believe it to be, again, largely symbolic, a statement that somehow he is above the law, and that he disdains those laws, such as those concerning unforgivables, that the rest of us are bound by. Thus, it is almost inconceivable that he would attempt to kill you by any other means. Then, we have the fact that your scar is an anomaly. You obviously did not receive it by means of a cutting curse, or any other such relatively benign spell, but it shows none of the traces of any other known spell, dark or otherwise. It is therefore, my opinion, that Voldemort tried to kill you using the killing curse, but that you were protected by your mother. She sacrificed herself, using that sacrifice as a means of protection for you, though I do not know what ritual she would have used. Your mother was very intelligent, perhaps she came across something she used to protect you, or perhaps she designed something on her own. In addition, it is obvious that Voldemort had prepared the ritual and vessel for the Horcrux, I believe intending to complete the spell once he had murdered you, a sort of symbolic statement about defeating what he believed would eventually become his greatest enemy. But with your mother's protection, his curse backfired, disembodying him. The deaths of your mother and father had already fractured his soul, and the fragment latched onto the nearest source of magical energy, you. And what else makes you believe I am a Horcrux? He asked quietly. Many things. The aura I disclosed to you earlier, the reaction and pain in your scar you have always had in his presence, the connection you appear to have with him. All of these things support my theory. I am sorry, Harry. I would be extremely happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that is not likely. It made a certain amount of mad sense Harry had to admit, though he would rather admit just about anything else. Weariness settled over him, and though he tried not to think about the implications of what he had been told, one thing seemed clear. I have to die, don't I? Harry blurted out, cringing to himself as he did so. It was not a Gryffindor thing to be whining about hardships. Gryffindors charge forward, after all. Only right now, he did not really feel like charging anywhere in any manner. Sorry, sir, he said immediately after. It does no good to dwell on it. Don't be so hard on yourself, Sirius said, moving closer to Harry's chair and placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. This is a lot to take in, Harry, and I'd be pretty worried if you were not devastated by all of this. And in answer to your question, Harry, Dumbledore broke in, I do not know how to remove it. Yet. Harry's head whipped up and he peered at the headmaster intently. What do you mean? I believe I have explained before, Harry, that all magic has a counter, and just because it has not yet been discovered, does not mean it does not exist. I have been researching Horcruxes extensively for many months now, ever since you destroyed the diary, and I began to suspect the existence of the Horcrux in your scar. And there may be other sources as well. The Horcrux is actually an ancient Egyptian spell, and though references to it here are sparse, as right-minded people have been destroying them for centuries, we may have more luck finding more information there than here. I shall have to think on it. So, we may be able to get rid of it. Harry asked hopefully. There is always a way to counter a spell, Dumbledore repeated firmly. We just need to find out what it is. Then we can take the appropriate steps. Do not lose hope, Harry. We will find a solution. Nodding, Harry looked about the room, noting that the day had progressed while they had been sequestered with them. He was feeling a great fatigue, both of the body and mind, and wished for nothing more than to find his room and collapse onto his bed. He would not likely find sleep given his present turmoil, but perhaps he would be able to come to terms with all he had learned today and find a little perspective. Is that all, Professor? Harry asked. If so, I think I should spend some time thinking about all of this. I think all the weighty revelations have been taken care of, Harry, Dumbledore confirmed. But there is one more thing we need to discuss. Your connection with Voldemort is a problem, Harry, Jean Sebastian interjected. Luckily, it seems that he does not yet know of its existence, but we can only assume that he will eventually discover it. You must learn to close it off. How can I do that? There is a branch of magic known as occlumency, and it is essentially the process of defending one's mind from outside attacks, though it does also have other benefits. With your permission, I will ask Fleur to instruct you in its use, as she has been practicing it for some time. Harry considered that, thinking that it would be very good to prevent Voldemort from invading his dreams at all hours of the day and night. And maybe he could prevent the pain when he was nearby. Does it take a long time to master? To fully master, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. But if you are diligent, you will obtain a certain proficiency within a few weeks, enough to withstand a remote attack, I believe. The opposite form of magic is known as legilimency, and it allows one to see into the mind of another. Voldemort is very skilled in this branch of magic, and if he were in the same room, he would no doubt overwhelm your defenses in a matter of moments, unless you had had several years of practice. Since we do not intend for him to be so close to you for some time to come, a basic proficiency should allow you to shut him out if he is not nearby. Very well, sir, Harry acknowledged with a tight nod. But I want something from you too. Dumbledore immediately acquiesced, though Harry could see a glint of curiosity in his eyes. I want you to teach me everything you know. This whole thing comes down to him and me, and he's already got years of experience on me. I don't have much of a chance as it is, but I'd like to learn whatever I can in the time I have. That's the spirit, Harry. Sirius exclaimed, slapping him on the back. I agree, Dumbledore responded, though I would caution you not to lose all hope. Yes, he has many years of experience to draw upon, but remember, the power he knows not. Your amazing capacity to love others, your ability to inspire, and the support and love that you engender in return, are all things that Voldemort has no concept of. These things may end up tilting the balance in your favor. Keep a positive outlook. I will, sir, Harry responded, and seeing that the interview was now over, he excused himself from the room, wishing to seek solitude in his own room. It was a lot to come to terms with. In another part of the house, Hermione sat with Fleur and Susan, alternately turning pages in her book, but more prominently worrying about her closest friend. Some sixth sense had told her that the headmaster's arrival that day portended some great event, and knowing her best friend, she was certain that Harry was at the center of it. Harry Potter. The very name sometimes filled her with exasperation. He was quite possibly the most pig-headed, stubborn, trouble magnet that she had ever met in her entire life. He was also the most compassionate, considerate, wonderful person of her acquaintance, and she was aware of the fact that if she had not already admitted her deep attraction for him, there would be no denying it now. She was on the cusp, she knew. She was almost ready to accept Fleur's proposal. Not everything had been worked out yet, she did not know what her parents would say, she was still insecure about Fleur's beauty and felt like an ugly duckling in comparison, and she still did not know if she could share his love with another, but she was also as sure as she could be, as a mere 16-year-old, that she would regret it for the rest of her life if she did not seize this opportunity. It was just a matter of feeling Harry out to see if he felt the same as she did. That and making him aware of the possibility, of course. Stifling a giggle, Hermione thought of Harry's probable reaction to the revelation. He was modest and such a boy. He would no doubt be embarrassed at the situation. She could imagine seeing him stammer and shift from foot to foot when confronted by it. Hermione decided. She would have to think on it carefully, after considering the situation for a moment. Harry was very noble. He would possibly refuse to even consider the possibility of having two wives, if he thought it would spare her any discomfort. She would have to make certain he understood from the start that she wanted this, only then would they be able to bring him around. A movement in the hallway caught Hermione's attention and she looked up in time to see Harry shuffle past the open door to the sitting room they were using. Before she had formed a conscious thought, Hermione was out of her chair pursuing her friend, subconsciously noting the presence of her friends on her heels. The sight that met her eyes filled her with dismay. Harry appeared exhausted and beaten down, a far cry from the happy teenager he had been only that morning. Harry, she asked, hesitant to disturb him in this state, but knowing he would mope about whatever was bothering him if she did not intervene. He turned and roused himself enough to give her a ghost of a smile. Hey, Hermione, he said, and then he continued to walk away. Following him, Hermione noted that Fleur was still on her heels, though Susan had disappeared somewhere. The other girl had become a friend in the previous weeks, but she still did not have the emotional connection to him that Hermione and Fleur possessed. She had obviously sized up the situation and removed herself, knowing that any discussions would likely be personal. Hermione followed Harry back to his room where he entered and flopped down on the edge of the bed, dejection showing in his every movement. By now Hermione was becoming frightened. What had happened to cause such a drastic shift in his demeanor in only a few hours? Sharing a concerned look with Fleur, Hermione approached his bed and sat down beside him, while Fleur took his other side. She watched as Fleur gathered one of his hands in her own and began to caress it with her other hand. Hermione focused on her friend's face, willing him to look back at her. Was it bad news? She asked quietly. Glancing up, Harry's eyes searched hers for a moment, before he turned to look at Fleur with equal intensity. He then flopped back down on the bed and groaned, while tiredly rubbing his eyes. The worst, he confirmed with a sigh. Perhaps you should tell us then, Fleur prompted. If you share the burden, it becomes easier to bear. Though he kept his eyes closed for several moments, Harry finally sighed again and nodded his head. I suppose you both deserve to know. You've both been so great to me that I would hate to lose your support, but you deserve to know. Harry, you'll never lose our support, Hermione chided gently. Snorting, Harry pushed his elbows behind his back and returned to his sitting position on the edge of the bed. Maybe you'll reconsider when you've heard what I learned today. Then softly, hesitantly, Harry began to speak, and though his voice was clear and his attention was focused on them, his tone was detached, as though he feared their reaction. Though Hermione knew that she could never abandon her friend, as she listened with growing dismay, she began to understand why he would think such a thing. The prophecy was difficult enough to process, but the Horcrux was beyond comprehension, and she felt tears sting her cheeks as Harry emotionlessly predicted that he would have to die in order to rid the world of one Tom Riddle. Across from her and on Harry's other side, Hermione watched as Fleur openly wept, her Vila nature profoundly affected by the evil which inflicted her betrothed and, Hermione suspected, the boy with whom she was rapidly falling in love. The pure evil of such a vile creation was undoubtedly affecting her too, as it was the antithesis of Vila love. It was up to Hermione to maintain a level head and help her friends through this terrible ordeal. As Harry's words fell silent, Hermione hugged him to her, mirroring Fleur's actions, and though her embrace was meant more to impart comfort than receive it, she had the distinct impression that Fleur was completely the opposite. Hermione moved to quickly assure him that his fears were completely unfounded. Now let's get one thing straight, Potter, Hermione snapped with a fierceness she had not known she possessed. You need to get any hint of our leaving you because of this out of your head. You're stuck with us, both of us. Of course, Fleur echoed through her tears from Harry's other side. We are betrothed, you know. You could ask your father out of it. I'm sure he would understand and he and Sirius would agree to cancel it. Not on your life, Fleur growled. You're not getting rid of me that easily. And besides, Hermione interjected, I've always known you were a little crazy. Now I know why. Her attempt at a joke fell a little flat, but it had the intended consequence of lightening the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Harry chuckled and for the first time began to hug Hermione back. Thanks to both of you, was Harry's quiet response. There is nothing to thank us for, Fleur firmly replied. Hermione glanced over at her friend and noticed the determination on her face. Now that the original shock had worn off, she had returned to the calm and rational person Hermione knew her to be. The sight helped Hermione find her own sense of resolve. They would beat this, no matter what it took. You need to be positive, Harry, Hermione comforted him. Dumbledore will find the solution, he's the greatest wizard in the world. If anyone can do it, he can. Harry was silent for several moments before he responded. Thank you for being positive. I know that not all hope is lost, but I think I need to think about this and come to terms with it before I can put it in proper perspective. Thank you both for your support. They assured him of their constancy immediately, and the three fell into quiet conversation. And though Hermione participated and asserted her opinions, she was also consumed with her own contemplations. She knew that her thoughts before he had seen Harry pass the room indicated that she had chosen to proceed and agree to Fleur's proposal. She now felt a certain sense of relief that she had finally made a decision. But how could she do so now, with that new danger hanging over Harry's head? Surely he would be thinking of anything but the state of his love life and the question of who he would be romancing. This would take some planning to do it properly. She would have to talk to Fleur about it. After a, thankfully, uneventful conclusion to the holidays, it was time for the return to Hogwarts, and Harry was extremely grateful that he would be allowed to once again immerse himself in his studies and forget about his problems for a while. Or perhaps that was not completely accurate. With what he had learned over the previous week, Harry seriously doubted that there would ever be any forgetting of the circumstances. The return to school did provide a nice distraction, however, along with the ability to lose himself in the familiar routines of classes, study, Quidditch practice, and the camaraderie and unconditional support of his friends. As Harry sat in the Great Hall that evening after disembarking from the express, he listened to his friends chatter back and forth, and for the first time in a week, felt his spirits lifting in response. It had been just what he needed, he reflected. Not all of his life was doom and gloom, regardless how often it seemed that way. In truth, Harry had not felt this way in several months, since Jean Sebastian and Apolline had taken his guardianship and helped him during the trial. He had always been somewhat of a moody person, though that was likely due to his upbringing as a member of the Dursley household, one the other members generally wished to pretend never existed, if they could manage it. But the prophecy and especially the Horcrux had shaken him, sending him back into that spiral of gloom, no matter how his friends had attempted to pull him from it. He had spent a considerable amount of time in the past few days studying his scar in the mirror. It was silly, he knew, but he could not help it, now that he knew what it contained. He had finally made himself stop doing it. It was not as though it would appear any different now that he knew the truth, anyway. The simple fact was that Harry did not wish to be that person anymore, and he recognized that at times, even after Jean Sebastian had taken him in, that he had still slipped into his own habits of assuming every bad thing in the world would happen to him. He more than anything wanted to be happy and contented in his life, and he had spent the past day promising himself that he would, Voldemort's Horcrux be damned. Having so decided, he had appeared from his room that morning, forcing himself into a happier mood, and as the day went on in the company of his friends, he had spent less effort to make it so. Now, though the matter was still on his mind, it would never truly leave him as long as the Horcrux remained. It was blunted and had lost its urgency. Professor Dumbledore was investigating the matter, and if anyone could find an answer, Harry was certain he could. It was now nothing more than a waiting game. The trip on the express had been quiet that morning. In fact, it had been extremely unusual in that Malfoy had for once kept his big mouth shut and had not invaded Harry's compartment looking to cause trouble. Harry could not remember a single trip on the express where Malfoy had not made his appearance. They had only seen the ferret once throughout the course of the entire journey, and even then it had only been an instant as they were boarding the train at King's Cross Station. He had met Harry's gaze for an instant with his usual sneer before Harry had entered the train. Not sure what to make of his sudden decision to back off, Harry vowed to watch him closely. The only other thing of note to happen on the express had been Daphne approaching him for a private talk. Harry had almost forgotten about her father's cryptic remarks the night of the ball, and when Hermione had mentioned that Daphne wanted to speak to him about something her father had said, he had had to think about it for several moments before he understood her meaning. The conversation, however, had not been anything he had expected. "Thanks for meeting with me, Harry," Daphne said. Indicating it was no trouble, Harry studied his friend, noting the fact that she appeared to be somewhat nervous, if her surreptitious glances at him and her slight fidgeting were any indication at all. Harry had never known the normally calm and unflappable girl to behave in such a manner, suggesting that whatever was troubling her was serious. He was not sure how he could help, but she was a friend, so he would do what he could. "I wanted to explain something to you about what my father said at your betrothal ball," she indicated. "I take it there's more to what he said than just getting to know me." "There is." Daphne's words were firm, but she still displayed the nervousness she had at the start. "In fact, it's a little complicated." "I can do complicated," Harry replied with an encouraging grin. "Lay it on me." Daphne's answering smile was brief before. She once focused on whatever was troubling her. "How much do you know of the factions of the First Wizarding War?" Confused by her seeming non-sequitur, Harry answered as honestly as he could. "Well, I know that the Ministry fought against the Death Eaters, supported by Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, though the Order generally kept a low profile. I'm not certain I could say reliably who actually made up those factions, but I do know most of the obvious major players." "That is all correct, Harry, but there was another faction." Daphne paused for a moment, before a wry smile came over her face. "Or perhaps it's more correct to say that there was a group who did not choose one side over the other. They came to be known as neutrals, though there really wasn't much in the way of organization or even affiliation between them. The neutrals, though they never sided, gained a reputation with both sides. The forces of light considered them with suspicion, like they clandestinely supported the Death Eaters, which was not entirely untrue in many respects, while the Death Eaters considered them to be faint of heart, unwilling to risk fighting for the pureblood cause. Some of the more fanatical among them considered them to be closet blood traitors. And again, in many cases, the Death Eaters were not incorrect in their assumptions. Okay, let's back up a little, Daphne, Harry said holding up a hand. So some of these neutrals did help the Death Eaters, and some supported the Ministry. It's a little more complicated than that. Most were truly not interested at all in choosing sides, but to a certain extent sides were chosen regardless. Many paid people like Lucius Malfoy, she spat the name like a curse, often in exchange for being left alone, while many did support one side or another surreptitiously. It was a dangerous time, whole families were being wiped out by the Death Eaters, and many felt that this was the only way to keep their families safe. The Cornfoots, the Macmillans, and the Browns all fit into this category, just among those in our year at Hogwarts. Harry nodded, indicating his understanding. Daphne appeared even more nervous now than she had earlier, but she sighed and then visibly plucked up her courage before she continued to speak. The Greengrasses were also considered to be a neutral family, though we never paid any sort of tribute to keep the Death Eaters at bay. My family is rather important in the potions trade, specifically for supplying rare and expensive ingredients. The Death Eaters realized our importance and left us alone as long as we continued to sell needed ingredients to them. You could say that we supported the Death Eaters after a fashion, though Greengrasses by and large have never supported you-know-who's ideology. I understand, Daphne, Harry replied, trying to put the girl at ease. Your family made a decision which kept them safe and they had to continue to supply Voldemort in order to do so. I assume that things have now changed. They have, Daphne said with a sigh. When we got home, my father appeared to be agitated and worried. He took me aside a few days after we returned, primarily due to my letters home which said that I had become your friend this past term. As she stopped and looked at him expectantly, Harry thought on the situation for a moment. Clearly she wanted something from him, likely alliance or protection, or something of that nature. He was not truly in a position to protect anyone, being only 15 years of age. However, those he associated with on a regular basis were powerful adults, who would be able to offer something more. And of course the support of the boy who lived was not an insignificant thing, much though he found the thought of his fame, undeserved as. He felt it was, distasteful. I presume this has to do with what Malfoy was trying to pull before we left school. Harry asked. First things first, after all, Malfoy would only be an opening sally in Voldemort's offense. Threaten the children as a warning to the adults. Have the Death Eaters started pressuring your family? In a word, yes, Daphne confirmed. Malfoy is nothing more than a little prick who thinks he's king of the hill. We can handle him just fine. It's you-know-who and his ilk we can't handle. Tell me what happened, Daphne. It started back in the fall. Father told me that he had been approached by several high-level Death Eaters. He does business with them from time to time. They began making hints about how their lord had returned and would expect more than just potions ingredients this time, and how father would have to choose a side. Oh, they said nothing in such an overt way, but the meaning was clear. But then during the halls another Death Eater came to our house. Daphne shuddered and turned away for a moment. It was awful. He was more than a thug than anything, and he wasn't one I recognized as being one of you-know-who's typical front men. He was scruffy and unkempt and looked like he hadn't bathed in several years. We heard raised voices from my father's study, and the man stormed out a while later, leaving my father looking shaken. It was not precisely an ultimatum according to my father, though my guess is that it was intended as one, but he was told that his support for the pureblood movement was required and that he would fall in line. The inference, of course, was that things would become very unpleasant for us if he didn't. And what did your father say? Harry asked in a quiet tone. His upbringing with Dudley had instilled him with a healthy dislike for bullies of all colors, and that was precisely what this man, whoever he was, had done. In fact, if he thought of it in that manner, Voldemort himself was nothing more than a bully who could back his words up with deadly curses and the will to use them, but a bully still. He didn't respond one way or another. That's why the Death Eater raised his voice. It's clear that you-know-who tried to be subtle first, and as that didn't get immediate results, he's now resorted to threats. And what's more, apparently pressure has been put on many of the other families too. Some will undoubtedly choose to side with you-know-who, especially those who at least passively support his ideals anyway. Others may try to pay lip service to him to protect their families. My father has tried to get a read of his associates, but it's difficult to get a true idea of who will end up doing what. That's a really bad idea, Daphne, Harry interjected. I don't think the dark mark allows that kind of attitude. Father has made the same argument, Daphne agreed. They fell silent as the door behind them opened and a number of younger students, second and third years from their looks, moved through the area. The place they had chosen for their conversation was the compartment between cars, and Harry was surprised they had not been interrupted before then. Once they were alone again, Harry fixed his gaze on his friend. I assume you want some sort of alliance or protection. Yes, Daphne said, seeming a little relieved. She likely knew enough about him to know that he would not have mentioned something like that at all if he had not intended to go through with it. I should remind you that I'm only 15, Harry said with a wink of his eye. I'm not sure I really have the means to protect anyone. Daphne merely rolled her eyes. A 15-year-old who is also the boy who lived. Besides, you have the Delacours and Blacks as guardians, your Dumbledore's protégé, and even the Weasley name, while not politically powerful, is old and respected, though the current head is considered to be somewhat eccentric. Your godfather especially is shaking things up. The resources of the Black family, a family steeped in centuries of darkness, suddenly turned to the support of the light is not an insignificant matter. I suppose it isn't, was Harry's absent reply. So I presume that your father wants to speak to me about a possible alliance. Essentially, though he's not the only one, Daphne replied. There are a group of neutrals, I'm not sure who is involved, to be honest, who don't want to get pulled into you-know-who's fight, but are afraid that they will be left defenseless if they defy him openly without protecting themselves. If we can negotiate an alliance, they will throw their support in against Death Eaters in exchange for protection. Will they openly oppose him? Harry asked bluntly. Will they actually take part in any action against him? I can't say. Daphne chewed her lip nervously, clearly agitated at the thought that this may affect the level of support she could gain for her family. I think my parents might if it was required, but I should tell you that is not exactly their strength. Harry smiled at her. Don't worry about it. I doubt Dumbledore would turn you away because you're not very good fighters. I'll have you know that I am a very good fighter. Daphne replied, raising her nose in the air in a snooty manner. Laughing, Harry shook his head. It will be fine. I think it would be better if Dumbledore and JS spoke directly with your father, they'll understand the finer points of negotiating an alliance like this. I'll speak to Dumbledore and arrange it when we get to school. Again Daphne appeared nervous, as she fidgeted with the cuff of her shirt. She seemed to gather herself and take a deep breath before she peered up into Harry's eyes. We could formalize the alliance and bind us together more firmly, you know. My father would offer a marriage contract if you need a more substantial gesture in order to trust us. Though Harry was completely shocked at her sudden suggestion, he thought he managed his reaction rather admirably as he only raised an eyebrow at her. Inside, however, his mind was a maelstrom of furious thoughts. He had only actually known the girl for less than 2 months, and now she was proposing a marriage contract. Of course, he'd not known Fleur for much longer, and had actually spent less time in her company, before finding himself in a contract with her. Why should Daphne be any different? You do know I'm already bound under a marriage contract, right? Though he knew that she knew he was, it seemed like a sensible way to deflect, and perhaps gain a little more information from her. Unfortunately, in this matter he was to be disappointed, as Daphne merely rolled her eyes before replying with some exasperation, of course I know. Don't be obtuse, Harry, I know you are aware of the possibility of having more than one wife. Fleur and Hermione have almost hit you over the head with it. Harry smiled wryly, she presumed far too much when it came to the actions of his 2 closest friends. Harry knew that though there had been signs before he had inadvertently overheard their conversation, they had not been that blatant. As she had deflected his parry, Harry decided that it was best to go for the truth of the matter. I do know that. What I don't know is whether it's something that you want. Daphne sighed and leaned back against the door, her eyes studying his face. I will admit that I don't really know you and that makes me hesitate. But I do know you, and know of you, well enough to know that you would make a good husband, and that I'd never be mistreated. My father would agree if he could be assured of that. But that's not what you want. I don't know for certain, Daphne admitted. Like I said, I like you well enough, but as for the rest. We've only known each other for 2 months or so. Normally I wouldn't be this forward, but I'll do it if it will help my family." The firm manner in which she stated her reason reassured Harry that while she was not suggesting it because she felt something for him, at least she was doing it with good intentions. It also clarified things for Harry. "We don't need to go that far," Harry said firmly. "I think that if you trust me enough to know that I would treat you well in marriage, you can trust me to do everything I can to protect you and your family. There's no need for you to offer yourself like that. I'd prefer to know that you want something between us because you want it, not because of some alliance." Tilting her head to the side, Daphne peered at him with an unreadable expression on her face. "You are a rare breed, Harry. A lot of boys would have jumped at the chance. I'm pretty sure that I'm not unattractive." "No, you're not," Harry agreed with a grin. "But I don't think it's a necessary requirement to create an alliance between us. Let's not rush into anything. If you feel you'd like to explore it further for yourself, we can revisit it then. For now, I have enough keeping up with one fiancé, never mind having to worry about a second. Let's think about this some more before we jump in head first." "Agreed," Daphne replied with a bright smile. Even now, more than 6 hours later, Harry could hardly believe that she had suggested a marriage contract with him. To be honest, he was not certain how he felt about it. Daphne was attractive, that much even a blind man could see, but this marrying for nothing more than political expedience did not seem right to him. Sure, he already had such a betrothal in place, but he was very glad that he seemed to be approaching a union of minds and hearts with Fleur. Much better that than simply a cold union for other reasons. He was certain that Fleur would not be happy in such an arrangement, and he suspected that he would not either. Across the room, out of the corner of his eye, he could see Daphne sitting beside Tracy, both with their backs to him, the light of the hall highlighting her dark hair. As he had thought before, she certainly was attractive, and given the right chance, he could easily develop feelings for her. But what about Fleur and his growing feelings for her? And what about Hermione, who had already admitted to having feelings for him? 2 women seemed a little much, and now he was considering a third. At that moment, Harry wished for a little more normality in the wizarding world. Then maybe he would not have to deal with all of this. As he looked toward Daphne again, Harry realized that someone else was apparently watching the beautiful girl. A little to her right, Malfoy was sitting perhaps 15 feet away from them on the other side of the table. The expression he was directing at them, or more especially at Daphne, Harry thought, was sour and almost petulant. Underneath it, however, Harry thought he could detect a hint of possessiveness, the way he watched her like a hawk and almost seemed to lean forward to hear what she was saying. Malfoy would bear watching. Daphne may not be betrothed to Harry, but he would be certain to put Malfoy in his place if the little creep tried anything. At that point, Harry's thoughts were broken when the headmaster stood at the head table and motioned the gathering for silence. To the man's side there was still an empty chair. No doubt it was reserved for the new defense professor, who still had not been announced. Harry was curious. He expected the announcement was imminent. "Thank you all, and welcome back to Hogwarts," Dumbledore exclaimed in his usual flamboyant style. "Usually, I leave the announcements for the opening feast of the year, but this year we have an unusual occurrence. No doubt you are all waiting to learn the identity of your new professor, and I will not keep you waiting." He gazed out over the room theatrically, and smiling, Harry fancied that the headmaster was looking directly at him. He raised his hand and directed it to the anteroom where the champions had gathered following the announcement of the participants of the Tri-Wizard tournament. "Please welcome your new defense professor, Sirius Black." Torn between disbelief and delight, Harry watched as Sirius stepped into the great hall and grinned at the assembled students while bowing impudently. His reception was, as was to be expected, somewhat lukewarm. From what Harry could see, the Gryffindor table was largely supportive and enthusiastic, while Slytherin was, of course, the opposite. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were mixed, with those friendly to Harry generally supportive, while others were less so. Sirius, in keeping with the marauder spirit, acted as though he had been greeted with the kind of cheers reserved for Merlin himself, bowing and grinning as he made his way up to the head table. Once there, he shook hands with Dumbledore and took his place at the table. Only then did he look directly at Harry, and with deliberate good humor, flipped him an impudent salute, laughing at what Harry's incredulous, and likely comical, expression. That cheeky bugger," Harry exclaimed to his friends. "He knew he was coming to Hogwarts, but he didn't tell us. He pranked us." Sitting by his side, Fleur nodded her head and with a devious look in her eye, said, "Well then, we should prank him back. Isn't that a marauder's code or something? Did someone say something about a prank?" One of the twins asked from further down the table. "Yes, do tell," chimed in the other. Harry smirked at them. "I think we might put your talents to use, gentlemen. Padfoot of the Marauders has just pranked us. Honor demands we return the favor." The twin Weasleys looked at each other and laughed, but it was Ron who responded. "Well, we should get to it, don't you think?" Laughing, Harry agreed, and he leaned forward, beginning to discuss the situation earnestly with his nearby friends. During the course of their discussions, Harry glanced up at the head table and smirked at Sirius, and his godfather, no doubt knowing that they were planning retribution, merely grinned back at him and gave him the thumbs up. However, something else caught Harry's attention. Sitting a ways down on the other side of Dumbledore from Sirius, Snape sat glaring down at the assembly, with an expression which was more than usually poisonous. When he noticed Harry watching him, his expression became even blacker. Their eyes only met for a moment, but Harry got the distinct impression that Snape would have incinerated him on the spot, had he had the power to do so. It was only an instant and then Snape turned to one of the professors beside him and began to converse with her, as though trying to deny Harry's very existence. "What's his problem?" Hermione asked from his side. He turned to look at her. "You noticed it too." "Noticed what?" Fleur asked. "Just Snape looking fouler than I've ever seen him before." Almost as one, everyone nearby turned to look at the potions master who, if he noticed their scrutiny, ignored them in favor of his conversation. "Does Snape really need a reason to look at you like that?" Ron asked. "He's probably just got indigestion or something." Laughing, Harry shrugged. The unpleasant man's attitude off. They had some serious pranking to do, and Harry was not about to allow Snape to affect his good mood. Their revenge for Sirius's prank took shape the following morning. Those involved, namely Harry, Hermione, Fleur, Ron, and the Weasley twins, made certain to arrive at breakfast early so that they could see the show. As it turned out, they did not have long to wait as Sirius sauntered into the hall a few moments after they had taken their seats. He made his way between the benches, stopping to have a few words with Harry before he smiled and indicated that he was looking forward to seeing all the fifth years in defense later that afternoon. He then turned and made his way to the staff table. Harry and his friends watched Sirius like hawks as he sat down and began to dish himself some food from the nearby platters. He then stopped and, after glancing up at Harry, exaggeratedly cast a detection spell of some kind on his food. He waved his wand again, with a sly glance up at Harry, before picking up his fork and digging into his meal. The effects were instantaneous. The moment fork touched his lips, his skin turned a brilliant shade of blue with white and black bands on his upper cheeks. From behind his head a brilliant plumage of blue and green feathers sprouted, surrounding his head and stretching out a meter or more in each direction. He looked absurd, especially with the comical expression of surprise which instantly spread over his features. Shock quickly turned to a sly grin, however, and he excused himself. The headmaster merely watched him with gleaming eyes, and stood up. He made his way toward Harry and his friends, though he did have to turn himself sideways in several places to be able to squeeze his feathers through the narrow pathways. By this time the entire hall had noticed his predicament and had begun to laugh, but Sirius took their laughter with no sense of embarrassment. Instead, ever the showman, he bowed to all and sundry and continued to make his way toward Harry and his friends. "Nice plumage, Sirius," Harry said as he arrived, prompting further gales of laughter from those who were close enough to hear his quip. "Well, yes," Sirius said, playing it up by stroking some of his feathers. "But I was wondering, you and your cohorts wouldn't know anything about this, would you?" "Us?" one of the twins demanded. "Why would we know anything? Call it an inspired guess," Sirius replied in a droll tone. "In fact, if I'm not very much mistaken, I believe that even our straight-laced Hermione was involved. Quite the accomplishment, I must say." Hermione turned innocent eyes on the new, feathered, defense professor. "I can assure you, Professor, that I was not involved at all." She frowned and began chewing on her lip, seemingly thinking hard about something. "I may have mentioned how I would go about getting revenge, if I were so inclined, but it's not my fault if someone used my random musings to actually do so." "Nice," Sirius replied with a grin. "The only thing I can't understand is how you managed to do it." I figured you might try something like this, after I showed up, unexpectedly last night, so I used a detection spell on my food. I did notice something and dispelled it, but I've still ended up with feathers. The group snickered, but Sirius ignored them. Would any of you know how it was accomplished? A chorus of, "No," met his query, though Harry did smirk at him instead. Well, if I was planning a prank, not to say I had anything to do with your predicament, I don't think I'd use anything so obvious as the food, especially when one of the other professors might take food from the platter. Did you try detecting anything else in the area? Like maybe your fork? You never know what might be contaminated. Sirius let out a great guffaw. Well, I admit it then, I've been had. Sure looks that way, Harry said smugly. I guess whoever pranked you thought that since you acted like a peacock last night, that you should become one. You remind me more of James every day, Harry, Sirius said, while laying one hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry had to blink back a few tears at such a pronouncement and he settled for grinning broadly at his godfather. Turning, Sirius started back toward the head table, but he stopped after a few steps and looked back at Harry and his friends. Can I assume that we are even for my little prank of not telling you I would be teaching here? Harry exchanged looks with all of his friends. What? Is the mighty Padfoot of the Marauders overmatched by a few amateurs? No, was Sirius's reply. I'll engage in a prank war until the unicorns come home if you like. But I'm supposed to be a professor now, and Dumbledore would likely consider it bad form if I did. It's probably something about showing the proper example to the students, though personally, I think this place could do with a little more humor. Then you're safe from us, Harry replied. We'd never do anything to our great and noble defense professor, added one of the twins. Of course not, chimed in the other. And don't worry about the plumage. These things usually wear off in a short time. Say, by the end of breakfast. Very well, Sirius replied with a broad grin. And by the way, 5 points to Gryffindor for providing the morning's amusement for the entire school. With that, Sirius returned to the head table and sat next to the headmaster. He continued on with his breakfast with an air of studied nonchalance, as though nothing was out of place. The headmaster sported a smile of his own, and his eyes twinkled merrily, though he appeared to say nothing to Sirius about the prank. Mischief managed, Harry said, looking at his friends, and they all burst out laughing in response. They finished their meal quickly and then made their way from the hall, heading toward Gryffindor Tower to get their supplies for the day's classes. Once out in the entrance hallway, Harry looked around and seeing no one, said, Dobby. With a pop, a small house elf appeared next to him, bouncing up and down excitedly on his heels. Yes, Master Harry Potter, sir. Thank you Dobby, you did great. Dobby did's well. Perfect. You placed the fork in exactly the right place. Thank you for your help. Dobby is beings very happy to be helping the great Master Harry Potter sir prank his dogfather. And with that, the excitable house elf popped away, and the friends continued on their way, laughing as they went. After suffering through a mind-numbingly boring history class, not that it would ever be different with Binns teaching the class, Harry and his fifth-year friends made their way to the dungeons and the first potions class of the year. Though Snape's behavior had almost been proper for most of the previous term, his poisonous expression from the previous night's feast seemed to belie his newly discovered tolerance for Harry and, indeed, anyone from Gryffindor. Within moments of his arrival in class, Harry's suspicions were confirmed. It appeared that the kinder, gentler Snape was a thing of the past. It started when he stalked into the classroom, his face a mask of displeasure, cloak billowing behind him, and flicked his wand at the blackboard, causing a set of instructions to appear. There are your instructions, he barked. Begin now. Even though he was half expecting it, Harry was surprised at the professor's sudden change in demeanor and hesitated. Apparently, that was enough to earn, or perhaps more accurately, deepen, Snape's ire. What? You can't follow simple instructions, Potter. He snarled. 5 points from Gryffindor for being an obtuse dunderhead. Now move. Harry glared at the man with equal ferocity, but he did not move immediately. Instead he stood with an exaggerated slowness, and turned toward the ingredients cabinet. Before he made his way there, he turned back to Snape and said in the most disparaging voice he could muster, I guess a leopard can't change its spots, can it? Snape's face spasmed with fury. A further 5 points for disrespecting a professor. That's kind of hard, when I didn't have any respect for you in the first place, Harry muttered. By now Snape's face was almost turning purple in his rage, but when he did not immediately speak, Harry addressed him again. Go ahead and take points, he said dismissively. Take 1,000 for all I care. It doesn't matter, as I'll just appeal them. Your arrogance seems to be making a full return, Potter. As does your petulance. Get to work before I expel you from my classroom. Shrugging, Harry turned and walked to the cabinet. Hermione had already retrieved his ingredients and, after thanking her for her help, returned with her to their tables to begin preparing to brew their potions. Thus began what ended up being the most uncomfortable potions class that Harry had ever attended, which was saying quite a lot, considering the times he had spent in this classroom. Snape hovered about the Gryffindors and Harry in particular, and nothing seemed to be beyond his ability to criticize. He found fault with everything Harry did, not limited to how he chopped his ingredients, the flame he set to his cauldron, and even the motions he used to add the potion taking shape. Keeping his cool with difficulty, Harry chose the simple expedient of ignoring the man, concentrating instead upon what he was doing. It did not seem to matter, though he expounded upon Harry's mistakes with vigor. Snape never bothered to actually correct what Harry was doing, and seemed not to notice that nothing he said made Harry alter his methods in any way. He was obviously angry about something, but given how Harry had not exchanged 2 words with the man since the last potions class the previous year, he was at a loss to explain exactly what he had done to arouse Snape's ire. And given the effort he put into ignoring Snape's criticisms, ignoring Malfoy's gleeful jabs was nothing more than child's play. Through it all Harry was grateful for the willingness of his friends to back him over Snape's unjustified and unwarranted attacks. More than once he was required to intervene when he felt that one of his friends was about to take Snape to task for his behavior. Since he had not done anything to warrant Snape's persecution, he knew he could get Dumbledore to reverse the man's decrees with little difficulty. Getting his friends off for any disrespect, deserved or not, would be more difficult. Surprisingly, it was the Slytherin girls who seemed to be the most affronted over Snape's persecution, though Ron's scowls and Hermione's affronted glares bespoke their displeasure as well. It seemed that Daphne was as protective of him as though a betrothal did exist, as he had had to pull her aside and ask her not to say anything before she was able to hold her disgust for the potions master in check. It would not do for Snape to go after members of his own house. They had to put up with the man as their head of house. At least Harry did not have to carry that particular cross. At the end of the class, Harry was surprised when he actually received an exceeds for his potion, given how Snape had criticized him throughout the lesson. He guessed that the punishment for a misgraded potion would be much more severe than simply taking points away spitefully. It was a relieved Harry who stepped from the classroom and began making his way toward the Great Hall for lunch, his friends following in his wake. I can't believe him. Daphne fumed as they walked. I don't know how you've put up with him for this long, Harry. I'd have hexed him to Hogsmeade and back by now. Snape's not that bad, Harry replied with a mischievous grin. He's nothing to Dudley, at least Dumbledore's got Snape neutered. A range of guffaws broke out at that comment, though Daphne remained unimpressed. That did not look neutered to me. Don't worry, Daphne, Harry reassured her. Dumbledore will reverse the points, scold Snape again, and everything will likely be back to normal by next potions class. I don't know why Dumbledore even puts up with the git, Ron grumbled. He's pants as a teacher, and has all the personality of a starving noondew. I couldn't tell you, Ron, Harry commiserated. But until Dumbledore decides to sack him, we're stuck with him. Though he was sanguine about the whole thing on the outside, Harry was anything but on the inside. He had, foolishly, it appeared, thought that the worst of the problems with Snape were behind him, leaving him with one less thing to worry about. And while that problem had apparently resurfaced, Harry was not about to allow it to continue. Unfortunately, once he had entered the hall, he looked up to the head table to see that Dumbledore was not there, as he would usually be at lunch. A quick query later, and he found that the headmaster was away dealing with ICW business and was not expected to return until Thursday. It was annoying, but Harry figured that he would have to put up with the greasy bat until Dumbledore returned. Sirius's first day as a professor at Hogwarts was turning out to be a very enjoyable experience, an interesting occurrence, considering his history of making life difficult for the fraternity he had just joined. In fact, Sirius would have given much to see the look on James's face. Had he seen Sirius now as a respectable, the very thought made Sirius snicker, professor and a compass for the minds of young children. Mooney's snort of laughter when he had heard of Sirius's new job would likely have been echoed to an even greater degree by James. Even the thought that the ever-immature Padfoot would be placed in a position of authority seemed ludicrous even now. The funny thing was that Sirius found himself enjoying the experience very much. Though he imagined that he would soon become bored, Sirius thought that he could continue to do this for some time yet, at least, perhaps, until Harry got his newts, for example. It would give him a chance to remain closer to Harry, and still pursue other interests once Harry left school. The more he thought about it, the better the plan seemed. Of course, this was all contingent on whether Dumbledore wanted him to return, likely, considering the difficulty the headmaster had had retaining defense professors. The children were strangely easy with him, considering his reputation and the rather lukewarm welcome he had been given the previous evening. He attributed it completely to the prank Harry and his friends had hit him with that morning. It was difficult to be afraid of someone who sprouted peacock feathers from the back of his head. In that, Sirius considered the friends' actions to be inspired and happily for him, made it easier to work with the children. Another assisting factor had been the fact that his first class on Monday had been with the 6th years. The lesser number of 6th years actually taking defense meant that the houses were all combined into one class, and as they were an older age group, they were not as likely to be as intimidated by the mere sight of him as a group of firsties would have been. All in all, it was a fortunate bit of scheduling, in Sirius's opinion. Thus, his classes had been mostly sedate affairs, with him trying to get a feel for the students, while they, in turn, did the same with him. Harry's combined Gryffindor and Hufflepuff class had been a joy to teach. Sirius was aware that Harry was considered somewhat of a prodigy in defense, but the intelligence and skill of his godson was still surprising regardless of how he'd heard of, and witnessed, Harry's prowess. And he had to admit that those of Harry's friends who he knew were members of his defense club also impressed him, though whether that was due to the fact that Harry was teaching them, or because he had purposefully chosen the best, Sirius was not certain. Knowing his godson, Sirius suspected the former, but until he witnessed them in action, he could not be certain. Fortunately, however, it appeared that he would have the chance to observe them, as Harry had invited him to sit in on the next club meeting. The class was beginning to break up after Sirius dismissed them, and Sirius was at his desk putting away some papers when Harry approached him, with Hermione in tow. "Great class, Sirius," he enthused. "I'm glad you enjoyed it," Sirius replied with a grin. "I'm sort of new to this teaching thing, and I appreciate the vote of confidence." "You're doing fine," Hermione assured him with a smile. "Yeah, well, it's not like you have very big shoes to fill." Umbridge wasn't exactly the world's premier expert on the subject. Harry's grin turned sly. "In fact, other than Mooney, I'd say you'd have to work pretty hard to be worse than the defense professors we've had around here." "Thanks for the vote of confidence again, Cub," was Sirius's sarcastic reply. It was good to banter with Harry, Sirius decided. It was at times like these that the son most reminded him of the father. And this was how James would have wanted to be remembered, with an emphasis on the good, rather than an obsession with the fact that he was no longer with them. "No problem, Patty." The grin was becoming a full-blown smirk by now. "Think of the bright side, you can be less than competent in teaching the class, and the students will all still think that you're almost the best they ever had." "All right, you," Sirius said, stifling a laugh, "I think you had better run off to dinner before you give me a complex." "Sure thing, Sirius," Harry responded, the smirk never leaving his face. "Before we go, we wanted to invite you to the next club meeting. I think you could help us, being the defense professor, and all." "I'd like that, Harry," Sirius replied, feeling a little choked up. "Good. We'll expect you on Wednesday then." The two teens then wished Sirius goodbye and turned to make their way from the room. It was apparent, however, that Harry was his father's son, as he was unable to leave without making one last mischievous comment. "By the way, I'm glad you've removed the feathers from your wardrobe. They are so last year, after all, and you want to keep up on fashion." Harry was definitely becoming a cheeky bugger, and for that Sirius was grateful. He had been too moody, too somber, when Sirius had first met him, and James would never have wanted his son to be that way. James had been carefree and playful at Harry's age, and no doubt Harry would have been the same way had he grown up with James as a father. It fell to Sirius to ensure that from this point forward, that Harry was allowed to be as happy-go-lucky as the situation would allow him to be, and Sirius meant to see that that was the case. So he continued throughout that first day of teaching, and though he often felt himself struggling to explain the material he was trying to teach in an easy-to-understand manner, there were very few bumps along the road. The only true event of note happened on the Tuesday of the week when he had his first class with the combined Ravenclaw and Slytherin 5th years. Now, it must be said that Sirius had never had much affection for most of his relations, and his cousins were no different, with the exception of Andromeda, who had married a Muggleborn and subsequently been blasted from the family tree. Narcissa had been much like her name suggested as a young girl, and she had only gotten worse with age. And of Bellatrix, the less said the better. Thus, it was not a big surprise that given his feelings about the mother, and the father, of course, though he was an altogether different story, that Sirius held Draco Malfoy in extremely low esteem. The stories from Harry about their confrontations over the years had certainly not helped, nor had the lad's manners on the occasions when he had been able to witness them. His behavior that first defense class, therefore, was not a surprise, though it certainly did an admirable job of sinking his opinion of the little git even further than it already was. Sirius had started each class with a rote speech which he had designed himself, with only minor changes for the year group he was teaching, in deference to the material which they would be studying. He had to admit that he was quite proud of his statements, as he felt that they were both succinct, and explained to the students exactly how he would conduct his class. Now, I would like you all to know that you can approach me for anything, whether it's help or suggestions I can use to more effectively teach you all, Sirius concluded his opening statements. Though I was a Gryffindor when I attended Hogwarts, I mean to treat all of you equally, regardless of your house affiliation. I will not hesitate to praise anyone who deserves it, or punish anyone making trouble. You are all equal to me. Of course that rule does not apply to all, a drawling voice spoke just loud enough to be heard throughout the room. Looking up, Sirius noted the sneer on the face of his cousin's son, and knew in an instant it was the pureblood who had spoken. His closest cronies were all snickering at his statement, though the others did not seem to be following his lead. Many of them were involved with Harry, after all, and would not likely find the blonde's antics to be amusing. I'm sorry, can you clarify your comments, Mr. Malfoy? Malfoy seemed to be caught by surprise, which was in itself a surprise, considering the volume by which the comment had been voiced, but Draco quickly recovered and plastered his sneer back on his face. I merely said that as his godfather and with your being a blood traitor, that Potter will undoubtedly get a free pass, much as he does from every other teacher in this school. And you would know all about free passes, wouldn't you, Mr. Malfoy? Considering what I've heard about your head of house's class, I'd say you're pretty familiar with preferential treatment. Regardless, he continued above the noise which had arisen, many were obviously surprised he would call out Malfoy in such a blatant manner. I reiterate my comments, you will all be treated equally. Act as you should in my class, and you will have no trouble with me. At the end of the class, Sirius asked Malfoy to stay behind, ignoring the grins that broke out on the faces of most of those who did not hold much fondness for the pureblood. Once the rest of the class had filed from the room, he directed a withering glare at the boy and proceeded to tell him exactly what he thought of him. You may think that the world owes you something, but personally, I'm not impressed. Though we are related by blood, I consider you to be an exact image of your Death Eater father, Malfoy. Draco flushed with anger. My father is a great man. Only in his own dreams, was Sirius's cutting reply. In any case, though I strongly suspect you're following in his footsteps, I will treat you the same way I treat everyone else in this class. Keep your mouth shut and your mind on your work, and you and I will have no problems. Understood. Jaw flexing in his anger, Malfoy, nevertheless did not deign to respond. Instead he lifted his nose haughtily and said, May I be excused now, Professor? A tight nod was Sirius's only response, at which the blonde turned on his heel and strode away. He was not, however, able to leave the room without a parting shot. I'd enjoy your time as Lord Black, as I suspect you will not hold the title for long. Sirius laughed at him. Leaving you to inherit, I suppose you assume. Don't worry, little Dracky Poo, even if I snuff it, I've ensured that you will never be Lord Black. Now move along before I have you in detention. With a superior sniff, Draco turned on his heel and exited the classroom. Sirius shook his head and firmly pushed the little twit from his mind. He had other things to consider after all. Things were certainly looking up. He was fully recovered, or as fully recovered as he would ever be, from his stay at Chateau Azkaban, had a good job occupying his time, and was near his godson as a bonus. All was not perfect in the world, but it was a hell of a lot better than it had been even 6 months ago. Sirius meant to enjoy his time to the fullest extent. That Tuesday, after dinner, Fleur led her 2 friends from the Great Hall and up a few levels toward a small, unused classroom which had been allowed for their use. It was time for her first occlumency lesson, and Fleur was determined to help Harry cut off his unfortunate connection with Voldemort, and end the man's direct influence in her betrothed's life. This did not mean that Fleur was not worried about her ability to train him, of course. Fleur herself had been practicing occlumency for some time now, but she still did not consider herself to be an expert in any way. In fact, she was not at all certain that she could instruct him in a coherent and effective manner. On the other hand, she was aware that the only other choice was one Professor Snape, with whom Harry shared a mutual and overt level of antagonism, and she knew that she had to succeed. Perhaps it would have been better for Dumbledore to have waited until Harry's mind was protected before imparting the information he had to the young man, but Fleur could not but be happy that they had. He deserved to know, and she herself had demanded that her father not hold back. Of course, this made the urgency all that much greater. Should Voldemort discover the connection, he would almost certainly use it, and though he had no real reason to suspect that Harry was aware of the contents of the prophecy, he also had no reason to think that Harry was not. If they were diligent in the instruction and practice, then Harry's mind should be reasonably well protected against a remote attack, though Voldemort would almost certainly overwhelm him if they were ever in close proximity. At least that was what they were basing their hopes on. It was not as though there was a lot of precedent for the kind of connection Harry shared with Voldemort, after all. A lot of it was guesswork, with no real assurance that their course was correct. The classroom had clearly not been used in some time. Dust liberally coated the floor and every available surface, and the furniture appeared to be more antiquated than that which was available in the classrooms which were in use. The simple act of walking into the room caused such a disturbance that within a moment all 3 were sneezing vigorously in response. A few cleaning spells later and the room looked almost presentable, certainly enough for their needs, in any case. They arranged 3 chairs facing each other, and after Fleur had taken her seat, she smiled at her 2 companions and began, a little nervously, to be honest, to explain exactly what they were trying to accomplish. So, it appears that my task is to teach you to protect your mind. Do either of you have any notion as to what occlumency is? I tried looking it up, Hermione began, blushing when Fleur exchanged an amused look with Harry. There doesn't seem to be a lot of information available on the subject. That's because there isn't, Fleur confirmed. Unfortunately, the Ministry considers legilimency to be an invasion of privacy, and therefore tries to remove all references to the mind arts. Well, that's stupid, said Hermione, clearly upset that any kind of knowledge was being suppressed. I mean, why wouldn't they outlaw legilimency and teach occlumency so that people may protect themselves? No one could accuse the Ministry of being logical, Harry responded wryly. Not if Fudge is an example. That is true, said Fleur with a sigh, but unfortunately Britain is not the only ministry to take such a view. The mind arts are regarded much the same way over much of the wizarding world. Then how do you know occlumency? My father taught me, Fleur replied. You must understand that occlumency is discouraged, not prohibited. For that matter, legilimency is not against the law either, but its use is heavily restricted, and it is not taught. In any case, I think we should concentrate on the task at hand. Fleur paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts. There is not a lot of information on occlumency, it is true, but what there is most likely somewhat garbled and inaccurate. First, occlumency has nothing to do with shields or the like, so you may dismiss any thoughts of Star Trek from your mind. At her companion's twin looks of surprise, Fleur chuckled. You know that the Delacours are not ignorant of the Muggle world. I've seen a Star Trek movie or 2 in the theater, and know something about its history. Hermione was frowning, and her response ignored any thoughts of movies. The term, occlude, would suggest some sort of barrier. It is, but it's actually a bit of a misnomer. The art of occlumency is the art of concealing your mind from intrusion, and the skill of forcing someone out when they've made an intrusion. Those seem like two different skills altogether, Hermione observed. They are, Fleur agreed. We will not spend as much time on expelling an attacker as we will on concealing yourself. I believe that the ability to conceal yourself will be the most important for you, Harry, as this connection you have with Voldemort is not something usual. It will be better for you if he follows the link between you and finds nothing at the end of it, than to have to expel him from your mind all the time, which takes willpower and leaves you drained. However, to be able to hide yourself, Fleur continued after she paused for a moment, you need to understand what is in your mind. The first thing you need to know is that a legilimens uses your eyes to gain entrance to your thoughts, as the eyes are like windows to the mind. So, given what you said, you hide your inner thoughts so that even if he tries to enter through your eyes, he can't find anything, Harry surmised. That is correct, Fleur said with a smile at her betrothed. And like I said, you need to understand the contents of your mind in order to protect yourself. Our first lessons will focus on doing an inventory of your memories, for want of a better term, so that you are familiar what's in your mind. Harry was frowning. But that seems a little dumb. I know what's in my mind. Do you? Fleur challenged. How many things have you forgotten over the years, and how many things are just strewn about haphazardly in your head? How much will this help us remember? Hermione asked. Not everything, Fleur replied. However, it will help you to recall memories that you've forgotten, and will help you retain information in the future. Those are benefits. Once we've done some house cleaning, then we'll concentrate upon creating a mindscape, which is what you hide your thoughts behind. Most people just choose a black void for their mindscape, but some more adventurous people will choose other things, a mountain meadow, a windowless and doorless room, or the like. It doesn't matter what you use, as long as there is no way for an intruder to find your true thoughts once he gains access. What's yours? Harry asked. I use my favorite clearing close to Chateau Delacour. It's the place I used to play as a girl, and one of my favorite places in the world. Harry and Hermione glanced at each other, and Fleur got the impression that they had both already decided what they would use, and probably had an inkling of what the other had thought of. They were so close and in tune, Fleur felt a surge of satisfaction that her suppositions had proven correct. Now if she could just get them both to see it. So if you create this mindscape, then no one can get through to your thoughts. Harry asked. That's the goal, Fleur affirmed. But you must remember that no mindscape is perfect, just like no person is perfect. It takes some time to become truly proficient. An intruder will attempt to force his way past your mindscape to your thoughts behind. As you become more practiced at occlumency, you will be able to prevent them from doing that. Enough practice, and eventually you will be able to deny all but the most powerful legilimens. The curve is quite steep at the beginning, so we'll be able to close off your connection very quickly. You will then only be in danger if you are in the same room as your attacker. Gazing at her earnestly, Harry nodded. Let's get to it then. Welcome back, everyone, Harry said with a smile, looking out at the assembled club members. I hope you all spent some time practicing over the holidays, because things are going to get more intense from here. He paused a moment, considering the club. He fancied he could almost pick out those who were completely serious from those who were looking on this more as a lark, and the division was not necessarily what he would have thought, while some were exactly as he would have predicted. Cormac McLaggen, for example, was much as Harry would have expected, spending more time chatting up the girls, even Hermione to a certain extent, though she barely tolerated him, than actually paying attention or trying to improve his defense skills. On the other end of the spectrum, Lavender Brown, though she could not quite leave her gossiping and silliness behind, did a credible job of paying attention and working more diligently than he would have expected. Today we're going to start something new, Harry continued, something which will likely take everyone in this room a while to master. I want to cover the basics today. Once you all understand how it's done, then we can take a little time to practice each meeting. Harry, you're scaring us, Dean spoke up in a light-hearted voice. What's so difficult and why is it so important that we learn it? What's so important, Harry replied with a grin, is the Patronus charm. As he watched the reactions of the club, he saw a mix of responses, with perhaps about half of those present understanding to what he was referring, while the rest betrayed no sign whatsoever of any recognition. Among those who did know, some appeared to be downright skeptical. "Oh come on, Potter," Cormac jeered, "are you trying to tell us that you can cast a Patronus?" Rather than respond, Harry just rolled his eyes and called up the memory of giving Fleur the promise ring just before their betrothal ball. He drew his wand with a flourish and brandishing it exclaimed, "Expecto Patronum." The brilliant specter of his Patronus burst from his wand and immediately coalesced into the shape of the familiar stag, and began prancing around the room, much to the delight of the room's occupants. Most of the club members were in awe of the majestic stag, but Harry caught the look on the face of his godfather, who was sitting at the back of the room. Sirius smirked and gave him a thumbs up, presumably for his handling of the objection, but Harry could also tell that he was a little misty-eyed. Though he had certainly been present when Harry had first cast it at the end of third year, he had been more than a little preoccupied with the Dementors who were trying to beep out their souls at the time. This was the first time he had actually seen it up close, and he was no doubt reminded of the first stag Potter he had known. His attention was drawn back to the Patronus which had stopped its prancing and, approaching Fleur, nuzzled her cheek, prompting a giggle in response, which prompted the obligatory ahs and sighs from the female population of the room. With a tender smile at Fleur, Harry allowed the Patronus to dissipate, and turned to a slack-jawed McLaggen. "You should know by now that I don't make any claims that I can't back up. Any questions?" "I have a question," Nigel Johnson from Slytherin spoke up. "How the hell did you manage to learn to cast a corporeal Patronus?" "It's difficult for an adult wizard to cast. I had pretty good motivation," was Harry's dry response. "Remember a couple of years ago when the ministry posted Dementors around the school?" A chorus of understanding met his question. "They took a bit of an interest in me, and the defense professor taught me how to cast it so I could protect myself. Now it's pretty much second nature. Now," Harry continued, as he began meandering around the room, "can anyone tell me what exactly a Patronus is?" "It's the embodiment of good emotions," Angelina Johnson explained. "You call up a good memory and use it to create the Patronus." "Very good. In fact, the better the memory, the more powerful the Patronus. Now, can anyone tell me what it can be used for?" "It's used primarily for defense against certain dark creatures," said Fred. "Specifically Lethifolds and Dementors," added George. "What's a Lethifold?" Dennis Creevy asked. "That's not really important since you don't find them here," Harry replied. "But Dementors are found in England, and since they sided with Voldemort, the typical cringes and a few cries met his use of the Dark Lord's name, but Harry soldiered on undeterred. They sided with him last time, and I expect they will do so again. This is why we will be learning the charm." Silence met Harry's declaration, but though there were a few expressions of distaste or fear, most of the club seemed eager to learn. And they had better. Casting a Patronus was difficult enough when not faced by a Dementor. When they were actually present, it became all that much more complicated and required much more focus and courage. If they were to have any club members with the ability to combat the foul creatures, they needed to start working now, and have people with not only the power but also the will to cast it. "Now, a couple of things before we get started," Harry resumed speaking. "The Patronus takes a lot of practice and power, not to mention requiring a good memory to cast. If you don't have the appropriate good memory in mind, you will fail to cast the spell. Regardless, the spell is very difficult, and I doubt anyone in this room who is not already able to cast it will be able to do so by the end of the night. So don't get discouraged, keep trying, and if you are having trouble, try another memory. Second, I will tell you all that some of you will not manage to cast a corporeal Patronus no matter how much you practice." A chorus of groans, not to mention a few annoyed looks, met his statement. "I don't know who," he continued over the noise, "but not everyone has the brute strength you need to cast it. An incorporeal Patronus can help as well, as it acts sort of like a shield. It will protect you until help arrives. Finally, you must understand that a Patronus does not destroy a Dementor, rather it drives it off. There is no known method of destroying a Dementor." "What about a really powerful Patronus?" Parvati asked. Harry glanced over at Hermione, motioning her to take that question. Hermione thought about it for a moment before she began to respond, in what Harry had come to recognize as her expounding voice. "There are no known instances in which a Dementor has been killed or even injured. The Ministry doesn't exactly control them, They stay at Azkaban because they feed off the positive emotions of the prisoners, and eventually the prisoners themselves. However, they have no loyalty and nothing that we would call honor. They will almost certainly support Voldemort if he promises them more souls to feed on, and he almost certainly will. Then why doesn't the Ministry get rid of them? Demanded Michael Corner. Because they are useful and the Minister doesn't believe you know who has returned, said Susan. They cost nothing from the Ministry's budget, they are highly effective at keeping prisoners in Azkaban, and they also provide an easy method of dealing with prisoners. Most don't last long under the effects of Dementors. And they will side with you know who. It wasn't a question, but Hannah's statement appeared to send a chill through the club. Undoubtedly, Harry spoke up. They are natural allies and they've done it before. Silence fell over the room as the members of the club digested this. Looking out over them, Harry could see that most of the faces were fearful. But while many also seemed determined, there were a few who obviously wondering if they had made the right choice to align themselves with him. The coming days as Voldemort once more became a force in the wizarding world would test their strength and resolve. Listen to me. What you all need to understand is that most of you will find yourself opposing Voldemort whether you like it or not. As he spoke, Harry looked out at the members, willing them to understand what he was saying. Every eye was on him and everyone appeared to be considering his words. If you're Muggle-born like Hermione, Voldemort is already your enemy. If you're a half-blood, he might deign to tolerate you, but will always consider you to be a second-rate citizen. And even if you are a pureblood, he will require you to choose to support him, or stand against him. There will be no middle ground. As he spoke, Harry's eyes flicked to Daphne, and she gave him a slight nod. He would not reveal exactly what she had told him, but the purebloods in the room needed to understand exactly what they were facing. And even if you don't fight openly against Voldemort, he continued after a moment, learning to defend yourself, especially against Dementors, will help you when things start to get rough. That's why we will be learning the Patronus charm. Any questions? There was a low murmur of sound, but no one spoke up with any more questions. The entire club appeared to be accepting, if not openly supportive. Undoubtedly, some of those in the room would not wish to fight, but even if they would not, Harry would see them able to protect themselves. That was as important as anything else in his mind. Very well then, let's get to it. The chairs were cleared away, and the club gathered around Harry as he began to explain the casting of the charm. Now, there is no specific wand movement, you merely point your wand in the direction you want your Patronus to go once it appears. In your mind you summon up a memory which makes you happy, the happier the better. Once you have that firmly in mind, you say the incantation, Expecto Patronum, to cast the spell. Simple in concept, but very difficult in execution. Now, can anyone here other than Fleur and myself cast a Patronus? The club members turned to Fleur all at once, and the Vila Witch blushed slightly. My father taught it to me before I came to England, knowing what had happened at Hogwarts the previous year, she explained. It took some time before I could actually cast a corporeal one. No one spoke up, unsurprising, as it was not taught at Hogwarts, and not necessarily a well-known charm anyway. Then let's use your example before we have everyone begin, Harry said, encouraging her to cast the spell. Fleur smiled at him before she set herself and took a deep breath. She raised her arm and in a loud and commanding voice intoned, Expecto Patronum. A silvery light exploded from her wand and quickly coalesced into a magnificent tiger, which was much like Fleur herself, he thought with amusement, beautiful, but possessing an impressive set of fangs. The tiger stalked about the room for several moments before Fleur allowed it to fade away. Harry noticed several looks of appraising respect for his betrothed. Despite how she had won the dueling tournament in the fall, Harry knew that her less than stellar performance at the Tri-Wizard was still foremost in a lot of minds. She was proving herself to be a powerful and capable witch. And that is how you do it. Any questions? When no one spoke up, Harry divided the class into groups and they began practicing the spell, while he and Fleur walked around the room giving instruction and encouragement. Needless to say, the initial results were middling at best. Most did not even get the slightest hint of a mist when they tried casting the first time, though there were a few, Hermione unsurprisingly among them, who did manage the feat. There was also a marked difference in performance between the age groups, again unsurprisingly, as the upper years generally had more success than those younger. In fact, those under 4th year could not manage anything for the entire night, leading Harry to surmise that their magical strength had simply not developed enough to allow them the power to cast the spell. This was confirmed through a hurried conversation with Sirius and Professor Flitwick, who was also in attendance. That you managed to cast the Patronus at the age of 13 is no less than astonishing, Mr. Potter, the charms professor noted. Most people do not normally start to truly develop their adult strength until they are at least 15, and they do not reach their true potential until sometime in their 20s. You will find some who develop a little earlier, but 13 is very early. So what should I do about the younger members? Harry asked. I don't want them to become frustrated with this. Give them something else to do while you have the higher levels practice the Patronus. Sirius offered. It looks like some of the fourth years will be able to get some mist at the very least. It will help them develop their magical strength if they keep trying it, but you are right about the younger years. It's a pointless exercise until they can at least get a response from their wands. The professors were right in their comments. Of the fourth years, only Ginny and Luna had been able to get any kind of response when they tried to cast the spell, and none of the younger years had had any success at all. For that matter, some of the fifth years had not been able to produce anything, though Flitwick assured him that they were all mature enough to do so. Harry walked through the group, helping and correcting where he could, and though no one managed a corporeal Patronus by the end of the evening, Harry was happy with their progress. Several had managed an impressive spray of mist, and a couple had almost managed to coalesce their efforts into a workable shield, though he knew it would be some time yet before they managed to actually succeed in casting the spell. When the meeting came to an end, Harry complimented them all for their diligence and determination, and sent them off with the admonition to practice whenever they could, but also to refrain from overdoing it. The class quickly emptied, leaving Harry with his 3 closest friends, and 1 defense professor. Should I worry about my job, Harry? Sirius asked with a sly grin. You seem pretty comfortable there, the makings of a gifted teacher. Nah, I'll let you keep it for now, Harry cheekily responded, prompting a guffaw from his godfather in response. Thanks for that, Cub. No problem, Sirius. They moved from the room and began walking back toward the Gryffindor common room. How were your first few days as a professor? Pretty good, actually, returned Sirius affably. I didn't quite know what to expect, but I do find that I'm enjoying it. A sly smile crept over his face. In fact, I had a bit of a run-in with one of your buddies. Harry gazed at his godfather in askance, wondering who he could mean. Well, Malfoy didn't seem to believe me when I said that I would treat everyone equally. He seemed to think that I'd favor you, and didn't seem to be impressed when I pointed out that he should know all about favoritism. That's the truth, Hermione chimed in with a certain amount of disgust. He's only a moderately talented brewer, but if you hear Snape speak, he's God's gift to potioneers. The group shared a laugh as they walked, but the thought of Snape and his class filled Harry with disgust. The next day was another day with Snape, and Harry was not looking forward to it once again, as Dumbledore had still not returned. Noticing his inattention, Sirius turned to him and said, "What's up, Harry? And don't tell me nothing, I've seen that look before, and it never means anything good." "It's nothing, Sirius," Harry said with an impish grin. "Just greasy bat problems, nothing to get all worked up about." Sirius stopped and regarded Harry critically. "You're having trouble with Snape?" he demanded. "Nothing I haven't dealt with before." Sirius, however, did not appear to be amused with Harry's glib tone. "Dealt with it before or not, I want to hear about any problems with Snape." "He doesn't want to come off as a whiner," Ron chimed in helpfully. Harry glared at Ron, motioning him to cease, but Sirius threw up his hands in exasperation. "Harry, you're certainly not a whiner. If anything, you have a tendency to suffer in silence." Here, Fleur exclaimed. "We've tried telling him that, but he's too stubborn to listen." Though he turned his glare on Fleur, her impish smile dispelled his annoyance and made him laugh. He put an arm around her and hugged her to him affectionately, which garnered the amused looks of the others. Sirius, though he appeared as though he wanted to say something, merely grinned and said, "Now tell me what's going on." Sighing, Harry looked Sirius in the eye. "He's just being a git again. Took points away from me last class for being an obtuse dunderhead, and then 5 more for disrespect. That doesn't even mention the points he took away while you were brewing," Ron protested. "He watched you like a hawk and pretty much ignored the rest of us." Countenance darkening, Sirius muttered, as if the git deserves any respect. But what happened to make come after you? Sirius asked. I don't know, replied Harry with a shrug. He hasn't exactly been friendly, but at least he's been tolerable since Dumbledore spoke to him in September. But Monday was the return of the foul git from the moment he entered the class. And you were just going to let him get away with it this time? Sirius demanded with exasperation. Harry, you don't need to put up with him. I'm here to help you. Any of the other professors would take your side, and you can send a letter to Jean Sebastian if you need to. I wasn't going to put up with it, Harry protested. I was going to talk to Dumbledore, but he's away. That's good, Sirius responded, but when he's not here don't suffer in silence. Tell a professor. All right, Sirius, I will. Good. Sirius turned and began walking again, but his head clearly was not with Harry and his friends any longer. You four get back to your common room, it's almost curfew. I'll see you tomorrow, Harry. They split paths at the stairway, the Gryffindors heading toward their common room, while Sirius headed down into the lower levels of the castle. As he watched his godfather go, Harry decided that the feeling of having someone firmly in his corner, an adult this time, was one which he liked very much. Of course, Dumbledore, Jean Sebastian, and even some of the other professors had supported him in the past, but outside of Remus, whom he had not seen since the man had left Hogwarts, never had he felt it from someone who was so closely connected with his father. It was a heady feeling. Do you think we should call in the Aurors? Ron asked. 3 sets of eyes swiveled to him, and Ron's expression became positively predatory. Sirius looks like he's going to have a conversation with the greasy bat, and I'm betting the dungeons turn into a war zone. That's just too bad for Slytherin, isn't it? Harry said, returning his devious grin. The 4 friends laughed and continued on toward the common room. Whatever happened in the dungeons, Harry was certain he would hear about it the next day. It truly was good to have a protector in the castle. Snape would never know what hit him. In truth, Ron's supposition was not far from the truth. As he stalked down the stairs toward a certain git's office, Sirius's mood was such that the beginning of the Second Wizarding War was not out of the question. Simply put, Snape had been a thorn in Sirius's side for far too long, and he was longing to pluck the offending burr and immolate it in dragon fire. The twit deserved no less, especially with all the crap the man had pulled with Harry since he had started at Hogwarts, to make no mention of some of the things which had happened when Sirius had attended Hogwarts with the Slytherin. To be completely fair and honest, Sirius supposed that the enmity between the Marauders, though more particularly James and Sirius, and Snape had been as much the Marauders' faults as it had been Snape's. Sirius and James had not treated Snape well, and their penchant for playing practical jokes often resulted in Snape being a target. Sirius knew this and admitted it, even if only to himself. The one thing he truly regretted was the incident when had told Snape how to get to the Shrieking Shack, and the Slytherin had been attacked by Moony. Though he had just answered a challenge Snape had put to him, in fact, Sirius could not even remember what it had been about. He had left out the critical piece of information that it was inhabited by a werewolf, leaving James to save Snape from Moony. In addition to the danger he had put the Slytherin into, it had also led to Snape's discovery of Moony's furry little problem, and had ultimately led to Moony leaving the defense professorship, as Sirius was almost certain that it had been the Slytherin who had let the cat out of the bag. Sirius had been a jerk as teenager, there was no getting around that fact. James and Moony had certainly had their moments as well, but Snape had had his own moments. But whereas Sirius and Remus had grown up and matured, and James had calmed down considerably before his death, Snape continued to act like he was a teenager, holding this ridiculous grudge against James's son. It could not be allowed to continue. Snape could hate Sirius until the day he died. Sirius truly did not care. But he would not let him continue to persecute Harry, who was innocent in any of the bad blood between them. Sirius was going to make that very clear to the potion's master. As he stalked into the dungeons, Sirius slowed his steps, trying to calm his mind. It would do no good to walk into Snape's office with wand blazing, after all. The trick was to confront him and tell him that his behavior would no longer be acceptable, without losing his temper or giving Snape anything to use against him. And he would use anything he could find against him, of that Sirius was sure. He doubted Snape would be able to influence Dumbledore to sack him, not with all the trouble he had had in finding defense professors, but Snape would undoubtedly try to make his life difficult. In fact, Sirius was almost certain he knew why Snape was acting this way. It had come out in a rather offhand conversation with McGonagall that Snape had always wanted the defense position, though why exactly Sirius was not certain. Though he was loath to give the bat any credit at all, he had to admit that Snape was a gifted brewer. He was not, however, gifted at defense, and would not make the best professor, in Sirius's opinion, even disregarding his inability to teach a subject he excelled at. By contrast, defense had been one of Sirius's best subjects, and he had spent time in the Auror department after Hogwarts. Sirius knew that he was much more qualified to teach defense than the Slytherin. Snape was probably more suited to the use of the dark arts than defending against them, Sirius thought somewhat snarkily. He was certain Snape had been involved with the dark arts long before his graduation from Hogwarts. His subsequent allegiance to Voldemort seemed to bear that supposition out. The one thing, about which Sirius was uncertain, was why exactly Dumbledore chose to keep the greasy bat in such a position of authority. Oh, he knew about the claim that Snape was now a spy for the light side, but unless Dumbledore had some sort of hold over him, Sirius knew that Snape was inherently untrustworthy, and his ideals bore no resemblance whatsoever to those the headmaster espoused. Sirius did not trust the man, and would not trust him, even if he proclaimed his undying allegiance to the light under the influence of Veritaserum. Sirius suspected that the potion's master was in actuality playing both sides, attempting to ensure that he sided with the winning faction and appearing indispensable to both. It was certainly a Slytherin thing to do. By the time Sirius's footsteps had carried him to the door to the potion's master's office, he had worked himself up to a healthy anger towards the potion's master, not that that was any great feat. Slowing in front of the office, Sirius took one deep breath to calm himself for a rational conversation, or as rational as a conversation with Snape was likely to be, and pushed open the door. The force which he had exerted to open the door was admittedly excessive, and it swung wide open, crashing against the wall loudly. Unconcerned, Sirius strode through the door and closed it with a flick of his wand, not to mention an equal amount of force. It was a disappointment that Snape showed no surprise, nor did he jump at the sound of the door opening. He merely peered up at Sirius from where he sat behind his desk and, apparently deciding to ignore his presence, went back to a stack of parchments he appeared to be grading. Unconcerned, Sirius stalked toward the desk and, flicking his wand and directing another chair to the opposite side from where Snape was still ignoring him, sat on the chair and extended his legs up to rest on Snape's desk. Nonchalantly he looked around the office, noting that the place had not truly changed from the time Sirius had attended Hogwarts. The paraphernalia and personal effects were certainly different, and Slughorn's prominently displayed pictures of the people he had collected for his Slug Club were absent, but the office was still dark and dreary, and possessed the odd combination of a damp, musty smell common to most stone dungeons, and the sense of the various potions, ingredients and brews which had been created over the years. On the side of the office, 2 cauldrons stood on fires, bubbling merrily away, while the fumes were collected into a hood overhead, presumably complete with banishing charms. Sirius hated to think of how the place would stink if those charms were not present. "Is there anything I can do for you, Black?" Sirius lazily glanced over and met the potion's master's dark and foreboding gaze, noting with a certain amount of satisfaction the annoyance in the man's expression. Snape was certainly good at hiding and suppressing his emotions and reactions, but Sirius had an instinctual understanding of how to read him. It came from 7 years of getting under his skin, and while Sirius was still not proud of the way he had acted, the experience would come in handy, he was certain. "I just thought I'd come and catch up on old times," Sirius responded glibly. "I've been in the castle for 4 days now, and we still haven't caught up." "How have you been, Snivy?" Snivelus, Snivy, Sevi-Poo, Snapadragon, they, and others, had all been names with which the Marauders had taunted the Slytherin over the years, and Sirius was relishing being able to use them again, just for old time's sake. Or perhaps he wasn't as grown up as he had thought. "Damn, as you can see, I'm rather busy," Snape said, returning his gaze to his parchments. "I'm sure we can catch up some other time." "Oh, I'm sure you can spare the time," was Sirius's smooth response. "I figure you've been in the castle for a while. We can talk of the students, or different techniques for teaching. Or perhaps we can speak of some of the students in particular." A raised eyebrow met his comments, and Snape's ever-present sneer once again made its appearance. It had not changed for many years, Sirius reflected. I do not believe we have anything to discuss. Snape's voice was gravelly, and the effort to even speak to him appeared to be costing Snape some of his equilibrium. If you must know, I consider you to be just as much of a buffoon as you ever were, and your presence here is an insult to those of us who have made a career of educating. Dumbledore can put a professor's robes on you, but he cannot transform you into a professor, no matter how he tries. You can put a unicorn's horn on a horse, but it's still just a horse. I suppose you would know all about bad teaching, Sirius jibed. It's what you've been foisting off on Hogwarts students for more than a decade, isn't it? I'll have you know I am a premier potions master. And an extremely poor professor, Sirius shot back. I've got quite an idea of what goes on in your class, Snivellus, and I find it rather amusing that you've got the gall to actually call yourself an educator. Snape's sneer was blooming in its full glory. You never could take anything seriously. Oh, I assure you that I take this very seriously. And I suggest you rein in your resentment and grow up. Maybe for once it would be a novelty to actually provide the students with the instruction you are paid to provide. I suppose the spawn of your friend, Snape almost spat the word as though he was trying to rid his mouth of the taste of a decaying flobberworm, had the temerity to complain about his last class. Perhaps he should acquire a modicum of competence before he goes about complaining about the professor. And perhaps you should acquire a modicum of teaching ability before you try to pass yourself off as a professor, Sirius snapped. Like I said, I've got a good idea of what happens in your classroom, and I certainly did not get all of my information from my godson. Your behavior is unpardonable, and I will be taking it up with Dumbledore. Snape waved his hand dismissively. By all means, if you feel the little brat has been ill-used. Your very words condemn you. Sirius was all but snarling by now and he was having difficulty staying in control of his temper. Unfortunately, Snape had always had this effect on him. It was difficult to not hate the man. You had better moderate your prejudices, Sirius continued, while forcing his ire down. I don't know how the rest of the professors feel about you, but I suspect you've been manipulating the House Cup every year you've been here, which not only is against your responsibilities as a professor, but also unfair for the members of the 3 other houses. I'll have you thrown from the castle if you don't shape up. Do what you will, Snape said with another dismissive wave, while he turned his attention back to his work. With as much distaste as he had ever felt, Sirius observed the man's studious attempts to ignore him. This had been, he mused, the most civil discussion he had ever had with Snape. Regardless of its acrimony, things had been that bad between them. But Snape's attempt at bravado, Sirius felt he could almost sense something. He was not even certain what he was feeling. But having had 13 long years to think about what had happened, and knowing Snape's association with Voldemort, which Sirius believed started before he had left Hogwarts, Sirius had a series of suspicions about the potions master about exactly what his activities had been. The conclusions he had drawn were not pleasant, and would earn Snape an early death if they proved correct, but for now, all Sirius had was a number of suspicions which unfortunately seemed to fit the circumstances. Therefore, he would bide his time. Snape was not going anywhere after all. But that did not mean that a little warning was not in order. On the contrary, perhaps it was time for Snape to understand exactly what awaited him if Sirius's suspicions were ever proven to be the truth. Shifting in his chair, Sirius lowered his feet from Snape's desk. He leaned forward and put both forearms on the edge of the desk, and peered forward at the potions master intently. Noticing his change in posture, Snape glanced up, his only change in demeanor being that damnable raised eyebrow which had always infuriated Sirius in the past. He longed to knock the smarmy git on his ass and remove his eyebrows forcibly. But now was not the time, patience was called for. Do you remember the last conversation you and I had before we left Hogwarts? The eyebrow lowered, but Snape did not show any other reaction that he knew to what Sirius was referring. He made no response. I'll remind you then, Sirius snarled. I told you then that I would be watching you, that I knew that you were up to your ears in the dark arts. I also caught you looking at Lily like she was some sort of dragon steak, and I told you then that there would be consequences if you ever aided Voldemort. I cannot prove it right now, but I suspect that you had something to do with James and Lily's betrayal and death. And why would you think I would do anything to hurt my dearest friend? Snape scoffed. But she wasn't your dearest friend any longer by then, was she? An expression almost akin to regret appeared on Snape's features, and though he kept his own countenance even, Sirius was surprised. Snape had never shown regret for anything he had ever done, to Sirius's knowledge. He was the type of person who appeared to believe that whatever he wanted was his by right. The Snape Sirius had known had no room, no capacity for regret. Perhaps she did not consider me to be her dearest friend, but I assure you that the feeling was most decidedly not mutual. Be that as it may, Sirius responded, ignoring this glimpse into Snape's psyche, but deciding to ponder it later. I know for a fact that you didn't shed any tears when my friend died. To his credit, Snape did not attempt to deny or mitigate that fact in any way. Instead, he merely gazed at Sirius evenly and said, and so by your convoluted logic, my feelings for your friend mean that I'm guilty of killing him. How convenient for you to come to such a conclusion without a shred of evidence. On the contrary, Sirius replied, I have not come to any conclusion. If I had, you would be dead. Bravado, Snape said with a contemptuous snort. Call it what you like, Sirius said, making his voice clearly dismissive. You and I both know you were never a match for me when we were in school, and you're no match for me now. Says the man who just spent the past 13 years in Azkaban. Fine. Underestimate me if you like. Sirius rose from the chair, but before he turned to depart, he looked Snape in the eye. But remember, if I do ever find out that you had something to do with the Potter's betrayal and deaths, it will not go well for you. Dumbledore's support or not, there will be a reckoning, so you'd better hope that if there is something there, that I don't find it. Snape shrugged and with exaggerated insouciance turned back to his work. Whenever you'd like, I'm waiting. Seeing the man was not about to say anything more and knowing more threats at the point were hardly necessary, Sirius turned and left the room. Later the night of the club meeting, Fleur said good night to her friends and went up to the 7th year's dorm, intent on reading a little before she went to bed. It had been a long day and Fleur was looking forward to a little sleep and recuperation. Keeping up with her betrothed was definitely a challenging prospect. Harry seemed to have an energy about him that defied description. Likely a good thing, she mused, considering the responsibility the prophecy had dumped on him. He needed to learn and to plan, or Voldemort would never be taken down. Oh, that was not to say that Harry would have to do it himself. Fleur planned to be there with him along every step of the way, and he had many friends who felt the same way, not to even mention Sirius, Dumbledore, her father, and all the others who were willing to stand with him. To that end, with the information Daphne had given Harry on the Express, Fleur was hopeful they would be able to gain even more support. Harry had passed the information on to her father, and she knew that he would be proactive in meeting with the soon-to-be former neutrals. Daphne's parents did not sound like the type of people who would be immersed in a cause, but their support, or at least their lack of opposition, would undoubtedly be useful, if only for the products they could supply. It was, perhaps, a rather cold way of thinking of the situation, but the times demanded such thoughts. Fleur had long determined that she would do whatever she could to ensure Harry's support in Voldemort's defeat. While she would not compromise her morality to do so, she would do just about anything else. After readying herself for bed, Fleur stepped from the communal bathroom and into the 6th-year dorm to a sight which surprised her. Hermione sat on the edge of her bed, playing with the cuffs of her sweater. The brunette had a pensive expression on her face, as though deep in thought, and as she had not noticed Fleur's presence, she took a moment to study the girl who was now her closest friend. Hermione had changed since Fleur had first met her. She was now much more confident, especially in social matters, and had gained a little more balance between that and her more academic pursuits, which Fleur felt she had at times lacked in the past. Hermione would never be the life of the party, but Fleur herself was not such a person, so their personalities actually complemented one another rather nicely. In the past few days, however, especially since boarding the Express, though Fleur had to admit that it had started some time before, she had noticed Hermione's withdrawn behavior. She had been preoccupied by something, and it had affected her interactions with her friends. Hermione, Fleur said as she entered the room fully and announced herself. Jumping up from the bed in obvious surprise, Hermione appeared like a child who had been caught doing something naughty. Seeing Fleur's mischievous expression, she rolled her eyes and sat back down on the bed. You didn't have to scare the life out of me. I wouldn't have if you had been paying attention, Fleur chided gently. What is bothering you, Hermione? You have been this way for a while now. Embarrassment filled her, and Hermione's cheeks bloomed in a full blush. Has it been that obvious? To me, perhaps. But then again, we've become so close that I notice things long before others likely would. I think Harry may have noticed it, but he's far too polite to ever say anything. A moment later, Hermione had visibly straightened her posture and, taking a deep breath, she looked Fleur in the eye. Do you remember what we talked about before coming to Hogwarts? About Harry? Fleur asked cautiously. Yes, was Hermione's succinct reply. I've come to a decision. I want to take you up on your offer. A smile spread over Fleur's face, but she was cautious. Have you discussed this with your parents? Looking down at the floor, Hermione shook her head. I haven't yet, but I know I will have to. I know they will support me in whatever I decide, but it will be a shock to them. That's why I want to take this slowly. How slowly? Fleur asked bluntly. I don't exactly have a schedule set up, Hermione said with a wry grin. I just want to give myself a chance to become used to it, and not overwhelm Harry. Let's keep it between you and me for now. It's not fair to Harry for us to be plotting behind his back. I don't want to plot, Hermione rejoined. It's just that Harry has so much happening right now, that I don't think it's fair to dump it all on him now. This needs to be handled delicately. He doesn't even know that he can have more than one wife. And besides, we don't even know that he will go for the idea. Oh, I know what you've said about his feelings, Hermione continued when Fleur would have interrupted, and I do think that he fancies me to a certain extent. But he might find the idea of 2 wives distasteful. I don't want to set myself up to be hurt. Fleur gazed at her friend with some understanding, but also a determination that Harry not be kept in the dark. The set-down she had delivered to her father also applied to Harry's closest friends. After all, he deserved to know things which would affect his life. Don't you think that the love and support of his closest friend would be a great asset to him? Yes, it would. But we have to be careful, not only for his feelings, but for mine too. Fleur considered her friend's words. It was not difficult to agree with her. But Harry did need to be told, and soon. Perhaps there was a way to make it easier on him and on Hermione both. I do not think that Harry is as clueless as you seem to think. I think if we made it clear to him in a memorable sort of way, he would be all for it. Memorable is good, Hermione responded with an impish smile. I assume you have something in mind. Smiling wickedly, Fleur sat down beside her friend on the bed. I think I do have an idea which will make it very memorable for him. The next day, Sirius had to force himself to concentrate on his classes, and though meeting the students and teaching the material was as interesting and engaging as it had been previously, his mind was preoccupied. His words to Snape the previous day had not been mere bravado. Something about the whole situation, the prophecy, Voldemort's return, the attack on the Potters, and Dumbledore's insistence on keeping Snape in the castle, regardless of the evident drawbacks, something bothered him. The fact that he was not quite able to put his finger on it exasperated him to no end, but his frustration with himself did not bring any answers. One thing Sirius was certain of was that Snape was somehow complicit in either the Potters' betrayal or their death, whether the Death Eater had intended for them to be killed or not. Certainly Sirius could not imagine that the man had wished for the death of his closest childhood friend, despite the less than savory path he traveled as one of Voldemort's followers. James, however, was another matter altogether. Sirius knew that Snape would most likely have pumped his fist and screamed with glee at James's death, likely topping off with a session of dancing on his grave. Sirius would not put it past Snape to have tried to engineer James's demise so that he could swoop in and comfort Lily upon her becoming a widow. Privately, Sirius felt that Snape fancied himself to be in love with Lily, but Sirius was certain that Snape was the type of person who could only ever love himself. But something was off about the whole thing. Try as he might, Sirius could not imagine how Snape could have engineered the whole thing. The prophecy had been known before that night in October when he had lost 2 of his closest friends. Dumbledore had taken James and Lily aside to explain it to them once he understood the implications, and James had been quick to share what he had learned. It had been one of the primary reasons why Lily and James had acceded to his wishes and gone into hiding. The fact that Voldemort had chosen to target the Potters appeared to be chance, regardless of what Dumbledore had told Harry. Frank and Alice had been just as much of a thorn in Voldemort's side as Lily and James had been. It was Entirely possible that he had intended to kill both Harry and Neville the same night, though it seemed unlikely. They knew that Voldemort had already owned the Potter's secret keeper, but the Longbottom's secret keeper had not been compromised until after Voldemort's disappearance. What Sirius could not be certain of was how Snape fit into all of this. Had he urged Voldemort to attack the Potters, asking Voldemort to spare Lily's life? That was certainly possible, but there were several problems with that line of thought. First and foremost was the fact that Voldemort was not known for taking advice from anyone, even his own advisors. The thought that he would do so from a relatively new follower, one who was a half-blood, no less, seemed doubtful. Or had Snape somehow been the means by which Pettigrew had been turned? Again, it seemed unlikely. Snape had hated the Marauders equally, and moreover, he doubted Snape would have known that it was Peter who was the secret keeper, not Sirius. He and James had told no one else after they had made the switch. What else could Snape have to do with the Potter's betrayal? Unfortunately, Sirius could not think of anything, and it was bothering him. The answer seemed like it should be clear, but clarity would not come. Unfortunately, he would need more time to consider the matter. Perhaps something would jog his memory and the answer would become clear. Some of the patience he had learned in Azkaban was obviously required. It was late afternoon before Dumbledore returned from his ICW duties, and as Sirius was busy with his classes, it was after dinner that evening before he was able to take his concerns to the headmaster. "He's reverted, has he?" Dumbledore asked while running a hand down his long and flowing beard. "I cannot say that I am surprised. He has behaved quite well for the past several months, but I always knew that it would not last. It appears that hiring you for the defense post has pushed him over the edge." "So McGonagall was right?" Sirius queried. "Snape covets the defense post." "He does," was Dumbledore's simple confirmation. "He has pressed me for the defense position every time I must find a new professor, which has unfortunately been yearly. In the past several years, he has become more and more insistent. I have put him off every year, as his strength is obviously potions, but I may unfortunately have to accept his offer, if obtaining the services of a defense professor continues to become more difficult." "You don't need to worry about that," Sirius stated definitively. "I can continue to teach, at least until Harry graduates. After that, you may need to find someone new, but until then I will stay on." "That is very much appreciated, Sirius." Sirius glared at Dumbledore with some asperity. "I'm not doing it only for you and the school. I want to remain close to Harry, and this gives me the opportunity to do so. Besides, whatever Snape feels about his abilities, he is most certainly not qualified to be the defense instructor. I think you underestimate him." "And I'm certain that I don't," replied Sirius, somewhat dismissively. "He is a talented, even gifted, potions master, but you forget that I grew up with him. He was never any more than an average student in defense. Now, when Voldemort is stirring up trouble again, it's more important than ever that the children receive a good education in defense. I mean to ensure they get it." Dumbledore nodded, but chose not to respond. He likely still thought he was in the right about Snape, but Sirius was not about to give 1 inch in this argument. He was right and he knew it. "Then that brings us back to Snape's anger with me. He has always coveted the position, and suddenly, in the middle of the school year, I waltz in and take over. And moreover, he hates me and resents my very presence in the castle." Albus's responding tone was gently remonstrating. "There is some justification for his feelings, Sirius." Sirius just waved the headmaster off impatiently. "I am well aware of my failings and my behavior as a teenager. I am much more concerned about the fact that while I have grown and matured, it appears that your potions professor has not. His persecution must stop, Dumbledore. Otherwise, he must go." "I understand your point, Sirius," Dumbledore responded with a sigh. "I have blunted the worst of his excesses over the years since he has joined this faculty, but he has become more difficult to control since Harry began attending. He has always treated Gryffindor with a certain contempt, but Harry particularly has been his target." "Excesses?" Sirius demanded. "What are you talking about?" "Severus has always been quite liberal in deducting points from other houses, particularly from Gryffindor. He does not often award points to anyone, even his own house, so that has been less of a problem. But as I told Harry earlier this year, I review every point deduction he gives out, and will adjust them if I feel they are unwarranted. Like I said, until Harry arrived, it was much less of a problem. To be sure, it may have influenced the House Cup in Slytherin's favor if allowed to stand, but I have avoided that. Considering what he was being told, Sirius once again wondered at the fact that Dumbledore was willing to overlook this behavior in favor of having the potions master here. Was the man here due to his use as a spy, or was there something more which necessitated, in Dumbledore's mind at least, his continued employment? Sirius doubted that Dumbledore would be completely explicit, but there was no harm in trying. I understand that you've done your best to keep him from making a mockery of the House Cup, but really, why is it so important that he remains in the castle? His value as a spy is beyond measure, Sirius. Sirius snorted. I think you overestimate his value. He doesn't appear to have done much for our cause, to be honest. And yes, you have helped him be a little fairer to the students, but the inescapable fact is that they are receiving a substandard education with him as the professor. Instructions are on the board. Begin. Is not exactly a sterling teaching method. And how can you be certain he's loyal? If his attitude is any indication, I doubt he's given up the dogma he embraced, and he's perfectly positioned to play both sides to ensure he comes out on the winning side. The effect of Sirius's statements was almost instantaneous. Dumbledore's eyes flashed and his face fell into a mask of disapproval. The headmaster did not show it often, but his elderly grandfather act only masked the intimidating defeater of Grindelwald. That was why he was one of the most feared and respected wizards in the world. Do not insult my intelligence, Sirius, Dumbledore snapped. I am far from stupid, and am more than capable of ensuring that one man stays loyal. While Dumbledore's displeasure was impressive, Sirius was not about to be intimidated by anyone. How so? I cannot be explicit, the headmaster responded evenly, as it would betray certain confidences. But I can tell you that I have bound Severus to me and to the light with unbreakable chains. He is incapable of acting against the interests of the light, and beyond that, he has a powerful motivation to comply. The way Dumbledore was speaking, it almost suggested an unbreakable vow. Sirius was certain, however, that it could not be so. Not only would Dumbledore have had to trust someone to be the binder, but Snape would also have had to agree to it, highly unlikely in Sirius's opinion. That left some type of life debt, or magical oath. How Dumbledore could have gotten Snape to agree to such a thing Sirius could not say. He seemed certain of his assertions, and would brook no opposition. Very well, but you cannot expect me to suddenly trust him, Sirius replied, aware that further argument would not be particularly useful. No, I'm certain that your mistrust of each other is far too ingrained for that, was the headmaster's response. All I ask is that you attempt to behave civilly with each other. I will speak to Severus again and direct him to rein in his inclination to persecute Harry. He took a deep breath and stared Sirius in the eye, his demeanor and words conveying his seriousness. I want you to know that I do not do this lightly. I have often thought about removing Severus when his actions, as they are now, were egregious and indefensible. But I must warn you that I will do anything to ensure that Voldemort is defeated. Dumbledore's gaze was steady and his words were firm and filled with conviction. If Voldemort prevails in this struggle, Britain, and indeed possibly the entire world, may entire an age so dark, that it may never recover. Every time I think of dismissing Severus, I think on what a world under Voldemort would be like. I will not leave an arrow in my quiver unloosed, especially as important and potentially devastating an arrow as Severus may turn out to be. A substandard education in potions pales in significance to the world I foresee should Voldemort win. Very well, said Sirius, rising to leave. Before he did, however, he turned back to Dumbledore. When he spoke again, his voice was implacable. But I will warn you, I suspect that Snape had a hand in what happened to James and Lily. If I ever confirm my suspicions, I will have justice. Don't do anything rash, Sirius, Dumbledore cautioned. That is all I ask. Sirius nodded tightly before turning to leave. There was much more to think about now, and he would need to ensure he considered all the angles. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.